the son of a renowned general, born with a crippled body, awakens the most powerful martial arts system after surviving a meticulously planned assassination attempt. The blazing sun scorched the streets of the royal city of the Dian Kingdom, leaving even passers-by in short sleeves struggling against the oppressive heat. Lu Xingchen strolled slowly through the bustling streets, sighing inwardly. As a transmigrator, he should have been brimming with confidence and ambition, yet fate had delivered him into such dire straits. The good news was that he had been reborn as the only son of a great general, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was even betrothed to the princess, a match that required no effort to secure a beautiful bride. But the bad news was suffocating. Born with a crippled body, he was unable to cultivate. His father could fall in battle at any moment, and the proud princess had openly declared her intention to annul the engagement, humiliating the Lu family. Just wait until I become an unparalleled expert. Then I'll return the engagement to you, and make you regret it for the rest of your life. The bold words he had once declared to his fiancée still echoed in his ears, but he had yet to find a way to change his fate. After much contemplation, Lu Xingchen decided to enlist in the army and serve his country. With his modern knowledge and thinking, perhaps he could carve out an unconventional path within the military. However, his thoughts wandered to the fact that this world was not inhabited solely by humans. There were demons and beasts as well. He couldn't help but wonder if the demons were anything like the legends, perhaps even including succubi. As he made his way toward the recruitment office by the city gates, a sudden cry from behind interrupted his thoughts. "Stop! Give me back my bag!" An elderly man's urgent voice rang out. A scruffy-looking thief clutched a bundle and brushed past Lu Xingchen. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Xingchen reached out, grabbing the thief by the shoulder and flipping him to the ground before pinning him underfoot. The elderly man hurried over, expressing his gratitude profusely and insisting on treating Lu Xingchen to tea. Little did he know, it was all part of a carefully laid trap. Inside the tea house, over a dozen armed assassins emerged, surrounding him. The old man sneered coldly. "Because of your noble status and lack of matching strength, you must die. Blame yourself for being greedy enough to refuse the prince's withdrawal of the engagement." In the face of imminent danger, Lu Xingchen drew the dagger at his waist and slashed the old man's throat with lightning speed. At that precise moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Not only had he gained experience points and exchange credits, but he had also awakened the most powerful martial arts system. With the combined protection of poison and an inner armor, Lu Xingchen gradually gained the upper hand in his fight against the assassins. Each kill earned him more experience points, and at the critical moment, he broke through to the realm of a one-star martial artist. With his newfound strength, he easily dispatched the remaining enemies. After cleaning up the scene, Lu Xingchen changed into fresh clothes and leisurely made his way toward the recruitment office. It was clear that this assassination attempt had been orchestrated by the enraged princess. This grudge would not go unanswered. Should he inform his father about the attack? The flames of war between the Dian Kingdom and the Foaming Kingdom continued to rage, with the situation growing increasingly dire. At this critical moment, Lu Xingchen knew he couldn't reveal the assassination attempt to his father, Lu Chaoyang. On one side was his father, the war-hardened general advocating for battle, and on the other was the pacifist prime minister, Peng Zhihao. Meanwhile, the ruler, Xiao Long, wavered in his stance. If this matter were exposed, it would undoubtedly strain the relationship between the ruler and his father, possibly even shaking the foundation of the nation. "I'll avenge this with my own hands," Lu Xingchen resolved firmly. Right now, the priority is to grow stronger, and joining the army is the best path. The sound of kill notifications echoed in his mind. The assassins had succumbed to the poison. His cultivation level advanced to a 2-star warrior as a result. At the recruitment station, 2 officers stood on duty. Lu Xingchen sheathed his dagger and approached them. "Gentlemen, I want to enlist," he declared. "Greetings, young man. I'm Shen Tao, captain of the Border Defense Squad," one officer introduced. "And I'm Captain Su Feng. Which unit would you like to join?" the other asked. "I want to become an archer," Lu Xingchen replied with determination. The 2 captains exchanged surprised glances, scrutinizing the pale, wiry youth before them. Archers were a prestigious and well-compensated unit, but they were also the most likely to be targeted by enemy forces. Shen Tao led Lu Xingchen to the shooting range for a test. 10 targets were set up 100 meters away, and Lu Xingchen hit every single one. As the son of General Lu Chaoyang, he was skilled with all kinds of weapons, and this basic test was hardly a challenge. "Congratulations, you've passed. Register your name and age, then report to the recruit camp," Shen Tao said with a smile. "Lu Dazhuang, 18 years old," Lu Xingchen replied, using a false name. He wanted to conceal his identity. Only on the front lines could he truly hone his skills and grow. 3 days later, recruit training began. A month later, they were deployed to the border, a testament to how strained Dian's military resources had become. Night fell on Lu Xingchen's first day at the border. remembering the stirring words, with golden armor stained by 100 battles in the desert. We vow not to return until Lulan falls. He felt a surge of excitement and anticipation that kept him awake. Suddenly, the assembly horn sounded. 100 recruits quickly formed ranks. Xin Tao announced their first mission, to eliminate a Fengming kingdom stronghold. As the recruits stood in tense silence, Lu Xingchen stepped forward and shouted, "We will not return until the enemy is crushed." His words ignited the fighting spirit of his comrades. Under the moonlight, Sun Tao led the squad as they stealthily approached the enemy outpost. According to Dian's military structure, units range from squads to platoons, battalions, brigades, and corps, with sizes varying from 10 soldiers to 100,000. However, the kingdom's current strength was insufficient to form corps-level units. First squad, take out the sentries. Archers, fire and ignite the tents once within range. The rest of the squads will charge in afterward. Xin Tao ordered in a low voice. The plan was solid, but reality rarely aligned with expectations. The battle was about to begin. A covert ambush, meant to be executed in silence, turned into a hidden clash due to a rookie's mistake. The instant the alarm pierced through the night sky, the foaming nation's camp erupted into chaos. Soldiers stormed out of their tents, their weapons glinting coldly in the dim light. Lu Xingchen let out a quiet sigh. The situation had shifted from a stealthy assassination to a full-blown confrontation. Despite holding the initial advantage, the odds of rookies defeating seasoned soldiers were slim. At this moment, all he could do was fight with everything he had, and if necessary, cover Xin Tao's retreat. Under the shroud of night, a squad of archers struggled to aim accurately in the darkness. But Lu Xingchen was an exception. Each of his arrows, though released at a deliberate pace, struck with deadly precision. One by one, soldiers of the foaming nation fell, his arrows always finding the most critical points on the battlefield, carving a path of survival for the Dian nation's troops. Congratulations, host, for killing a one-star warrior. You've gained 1 experience point and 1 exchange point. Congratulations, host, for killing a 2-star warrior. You've gained 2 experience points and 2 exchange points. After taking down 7 or 8 enemies, Lu Xingchen set his sights on an enemy archer. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow whistled through the air, striking the target squarely between the eyes. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the talent, Eagle Eye. Effect. Vision distance increased by 1 meter. This talent, tailor-made for an archer, brought a spark of joy to Lu Xingchen. Though the initial boost was modest, it could be further enhanced. Without hesitation, he allocated all 3 of his talent points to Eagle Eye, instantly expanding his vision range to 10 meters. With his enhanced vision, Lu Xingchen immediately spotted a looming crisis on the battlefield. Sun Tao was locked in a fierce duel with the enemy commander, both of them 8-star warriors evenly matched. However, 2 5-star warriors had joined the enemy's side, leaving Sun Tao outnumbered and unsupported. If Sun Tao fell, the morale of their forces would crumble. Making a split-second decision, Lu Xingchen released his bowstring. His arrow struck one of the 5-star warriors in the shoulder, rendering him incapable of fighting. A second arrow quickly followed, severely injuring the other 5-star warrior. Sensing the tide turning, the enemy commander ordered a retreat. As he turned to flee, Lu Xingchen loosed another arrow. Though it didn't land a fatal blow, it left a deep gash across the commander's back. After the battle, while others were busy clearing the battlefield, few noticed Lu Xingchen's remarkable performance. Silently, he opened his system interface. Host, Lu Xingchen. Level, 2-star warrior. Experience, 2030. Exchange points, 50. Talent, Eagle Eye level 4. Profession, none. Damn it. Lu Xingchen grumbled to himself. Reaching 3-star requires 30 experience points, but killing a 3-star warrior only gives 3 points. This system is such a rip-off. Still, he had managed to accumulate some exchange points. Determined, he decided to check out the system shop. Lu Xingchen opened the system shop, and a dazzling array of items came into view. Elixirs, spiritual weapons, cultivation techniques, and martial skills. In the Tianyuan Continent, spiritual weapons, techniques, and martial skills are strictly classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into low, middle, and high levels. Elixirs, on the other hand, are ranked from 1 to 9 grades, corresponding to the martial realms. The profound tier low-grade inner armor and dagger he possessed were already considered rare treasures in the Dian kingdom. After browsing for a while, 2 spiritual weapons caught his attention. The mid-yellow tire wind spirit boots, priced at 50 exchange points, and the high-yellow tire purple star bow, listed for 100 exchange points. The wind spirit boots enhanced mobility, while the purple star bow was a powerful offensive weapon. After careful consideration, Lu Xingchen opted for the wind spirit boot. Survival in the upcoming battle was his top priority. Upon completing the exchange, the wind spirit boots instantly appeared in his storage ring. After the battlefield was cleared, Sun Tao loudly announced a celebration for everyone. At the camp, He approached Lu Xingchen with a cup of wine in hand. Lu Dazhuang, thank you for saving my life. So you noticed after all, Lu Xingchen replied with a smile. The captain is the backbone of the team. Helping you was the right thing to do. Regardless, I owe you my life. Xin Tao said solemnly. The next morning, the sound of the assembly horn woke Lu Xingchen. Under Shan Tao's leadership, the troops quickly formed ranks. Their commander, Lin Wanqing, had ordered an attack on a unit from the Fengming Kingdom, and the archery squad was to provide support. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen finally saw the legendary Lin Wanqing. Clad in blue iron armor, her delicate features and long black hair, cascading to her waist, gave her an unexpectedly gentle appearance. She didn't exude the heroic aura he had imagined. If not for her well-known record of fierce victories, Lu Xingchen might have underestimated her. The army set out and soon encountered the Fengming Kingdom's forces in the wilderness. Lin Wanqing led her 1,000-strong unit in an all-out assault, determined to annihilate the 500 enemy soldiers. Just then, the system notification rang. Congratulations, host. You've received a mission, testing the waters. Objective: kill 20 infantry and 20 archers within 1 hour. Reward: 50 experience points, 50 exchange points, and the high yellow tire martial skill shattering stone palm. The battle erupted. Lu Xingchen drew his bow and took advantage of the moments before close combat to rain arrows on the enemy. Before long, system notifications kept coming. Congratulations, host. You've killed a 1-star martial artist, earning 1 experience point and 1 exchange point. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the talent, Power Strike. Effect: the next basic attack after using a martial skill deals increased damage. As Lin Wanqing's forces gained the upper hand, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 1,000-strong enemy reinforcements emerged from the rear, attempting to encircle them. Before Shan Tao could react, the enemy archers unleashed a volley, decimating over half of the archery squad in an instant. Xin Tao's eyes burned with rage. These men were soldiers he had personally trained. Fight back, he roared. Lin Wanqing quickly regrouped her rear troops to counter the attack, while Lu Xingchen engaged in a fierce duel with the enemy archers. The system notifications kept ringing. Congratulations, host. You've killed a 1-star martial artist, earning 1 experience point and 1 exchange point. Congratulations, host. You've killed a 2-star martial artist, earning 2 experience points and 2 exchange points. Congratulations, host. Your realm has advanced to 3-star martial artist, earning 3 talent points. In the blink of an eye, the archery squad was reduced to just Shen Tao, who was injured, and Lu Xingchen. Meanwhile, over 100 enemy archers remained. As the enemy prepared to charge the infantry, Lu Xingchen stood up without hesitation, taking on the enemy alone. Each of his arrows claimed a life. Damn it, there's still one left standing. Focus your fire and take him down first, the enemy archer leader bellowed. A storm of arrows tore through the air toward Lu Xingchen. He allocated all his talent points to Eagle Eye, increasing his vision range by 20 meters. With the aid of the wind spirit boots, he dodged nimbly through the arrow rain, counterattacking with precision. Another enemy soldier fell to his shot. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. A small test of your abilities. The system notification echoed in Lu Xingchen's mind, accompanied by a series of rewards: 50 experience points, 50 exchange points, and a high-level Huang-tier martial skill-shattering stone palm. But what thrilled him the most was his breakthrough to a 4-star warrior realm, along with 4 talent points. A surge of warmth coursed through his body as Lu Xingchen felt a significant boost in his strength. Without hesitation, he redeemed the Xingchen bow from the system shop. Taking aim at the enemy archer leader, he released the bowstring decisively. The arrow whistled through the air, tracing a perfect arc, and pierced through the leader's hand before burying itself deep into his skull. The system chimed in again. 8-star warrior defeated. 8 experience points and 8 exchange points acquired. It was immediately followed by another notification. A breakthrough to the 5-star warrior realm, along with 5 additional talent points. A faint smile tugged at Lu Xingchen's lips. He recalled how, during his last encounter with an 8-star warrior, he could only manage to injure his opponent. Now, however, he could take them down in a single strike. His progress was indeed remarkable. The leaders fall through the enemy archers into disarray. Terrified of becoming the next target, they scrambled to retreat beyond Lu Xingchen's range, effectively losing their ability to attack the soldiers of the Dian Kingdom. One man alone had managed to force back 100 elite archers. Just as Lu Xingchen prepared to continue his assault on the battlefield, a sudden movement caught his attention. Looking up, he saw a figure with the title 2-star Martial Master displayed above their head. This formidable opponent moved with a speed that surpassed even Lu Xingchen, despite his wind spirit boots. Wherever this martial master passed, ordinary soldiers were either gravely injured or killed outright. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Clearly, his astonishing achievements had drawn the enemy's special attention. This was a targeted assassination attempt. He immediately activated the wind spirit boots to retreat while firing counterattacks with the Xingchen bow. However, the gap in their strength was too vast. His arrows failed to penetrate the martial master's defenses, and the distance between them rapidly closed. After 5 arrows, the martial master had closed in. Gritting his teeth, Xingchen stowed the Xingchen bow and drew a poisoned dagger, hoping to turn the tide with venom. But with a single swing of his long blade, the opponent disarmed him, sending the dagger flying. A powerful palm strike followed, slamming into Xingchen. Although his inner armor absorbed most of the damage, the sheer force sent him hurtling backward. The martial master paused momentarily, then sneered. Reinforced inner armor? Looks like you're someone worth noting. In that case, I definitely can't let you live. Before he even finished speaking, he leapt into the air, his blade descending toward Xingchen in a deadly arc. At that moment, Shan Tao, who had been resting nearby, suddenly sprang up and hurled himself at the martial artist with reckless abandon. The martial artist frowned, his long blade flashing coldly as it sliced through the air. Blood sprayed in an arc, painting the scene with crimson. He sneered coldly, kicking the gravely injured Shan Tao aside before resuming his advance toward Xingchen, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Just then, Lin Wanqing appeared, her long sword gleaming with an icy light as she stepped in front of Xingchen. Killing my soldiers and my army? Wu Gang, you're dreaming if you think I'll allow that. Lin Wanqing? Wu Gang froze for a moment before his expression twisted into one of manic delight. You're the martial prodigy of the great Yin Kingdom? The one who reached the martial master realm at just 18? Killing you will be far more entertaining than taking out some half-decent archer. That depends on whether you have what it takes, Lin Wanqing retorted, her sword flashing like frost as she lunged at Wu Gang with precision and ferocity. Xingchen had initially been concerned that Lin Wanqing's youth and relative inexperience might put her at a disadvantage. However, it didn't take long for him to witness what a true martial prodigy was capable of. Lin Wanqing's swordsmanship was sharp and swift, a stark contrast to her delicate appearance. Within just a dozen exchanges, Wu Gang already bore 3 bleeding wounds, the once pristine blade now tinged with a sinister crimson, both eerie and beautiful. Wu Gang's face darkened. Being pushed to this point by a young woman was humiliating, but survival outweighed pride. He knew that once reinforcements from the great Yin Kingdom arrived, his fate would be sealed. Raging wind slash. Wu Gang roared, unleashing his most powerful technique. His blade surged with green energy as he swung it down toward Lin Wanqing with unrelenting force. Lin Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly, her sword spinning in a flourish as it emitted a white energy to meet the attack heat. The clash of steel rang out as the two were forced back several steps. Seizing the momentum, Wu Gang turned and fled. Lin Wanqing raised her sword, releasing a streak of snow-white energy that pursued him. Though it left a bloody gash across his back, it wasn't enough to stop his escape. Are you all right, brother? Lin Wanqing sheathed her sword and turned to check on Xingchen. Xingchen had already risen to his feet. He clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you, Captain, for saving my life. As for Wu Gang, Xingchen said with a grim determination, I'll make him pay for the lives he's taken. Lin Wanqing raised an eyebrow. You were just running for your life from him, and now you're talking so boldly? Under Lin Wanqing's command, and with Xingchen's expert archery providing cover, the Foaming Kingdom's assault was ultimately repelled. After the battle, Xingchen personally buried his fallen comrades. Out of the original 107 soldiers in his unit, he was now the sole survivor. The harsh reality of war hit him hard, and he couldn't help but admire his father, even more a man who had defended the great Yin Kingdom's borders single-handedly. It was no easy feat. Back in his tent, Xingchen opened his system interface. Host, Xingchen. Level, 5-star warrior. Experience, 3060. Exchange points, 30. Talents, Eagle Eye 7, Power Strike 1. Profession, none. Though he had grown significantly stronger over the past month, he was still far from being able to influence the outcome of a battle. As he pondered his next steps, a gentle voice came from outside the tent. Lu Dazhuang, may I come in? It was the beautiful captain. Please come in, he replied. Lin Wanqing entered, having changed out of her armor into a leather outfit that accentuated her flawless figure. Xingchen couldn't help but feel a slight stir in his heart. Lu Dazhuang, your archery skills are exceptional. You held off an entire enemy squad on your own. I want to make you my personal guard and train you intensively. Are you willing? She asked. Xingchen shook his head firmly. I'm not willing. While such an offer might be a dream come true for the average soldier, it wasn't what he needed. His father was a general, and he believed he should be fighting on the front lines, honing his strength. Why not? Lin Wanqing asked, a hint of confusion and even a touch of hurt in her tone. My archery is most effective on the front lines, he explained. That makes sense, she conceded with a nod. But being a regular soldier is a waste of your talents. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the captain of my archery squad. Go make the arrangements. Lu Xingchen was taken aback by the sudden promotion. Skipping over the rank of squad leader to become a captain directly, Lin Wanqing clearly had high expectations for him. The next morning, Lu Xingchen arrived at the training grounds, where over 100 archers were already assembled, murmuring among themselves about their new captain. The captain replaced Old Wang with some newcomer? Could it be a rookie? Old Wang's been with her for 5 or 6 years. Just like that, he got pushed out by a newbie? In the corner, Old Wang, nicknamed Wang Xing, was cracking his knuckles, clearly ready to give the new captain a hard time. Before Lu Xingchen could introduce himself, Wang Xing stepped forward. Lu Dazhuang, I respect the captain's decision, but whether you're qualified to lead us depends on your skills. Beating you will prove I'm qualified? Lu Xingchen asked bluntly. Wang Xing was momentarily stunned by the directness. Of course. We'll compete in archery blunted arrows only. Whoever gets hit first loses. Deal. Lu Xingchen agreed without hesitation, earning the respect of the seasoned soldiers, though their loyalty still leaned toward Wang Xing. The two men took their positions at opposite ends of the range, each armed with standard-issue bows and blunted arrows. As the signal to begin was given, Wang Xing immediately zigzagged toward Lu Xingchen, his movements swift and unpredictable. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen stood motionless, calmly nocking an arrow and waiting for the right moment. Wang Xing scoffed inwardly. So arrogant, just standing there? Once I get close, they'll finish this easily. Targets standing at 200 meters, 180 meters, and 150 meters were lined up in the shooting range. Lu Xingchen steadily drew his Xingchen bow, aiming at Wang Xing, who was moving unpredictably. The arrow shot through the air with a sharp whistle and struck Wang Xing's head with pinpoint accuracy. The shooting range erupted in astonishment. Holy crap, that must have been at least 150 meters. Lu Dazhuang's vision is insane. Soldiers all around whispered in awe, their eyes filled with shock. Wang Xing froze in place. As a squad leader with a proud 120-meter shooting range, he had always considered himself unmatched, earning Lin Wanjing's recognition. But this new recruit, Lu Dazhuang, had just demonstrated an astonishing 150-meter range. Salute to the squad leader. Wang Xing picked up the wooden arrow and marched toward Lu Xingchen, leading the others in a loud, unified shout. Salute to the squad leader. In that moment, Lu Xingchen had truly established his authority. Just then, Lin Wanjing entered the shooting range with a middle-aged man, her lips curving into a faint smile at the sight of the soldiers' synchronized call. Her instincts had been spot on. Squad leader, you were looking for me? Lu Xingchen quickly approached. Lu Dazhuang, last night, we defeated Fengming Nation's supply convoy and captured over 200 warhorses, Lin Wanjing said with a relaxed expression. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Are you planning to convert the foot archer squad into a cavalry archer squad? Smart. Lin Wanjing nodded. This is Yihong, a squad leader from the cavalry archer brigade under the command of the general. He's here to train your unit. I'm skilled in mounted archery too. Lu Xingchen couldn't hide his excitement. In the ranks of the Dian Kingdom's 70,000,080,000 regular troops, the cavalry archer brigade was the elite force, directly answering to his father. He never expected he'd have the chance to lead one himself. Within a month, under the guidance of Lu Xingchen and Yihong, the squad quickly became combat-ready. As the battles raged on, Lu Xingchen eagerly volunteered. Squad leader, the cavalry archer unit is ready for deployment. Please assign us a mission. Go capture a few scouts for me, Lin Wanjing ordered. Understood. Leading a 100-strong cavalry archer team, Lu Xingchen headed for the front lines. The memory of Shun Tao dying to shield him from a blade still haunted him. He wasn't just seeking vengeance, he was determined to earn experience points through battle. Half an hour later, they spotted a Fengming army detachment of about 1,000 soldiers. Squad leader, should we take a detour? Wang Xing asked nervously. Too few of them to bother, Lu Xingchen sneered. They don't have cavalry. Prepare to charge. Remember, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When they retreat, we pursue. Stay mobile and don't let their archers lock onto you. The first volley of arrows immediately brought casualties. A system notification echoed in his mind. Killed a 1-star warrior, gained 1 experience point and 1 exchange point. Triggered quest. Testing the waters. Kill 100 enemies in 1 day to earn 100 experience points, 100 exchange points, and the Shin-level martial skill, Flamesword technique. After 3 waves of arrow fire, the enemy began to form ranks for a counterattack, but they could never close in on Lu Xingchen's unit. Before the encirclement could tighten, the cavalry archer squad had already broken through with ease, continuing their guerrilla tactics. Killed a 3-star warrior, gained 3 experience points and 3 exchange points. Leveled up to 6-star warrior, gained 6 talent points. Acquired talent, Berserk, critical hit rate increased by 1. As the enemy forces suffered heavy losses, they started to flee. Lu Xingchen ordered the complete annihilation of the survivors to prevent news from spreading and attracting reinforcements or experts. He personally pursued the enemy commander, a one-star warrior master. He invested 15 talent points to enhance Berserk to level 16, raising his critical hit rate by 30 and critical damage by 15. He also spent 50 exchange points to buy 10 alloy arrows, each adding 5 extra damage. The first arrow struck the warrior master's right arm, while the second and third were dodged. After the fifth arrow, the warrior master turned to counterattack. Lu Xingchen maintained his distance, firing 4 more arrows, all deflected by the warrior's iron blade. The final arrow pierced through the iron blade and struck straight into the warrior master's chest. Congratulations, host. You have defeated a 1-star martial master, earning 15 experience points and 15 exchange points. The system's notification echoed in Lu Xingchen's mind. Almost immediately, another message followed. Congratulations, host. You've advanced to an 8-star martial warrior, earning 8 talent points. On the battlefield, Lu Xingchen gripped his long sword tightly, his sharp eyes resembling a hawk's. Without a moment's rest, he led his cavalry in pursuit of the fleeing soldiers of Fengming Nation. To him, these retreating enemies were nothing more than walking experience points. An hour later, the battle was over. Lu Xingchen opened his system panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Level, 8-star martial warrior. Experience, 3,590. Exchange points, 200. Talents, Eagle Eye 7, Heavy Strike 1, Berserk 16. Profession, none. Quest, Testing the Waters 80100. Captain, we've wiped out Fengming Nation's 1,000-man unit. Wang Xing ran up excitedly to report. Our brothers only suffered a few minor injuries. It was a complete victory. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly, his expression calm. Cavalry against infantry should always be a crushing victory. We were just lucky this time to encounter pure infantry. If they had cavalry, things wouldn't have been so easy. He then asked, any stragglers? Wang Xing looked embarrassed. Even though we pursued them with all our strength as you ordered, there were just too many of them. A few managed to escape. Lu Xingchen's face darkened. That's troublesome. Fengming Nation won't let this humiliation slide. They'll definitely retaliate. The enemy will soon regroup and send a heavy force to target us, Wang Xing suggested. We should retreat to the camp immediately. Lu Xingchen frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Retreating would indeed be safer, but the opportunity for a surprise attack would be lost. Once the enemy fortified their defenses, the cavalry squad's advantage would be significantly reduced. More importantly, he was close to completing his system quest, with plenty of experience points within reach. Keep marching. Find the next target, Lu Xingchen ordered decisively. Understood. Despite his concerns, Wang Xing had complete trust in the young commander. What about these spoils of war? Wang Xing asked, pointing to the large trove of grain, supplies, and weapons they had seized. Take only 3 days' worth of rations. Destroy the rest on the spot, Lu Xingchen instructed firmly. Mobility is our greatest advantage. We can't let these things slow us down. In the following hours, Lu Xingchen led his troops to crush 2 more small units of Fengming Nation's forces, successfully completing the system quest and advancing to a 10-star martial warrior. He also gained a new talent, Blade Mastery, which increased sword damage by 5 points. By evening, the unit stopped to rest by a small river. Suddenly, Wang Xing rushed over in a panic. Captain, bad news. Our scouts report that 5 Fengming Nation cavalry units are closing in, and the main roads back to camp are all blocked. What should we do? Lu Xingchen stood up abruptly. No surprise there. We've caused too much damage. The more enemy forces we tie down, the easier it will be for the Grand General on the front lines. But what now? We can't help the Grand General if we don't survive first, Wang Xing said anxiously. Prepare the troops immediately. We'll advance into Fengming Nation's heartland, Lu Xingchen announced with resolve. Captain, are you out of your mind? Wang Xing exclaimed. With our small force, you want to invade Fengming Nation? If we're caught and surrounded, the whole unit will be wiped out. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. The key is not to get caught. Fengming Nation's main forces are stationed at the border. Their heartland defenses are weak. As long as we move quickly, it'll be hard for them to pin us down. Wang Xing was stunned by the boldness of the plan. While it made sense, the risks were enormous. But at this point, there was no other option but to take the gamble. The unit immediately pressed into Fengming Nation's interior. Over the course of a day, Lu Xingchen led his troops through the enemy's territory, eliminating scattered forces and steadily accumulating experience points. However, advancing from a 10-star martial warrior to a 1-star martial master required 150 experience points. A long road ahead. This system is such a scam, Lu Xingchen muttered to himself. By midday the next day, Lu Xingchen and Wang Xing were scouting ahead when they spotted an elite Fengming Nation unit. The 200-strong force was well equipped but carried no supplies. Captain, This is a big catch, Wang Xing whispered. They must be escorting someone important. Should we go for it? Lu Xingchen asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm not sure that's wise, Wang Xing replied cautiously. The enemy may be few, but they're elite. There's likely a martial master among them. Even if we win, we won't be able to hold them down. Once our position is exposed, escaping will be nearly impossible. I want the enemy to know where we are, Lu Xingchen said with a grin. Leave the martial masters to me. Captain, how do you know there are 2 martial masters? Wang Xing asked, puzzled. That's a secret. Get ready for battle. Lu Xingchen upgraded his eagle eye talent to level 20, increasing his vision range by 50 meters. From 200 meters away, he could clearly see the targets. The system's passive skill confirmed that the unit had 2 3-star martial masters. To ensure success, he also upgraded Heavy Strike and Blade Mastery to level 10 and spent 100 exchange points on a high-grade yellow-tier spirit sword. The unit stealthily approached, waiting for the enemy to stop and rest before launching a surprise attack. A single volley of arrows cut the enemy force in half. Leave one alive. Kill the rest, Lu Xingchen commanded. Understood. Wang Xing led the charge. The ambush caught the enemy completely off guard, shattering their morale. They barely mounted any organized resistance. 2 3-star martial masters fled with a frail middle-aged man, galloping away on horseback. Those 3 are mine, Lu Xingchen shouted, spurring his horse in pursuit. Lu Xingchen drew his bow and released an arrow, striking the mount of the frail middle-aged man with pinpoint accuracy. The man tumbled heavily to the ground, and 2 martial masters immediately drew their long blades, standing protectively in front of him. Riding his horse forward, Lu Xingchen charged up to the trio. His long sword flashed from its sheath, infused instantly with battle energy. One martial master sneered. Ha! A mere 10-star warrior dares to block our way? Courting death, are you? Martial masters aren't that impressive to me, Lu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. The martial master turned to his companion and said, Li Jie, guard his highness. I'll handle him in 1 minute. Before his words had fully landed, he swung his blade at Lu Xingchen. Unfazed, Lu Xingchen raised his sword to meet the attack. Despite the gap in their cultivation realms, Lu Xingchen's potent battle energy and numerous innate abilities gave him the upper hand. After a minute, he remained unscathed. 3 minutes later, his opponent bore 3 fresh wounds. By the 5-minute mark, the martial master, now severely injured, staggered back and cried out, Li Jie, help me! Alarmed, Li Jie immediately joined the fray. Even under the combined assault of 2 martial masters, Lu Xingchen held firm, showing no panic. By employing the blazing fire sword technique, the tide of the battle shifted once again. The 2 3-star martial masters were completely suppressed, thanks to a unique system ability that allowed Lu Xingchen to master any martial technique instantly upon acquisition. Using seasoned tactics, Lu Xingchen focused on the already injured opponent. It wasn't long before the heavily wounded martial master collapsed from blood loss. Witnessing this, Li Jie's composure shattered. Backing away, he shouted, Stop! I surrender! Lu Xingchen sheathed his sword. You should have surrendered earlier. Come here. Li Jie dropped his blade and fell to his knees in surrender. As Lu Xingchen patted him on the shoulder, his right hand stealthily gripped the dagger, delivering a swift strike to the throat. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 3-star martial master and gained 30 experience points and 30 exchange points. Lu Xingchen opened the system interface. Host, Lu Xingchen. Realm, 10-star warrior. Experience, 90,150. Exchange points, 210. Talents, Eagle Eye 7, Heavy Strike 1, Berserk 16. Occupation, none. Not bad, Lu Xingchen mused. This cross-realm battle yielded quite the rewards. A bit more grinding, and I'll ascend to martial master. Turning to the trembling middle-aged man, Lu Xingchen observed that while the man was terrified, he hadn't completely broken down. Don't kill me, the man pleaded. I am the 3rd prince of Fengming Kingdom. My father is King Su Feng. You can ransom me for a lot of money. Lu Xingchen put away his weapons. At least you're smart. Come with me. The 3rd prince obediently followed, knowing full well that his 3-star warrior strength was no match for Lu Xingchen. Soon after, Wang Xing arrived to report. Captain, the enemy forces have been annihilated. Per your orders, we spared 3 prisoners. Let them go, Lu Xingchen commanded. What? Captain, if we release them, the enemy will track us down. That's exactly what I want. Let the enemy commander know we're deep in Fengming Kingdom's territory. This one here is the 3rd prince. You're in charge of guarding him. 3 days later, Fengming Kingdom mobilized a large force to encircle them, but Lu Xingchen led his cavalry archers toward the border. Using the system's map, they identified a lightly guarded path, successfully breaking through and returning to the Tianyuan Kingdom's military camp. Take a rest once we're back, Wang Xing, Come with me to report to the captain. The troops, relieved, eagerly accepted the order, grateful for the much-needed downtime. Lu Xingchen entered Lin Wanjing's command tent. Upon hearing of his return, Lin Wanjing leapt up with excitement and rushed out to greet him. Seeing Lu Xingchen safe and sound, she initially smiled in relief but quickly scolded. Lu Dawang, where have you been these past days? Do you know how worried I was? Lu Xingchen hastily explained how he had encountered enemy forces and had been forced into a 3-day skirmish. Lin Wanjing turned to Wang Xing for confirmation. Nodding affirmatively, Wang Xing thought to himself, you clearly chased after them of your own accord and now you are playing the victim. Shameless. Still, fighting alongside you is exhilarating. So we'll back you up. Lin Wanjing's tone softened. It's a relief that you made it back safely. I'll request a commendation for you from the regimental commander. Lu Xingchen retrieved a storage ring and poured out a pile of severed enemy ears. He then presented the third prince. Hey, race the tongue you wanted. He claims to be the third prince of Fengming Kingdom. Lin Wanjing was stunned. Lu Dazhuang, you're incredible. 100-man unit achieving such results. I must report this to the general. Lu Xingchen's thoughts stirred. Does this small victory really warrant troubling my father? I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees me. A sense of anticipation began to build in his heart. Lu Xingchen dragged his exhausted body back to the tent. Days of relentless battles had left him walking on thin ice, cautiously taking each step. Meanwhile, in the central war tent on the front lines of the Tianyuan Kingdom, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. General Lu Chaoyang was in deep discussion with 7 brigade commanders about military strategies when Lin Wanfeng suddenly pushed her way in. She gave a detailed report on Lu Xingchen's latest achievements. As soon as she finished, Lu Chaoyang slammed his hand on the table, his face lighting up with a proud smile. Excellent. That boy Lu Dazhuang is truly remarkable. 100 men slaying thousands of enemies and even capturing the third prince of Fengming Kingdom. No wonder Fengming has been avoiding battle lately. Thief clearly been dealt a serious blow. The 7 brigade commanders exchanged astonished glances. Killing thousands in battle was a rare feat in the history of wars between the two nations, let alone by a mere recruit. Lin Wanfeng smiled and asked, what reward does the general plan to bestow? Lu Chaoyang pondered for a moment before declaring, 100 taels of silver, 100 bolts of cloth, and a promotion to company commander. The announcement caused an uproar in the tent. One of the brigade commanders immediately stood up in protest. General, this decision might not be wise. A company commander leads 1,000 men. Lu Dazhuang has only been enlisted for 2 months. He lacks experience and leadership skills. This victory was nothing but sheer luck. Lu Chaoyang retorted coldly, if I had sent you in his place, could you have achieved the same results? You'd be lucky to come back alive. I judge my men by their abilities, not their seniority. Li Bai, see to it. It's a pity I must remain at the central command and cannot meet this brave warrior in person. The dissenting commander clenched his teeth and begrudgingly complied, though his heart was filled with resentment. While no one dared challenge Lu Chaoyang's authority, he found it difficult to accept this so-called Lu Dawang. The next day, as Lu Xingchen practiced archery at the training grounds, he received orders to report to Li Bai's tent. A surge of excitement filled him. Surely this was a call to receive recognition and rewards. Upon entering the tent, Li Bai spoke curtly, Lu Dazhuang, the general has promoted you to company commander, leading the recruits battalion. Lu Xingchen was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his father to hold him in such high regard. However, he quickly realized that the recruits battalion was weak and unlikely to see much glory. He pressed on, what mission am I assigned? Transporting supplies to Xingchen City, Li Bai replied indifferently. Lu Xingchen frowned deeply. Transporting supplies is important, but I'd rather be on the battlefield, fighting for my country. Ha, Li Bai sneered. A mere recruit. And you're already unsatisfied with such a reward? Still trying to grab more glory? You're not worthy. Though displeased, Lu Xingchen chose not to antagonize his superior. He accepted the assignment but vowed silently to himself. The general values talent over seniority, yet you are so rigid and short-sighted. It won't be long before my achievements surpass yours, and I'll be waiting for your apology. Li Bai snorted angrily. Arrogant fool. Let's see if that day ever comes. Until then, follow orders and stay in line. Now get out. As he left the tent, Lu Xingchen ran into Lin Wanfeng. She greeted him with a smile. Company commander, we're equals now. Just call me by my name. I came specifically to see you. She offered to transfer her elite mounted archers to bolster his battalion. Lu Xingchen politely declined. Though I'd love to have the mounted archers, they're your finest troops and are best utilized on the front lines. In merely transporting supplies there's no real danger. Lin Wanfeng secretly admired his integrity and bid him farewell. Lu Xingchen spent the rest of the day taking over the recruits battalion and preparing for the mission. The next morning, he set off for Xingchen City. The journey was relatively peaceful. giving him rare moments to enjoy the scenery along the way. But he knew his destiny wouldn't allow him to remain idle for long. Only through constant battle could he grow stronger. By sunset, Lu Xingchen arrived at Zigui City and began inspecting the supplies. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over to report that a cavalry unit from the Dian Kingdom was at the city gates, requesting an audience. The leader was a woman. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, and he personally went to welcome them. He saw Lin Wanfeng dismounting, her face flushed and breath labored from riding hard. Alarmed, Lu Xingchen asked, "What's happened?" Catching her breath, Lin Wanfeng replied gravely, "We're in serious trouble. Scouts have reported that an army of over 10,000 soldiers from Fengming Kingdom is marching rapidly towards Zigui City." What? Lu Xingchen was shocked. How did such a large force bypass our defenses? "I don't know," Lin Wanfeng said, "but their target is clearly Zigui City. Time is running out. I could only bring this small squad of mounted archers to support you." Lu Xingchen stood atop the city walls, his expression grim as he asked, "How much time do we have before the enemy reaches the gates?" 2 hours, Lin Wanning replied, her gaze sharp as she looked directly at Lu Xingchen. "Lu Dazhuang, I suggest you lead the troops to retreat immediately. Take as much grain and supplies as you can. Whatever can't be transported must be burned. We cannot leave even a single grain of rice for Fengming Kingdom." Lu Xingchen furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before decisively responding, "We cannot retreat. Zigui City is our army's main source of provisions. If it falls to Fengming Kingdom, we'll lose the upper hand. More importantly, the enmity between our nations runs deep. Based on their past actions, the Fengming army is certain to massacre the city. The lives of the tens of thousands of civilians here cannot be ignored. Then what can we do?" Lin Wanning was momentarily stunned before raising her voice. "The enemy has over 10,000 soldiers. How do you plan to hold them off with your 1,000 fresh recruits and my cavalry archers?" "My 1,000 recruits will suffice," Lu Xingchen said firmly. "Miss Wanning, thank you for bringing us this warning. Now, you should leave. I, Lu Dazhuang, would rather die than flee." Lin Wanning was momentarily taken aback by his words. In her eyes, Lu Dazhuang had always been just a capable new soldier. She never expected him to have such resolve. To hold Zigui City was a choice she hadn't even dared to consider. As Lu Xingchen turned to leave, Lin Wanning grabbed his hand. "I'm staying. I'll fight alongside you to defend Zigui City." Lu Xingchen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Lin Wanning, a warrior of the 3-star martial master rank, along with her cavalry archers, was undoubtedly a formidable force. Though he didn't know what motivated her decision, her support was certainly a welcome relief. An hour later, the enemy army arrived at the gates. Their forces surrounded Zigui City, leaving no way in or out. Lu Xingchen stood on the city walls, reviewing the system panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Level, 10-star warrior. Experience, 120,150. Exchange points, 510. Talents, Eagle Eye 20, Power Strike 11, Berserk 16, Blade Mastery 11. Profession, none. With the battle imminent, he allocated all his remaining talent points to increase Blade Mastery and Power Strike to level 20. After carefully weighing his options in the system shop, he chose to purchase 100 alloy arrowheads instead of a low-grade Shantir spiritual sword, prioritizing ranged combat for this defensive battle. Channeling his battle energy, Lu Xingchen's voice rang out across the walls. "Soldiers, the Fengming army has resorted to a despicable sneak attack, but our general will not abandon us. We only need to hold out for 3 days. Reinforcements will arrive, and together, we'll crush the enemy. You will all become heroes of the great Yin Kingdom. Hold for 3 days." The soldiers roared in unison, their morale surging. Just then, the enemy commander, Wu Gang, rode out alone to the city gates and shouted, "Defenders of Zigui City, do not waste your lives on a futile struggle. Surrender now, and I promise your lives will be spared." Without a word, Lu Xingchen knocked one of the alloy-tipped arrows and let it fly. Caught off guard by Lu Xingchen's incredible range, Wu Gang was struck in the shoulder and fell from his horse, only to be rescued by 2 martial masters. The sight of this sent a wave of excitement through the recruits on the wall. The battle erupted into chaos. Though the enemy had advanced quickly and lacked heavy siege equipment, they began setting up ladders, and fierce close combat ensued. Lin Wanning's cavalry archers performed exceptionally, their arrows finding their mark with precision. Wielding her snow-white longsword, Lin Wanning personally targeted the siege ladders, making it nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers to approach her. Each ladder she toppled inflicted heavy casualties. Lu Xingchen, armed with the purple star bow, commanded from the center. With his eagle-eye talent, he could see the entire battlefield, and every arrow he loosed struck true. System notifications flooded his mind. "Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star martial artist. You've gained 1 experience point and 1 exchange point. Congratulations, host, for killing a 5-star martial artist. You've gained 5 experience points and 5 exchange points. Congratulations, host, for advancing to 1-star martial master. You've gained 15 experience points and 15 talent points. As the sun set, the enemy finally sounded the retreat. The city walls were littered with the bodies of soldiers from both sides. Lu Xingchen noticed Lin Wanning's pale face and the deep wound on her right shoulder. Without hesitation, he redeemed 2 second-grade rejuvenation pills from the system shop and handed her one. A second-grade pill? Lin Wanning exclaimed in surprise. There are only a handful of second-grade alchemists in the entire Great Yin Kingdom. Where did you get this? If we survive this battle, they'll tell you, Lu Xingchen replied with a faint smile. Deal, Lin Wanning said, swallowing the pill. Her wound quickly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Report the battle results, Wang Xing. Lu Xingchen called out loudly. Moments later, Wang Xing jogged over. Captain Lu, in today's battle, we lost over 300 troops, with more than 200 seriously injured. The cavalry archers remain intact, but our effective fighting force is now down to around 600. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. At this rate, they wouldn't last. The losses on the first day were already severe, and the enemy's attacks would only grow fiercer. Forget 3 days surviving the second day seemed uncertain. Wang Xing approached Lu Xingchen with a bitter expression and reported, Captain Lu, we've achieved significant results. Fengming Nation has suffered at least 2,000 casualties 4 times more than ours. The brothers truly gave it their all. Spare me the empty talk. Lu Xingchen interrupted sharply. I'm not after results. I want Ziguicheng held and its citizens protected. He paused, deep in thought, before suddenly raising his head, his gaze resolute. Dismantle the civilian houses. Move all the stones and wood to the city walls. A single rock dropped from above can wreak more havoc on the enemy than arrows ever could. Captain Lu, Wang Xing exclaimed in shock. We can't do that. The general has issued a strict order no matter the situation. We are not to harm civilian property. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. I don't care about that. Lu Xingchen waved his hand forcefully. If the city falls, not a blade of grass will remain in Ziguicheng. Tell the people this. Once we repel the enemy, I, Lu Dazhuang, will personally rebuild their homes. He paused for a moment before continuing. Distribute the grain to the citizens, give them as much as they want. But there's one condition. Once they've eaten their fill, they must come to the walls and fight. If they can move, whether man, woman, child, or even dog, bring them to help. Wang Xing nodded and left to carry out the orders. Lin Wanning, standing nearby, gazed at Lu Xingchen with admiration. Lu Dazhuang, you never cease to amaze me. Even in such dire circumstances, you remain calm and decisive. I've only ever respected 2 people in my life. One is General Lu, and the other is you. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. To be praised so highly by the greatest martial prodigy of Dian Nation is truly an honor. Now go and rest. I'll need you in the next battle. You're the real martial prodigy, Lin Wanning said with a smile. I remember when we first met, you were merely a 3-star warrior, and now you're a martial master. How did you improve so quickly? Everyone has their secrets, he replied. Forgive me for not sharing mine. Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. At least for now, we're still comrades in arms. With that, Lin Wanning turned and headed back to her quarters to recover. Lu Xingchen stayed on the city walls, resting in place and remaining vigilant for the enemy's next move. At dawn, the enemy launched their second assault. Thanks to Lu Xingchen's preparations, the defenders suffered far fewer casualties than on the first day, and not a single enemy soldier managed to reach the top of the walls. Half an hour later, the enemy commander, realizing something was amiss, unveiled their trump card. A massive battering ram rolled out from their ranks, heading straight for the city gate. Damn it! Where did that battering ram come from? Lu Xingchen's heart sank. Lin Wanning was equally stunned. The defenders are already stretched thin. If that ram breaches the gate, we're finished. Mounted archery squad, Lu Xingchen shouted. Focus all firepower, stop that battering ram at all costs. Over 100 mounted archers unleashed a volley of arrows, felling many of the ram's guards, but the massive siege weapon continued its advance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xingchen turned to Lin Wanning. You're in command now. I'll take care of that battering ram. Are you insane? Lin Wanning cried out. The area below is swarming with enemies. How will you destroy the ram? And even if you succeed, how will you escape? Aren't you afraid of dying? A man wanders the world. Any place can be his home. Wherever I die, there I'll be buried. The mountains of this land are all the same, Lu Xingchen said with a resolute smile. Gripping his high-grade yellow-tier spiritual sword, he leapt from the city walls, leaving only his determined silhouette behind. He descended the siege ladder and charged toward the battering ram. Protected by the close-fitting inner armor gifted by his father, the ordinary soldiers, still at the warrior level, couldn't harm him. Cutting a bloody path through the enemy ranks, he reached the ram. his entire body stained with blood. Just as he leapt onto the battering ram, 4 martial masters surrounded him, 1 at 5 stars, 2 at 3 stars, and 1 at 2 stars. Charging into an enemy camp alone, boy. I admire your courage, the 5-star martial master sneered. And the greatest respect I can show my enemy is to kill them without mercy. The 2-star martial master, Wu Gang, stared at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. Lu Dazhuang? Just 10 days ago, you were only a 3-star warrior. How have you? Wu Gang. Lu Xingchen interrupted with a cold snort. Do you remember the captain of the archery squad you killed? He was my friend. I swore to avenge him with your head. The ensuing battle was fierce. Lu Xingchen wielded his sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left, using the flaming sword technique to fend off the 4 attackers. He knew that it was better to focus on one target than to spread his efforts thin, so he concentrated his attacks on the injured Wu Gang. After 100 exchanges, Lu Xingchen seized an opening and killed Wu Gang. However, he was struck by 3 energy-infused palm strikes in the process, causing him to cough up blood and stagger backward. His sword was knocked from his hand by the 5-star martial master, and the remaining 3 attackers closed in for the kill. Lu Xingchen catch? A clear, feminine voice rang out. Lin Wanning leapt down from the city walls and tossed him a crimson longsword. Lu Xingchen caught the weapon midair and barely managed to block the 3 simultaneous strikes. Although it was only a low-grade black-tier spiritual weapon, it was far superior to his previous blade. Lin Wanning fought her way through the enemy ranks and stood beside Lu Xingchen. As the 3 martial masters hesitated, 4 more joined the fray, surrounding the pair. What are you doing here? Lu Xingchen asked with a wry smile. Who says women can't match men? Lin Wanning raised an eyebrow. You can charge into battle, but I can't? Fine, fine. Then today, we live and die together. Together till the end. The enemy clearly prioritized taking down Lu Xingchen first, sending 2 martial masters against Lin Wanning and 4 against him. Lin Wanning frowned and asked, You're up against 4 martial masters. Can you handle it, Lu Dazhuang? A man should never admit defeat. Lu Xingchen declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, feigning annoyance. This guy. How can you still joke about such things at a time like this? Quickly regaining her composure, she added, I'll handle them as fast as I can and come to support you. The battle resumed with ferocity. Lu Xingchen swallowed a rejuvenation pill and, armed with a spirit sword and dagger, took on 5 opponents at once. Despite being outnumbered, his combat prowess only seemed to grow. The fire attribute spirit sword Lin Wanqing had gifted him was a perfect match for his Lihua sword technique, allowing him to suppress even the 5-star martial master among the enemies. Lin Wanqing was equally impressive. With her 3-star martial master skills and the Frost Moon sword, she held 2 opponents firmly at bay. 15 minutes later, Lu Xingchen broke through the enemy's formation first, slaying a 2-star martial master. Almost simultaneously, Lin Wanqing dispatched another foe. The remaining enemies were visibly shaken. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, What the hell? We're all martial masters, but the gap is this huge? Is there no justice in the world? The 5-star martial master, weighing his options, chose to retreat, and the rest of his men followed. Lu Xingchen refrained from giving chase, his energy nearly depleted. After destroying the battering ram, he and Lin Wanqing climbed back up the siege ladder to the city wall. The enemy forces had suffered devastating losses, forcing their commander to sound the retreat. Cheers erupted from the city walls. We won. Long live Lu Dazhuang. Captain Lu is incredible. Exhausted, Lu Xingchen and Lin Wanqing lay side by side atop the wall, listening to Wang Xing's report. The enemy's assault had waned, but their own side had lost over 300 soldiers, with 500 civilians sacrificing their lives to defend the city. Lin Wanqing pounded her fist against the wall in fury, cursing the cruelty of the Fengming kingdom. Lu Xingchen, however, remained silent, understanding all too well that this was the harsh reality of opposing sides in war. Wang Xing voiced his concern. Captain Lu, we have fewer than 300 men left. Can we hold out tomorrow? Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. Trust General Lu. With such a major event happening in Zigui City, reinforcements are bound to arrive soon. On the 3rd day, just as the enemy forces prepared to launch another assault, they suddenly retreated in panic. Lu Xingchen shouted in excitement, Reinforcements have arrived. We've won. He quickly checked his system panel, noting another increase in his strength. Without missing a beat, Lu Xingchen issued orders. Wang Xing, assemble the mounted archers. We're pursuing them. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up with anticipation. Count me in. The 2 led their troops in chasing down the fleeing foaming soldiers. The enemy, now in complete disarray, abandoned their weapons and armor as they fled. Lu Xingchen wielded his purple star bow, taking down enemy after enemy, venting the frustration of the past 3 days. An hour later, the foaming army found themselves completely encircled by the elite troops of the Dian Kingdom. Lu Xingchen recognized his father's banner among them, his heart a mix of joy and nervousness. The battle raged on until nightfall, leaving the foaming soldiers with no choice but to surrender or perish. When the Dayan general entered the city, he immediately summoned Lu Dazhuang, curious about the remarkable achievements of this new recruit. On their way to the command hall, Lu Xingchen confided in Lin Wanqing about his nervousness. She smiled reassuringly. Relax. With such outstanding accomplishments, the general is sure to reward you. As they stepped into the hall, General Lu Chaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized his son. Xiao Chen? Aren't you supposed to be at home studying? Lu Xingchen saluted formally. 1st Battalion Captain Lu Dazhuang. Reporting to the general. Lu Chaoyang stood in shock. You're Lu Dazhuang? Lin Wanqing, finally putting the pieces together, was stunned. The Lu Dazhuang she had fought alongside was none other than the general's son, the so-called useless son of a great general who was rumored to be unable to cultivate. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Father, did I embarrass you? Lu Chaoyang scrutinized his son's aura, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. You can cultivate now? Yes, I'm already a 2-star martial master. Lu Chaoyang's tone turned serious. Hit me with your best punch. Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment, but knowing his father was a 5-star grand martial master, he figured it wouldn't cause any harm. Lu Xingchen gave a slight nod, his gaze resolutely fixed on his father, Lu Chaoyang. Dad, get ready for this. Lu Chaoyang's expression turned serious. Use your full strength. Don't hold back. You won't be able to hurt me. Clenching his right fist tightly, Lu Xingchen suddenly threw a punch at his father's chest. It was a strike infused with all his power. Yet Lu Chaoyang stood as steady as a mountain, not even flinching. This sight sent a shockwave through Lu Xingchen's heart indeed, a true grand martial master. His full-force attack had no effect at all. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Chaoyang's face. Not bad. You already possess the strength of a martial master. It seems you've got some real talent, kid. It's all thanks to your teachings, Dad. Lu Xingchen grinned broadly. Go rest for now. There's another task waiting for you tomorrow. Understood. Lu Xingchen left the council chamber with Lin Wanqing following close behind. Once the two were out of sight, Lu Chaoyang could no longer contain his joy. He started hopping around the room, shouting, "Ha ha ha! My son has finally made it. In just a few months, he's gone from an ordinary man to a 2-star martial master, an extraordinary genius. That punch just now had the power of a 5-star martial master. Who dares to say the Lu family has no successors now?" As they walked back to their quarters, Lin Wanqing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Lu Xingchen, you've been hiding your true strength well. Lu Xingchen gave an awkward laugh. Please don't be mad, Miss Wanqing. I just wanted to rely on myself to make a name and bring honor to my father. I figured as much. Lin Wanqing chuckled softly. But with such an impressive performance, why didn't the general seem more expressive? He didn't look particularly thrilled. My dad's just like that, always putting on airs in front of me. Deep down, he's probably over the moon. Lu Xingchen retrieved a low-grade Xiantier spiritual sword from his storage ring. Now that the sparring is done, I should return this sword to you. Lin Wanqing spoke gently. It suits you well. It can only reach its full potential in your hands. Consider it a gift. Delighted, Lu Xingchen accepted the sword. We've been through life and death situations together, so I won't stand on ceremony. By the way, what's the sword's name? Qiyang sword. It's a family heirloom of mine. Great name. It truly lives up to its reputation, sharp and domineering. What Lin Wanqing didn't mention was that the Qiyang sword and her Shuangyue sword were a pair. According to her family's tradition, the Qiyang sword was to be given as a token of love to someone deemed worthy of lifelong trust. In the urgency of the moment, she had thrown it to Lu Xingchen without a second thought. Now, she had no intention of taking it back. The next morning, the two returned to the council chamber. Dad, what's the plan for today? Lu Xingchen asked. Lu Chaoyang took a sip of tea. It's time for you to leave. What? But the war isn't over yet. It is now. In the Battle of Xigui City, the Fengming Kingdom lost more than 20,000 elite soldiers. They've suffered a devastating blow and no longer have the strength to continue the war. We've signed a ceasefire agreement, and they won't be able to recover for at least 5 years. Lu Xingchen felt a mix of relief and disappointment. While the end of the war was undoubtedly good news, it also meant losing opportunities to gain experience and improve his strength. Should I stay with you to guard the border then? Lu Chaoyang flicked his forehead. With your talent, staying here would be a waste. Tomorrow, you and Lin Wanqing will head to Lingxiao sect for training. If our Dayan kingdom can produce a grand martial master, the Fengming kingdom won't dare act so arrogantly. Lingxiao sect was located in the southern part of the Dayan kingdom, about a day's journey away. On the Tianyuan Continent, nations were classified into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and supreme. Sects, on the other hand, were ranked from 1 to 9. While the Dayan kingdom was merely a low-level nation on the fringes of Qingzhou, Lingxiao sect was a prestigious third-ranked sect. Talented individuals from neighboring countries often sought to train there. Lu Xingchen was thrilled by the idea. Joining Lingxiao sect was an excellent opportunity not only for access to better resources, but also for chances to further enhance his strength. After all, a major sect offered countless possibilities. All right, we'll set off tomorrow. Lu Chaoyang added, your fiancée, Xiaoyu, has already gone ahead to Lingxiao sect. She can assist you when you get there. And remember to take care of Wanning. Lu Xingchen smirked inwardly. Xiaoyu would be more likely to cause trouble than help. Still, Lingxiao sect presented a good chance, perhaps even a way to deal with Xiaoyu for good. Not wanting to burden his father with additional concerns, he simply replied, he'll make sure to look after Miss Wanning. That day, father and son shared a rare moment of harmony. Lu Chaoyang, usually strict, treated his son as an equal, his words filled with appreciation and respect. The next morning, Lu Xingchen set off with Lin Wanning. Along the way, Lin Wanning couldn't help but ask, Lu Xingchen, do you have a good relationship with the princess? Of course. So good that it's a love-hate relationship, he replied with a mischievous grin. What? Lin Wanning's face fell. Yeah, she wants to kill me and I want to kill her. Lin Wanning was stunned. What? But she's your fiancée. Lu Xingchen then explained the story of the broken engagement and the assassination attempts. I can't believe the Princess of Dian is such a person, Lin Wanning said angrily. Lu Xingchen, if you ever need help, just say the word. Even if she's a princess, I won't hold back. Thank you, Lu Xingchen said, feeling a warm surge of gratitude. After traveling for a day and a night, the two arrived at the southernmost city of the Dian Kingdom, Dahuang City. There, they coincidentally encountered Lingxiao sect recruiting new disciples. They immediately registered at the admissions office, and a sect elder informed them that the entrance examination would take place in 3 days. Indeed, even for royalty or nobility, passing the exam was a prerequisite for joining Lingxiao sect. Lu Xingchen and Lin Wanjing spent 3 leisurely days in the great wilderness city, fully enjoying their rare moments of relaxation. On the 4th day, they joined the elders of Lingxiao sect on a journey to the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest stretched endlessly, covering an area as vast as half of the Great Yin Kingdom, naturally forming a boundary between 3 nations. The forest was home to countless magical beasts, whose strength grew more formidable the deeper one ventured. Rich in rare natural treasures, and with beast cores and body parts of immense value, the forest had become a paradise for adventurers. However, while many entered, few ever made it out alive. During the journey, the elder gave a detailed introduction to Lingxiao sect. The sect was located on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest and was composed of 7 peaks: Lingjian Peak, Tongtian Peak, Fenghui Peak, Chaoyang Peak, Luoxiao Peak, Dazhu Peak, and Xiaozhu Peak. Each peak was led by a master at the Grand Martial Master level. It was rumored that the sect leader had already reached the peak of the Grand Martial Master realm, only a step away from breaking through to the martial spirit stage. If the sect leader succeeded, Lingxiao sect would be promoted from a 3rd-grade sect to a 4th-grade sect. This information left Lu Xingchen deeply astonished. 7 peak masters, plus the sect leader meant Lingxiao sect had 8 grand martial masters. No wonder it was a renowned 3rd-grade sect. An hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Sunset Forest. The elder handed out maps and sternly announced the assessment rules. This is a map of the forest's outer perimeter. The task is to reach the sect within 1 day. You are representing the Great Yin Kingdom, and candidates from 4 other nearby nations will also participate simultaneously from different directions. The first 10 to arrive will have the privilege of choosing their preferred peak and will receive additional rewards. With the elder's command, everyone dashed into the forest like arrows released from a bowstring. Lin Wanjing asked curiously, Dezhuang, according to the map, it only takes 3 hours to reach the sect. Isn't 1 day too generous? Lu Xingchen explained, 3 hours is feasible for martial masters like us. But many in the group are only martial practitioners, whose stamina and speed are far inferior. More importantly, the forest is teeming with magical beasts. Just surviving to reach the sect is a challenge, let alone doing it within the time limit. The pair pressed forward, heading directly toward the mountain where the sect was located. Lu Xingchen killed any magical beast they encountered, both to gain experience and to ensure safety. After 6 hours, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. By then, Lu Xingchen was covered in blood, and his cultivation had advanced from a 2-star martial master to a 3-star martial master. Lin Wanjing, however, remained as pristine as ever, as Lu Xingchen refused to let her compete for the experience of slaying beasts. As they began climbing the mountain, they quickly noticed something unusual. Gravity at the base of the mountain was twice that of the outside world. While this level of pressure posed no real challenge to Lu Xingchen, it did increase physical exertion. The higher they climbed, the stronger the gravity became, reaching 5 times normal gravity by the time they reached the mountainside. At this point, Lu Xingchen spotted an ancient stone door and came to a halt. Lin Wanjing asked in confusion, Dezhuang, are you tired? Lu Xingchen shook his head. I want to check this out. With competition this fierce, you still have time to explore? I have to see it. Miss Wanjing, you should go on ahead. Even with this slight delay, I'm confident I can still make it into the top 10. Lin Wanjing sighed. I trust your judgment. See you at the peak. Lu Xingchen was insistent because his system map showed that behind the stone door lay a hidden chamber marked with a treasure chest icon. He had a strong feeling that the treasure here would far surpass the rewards for finishing in the top 10. He pushed open the door, which offered no resistance, lit a torch, and ventured down the dim path. Meanwhile, the 7 peak masters of Lingxiao sect were already waiting at the sect's entrance. Yihong, master of Lingjian Peak, chuckled and asked, everyone, any guesses on how many will pass this assessment? Hu Yuan, master of Tongtian Peak, replied, there are over 1,000 candidates from the 5 nations. If 100 make it, it'll already be impressive. We only accept the elite. Tan Xiaodao, master of Fenghui Peak, remarked leisurely, the number doesn't matter. I'm only interested in the top 10 talents. Just then, Lin Wanjing, dressed in white, became the first to reach the summit. Her swift arrival was largely thanks to Lu Xingchen's decisive actions in the forest, which greatly sped up their progress. However, to officially join Lingxiao sect, she still needed to pass the final test. Not far from the entrance of the Lingxiao sect, 10 senior disciples stood in formation, each holding a wooden sword, prepared for battle. They were arranged in a specific formation, creating a sword array designed to test newcomers. Lin Wanqing had to pass this final challenge to gain entry into the sect. The gazes of the 7 peak masters simultaneously fell upon this first female disciple to arrive. Though her 6-hour ascent to the summit was not as fast as Lin Su's, it was still impressive. What surprised them even more was that her body bore no traces of blood, as if she hadn't encountered any demonic beasts along the way. Lin Wanqing quickly understood the rules of the test. She selected a wooden sword from the weapon rack and stepped into the sword array with composure. Greetings, senior brothers. I am Lin Wanqing, and I humbly request your guidance. The lead disciple chuckled lightly. Lin Wanqing? What a beautiful name. To be the first to reach the summit. Junior sister Wanqing, your strength is remarkable. But don't expect us to go easy on you. I don't need you to go easy, Lin Wanqing replied firmly. All 10 disciples moved simultaneously, their sword lights weaving into a net that enveloped Lin Wanqing. Instead of retreating, she advanced, countering with the frost moon sword technique. Within a quarter of an hour, Lin Wanqing had broken through the sword array, leaving 4 disciples sprawled on the ground and the rest bruised and battered. The 7 peak masters were stunned. This young woman's talent in swordsmanship could rival that of Lin Su in his prime. While other newcomers barely managed to pass the test, she had outright dismantled the formation. After entering the sect, the 7 peak masters vied to recruit her. Some offered advanced martial techniques, while others promised personal instruction. Faced with such generous offers, Lin Wanqing found herself momentarily unsure of how to decide. The Spirit Sword Peak Master, Yihong, shouted decisively, all of you, quiet down. She is a swordswoman, and only Spirit Sword Peak can provide her with the best guidance. His words silenced the others. After all, Spirit Sword Peak was indeed the most suitable place for nurturing swordsmen, and even a genius like Lin Su had come from this peak. The Bamboo Peak Master, Lin Qingzhu, spoke calmly, Yihong is right. Ultimately, the choice should be hers. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wanqing bowed to Yihong. Disciple Lin Wanqing greets master. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen arrived at the stone chamber at the end of a secluded path. Embedded in the stone wall was a purple-black spiritual sword with intricate, mysterious patterns on its blade. Just as he stepped forward to draw the sword, a gray-white figure suddenly appeared. Startled, Lu Xingchen stepped back cautiously, gripping the dagger his father had given him. The old man chuckled. No need to be alarmed, young friend. I am but a lingering remnant soul, staying in this world only to fulfill my final wish. Seeing the words remnant soul marked above the old man's head and sensing that his cultivation was only at the martial practitioner level, Lu Xingchen relaxed. I am Lu Xingchen. May I ask what your wish is, senior? The old man introduced himself as Fu Xin, the former Spirit Sword Peak Master of Lingxiao sect. He wished to pass on the Shadow Sword technique to a suitable successor. Upon learning that this was a mid-tier profound-grade martial art, Lu Xingchen immediately agreed to learn it. Fu Xin touched his finger to Lu Xingchen's forehead, transmitting the technique directly to him. The Shadow Sword technique not only featured powerful swordsmanship but also had a unique ability. The user could instantly teleport to the location of the corresponding sword sheath, regardless of distance. After transferring the technique, Fu Xin presented a condition. If Lu Xingchen could defeat the inheritor of the transforming spirit sword technique, both the Shadow Sword and its grade would be upgraded to high-tier profound grade. Lu Xingchen readily agreed, and the system issued a new task, the Duel of Twin Swords. After drawing the Shadow Sword and placing it into his storage ring, Lu Xingchen left the stone chamber swiftly. For now, the mid-tier profound grade technique was sufficient to handle his immediate challenges. His top priority was to pass the new disciple assessment. As for finding the inheritor of the transforming spirit sword technique, that could wait. Lu Xingchen stepped out of the stone chamber, closed the stone door behind him, and continued his climb toward the peak. Despite the increasing gravitational pressure, it posed little challenge for him. Instead, he moved swiftly and effortlessly. When he arrived at the sword formation, his blood-soaked and ferocious appearance left the senior disciples within the formation and the 7 peak masters utterly stunned. This kid is something else. How many beasts has he killed? Someone whispered in amazement. Who knows if the blood on him belongs to the beasts or himself? Decisive and fearless, a promising talent. I'd say he's just reckless and clueless. If he knew how to take a detour, he wouldn't have ended up looking like this. Upon entering the sword formation, Lu Xingchen didn't choose to force his way through. Instead, he deliberately lingered along the edges, drawing 10 senior disciples to one spot. Suddenly, he threw the scabbard of his shadow sword forcefully toward the sect's entrance. Mistaking it for a hidden weapon, the disciples dodged in haste. In that brief instant, Lu Xingchen activated the shadow sword technique and teleported directly inside the sect's entrance. According to the rules, stepping inside the sect's entrance marked the completion of the trial. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. The 7 peak masters' expressions shifted dramatically, especially Yi Hong, the peak master of Lingjian Peak, whose face darkened immediately. Lu Xingchen, did you enter the stone door at the mountainside? Yi Hong asked sternly. Lu Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Since he would frequently use the shadow sword technique in the future, there was no need to hide it. Our Lingjian Peak will not accept a practitioner of the shadow sword technique, Yi Hong said coldly. The other 6 peak masters also voiced their refusal. This made Lu Xingchen realize that Fu Xian must have had significant conflicts with these peak masters. Lin Wanning, on the other hand, looked concerned. Without Lu Xingchen escorting her along the way, she would never have been the first to arrive. She approached Yi Hong to plead on Lu Xingchen's behalf, but was sternly rebuffed by the peak master. In the end, only Lin Qingzhu, the master of Shaozhou Peak, was willing to take Lu Xingchen in. Although her cultivation was only at the 5-star martial master level, Lu Xingchen had no other choice at this point. Over the following hours, more than 100 disciples passed the trial. To Lu Xingchen's surprise, Lin Qingzhu did not accept any other disciples besides him. On their way back to Shaozhou Peak, Lu Xingchen finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked about this. Lin Qingzhu candidly admitted that her decision to accept him as a disciple stemmed from her unfulfilled affection for Fu Xian in the past. As for the hostility the other peak masters harbored toward Fu Xian, it originated from a war between 2 sects caused by Fu Xian, which left Lingxiao sect severely weakened. However, in Lin Qingzhu's view, Fu Xian had done nothing wrong. He simply lacked the strength to fully defeat his opponents. Lin Qingzhu spoke with a serious expression. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Senior brother Fu Xian devoted his entire life to developing the shadow sword technique. Yet he was defeated by Yi Hong due to his insufficient cultivation. The two of them agreed that their respective disciples would continue to compete and determine the victor. Since you have inherited the shadow sword, it is your responsibility to fulfill senior brother Fu Xin's dream. Lu Xingchen nodded solemnly. This is my duty. Do you know who the heir to the spirit sword technique is? Hu Junfeng, the chief disciple of Lingjian Peak and the sole holy son of Lingxiao sect. This answer left Lu Xingchen feeling immense pressure. He was merely a newly initiated disciple, while his opponent was the sect's holy son. The gap in their abilities was evident. Noticing his concern, Lin Qingzhu chuckled lightly. Work hard. Senior brother Fu Xian chose you for a reason. I have faith in you. Lu Xingchen smiled wryly and accepted the challenge. Then, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, why doesn't the peak master accept other disciples? Because I'm not skilled in martial arts. I only teach alchemy. The disciples of Shaozhou Peak must be recommended by other peaks and pass my test to join. For me, the new disciple examination is just a formality. These words left Lu Xingchen stunned. On the Tianyuan Continent, alchemists were the most esteemed individuals. Not only did the profession require exceptional talent, but the training process was also long and arduous. Any quality pill was highly sought after and often priceless. It was no wonder that Lin Qingzhu, despite having only the cultivation level of a martial master, could become a peak master. She was an alchemist. Since the peak master chose me, does that mean I have the talent for alchemy? Lu Xingchen asked excitedly. Lin Qingzhu shook her head. No, I only accepted you out of respect for senior brother Fu Xian. If you wish to learn alchemy, come to the peak's summit tomorrow for a test. Following her instructions, Lu Xingchen settled into an unused cabin at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room on Tongtian Peak, Xiaoyu was cultivating. Standing before her was a thin young man, Wang Li, who was reporting, Lin Wanqing and Lu Xingchen have both passed the examination. Lin Wanqing ranked first and joined Lingjian Peak, while Lu Xingchen ranked 10th and entered Xiaoju Peak. Xiaoyu opened her eyes abruptly. Lin Wanqing is a martial prodigy, so it's no surprise she took first place. But Lu Xingchen, that useless nobody, how did he get 10th place? Wang Li, eager to please, said, if junior sister has a grudge against him, I can help teach him a lesson. No, I want him dead. Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, but with a sinister edge. If you can accomplish this, I'll agree to be your Dao companion. Excitement flashed in Wang Li's eyes, but he still cautioned, he's under Xiaoju Peak's protection, so it won't be easy to act against him. Please be patient, junior sister. After Wang Li left, Xiaoyu sneered. She silently vowed to eliminate Lu Xingchen as a potential threat. As for Wang Li, he was merely a pawn in her plans. Her true goal was someone like Hu Junfeng, a peerless prodigy. The next morning, Lu Xingchen arrived at the peak's summit, where he met Xiaoju Peak's chief disciple, Wang Dongxian. This young and beautiful woman was already a 4-star martial master and, more impressively, an alchemist. In Lin Qingzu's alchemy chamber, she tested Lu Xingchen's soul strength, a critical factor for becoming an alchemist. The results showed that while Lu Xingchen wasn't as gifted as Wang Dongxian, he had just enough aptitude to begin studying alchemy. For the next hour, Lu Xingchen immersed himself in learning the basics of alchemy. To his surprise, this triggered a system notification. He gained 1 point of professional experience. Checking his system interface, he was thrilled to see that he was now an apprentice alchemist and could advance further through diligent practice. Before leaving, Lu Xingchen sought out Wang Dongxian and asked about someone. Senior sister Dongxian, do you know Xiaoyu? While Xiaoyu was scheming against Lu Xingchen, he too had developed a murderous intent toward her. Through an introduction by senior sister Dongxian, Lu Xingchen learned that Xiaoyu was a princess of the Great Yan Kingdom. Despite joining the sect for less than a year, she had already reached the 3-star martial master realm. However, she was most infamous for her obsessive pursuit of Hu Junfeng, to whom she would offer daily displays of devotion in front of his residence. Upon hearing that Xiaoyu was a core disciple of Tianyuan Peak, Lu Xingchen nodded slightly and thanked senior sister Dongxian. After returning to his room for a brief rest, Lu Xingchen headed to the mission hall. As a third-grade sect, Lingxiao sect governed a vast territory and offered an extensive variety of missions. Completing missions not only earned sect points to exchange for treasures, but also provided valuable combat experience. With only the Earth-tier advanced martial skill, Stone-Shattering Palm, at his disposal, Lu Xingchen decided to accept a mission requiring him to slay enemies. This would allow him to both gain points and sharpen his skills. At the mission hall, he selected a task to hunt one-eyed demon wolves. According to the mission details, a pack of around 50 one-eyed demon wolves had appeared near the sect's territory, with their leader being a Tier 2 demonic beast equivalent to the martial master realm. The wolves had already caused injuries and deaths among disciples traveling outside the sect, making their elimination urgent. Ignoring the mission's recommendation that it required a team of at least 5, including a martial master as the leader, Lu Xingchen took the mission alone. He spent 500 exchange points to purchase a low-grade profound tier weapon, the Azure Mist Bow, and then set off for the Sunset Forest to track the wolves. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen spotted his targets. Concealed in the shadows, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow, releasing it to instantly kill one of the one-eyed demon wolves, earning 5 experience points. The sudden attack threw the pack into chaos, but they quickly pinpointed Lu Xingchen's position and charged at him with furious roars. Using the wind spirit boots to retreat swiftly, Lu Xingchen continuously fired arrows. With his 3-star martial master cultivation, he effortlessly killed one Tier 1 demon wolf after another. Enraged by the loss of its pack members, the Wolf King let out a deafening howl and charged at full speed. By the time it reached Lu Xingchen, more than a dozen wolves had already fallen to his arrows. As the Wolf King closed in, Lu Xingchen stowed his bow and drew his shadow sword to engage in close combat. Within just a few exchanges, he left 3 deep gashes on the Wolf King's body while remaining unscathed himself. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, the remaining wolves arrived, their sharp claws swiping toward him from all directions. In the nick of time, Lu Xingchen tossed his sword sheath into the fray, continuing his duel with the Wolf King. As the claws were about to reach him, he activated the Shadow Sword art, instantly teleporting to the location of the sheath and escaping the encirclement. With a swift counterattack, he killed 2 more wolves. The Wolf King roared in fury, confused as to how this human could repeatedly slip through its grasp. During the ensuing battle, every time Lu Xingchen was on the verge of being surrounded, he would rely on the Shadow Sword to escape. After 3 rounds, all the Tier 1 wolves lay dead, leaving only the Wolf King to face him alone. Sensing its impending doom, the Wolf King, now desperate, abandoned its escape attempt and launched a final, all-out attack. Its eyes turned blood red, and its aura surged several times over as it activated its innate skill. Caught off guard, Lu Xingchen was forced to endure the blow heeded. His shadow sword was knocked from his hand, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood. The Wolf King, however, did not pursue him. Instead, it turned and attempted to flee. Xingchen quickly realized that the Wolf King had paid a steep price for using its innate skill, leaving it gravely injured. Summoning his remaining strength, he drew the azure mist bow and fired an arrow, striking the Wolf King dead. The kill earned him 50 experience points and exchange points, as well as the Jade Shatter talent, which allowed him to double the damage of his next attack at the cost of half his combat energy. As Xingchen prepared to check his system interface, a slender man suddenly appeared and struck with a sword. Still heavily injured, Xingchen barely managed to block the attack but was forced several steps backward. "Who are you? Leave your name if you dare," Xingchen demanded coldly. "Tongtian Peak, Wang Li," the man replied with a sneer. "Tongtian Peak? Did Xiao Yu send you?" Xingchen asked. "Ha ha ha, you're quite sharp. Xiao Yu offered herself to me, and how could I refuse?" Wang Li laughed arrogantly. Disgust churned in Xingchen's stomach. With Xiao Yu's prideful demeanor, it was unlikely she would degrade herself so easily. Clearly, Wang Li was nothing more than a pawn in her schemes. Since Wang Li intended to kill him, Xingchen had no intention of showing mercy. After all, he had slain 5-star martial masters before. "Kid, you just fought a bloody battle with demon wolves, yet you still have strength left. How is that possible?" Wang Li asked suspiciously. Xingchen quickly consumed a rejuvenation pill from the system shop and smirked. "A man on the brink of death has no right to ask questions." The remark infuriated Wang Li. As a martial master and a prodigy of the sect, he felt utterly insulted by Xingchen's dismissive tone. You sure talk big. But do you actually have what it takes to back it up?" The clash of swords filled the air as their weapons collided with a sharp metallic sound. Since defeating the pack of one-eyed demon wolves, Xingchen had advanced to the realm of a 4-star martial warrior. Facing Wang Li, who was only a small step above him in cultivation, even with his injuries, Xingchen remained composed and confident. It took less than 15 minutes for Wang Li to fall under Xingchen's blade. Without hesitation, Xingchen took Wang Li's storage ring and buried him nearby. After all, the sect of Lingxiao shouldn't find out about disciples fighting to the death. Examining the contents of the storage ring, Xingchen couldn't help but shake his head. Wang Li was really poor. Apart from a few dozen taels of silver, there's practically nothing of value. The system panel appeared before him. Host, Xingchen. Realm, 4-star martial warrior. Experience, 210,500. Exchange points, 420. Talents, Eagle Eye 20. Heavy Strike 20. Berserk 16. Blade Mastery 20. Jade Fragmentation 1. Profession, Apprentice Alchemist 310. Not bad. Everything is progressing in the right direction. Xingchen nodded with satisfaction. After retrieving the demon cores from the wolf pack, he made his way back to the Lingxiao sect, washed off the fatigue from his journey, and headed straight to the mission hall. "So soon? You've already completed it?" That was 51-eyed demon wolves. The elder in charge of the mission hall was stunned as Xingchen placed a pile of demon cores on the table. "Just a stroke of luck," Xingchen replied with a modest smile. "Luck? I doubt it's that simple. Regardless, congratulations on earning 200 mission points. Is there anything you'd like to exchange for?" "Not for now," Xingchen said thoughtfully. The techniques he had his eye on were at least of the profound rank, requiring 500 points. He would need to save up a bit more. In the days that followed, he spent his mornings studying alchemy under Lin Qingzhu and his afternoons hunting beasts in the Sunset Forest. On the 4th morning, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded. "Congratulations. You have studied alchemy for 1 hour and gained 1 profession experience point. Congratulations. You are now a grade 1 alchemist." A wealth of alchemy knowledge flooded his mind, as though he had been practicing for years. Turning to Lin Qingzhu, he said, "Master, I've grasped the theoretical knowledge pretty well. How about we proceed to practical training?" Lin Qingzhu paused in surprise. "Are you sure?" Even Wang Dongxian, the most talented disciple of Xiaozhu Peak, took a month to get the basics down. Why not give it a try? Though Lin Qingzhu agreed, she inwardly labeled Xingchen as overly ambitious. She brought out an alchemy cauldron and placed it before him. "Take whatever herbs you need." Xingchen lit the cauldron and infused it with his battle energy, igniting a vigorous flame. He began meticulously controlling the heat, refining the herbs one by one. From his choice of ingredients, Lin Qingzhu could tell he was attempting to craft a breaking limit pill, a grade 1 pill that helps martial practitioners at the 10th level of martial force break through to become 1-star martial warriors. Just as she felt a hint of disdain, she noticed his precise control of the flame and flawless extraction of each herb's essence. Half an hour later, a fresh, green breaking limit pill emerged from the cauldron. The system promptly chimed in. "Congratulations! You have successfully crafted a grade 1 pill, the breaking limit pill, and gained 1 profession experience point. Master, I hope I didn't disappoint you, Lu Xingchen said, handing the pill to Lin Qingzhu. After inspecting the pill closely, Lin Qingzhu exclaimed, "The quality is exceptional. Even I might not achieve such perfection. Lu Xingchen, you're a genius in alchemy. All thanks to your excellent teaching, master. From now on, why don't you refine pills under my guidance? They'll provide the materials and handle the sales. You can keep all the profits after deducting the costs. How does that sound?" "That sounds perfect." Back in his room, Lu Xingchen encountered Lin Wanning, whom he hadn't seen in a while. She wore a deep green dress, her natural beauty radiating even without makeup. Upon seeing him, she approached quickly. "De Zhuang, it's been so long. It's only been a little over 10 days. How are things on Lingjian Peak?" "The Peak Master values me highly. She teaches me swordsmanship unknown every day, and even gives me pills to boost my strength. I feel like I'm about to break through to 4-star martial warrior." "That's great. Sounds like you're doing well. And you? Has anyone from Shaozhu Peak given you trouble?" Lin Wanning was unaware of the past between Fu Xian and Lin Qingzhu, assuming Lu Xingchen might be ostracized since no other Peak Master had accepted him. "Not at all. The Peak Master treats me very well, and is even teaching me alchemy." "Alchemy? That's incredible. Alchemists hold the highest status on the Tianyuan Continent. I'm just getting started. So, what brings you here?" When Lin Wanqing approached Lu Xingchen, a trace of hesitation lingered on her face. "The Peak Master assigned me a protection mission," she began tentatively, "but I feel like it might be a bit challenging. Could you help me out?" "What exactly is the mission?" Lu Xingchen asked with concern. "If it's too dangerous, you shouldn't go. It's actually pretty straightforward," Lin Wanqing explained softly. "I need to escort a bridge architect from Lingxiao sect to Yunnan Kingdom. The reward is 100 points. It'll take 3 days, though we might encounter some unexpected trouble along the way." Lu Xingchen blinked in surprise. "That's what you call a tough mission?" Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. Truthfully, she knew the task wasn't difficult at all. She just hadn't seen Lu Xingchen in over 10 days and missed him dearly. She couldn't help but worry about all the beautiful women on Shao Bamboo Peak possibly stealing his heart. This mission seemed like the perfect excuse to spend more time together. "All right, I'll go with you," Lu Xingchen agreed without hesitation. Then, as if a thought had struck him, he asked, "By the way, since you've been training with Yihong, have you ever met Hu Junfeng?" "Of course," Lin Wanqing replied, puzzled by the sudden mention of Hu Junfeng. "Still," she answered honestly, "senior brother who often helps guide my training. He's a really kind person. He mentioned that he's a 9-star martial master." The revelation made Lu Xingchen draw in a sharp breath. A 9-star martial master? Hu Junfeng was around his age, yet his cultivation level surpassed Lu Xingchen's by a staggering 5 realms, even with the help of his system. No wonder Hu Junfeng was the sole holy son of Lingxiao sect. When the two arrived at the mission hall, 3 senior disciples, all martial practitioners, were already waiting. They eyed Lu Xingchen with thinly veiled disdain, clearly unimpressed by the unfamiliar face. "So, Wanqing's senior sister, this is the helper you mentioned," one of them scoffed. Was rejecting senior brother Li Gang really worth it for him? Lu Xingchen ignored their petty remarks, opting instead to silently release his 4-star martial master aura. The sudden surge of energy left the trio dumbfounded. Their mocking expressions morphed into shock, and they quickly scrambled to offer flattery. "We'll take the lead as team captain. Any objections?" Lu Xingchen asked coolly. "No objections," the 3 replied in unison, their earlier arrogance evaporating. The group of 5 entered a private room to meet the client, Li Yin. The burly, middle-aged man had a fierce appearance, but Lu Xingchen could tell at a glance that he was merely a 3-star martial practitioner. Hardly a threat. With their party of 6 assembled, they set out on horseback. By midday, they exited the Sunset Forest, though their progress was slower than anticipated due to adjusting to Li Yan's pace. As the sun blazed overhead, Lu Xingchen led them to rest under the shade of a large tree, instructing one of the martial practitioners to hunt a beast for lunch. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xingchen personally took charge of roasting the wild boar. His movements were practiced and precise, and he even brought out a dozen different seasonings to enhance the flavor. As the aroma of the sizzling meat filled the air, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but salivate, and the others were equally astonished. Who would have thought a martial master could also be a culinary expert? Just as the group was enjoying their feast, completely at ease, a sudden arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at Li Yan's heart. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword and leaped in front of Li Yan, deflecting the deadly projectile. "Ambush! Prepare for battle!" Lu Xingchen's voice rang out sharply. The other 4 finally snapped out of their daze, scrambling to draw their weapons as the air grew tense with impending conflict. The assassin's initial strike missed its mark, prompting them to launch a swift and ferocious counterattack. A barrage of arrows rained down like a storm, forcing 3 warriors to take cover behind a large tree. Lin Wanjing, gripping her frost moon sword, stepped forward without hesitation, charging straight into the enemy formation. The assassins numbered 11 in total, led by 2 martial masters and supported by 9 martial artists. Lin Wanjing targeted one of the 4-star martial masters directly, while the remaining 10 took advantage of the terrain to fire arrows and disrupt her movements. Meanwhile, Xingchen, tasked with protecting Li Yin, drew his azure glow bow. The bowstring thrummed as arrows streaked through the air with deadly precision. Congratulations, host. You have killed a 5-star martial artist, earning 5 experience points and 5 exchange points. Xingchen's archery was unmatched, dominating the battlefield single-handedly. Each arrow hit its mark with lethal accuracy, and the assassins fell one by one. Within a mere 15 minutes, all the martial artists lay dead, leaving only the 2 martial masters to desperately fend off their attackers. Despite their dwindling numbers, the remaining enemies refused to retreat, clinging to a futile resistance. Xingchen engaged in a duel of arrows with the bow-wielding martial master. With his superior skill and numerous innate talents, he needed only 3 arrows to bring down his opponent. At the same time, Lin Wanjing successfully killed the 4-star martial master she had been targeting. The battle began and ended in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, the 3 warriors who had been hiding behind the tree finally dared to step out. They looked at Xingchen with awe in their eyes. While Lin Wanjing's feat of killing an assassin as the top new disciple was impressive, Xingchen's effortless elimination of 10 enemies without sustaining a single scratch was truly astonishing. The 3 approached Xingchen hesitantly and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" Xingchen scoffed, "Even if I wasn't, what could you possibly do to help?" The trio lowered their heads in shame, recalling their earlier doubts about his abilities. Now, they felt nothing but embarrassment. Lin Wanjing walked over to inspect the bodies, her brows furrowing. There's no identifying insignia on them. Professional assassins, no doubt. There's an organization behind this, Xingchen said calmly. We need to uncover the truth, or this will only lead to more trouble. Let's ask Li Yin. The 5 of them gathered around Li Yin, and Xingchen got straight to the point. Uncle Li Yin, why are these assassins trying to kill you? With a deep sigh, Li Yin revealed the truth. The Yunnan kingdom, bordered on 3 sides by water and only connected to the Xia kingdom on its western side, relied heavily on trade through Xia. However, the new ruler of Xia, Meng Jie, harbored hostility toward Yunnan, drastically increasing tariffs and imposing unfair treaties, leaving Yunnan struggling to survive. Li Yan's mission, assigned by his king, was to return home and oversee the construction of a cross-sea bridge to alleviate the kingdom's plight. So, these assassins were sent by the Xia ruler? Xingchen probed further. Li Yin nodded in confirmation. Xingchen admitted that while their original escort mission was intended to deal with common bandits, the situation had now escalated to opposing an entire nation, significantly raising the stakes. Li Yin pleaded earnestly, "Captain Liu, with your extraordinary skills, I'm confident I can return home safely with your help. You will be handsomely rewarded for your efforts." Xingchen's eyes gleamed. Are there any high-level martial masters among the enemy? Absolutely not. Li Yin replied firmly. The 2 nations are locked in a border standoff, and all high-level martial masters are stationed at the front lines. After some discussion, the group decided to proceed with the escort mission. Lin Wanjing was motivated by a sense of justice, while Xingchen saw an opportunity to earn a substantial reward and potentially secure an ally for the Dian Kingdom. 3 days later, the group arrived at Ichio City, a key stronghold near the Yunnan Kingdom's border. While Li Yin felt a moment of relief, Xingchen remained on high alert. The real danger is just beginning. If I were the leader of the assassins, I'd strike when the target is most relaxed. You think they'll make their move inside the city? Li Yin asked, alarmed. How long will it take to get to the city lord's mansion? Xingchen inquired. About 15 minutes, Li Yin responded. That's more than enough time for them to act, Xingchen said, his gaze fixed ahead. They're already here. Although the assassins had concealed their presence remarkably well, Xingchen's system allowed him to instantly see through the true strength of the 3 vendors at the city Gatti, an 18th level warrior and 2 15th level ones. Such power was certainly not to be underestimated. Prepare for battle, Xingchen commanded in a low voice. The 5 of them simultaneously drew their weapons. The 3 vendors immediately discarded their goods and pulled out longswords from their storage rings, launching an attack on the group. I'll handle the 8-star martial master. The 2 5-star ones are yours, Xingchen ordered firmly. You don't need to defeat them, just hold them off for 15 minutes. De Zhuang, be careful, Lin Wanqing called out anxiously. Although she had absolute confidence in Xingchen, the opponents were 4 entire minor levels stronger, and she couldn't help but worry. From Lingxiao sect, Xingchen gripped his shadow sword tightly, announcing his name in a deep voice. From Dark God Clan, way.At, the opponent coldly replied. Kid, was it you who killed my brother? Merely self-defense. Fine, then today I'll use your head as an offering to my brother. way.At roared. slashing toward Lu Xingchen. In their first clash, Lu Xingchen was forced back a dozen steps, his wrist numbed from the impact. This initial exchange was merely a test from both sides, but as the battle progressed, Lu Xingchen began to fully unleash the power of his shadow sword. With the added boost from his berserk talent, his attacks grew strong enough to pose a genuine threat to way.At. The battlefield presented a strange scene. The 8-star martial master way.At couldn't even graze Lu Xingchen's clothes, yet he was constantly under pressure from Lu Xingchen's relentless assaults. The frustration in way.At's heart was palpable. Lu Xingchen, is running away all you can do? Do you dare face me, heathen? Way.At shouted in fury. I don't care about fairness or honor, I only care about winning, Lu Xingchen replied with a cold smirk. Way.At, your time is running out. These words sent a chill down way.At's spine. The battle had already dragged on for 10 minutes, and reinforcements from Tianyuan Kingdom were about to arrive. Gritting his teeth, he made a desperate decision to endure Lu Xingchen's attacks and prioritize taking out Li Yin. The moment way.At turned and lunged toward Li Yin, Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity. He activated Jade Shatter, boosting his level to 30 and sacrificing half his energy to triple his attack power. Executing the Shadow Sword technique, he unleashed his strongest strike, piercing way.At's back with the Shadow Sword. Blood splattered everywhere, staining Lu Xingchen's robes. How can you be this strong? Way.At muttered in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, unwilling to accept his defeat. The system notification promptly sounded. Congratulations, host. You have slain an 8-star martial master. You gain 80 experience points and 80 exchange points. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining 2 assassins were utterly shocked. Fear filled their eyes as they glanced at Lu Xingchen, and they immediately fled. Lin Wanqing chose not to pursue them, instead rushing to check on Lu Xingchen. Zhuang, are you okay? Don't worry, it's just the assassin's blood on me, Lu Xingchen responded with a faint smile. 5 minutes later, Tianyuan Kingdom's reinforcements finally arrived, only to find the scene of the battle. The sight of the fallen 8-star martial master left them in utter disbelief, a feat that would have been challenging even if they had arrived on time. After an hour of rest at the city lord's manor, Lu Xingchen changed into clean clothes and continued the journey toward the royal capital. Upon their arrival, King Su Xinghe personally greeted them with an exceptionally cordial attitude. He was well aware that these disciples of the Lingxiao sect could one day grow into warriors capable of single-handedly challenging entire nations. Thank you all for escorting Li Yin back safely, Su Xinghe said. To have such strength at such a young age truly worthy of being elites of the Lingxiao sect. We don't work for free, Lu Xingchen said bluntly. Uncle Li Yin promised us a generous reward. Will that promise be honored? Su Xinghe chuckled and led the group to the royal treasury, allowing each of them to select one treasure. Lu Xingchen spent half an hour browsing before finally narrowing his choices down to 2 low-tier profound-level martial techniques. The Golden Shatterfinger, capable of breaking through metal and stone, and the Azure Cloud Wings, which allowed for short bursts of flight. Each technique had its merits. The Golden Shatterfinger would significantly enhance combat power, while the Azure Cloud Wings could turn the tide in critical moments. Lu Xingchen found himself torn between the 2 choices. After some consideration, Lu Xingchen chose the Qingyun Wings as his trump card. Without the burden of Li Yin, the group managed to return to Yunxiao sect in just 1 day and 1 night. Back at the sect, Lu Xingchen resumed his usual cultivation routine, refining pills in the morning and hunting demonic beasts in the afternoon to gain experience. However, even after 5 days, his level remained stagnant, as the experience required was simply too immense. On this particular day, while he was focused in the alchemy room, a sharp voice suddenly echoed across the entire Shao Bamboo Peak. Lu Xingchen, get out here. The hostility in the voice was unmistakable. For someone to use battle energy to spread their voice across the entire mountain, their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Lu Xingchen's heart tightened. Other than Xiaoyu, he hadn't offended anyone in Lingxiao sect. Peak Master, they'll go check it out, Lu Xingchen said to Lin Qingzhu. I'll go with you, Lin Qingzhu nodded slightly. Even if it's the Holy Sun, Hu Junfeng, he has no right to bully his fellow disciples at will. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen suddenly realized that it was Hu Junfeng, the Holy Sun. He must have come because of the Shadow Sword technique incident. At the foot of the peak, Lu Xingchen finally met the legendary Holy Sun. Dressed in a simple green robe, Hu Junfeng had a lean figure, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. The robe bore an embroidered lotus pattern, and his every movement exuded an aura of otherworldly grace. Greetings, senior brother Hu Junfeng. May I ask why you're looking for me? Lu Xingchen asked respectfully. Hu Junfeng replied coldly, I just confessed to junior sister Wanqing, but she told me her heart already belongs to someone else. Since you are the inheritor of the Shadow Sword technique, we're destined to clash eventually. Now that you've also stolen junior sister Wanqing's affection, why not settle things here and now? These words left Lu Xingchen stunned. So Hu Junfeng's attention toward Wanqing stemmed from this. Over the past few days, Lu Xingchen had indeed developed feelings for Wanqing. though he had never confessed them. Now that Wanqing had made her stance clear, how could he back down? However, the gap in their strength was evident. Lu Xingchen responded firmly, "Senior brother Hu, my feelings for Wanqing have developed naturally over time. Relationships are not determined by status or cultivation level. Even if you defeat me, her feelings won't change. Feelings can be cultivated." Hu Junfeng sneered. "As long as I eliminate you as an obstacle, junior sister Wanqing will eventually change her mind." "That's unfair," Lu Xingchen argued. "You're 3 years older than me and far beyond me in cultivation." "I'm aware of that," Hu Junfeng replied indifferently. "You're a 4-star martial master. I can suppress my cultivation to match yours. If you lose, you must leave Lingxiao sect." Lu Xingchen's mind raced. As a transmigrator with the system on his side, why should he fear a battle of equal realms? This was a chance to solidify his relationship with Wanqing and complete Fu Xin's request to enhance the Shadow Sword's quality. It was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. "Fine, I accept your challenge. If you lose, you must promise never to bother Wanqing again." "Agreed." With Lin Qingzhu as a witness, the three headed to the dueling arena. On the way, Lu Xingchen checked his system panel and allocated his remaining 20 talent points to the Fury attribute, raising his critical hit rate to 70. News of the duel spread quickly, and a large crowd of disciples gathered at the arena. Discussions buzzed through the air, with most favoring the handsome and charismatic Holy Son, Hu Junfeng. Just then, Lin Wanqing hurriedly arrived. "Wait," she called out. Approaching Lu Xingchen, she said, "De Zhuang, are you crazy? He's the Holy Son." Lu Xingchen chuckled. "Wanqing, you need to have faith in me. For our happiness, I must defeat Hu Junfeng." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed. "I never agreed to anything with you." "Then I'll make it official now," Lu Xingchen grinned. "If I defeat Hu Junfeng, will you agree to be with me?" Lin Wanting hesitated for a moment before softly replying, "All right, as you wish." Lu Xingchen grinned and turned to face Hu Junfeng. "Senior brother Hu, let's begin." As Lin Wanting leapt off the platform, the duel officially commenced. Lu Xingchen unsheathed his shadow sword and launched a strike. Hu Junfeng responded by drawing his spirit sword to parry. The clash of swords immediately alerted Lu Xingchen something was off. Hu Junfeng's spirit sword was a high-grade mystical tier weapon, superior to his own shadow sword. Not only that, Hu Junfeng's spirit sword technique was also high-grade mystical tier. This battle was nothing like his previous ones. In the past, Lu Xingchen could dominate opponents with his mystical tier weapon, but now, he was the one being suppressed. To make matters worse, the spirit sword had a unique trait. Whenever Lu Xingchen's energy collided with it, 30 of his energy would dissipate on contact. This meant he could only utilize 70 of his strength. Fortunately, Lu Xingchen's 3 innate talents Power Strike, Berserk, and Blade Mastery allowed him to hold his ground against Hu Junfeng. Hu Junfeng, facing his rival, fought without reservation, even unleashing the power of the spirit sword. Yet, he still couldn't overpower Lu Xingchen. The audience below was stunned. "No way. Senior brother who can't take down Lu Xingchen? Impossible. Senior brother who is the Holy Son of Lingxiao sect." Within a minute, the two combatants had exchanged over 100 strikes, yet neither gained the upper hand. Lu Xingchen smirked provocatively. "Is that all you've got, senior brother Hu?" Hu Junfeng's face darkened, his pride clearly wounded. "Shadow Splitter," he roared, raising his spirit sword. Pale blue energy surged forth, forming dozens of energy swords that hovered above him before launching toward Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen swiftly raised his shadow sword, creating a defensive arc in front of him. Though each energy sword could erode his power, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Seeing this, Hu Junfeng raised his sword again, this time summoning over 100 energy swords. Realizing he couldn't withstand such an attack Lu Xingchen activated the shadow sword's teleportation ability, instantly moving 10 meters away. To his dismay, the energy swords adjusted their trajectory to pursue him. Lu Xingchen teleported twice more to evade. His teleportation consumed no energy, while Hu Junfeng's control over the swords drained his energy, favorable trade for Lu Xingchen. Sure enough, after the third teleportation, the energy swords dissipated. "It seems my shadow sword technique is more practical than your spirit sword technique," Lu Xingchen remarked with a light chuckle. "Cheap tricks," Hu Junfeng scoffed. "I've already deciphered your movement patterns. The same trick won't work twice." However, reality proved otherwise. Even with Hu Junfeng predicting Lu Xingchen's moves, the latter managed to find openings to dodge flawlessly. As Hu Junfeng prepared another attack, Lu Xingchen suddenly closed the distance, launching a direct strike. Hu Junfeng was elated. "You're walking into your own doom. I won't hold back." Dozens of energy swords merged into a giant blade, thrusting toward Lu Xingchen. Unfazed, Lu Xingchen activated his Jade Fragment skill, sacrificing half of his energy for triple the damage. His shadow sword cleaved through the giant energy blade and, with its momentum unbroken, pierced toward Hu Junfeng's chest. Though Hu Junfeng hastily blocked, he was still sent flying off the platform. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in shock. Senior brother who actually lost? This is unbelievable. Though Hu Junfeng flipped midair to land gracefully, his expression was grim. He, who had suppressed his true power, had still been defeated by someone who had trained 3 years less than him. Lu Xingchen sheathed his sword and cupped his hands respectfully. Thank you for the match, senior brother Hu. Though unwilling, Hu Junfeng conceded. The victory is yours. A system notification echoed in Lu Xingchen's mind. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Shadow Sword Technique and Shadow Sword upgraded to high-grade mystical tier. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Such high-level techniques were rare even in Lingxiao sect. Lin Wanning excitedly ran onto the platform and hugged Lu Xingchen. You were amazing, Xingchen. Miss Wanning, you can't go back on your word now, Lu Xingchen teased with a smile. Fool, ever since I entrusted the Crimson Sun sword to you, there's been no one else in my heart, Lin Wanning replied softly. Hu Junfeng's voice broke the moment. Lu Xingchen, I hope next time. You can defeat me when I'm using my full strength, not when I'm suppressing my cultivation. Lu Xingchen met his gaze. That day isn't far off. With a cold snort, Hu Junfeng turned and left. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen departed the arena with Lin Wanning by his side. News of the duel quickly spread throughout Lingxiao sect, leaving everyone in awe of Lu Xingchen's strength. Most people still supported Hu Junfeng, as he had suppressed his cultivation level. If he fought with all his strength, Lu Xingchen would stand no chance. After the battle with Hu Junfeng, Lu Xingchen enjoyed a sweet moment of solitude with Lin Wanjing. Though Lin Wanjing was still shy, the two strolled hand in hand, chatting softly. The next afternoon, Lu Xingchen visited the mission hall and accepted a task to hunt down demonic beasts. On the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, he successfully killed 2 second-tier beasts, breaking through to the 5-star martial master level in the process. This battle allowed him to deeply appreciate the advantages brought by the upgrade of his Shadow Sword. Now at the high-grade profound level, the Shadow Sword could release 2 scabbards simultaneously, enabling him to move freely between them. This not only greatly enhanced his survival abilities, but also expanded his tactical options during combat. Lu Xingchen thought to himself that if he were to face Hu Junfeng again, while victory might still be unlikely, it would no longer be easy for Hu Junfeng to get close to him. Upon returning to Lingxiao sect, Lu Xingchen used 500 points to exchange for a low-grade profound-level martial skill called Void Slash at the mission hall, finally acquiring a powerful offensive technique. While he was focused on refining medicine at Shaozhu Peak, Wang Dongxian brought him a message. Junior brother Lu, the Peak Master of Lingjian Peak, has summoned all new disciples to the square for a gathering. Got it, I'm on my way. After spending a quarter of an hour tidying up his alchemy tools, Lu Xingchen arrived at the square, where over 100 disciples had already gathered. Without hesitation, he naturally took Lin Wanjing's hand. Moments later, Yihang appeared on the high platform and solemnly announced a mission to eradicate the Blood Robe sect. He provided detailed information about the power dynamics surrounding the Dian Kingdom. The 5 major third-grade sects Lingxiao sect, Wuyan sect, Haotian sect, Jiutian sect, and Tianyuan sect were all recognized as orthodox sects by the Righteous Alliance. In contrast, demonic sects like the Blood Robe sect, infamous for their heinous deeds and bloodthirsty cultivation methods, were universally despised and hunted down. Yihang's words ignited a surge of fervor among the new disciples. Those who had earned a place in Lingxiao sect were all outstanding talents, and the ideals of punishing evil and upholding justice were their lifelong aspirations. The square buzzed with impassioned discussions. Yihang, satisfied with the enthusiasm of these spirited newcomers, proceeded to disclose intelligence on the Blood Robe sect's branch stronghold. It was guarded by 2 martial masters, the branch leader, a 5-star martial master, and the deputy, a 3-star martial master, along with over 100 disciples. While he and 2 elders would provide support, Yihang emphasized his hope that the disciples could complete the mission independently. Understood. The disciples responded in unison. This mission will be led by Lin Wanjing, the top scorer in the entry assessment. Set off now. At that moment, the system issued a timely notification. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mission. Uphold justice. Mission objective: destroy the Blood Robe sect's branch stronghold. Rewards: 500 experience points, 500 exchange points, and the high-grade profound-level martial skill, Devouring Heaven technique. Lu Xingchen was elated. A high-grade profound-level martial skill was a rare opportunity that he could not afford to miss. The Blood Robe sect's branch stronghold was perched atop a cliff, accessible only by a narrow path. While it seemed well defended, this setup played right into Lin Wanjing's hands. She first dispatched martial masters to eliminate the sentries, then led the main force forward in secret. By the time the Blood Robe sect realized what was happening, the Lingxiao sect disciples were already at their doorstep. Charge! Leave no one alive, eradicate every last one of these scum from the Blood Robe sect. The battle erupted instantly. Lin Wanjing engaged the five-star martial master, while the other three martial masters plunged into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. Lu Xingchen, armed with the Qingxia Bao, concealed himself within the team, firing precise arrows that hit their marks every time. In just a quarter of an hour, he had taken down over 30 disciples of the Blood Robe sect and repeatedly rescued his fellow sect members at critical moments. As a result, while the Lingxiao sect sustained injuries, no one perished. On the other hand, the Blood Robe sect had already lost more than half of its forces. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to draw his bow again, a cloud of blood mist suddenly enveloped the area in front of him. He cautiously fired an arrow to probe it, but the arrow disappeared into the mist without a trace. Moments later, a pale-faced young man in a black and red robe emerged from the mist. Hehehe, not bad, kid, your archery skills are impressive. But unfortunately for you, this is where your journey ends. Lu Xingchen responded calmly. A five-star martial master boasting in front of me? I can cut you down with a single strike. I am Wang Zitao, the young master of the Blood Robe sect. Fighting opponents above my level is second nature to me. You'll soon understand the gap between us. How coincidental. Fighting above my level is my specialty too, Lu Xingchen retorted as he put away the Qingxia Bao and drew the shadow sword. As they clashed, Lu Xingchen immediately sensed that Wang Zitao was no ordinary opponent. Despite his sickly appearance, Wang Zitao's body was exceptionally resilient, and his energy was deep and potent. Even more astonishing was his ability to absorb his opponent's energy to strengthen himself, a power even more formidable than Hu Juanfeng's spirit-transforming sword technique. Lu Xingchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Whether it was a holy son or a sect heir, they all seemed to possess unique energy attributes, while his own energy remained utterly ordinary. Enough of this. I'll deal with the enemy in front of me first. Lu Xingchen gripped his longsword tightly, unleashing a sharp slash that tore through the air, striking Wang Zitao squarely in the chest. The blow left a deep, bone-revealing wound, and blood gushed out like a crimson fountain. Wang Zitao's expression twisted in pain and fury as he staggered backward, his body quickly enveloped in a thick, swirling mist of blood. Hee. Wang Zitao let out a sinister laugh, his voice chilling. Kid, my blood cloak technique hasn't reached full mastery yet, so you've had the upper hand today. But mark my words, next time we meet, your life is mine. Lu Xingchen's brow furrowed as he raised his sword again, releasing another devastating slash. The blood mist split apart under the force of his powerful energy, but Wang Zitao had already vanished without a trace. Letting out a quiet sigh, Lu Xingchen sheathed his sword and drew his azure radiance bow, turning his attention to the remaining Bloodcloak sect disciples. Meanwhile, deep within a hidden chamber of the sect subtemple, Wang Zitao reappeared, his figure materializing out of the blood mist. At the center of the chamber lay a blood pool etched with intricate, arcane patterns, its surface roiling with fresh, crimson liquid. But what truly commanded attention was the monstrous creature bound in the pool's Centera massive, violet-black dragon. Its powerful wings stretched wide despite the heavy iron chains binding it, and its muscular body, half drenched in blood, writhed and strained with relentless fury. Wang Zitao stepped closer, his hand brushing against the dragon's claw with a cold, calculating expression. The Lingxiao sect acted faster than I anticipated, he muttered. I had hoped to claim you for myself, but alas, my blood space escape cannot carry something of your size. No matter. If I can't have you, I'll let you loose to wreak havoc on those meddling disciples of theirs. Without hesitation, Wang Zitao produced a key and unlocked the chains. The instant the last shackle fell away, the dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the chamber, its glowing eyes fixed on Wang Zitao with unbridled hatred. It lunged forward, jaws wide. But Wang Zitao was prepared. His body dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing just as the dragon's claws swiped through the air. Unbound and enraged, the dragon burst out of the chamber, storming toward the battlefield and leaving chaos in its wake. Back on the battlefield, the Bloodcloak sect disciples were nearly wiped out, but the Lingxiao sect wasn't faring much better. The sudden appearance of the dragon threw them into disarray. With a single swipe of its massive claw, the beast crushed several disciples, leaving a trail of destruction in its path. Lu Xingchen narrowed his eyes as he observed the creature from afar, his heart sinking. This was no ordinary opponent. It was a Tier 2, 10-star beast, its strength rivaling that of a 10-star martial master. It was, without a doubt, the most formidable foe he had encountered since his transmigration. All Lingxiao sect disciples, retreat immediately. Lin Wanjing's commanding voice rang out across the battlefield. Yet the ordinary disciples were no match for the dragon's speed. A blast of searing dragon fire engulfed the fleeing crowd, leaving over a dozen disciples severely injured. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he unsheathed his shadow sword and stepped forward, placing himself between the dragon and his comrades. Lu Xingchen, are you insane? That's a real dragon, Lin Wanjing shouted, her voice filled with panic. He turned back to her with a confident smile. Don't worry. As long as I have the shadow sword, it won't be able to harm me. Right now, I'm the only one who can hold it off. Go find Peak Master Hong and bring reinforcements. Lin Wanjing hesitated, then nodded firmly. Promise me you'll stay alive. Lu Xingchen dashed toward the dragon, channeling his energy into a powerful sky-tier technique, the air-cutting slash. The strike landed on the dragon's side, wounding it, but failing to deal a fatal blow. The beast roared in pain, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire in retaliation, but Lu Xingchen evaded with the shadow sword's teleportation ability, his movements swift and precise. Enraged, the dragon gave chase, its attacks growing more frenzied with each passing moment, yet it could not land a single blow. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjing led the remaining disciples in evacuating the injured to safety. Though many were gravely hurt, only 5 lives were lost, a testament to Lu Xingchen's bravery. The disciples watched his battle with awe, their admiration for him growing with every passing second. To them, he was nothing short of a hero. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Wanjing finally reached the mountain peak where Hong, the peak master, sat leisurely sipping tea. Peak Master Lu Xingchen is in danger, she exclaimed, her voice urgent as she explained the situation. Hong, however, remained unperturbed, taking another sip of tea. Calm yourself. Let me first ensure the injured disciples are properly cared for. Then, they'll see about helping him. Peak Master, you can't be serious. Lin Wanjing's voice rose in frustration. The injured disciples can make it back to the sect eventually. But right now, Lu Xingchen is risking his life to buy us time. Hong set his cup down with deliberate slowness. You're not thinking clearly. The lives of the injured disciples are just as valuable as his. If we're ambushed by the Bloodcloak sect on the way back, who will take responsibility? I must prioritize the safety of the majority. Fury blazed in Lin Wanjing's eyes. She pointed an accusing finger at him, trembling with anger. Hong, you're a coward. You're just waiting for Lu Xingchen to die because you can't stand being overshadowed by him. You call yourself a peak master, but you have no honor or courage. He'll never respect you. Hong slammed the table, his face flushed with anger. Lin Wanqing, I am your peak master. Watch your attitude. Lin Wanqing clenched her teeth, completely unfazed by his threat. She turned and walked away without hesitation. If you refuse to save Lu Xingchen, I'll go myself. Even if it means death, I'll die with him. Hong calmly sipped his tea, a sneer tugging at the corners of his lips. In his mind, no one would truly risk their life for someone else. Lin Wanqing was just throwing a tantrum out of helplessness. Once Lu Xingchen was gone, a few enticing benefits would easily pacify her, and she'd remain a loyal disciple of Lingjian Peak. At that moment, Lu Xingchen was locked in a fierce battle with a massive dragon. His shadow sword's movement skills consumed no battle energy, but they drained his stamina rapidly. Against this dragon, he couldn't afford a single mistake. The dragon could err 100 times, but one slip from him would spell disaster. Lu Xingchen hadn't counted on Hong's help and was already strategizing a way to deal with the dragon. Suddenly, a small stone he accidentally kicked loose made a sharp noise as it tumbled, sparking a flash of inspiration. This dragon, tormented by the blood-robe sect, seemed to have lost its mind. Its attacks were chaotic, and its wings remained tightly folded. If he could lure it off the cliff, it would be a perfect opportunity to test the azure cloud wings he'd yet to use. Without hesitation, he tossed his sword sheath toward the cliff's edge and immediately followed with a teleportation move. As expected, the dragon lunged after him, plunging off the cliff. In the freefall, Lu Xingchen activated the azure cloud wings. A pair of glowing, azure energy wings unfolded from his back. After a brief moment of adjustment, he was gliding through the air. However, the wings could only last for 5 minutes. He needed to find solid ground quickly. Just as relief began to set in, the dragon suddenly spread its wings, stabilizing itself midair and descending alongside him. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. How had this seemingly mindless dragon regained its ability to fly so suddenly? His plan had failed, and now he would have to fight it heat-in once more. But to his astonishment, the dragon spoke. Human, you're strong. Will you help me? If you can free me from the control of those vile cultivators, I, a nether dragon, will repay your kindness tenfold. Lu Xingchen was stunned. A nether dragon, and one that could speak while still at the second tier? Its bloodline must be extraordinary. Dragons were among the most powerful of beasts, and aiding one could only bring benefits. How can I help you break free from the bloodrobe sect's control? He asked cautiously. I need a purification crystal, the dragon replied. The familiar name triggered Lu Xingchen's memory of the system shop. He quickly opened it, and sure enough, the item was available. Purification crystal removes impurities and cleanses the body. Price, 1,000 exchange points. Lu Xingchen winced. Spending the 1,000 points he'd painstakingly saved felt like a painful loss. But after a moment's thought, he decided to take the gamble. Sometimes, risks paid off big. I happen to have a purification crystal, he said, retrieving the item. It's yours. The nether dragon's eyes gleamed with joy. Though not rare, purification crystals were expensive and hard to come by in such desolate regions. The dragon had asked on a whim, never expecting the human to actually have one. 3 minutes later, both landed safely on the ground. Xingchen handed the crystal to the dragon, who grasped it carefully in its claws. Closing its eyes, the dragon began to channel its energy. A dark purple flame enveloped its body, burning away the blood-red curse that had bound it. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing had returned to the cliff. She had searched every corner of the blood-robe sect's branch stronghold but found no trace of her beloved Xingchen. Guessing he might have fallen off the cliff, she refused to give up, even knowing that the height would be fatal to all but the strongest martial masters. After eliminating the remaining blood-robe disciples, she began descending the cliff in search of him. As Xingchen inspected the system shop, a notification suddenly chimed. Mission complete. 500 experience points, 500 exchange points, and the height Shin level martial skill, Devour Heaven Art, acquired. Level up to 6-star martial master. 16 talent points awarded. Overjoyed, Xingchen surmised that Lin Wanqing had destroyed the Blood Robe sect's branch stronghold. The Devour Heaven Art was a straightforward yet powerful skill. It absorbed spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, converting it into battle energy to temporarily boost one's cultivation level for 10 minutes. A perfect tool for fighting above one's rank. Half an hour later, the nether dragon's cursed aura had completely vanished, and the crystal in its claws had crumbled to dust. Xingchen grinned. Feeling better? Well then, I'll take my leave. My girlfriend is waiting for me. Wait. The nether dragon suddenly called out. Human, I wish to follow you. Xingchen was taken aback. On the Tianyuan Continent, humans, demons, and beasts stood as 3 distinct factions. Humans and demons were often at war, while beasts remained neutral. Forming contracts with beasts was common, but this was a Dragona noble creature and one with a higher cultivation level than his own. Why? He asked, incredulous. Because your strength is remarkable, the dragon said firmly. Even while I was under the curse, I could sense the outside world. Despite the 5-level gap between us, I couldn't defeat you. More importantly, your loyalty and courage moved me. You risked your life for your fellow disciple. I believe you will treat me fairly. Will you form a contract with me? Xingchen nodded without hesitation. Of course I will. Having a nether dragon as a companion was a dream come true, one he could scarcely believe was real. The netherworld dragon nodded solemnly. From now on, you are my companion. What's your name? Xingchen. And you? The elders in my clan call me Xiao Yu. Xingchen looked at the massive dragon before him and gave a wry smile. All right, Xiao Yu. But you're so big and noticeable. Acting inconspicuously in the future might be a challenge. Xiao Yu grinned widely, then spread its wings. Its entire body transformed into a streak of purple light and merged directly into Xingchen's body. This is a secret technique of our dragon clan. It allows us to create a space inside our human companion's body where we can reside and train. When you need me, just call out, and I'll be there. Xiao Yu's voice echoed from within. Got it, Xingchen replied. He immediately opened the system interface to check. Host, Xingchen. Level, 6-star martial master. Experience, 200,700. Exchange points, 520. Talents, Eagle Eye 20, Heavy Strike 20, Berserk 36, Blade Mastery 20, Jade Shatter 30. Mount, Netherworld Dragon 2nd tier. Seeing the newly added Mount section on the attribute panel, Xingchen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. At the mountainside, he finally saw Lin Wanqing. Her eyes were red from crying, and she looked utterly distraught. When she saw Xingchen approaching, she called out in disbelief, Doang, you're not dead? Xingchen stepped forward and lightly flicked her forehead. What nonsense are you saying? Someone as handsome and dashing as me could never die. Ignoring the pain in her forehead, Lin Wanqing threw herself into Xingchen's arms, hugging him tightly. Feeling the softness in the embrace, Xingchen couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, but he respectfully returned the hug without crossing any boundaries. After a long while, Lin Wanqing finally let go, wiping away her tears. How come you're completely unharmed? I found a flying martial technique in the treasury of the Yunin Kingdom, Xingchen said, ruffling her hair. Such luck. What about the dragon? Did it fall to its death? Xingchen gave a mysterious smile. That's a secret. You'll find out eventually. Upon returning to Lingxiao sect, word of Xingchen's solo battle with the dragon spread quickly, and his reputation soon rivaled that of Hu Junfeng. Over the next 2 weeks, he focused on studying alchemy and successfully advanced to the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist. When he told Lin Qingzhu his intention to refine a 2nd-tier pill, The latter was clearly skeptical. Xingchen, you're being too impatient. You've only been studying for less than a month. How could you possibly be a second-tier alchemist? Peak Master, how about we make a bet? Xingchen suggested. If I can successfully refine a second-tier pill, please give me your cauldron. If I fail, I'll refine pills for you free of charge for a month. Lin Qingzhu agreed to the wager. Half an hour later, a flawless second-tier rejuvenation pill appeared in Xingchen's hand. This pill? Even I can't refine one this perfect. Lin Qingzhu exclaimed in shock. How did you manage this? Probably just talent, Xingchen replied vaguely. With the acquisition of the low-grade profound-level greenstone cauldron, Xingchen inquired about Wang Dongshuan's whereabouts. It turned out she was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the 6-star martial master level in preparation for the upcoming Saint Sun selection. Isn't Hu Junfeng the Saint Sun? Xingchen asked. Among prodigies, who would accept such a title without a proper fight? Lin Qingzhu explained. The selection has been moved up because the 5 Yun sect discovered a secret realm in the Sunset Forest. The 5 major sects have reached an agreement to send disciples to compete for it. Hearing this, Xingchen's heart stirred. Secret realms are often places of great fortune for the strong. If he could seize the opportunity, he might achieve meteoric success. This was a chance he was determined to grasp. 3 days later, the Lingxiao sect's Holy Sun selection tournament officially began. Wang Dongxian successfully emerged from seclusion, her cultivation having reached the level of a 6-star martial master. The Lingxiao sect's martial arena was packed with people, as over 1,000 disciples gathered to witness the crowning of the new Holy Sun. All 7 peak masters were present, except for the sect master, who remained in seclusion. The most powerful among them, Yihong, the peak master of Spirit Sword Peak, presided over the tournament in the sect master's stead. I hereby declare the Lingxiao sect's Holy Sun selection tournament officially open. Yihong's voice echoed across the arena. The rules are simple. The 6 chief disciples may challenge the current Holy Sun. The victor will become the new Holy Sun, while the defeated will allow Hu Junfeng to retain his title. The newly appointed Holy Sun will lead the 7 chief disciples into the depths of the Sunset Forest's Chuyuan secret realm to compete for treasures against the other 4 sections. Everyone, give it your all. As Yihong finished speaking, Hu Junfeng stepped onto the stage, wielding his spirit transformation sword. Standing tall, he scanned the 6 chief disciples below with a confident smile. As the foremost talent of the younger generation in the Lingxiao sect, he doubted anyone would dare to challenge him. The crowd erupted into murmurs. Senior brother who remains as impressive as ever. The Holy Sun title is undoubtedly his. Since becoming the Holy Sun, he has never been defeated. The only time he faltered was due to a sneak attack by Xingchen. If he had fought at full strength, Xingchen wouldn't have stood a chance. A few fervent female disciples even shouted, Senior brother Hu, I want to have your children. In a corner of the arena, Xiaoyu gazed at Hu Junfeng with infatuation. This is the man I should marry, not that useless Xingchen, she thought bitterly. But no matter how much I try to win his favor, he doesn't respond. Instead, he confesses to Lin Wanting. And that wretch dared to reject him, just as detestable as Xingchen. Does anyone wish to challenge? Yihong asked again. I'll give it a try. Ningfeng, the chief disciple of Tongtian Peak, leapt onto the stage and said coldly, Hu Junfeng, I lost to you by 1 move last year. Today, I will settle the score. Hu Junfeng chuckled lightly. Very well, let me guide you, junior brother Ning. Ningfeng unsheathed a mid-tier mystic-grade spirit blade, his battle energy surging instantly. The crowd gasped. A 9-star martial disciple. Senior brother Ning has clearly made great progress this past year. Who do you think has the upper hand? Xingchen asked Wang Dongxian beside him. Most likely Hu Junfeng, Wang Dongxian replied thoughtfully. Not only has he been at the 9-star level longer, but he also wields the spirit transformation sword and its high-tier mystic-grade sword techniques. Suddenly, Hu Junfeng revealed his true cultivation level at 10-star martial master. The entire arena was stunned. Even Xingchen was secretly astonished by his rapid advancement. Ningfeng's expression darkened, but having already stepped onto the stage, he had no choice but to fight. Cultivation level isn't everything. Over the past year, I've honed my skills extensively. My Gale Blade technique may not lose to your spirit transformation sword techniques. If you're so eager for a beating, I'll oblige, Hu Junfeng said calmly. Let the match begin, Yihong announced. Ningfeng immediately launched his strongest attack, knowing he couldn't afford a prolonged battle given the disparity in their levels. Gale Slash. Ningfeng channeled all his battle energy into his blade, unleashing a dark green energy slash. Hu Junfeng remained composed, employing his splitting light shadow technique. Hundreds of energy swords materialized and counterattacked. Though the energy slash shattered one of the swords, it was soon worn down by the relentless barrage of others. The remaining swords struck Ningfeng, leaving 3 bloody gashes on his body. To withstand my splitting light shadow without collapsing is commendable, Hu Junfeng said arrogantly. Since you've shown such resilience, I'll give you my full power. The 100 swords merged into one colossal energy sword. Ning Feng, unwilling to back down, unleashed another gale slash, only to see his energy blade pierced through by Hu Junfeng's attack. As the weakened giant's sword hurtled toward Ning Feng, Yi Hong intervened just in time to block the fatal blow. Ning Feng, you've lost, Yi Hong declared. Ning Feng nodded bitterly and stepped down in silence. He knew that without Yi Hong's intervention, he would have been killed by that strike. As Ning Feng admitted defeat, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Senior brother who has won. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. On the stage, Hu Junfeng stood tall, exuding an aura of dominance and confidence. Despite Ning Feng's notable strength, he had been defeated in this duel. Yi Hong watched his prized disciple with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Hu Junfeng's victory not only restored Yi Hong's reputation, but also eased the frustration of his earlier loss to Lu Xingchen. Does anyone else wish to challenge? Yi Hong's voice echoed across the square. The crowd fell silent. Ning Feng was already regarded as one of Lingxiao's sect's strongest, capable of matching Hu Junfeng. The other top disciples could hardly measure up. Just as Yi Hong was about to declare the results, a cold, clear voice cut through the stillness. I would like to give it a try. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. A woman in white approached gracefully, her long, dark hair flowing gently in the breeze. In her hand, she held a crimson sword. Her features were delicate and refined, but her icy demeanor warned others to keep their distance. It's senior sister Lin Jing, Wang Dongxian exclaimed in shock. Seeing the confusion on Lu Xingchen's face, Wang Dongxian quickly explained, senior sister Lin Jing is senior brother Lin Su's elder sister. Senior brother Lin Su was the most brilliant talent our Lingxiao sect had seen in 100 years, reaching the great martial master realm in just 3 years. She then recounted the tragic tale of the siblings. The Wuyun sect, fearing Lin Su's extraordinary talent, kidnapped Lin Jing in a calculated plot to ambush him. Lin Su stormed the Wuyun sect alone and managed to rescue his sister, but at the cost of his own life. Since then, Lin Jing's personality had drastically changed. She left the Lingxiao sect and began haunting the areas around the Wuyun sect, relentlessly hunting down its disciples. She had now become the Wuyun sect's most wanted enemy. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen was deeply moved. He fully understood Lin Jing's thirst for vengeance. If his own father had met such a fate, he would have chosen the same path. After Amo Xian yielded his position as the top disciple of the Bamboo Peak, Lin Jing gained the right to challenge. Seeing this, Yi Hong quickly turned to Hu Junfeng and urged, this is up to you now. If Lin Jing becomes the saintess, our top disciples heading to the Chuyuan mystic realm might not make it back alive. The disciples gathered around the stage cheered fervently for Hu Junfeng, but he did not dare underestimate his opponent. He knew Lin Jing was not only highly talented, but also seasoned through countless battles. With a serious expression, Hu Junfeng bowed respectfully to Lin Jing. Senior sister Lin Jing, I am deeply sorry for what happened to Lin Su. However, Lingxiao sect and Wuyun sect are evenly matched in power. If we fight to the bitter end, it will only result in mutual destruction. I understand your pain, but I cannot agree with your methods. Today, I must defend the title of saint. Lin Jing's expression remained cold, her voice carrying a trace of frost. Lin Su is dead. I have no desire to argue about right or wrong. If you want to stop me, let your strength do the talking. Hu Junfeng let out a heavy sigh. If that's the case, then allow me to learn from you, senior sister Lin. Before his words had fully faded, both of them erupted with surging waves of battle energy. Lin Jing's cultivation had astonishingly reached the level of a 10-star martial master, only a step away from the great martial master realm. Not daring to underestimate her, Hu Junfeng immediately unleashed his signature technique, the splitting light shadow strike. Hundreds of energy swords coalesced around him, spinning in the air like a meteor shower before shooting toward Lin Jing. Facing this fierce assault, Lin Jing calmly traced a circle with her sword, forming a fiery red energy shield in an instant. The flying swords collided with the shield, producing faint hissing sounds before dissipating into nothingness. Seeing his attack fail, Hu Junfeng took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. The hundreds of energy swords in the air merged into a single colossal energy blade. Meanwhile, Lin Jing raised her sword upright before her, gently running her left hand along its edge. At the tip of her blade, a fiery red phoenix began to take shape. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves rippling across the arena. Disciples standing too close were thrown backward, landing heavily on the ground. When the dust settled, the crowd saw that both combatants had retreated to opposite edges of the stage. Unbelievable! Senior sister Lin Jing is this strong? She's on par with senior brother Hu Junfeng. That's not fair. Lin Jing joined the sect a year earlier than Hu Junfeng. The audience buzzed with chatter, But Wang Dongxian couldn't hide her relief. As long as the match ended in a draw, Hu Junfeng would retain his status as the Holy Son. Standing beside her, Lu Xingchen murmured, "Let's hope so." The duel transitioned into close combat, with both fighters channeling their energy into their swords. Despite Hu Junfeng's spirit-cleaving sword technique, which drained 30% of his opponent's energy, Lin Jing's reserves were deep and unyielding. After 100 exchanges, the battle remained undecided. Just as Hu Junfeng thrust his sword toward Lin Jing's abdomen, something unexpected happened. Lin Jing abandoned her defense, allowing the blade to pierce her while simultaneously delivering a palm strike to Hu Junfeng's chest. Blood sprayed into the air as Hu Junfeng was sent flying off the stage by her desperate attack. "Damn, that's ruthless," someone exclaimed. Though Hu Junfeng was unharmed, being forced out of bounds meant he had lost the match. Lin Jing, pale and visibly weakened, steadied herself and pulled the sword from her abdomen, quickly sealing her acupoints to stop the bleeding. She turned to Yihong, a faint smile on her lips. "Teacher, may I ask you to announce the result?" Yihong, his eyes reddened, declared in a solemn voice, "The winner is Lin Jing." The arena fell into a stunned silence, everyone awestruck by Lin Jing's resolve. At that moment, Lu Xingchen stepped forward, his voice cutting through the stillness. "As the new head disciple of Shao Zhu Peak, I challenge senior sister Lin Jing." The declaration echoed clearly across the arena, drawing a wave of astonished gasps. Yihong's face darkened with fury. "Lu Xingchen, you're just a new disciple. What nonsense is this?" Lu Xingchen responded with a calm smile. "Peak Master Yi, is there a rule stating that new disciples can't become head disciples?" Yihong turned to Wang Dongxian for an explanation, learning that the head disciple position had indeed been passed to Lu Xingchen. Enraged, he barked, "This is outrageous. The Holy Sun selection tournament is postponed until Lin Jing recovers from her injuries." Lin Jing, hearing this, immediately sat cross-legged to begin healing, while Lu Xingchen strode leisurely onto the stage. Lu Xingchen stepped forward and stood before Lin Jing. From his storage ring, he retrieved a second-grade rejuvenation pill and handed it to her. "Senior sister Lin Jing, take this pill. It will help you recover faster from your injuries." Lin Jing accepted the pill, but her heart was filled with surprise. As a cultivator, she knew very well that training a skilled alchemist required tremendous resources, and pills of any grade were always in high demand. Though she possessed a few valuable pills herself, she had always kept them for life-and-death situations. Yet here was Lu Xingchen, offering a second-grade pill to a stranger. Was he simply wealthy beyond measure, or just naive? A free treasure was not something to refuse. Lin Jing carefully inspected the pill to ensure it was non-toxic before taking it. Instantly, a warm current coursed through her body, and her pale complexion quickly regained its color. "Senior sister Lin Jing," Lu Xingchen said softly, "I admire your courage and what you've endured, but you don't need to act so recklessly. If I were to lead the charge, I guarantee the Wuyun sect would suffer defeat without a single injury to our disciples." "Humph. How do I know you're telling the truth?" Lin Jing responded coldly. "I only trust myself. If you want to take the lead, you'll have to defeat me first." "Fine," Lu Xingchen replied, stepping back to a corner of the arena. He then accessed his system panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Cultivation level, 6-star martial master. Experience, 200,700. Exchange points, 520. Skills, Eagle Eye 20, Power Strike 20, Berserk 36, Blade Mastery 20, Jade Fragmentation 30. Mount, Netherworld Dragon Tier 2. Remaining skill points, 31. Without hesitation, he allocated 10 points to Blade Mastery and 20 points to Jade Fragmentation. Blade Mastery increased to level 30, boosting his sword damage by 150 points, while Jade Fragmentation reached level 50, allowing him to expend half his energy to amplify his next attack's damage fivefold. Although the Holy Sun selection tournament had been delayed, not a single disciple left the venue. Everyone wanted to witness firsthand whether Lu Xingchen, who claimed he could become the next Holy Sun, truly had the ability or was merely seeking attention. Half a day passed swiftly. Lin Jing stood up and said to Yihong, "Teacher, I've fully recovered." "Already?" Yihong asked, surprised. "I had a good foundation to begin with, and with Lu Xingchen's rejuvenation pill, it's only natural that I recovered quickly," Lin Jing explained with a light smile. Yihong nodded and announced, "In that case, let the match begin." The third round of the Holy Sun selection tournament, Lu Xingchen challenges Lin Jing. Start. Lu Xingchen immediately unleashed his energy, revealing his cultivation level as a 6-star martial master. A murmur of skepticism spread through the crowd. Advancing from 4-star to 6-star in less than a month? His cultivation speed is even faster than senior brother Lin Su's. So what? He's still 4 entire minor realms behind. Speed means nothing if he can't catch up. Given enough time, he could surpass senior sister Lin Jing. What's the point of saying that now? The fact is, he's not ready yet. Among the crowd, Xiao Yu stared at Lu Xingchen in shock. Just a few months ago, he had been a so-called waste incapable of cultivation, someone she had humiliated by calling off their engagement. Now, he stood as a six-star martial master, surpassing her own level, and was bold enough to challenge Lin Jing. She recalled the words he had spoken that day. When I become a peerless master, I'll return the engagement to you, and you'll regret everything. To think it hadn't been a joke after all. Meanwhile, Hu Juanfeng's gaze was fixed on Lu Xingchen, his mind reeling. A month ago, he had dismissed his loss to Lu Xingchen as a fluke due to a gap in their cultivation. But now, this man was openly challenging Lin Jing, a 10-star martial master. Such progress was utterly unfathomable. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lu Xingchen activated his devouring heaven technique. His body became a vortex, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius. His cultivation level climbed rapidly, 7-star, 8-star, 9-star, 10-star until he reached the peak of the martial master realm. His energy intensity even surpassed Lin Jing's. Lin Jing's heart skipped a beat. So this is your trump card, a secret technique to temporarily boost your cultivation. But don't think for a second that it'll yield. Such techniques must have a time limit. In a few minutes, you'll be weakened, even more fragile than an ordinary 6-star martial master. When that happens, defeating you will be child's play. The disciples erupted into exclamations, but Lu Xingchen's focus remained locked on Lin Jing. Drawing his shadow sword, he charged at her, and the two clashed instantly. Though Lu Xingchen's energy was temporarily stronger, Lin Jing, having survived countless life and death battles, remained composed. Her defenses were flawless, deflecting every strike without faltering. A sense of urgency crept into Lu Xingchen's heart. The devouring heaven technique could only last 10 minutes, and though it wouldn't leave him weakened, failing to gain the upper hand within this window would leave him with little chance of victory. Resolving to act decisively, he threw his sword scabbard and activated a mobility skill. His movements became unpredictable, flashing around Lin Jing and targeting her weak points from cunning angles. For the first time, Lin Jing found herself struggling against the Shadow Sword's peculiar abilities. Though she maintained her composure, she couldn't immediately find a way to counter him. After dozens of exchanges, 3 fresh wounds appeared on her body. She quickly activated her energy shield, enveloping herself completely. Lu Xingchen's mobility advantage was nullified, and his attacks failed to break through. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xingchen simultaneously unleashed Void Slash and Jade Fragmentation, consuming more than half of his energy in an instant. A white energy blade shot forth. Lin Jing, refusing to back down, infused her sword with fiery energy, summoning a Crimson Phoenix to intercept the attack. Though Void Slash was a low-grade mystic technique, Lin Jing's Phoenix Ascension was high-grade. Yet with Jade Fragmentation's amplification, the Void Slash split the fiery Phoenix in two and struck Lin Jing's energy shield. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed her face. She hastily raised her sword in defense, pouring all her remaining energy into strengthening the shield. Lu Xingchen's Jade Shatter talent displayed astonishing power. After a brief stalemate, his battle ore-infused sword broke through Lin Jing's shield like a hot knife through butter, slamming heavily against her sword. Lin Jing was sent flying, her sword knocked from her grasp, and she fell off the platform, coughing up blood. The crowd erupted into chaos. The disciples couldn't believe what they just witnessed. Lu Xingchen actually won. He's only been in Lingxiao sect for 3 months. A new disciple defeated senior sister Lin Jing? His talent might rival senior brother Lin Su's. Hu Junfeng stared in shock at Lin Jing lying on the ground. Just a month ago, Lu Xingchen had struggled to barely defeat him while suppressing his own cultivation level. Now, Lu Xingchen had defeated Lin Jing, someone even he couldn't overcome. It seemed the title of the top young talent in Lingxiao sect was about to change hands. In the crowd below, Xiao Yu's face turned ashen. The person she once dismissed as worthless had now ascended to an untouchable height. Remembering her attempts to have Lu Xingchen assassinated, she knew she had to leave Lingxiao sect immediately. Taking advantage of the crowd's shock, she quietly slipped away to pack her belongings and prepare to flee. Sect Master Yihong regained his composure and announced loudly, Lu Xingchen is victorious. Does anyone else wish to challenge him? The murmuring among the crowd continued, but no one dared step forward. 5 minutes later, Yihong officially declared, the Lingxiao sect Holy Sun selection tournament is over. Lu Xingchen is the new Holy Sun. In 3 days, I will lead the chief disciples to the Chu Yuan mystic realm. Amid the thunderous applause, Lu Xingchen ignored the crowd's congratulations and immediately began tracking Xiao Yu. Half an hour later, he spotted her near the sect's main gate. Drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow. Though Xiao Yu narrowly dodged, it still grazed her arm. Realizing escape was futile, Xiao Yu fell to her knees and begged, Lu Xingchen, I was wrong. Please, spare my life for the sake of our past connection. From now on, I'll serve you loyally, no matter what it takes. Lu Xingchen smirked coldly. All right, I do need a servant. But just as Xiao Yu stood up and cautiously approached, he suddenly drew his sword and struck, ending her life with a single blow to the throat. Watching her fall with unwillingness in her eyes, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5-star martial master. You have gained 15 experience points. After dealing with the body, Lu Xingchen returned to Lingxiao sect, where he encountered Lin Wanqing at his door. The two exchanged smiles as Lin Wanqing asked with concern, "Where have you been?" "I've been waiting for you for a while." Lu Xingchen replied honestly, "I just dealt with Xiao Yu." When Lin Wanqing teased him about her being his fiancée, he quickly waved it off. "I have no feelings for her at all. But let's keep this quiet to avoid straining relations between my father and the king." The two decided to celebrate and headed out together. Lin Wanqing hunted down a first-tier magical beast, while Lu Xingchen set up a grill. As the aroma of roasting meat filled the air, Lin Wanqing remarked, "De Zhuang, 5 months ago, you were just a cripple who couldn't cultivate. Now you're the holy son. Just luck." Lu Xingchen replied with a chuckle, though he thought to himself, "I can't exactly tell her I have a cheat system, can I?" But Lin Wanqing's expression turned serious, tinged with worry. "You're advancing so quickly. I'm afraid I might become a burden to you." Lu Xingchen reassured her, "We're family. I'll take care of you for the rest of my life." Lin Wanqing shook her head firmly. "I don't want you to take care of me. I love you. I want to stand by your side, to share your burdens and face the challenges with you." Lu Xingchen froze for a moment, unsure how to respond to Lin Wanqing's words. As a system holder, he was acutely aware that the gap between them would only grow wider. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, Lin Wanqing suddenly broke into a smile. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Do you have any wine?" "Of course," Lu Xingchen replied with a light chuckle. The two shared drinks, chatting about anything and everything, enjoying each other's company. After several rounds, Lu Xingchen remained relatively sober, but Lin Wanqing was completely drunk. Left with no choice, he carefully carried her back to her room and made sure she was settled. Meanwhile, on the other side of Sunset Forest, an important meeting was taking place within the Five-Yun sect. Sect Master Gu Yuan sat at the head of the room, with 3 Saint Sons standing respectfully below him. Gu Yuan's deep voice echoed through the chamber. "The Lingxiao sect's Saint Son selection has concluded. The new Saint Son is Lu Xingchen." This announcement took the 3 Saint Sons by surprise. "Lu Xingchen? I've never heard of him. Even Hu Junfeng was defeated by him?" "Lingxiao sect really knows how to keep things under wraps." Gu Yuan continued. "The opening of the Chuyuan secret realm is imminent. It is said to contain the abode of a martial spirit master, housing the secrets to ascending to the martial spirit realm. You must emerge victorious in this endeavor." The leading Saint Son, Qin Hao, responded confidently, "Rest assured, sect master. Hu Junfeng is no threat." Another Saint Son, Jiang Qing, smirked and asked, "I wonder how many chief disciples of Lingxiao sect the sect master wishes to see eliminated?" Gu Yuan's tone remained indifferent. "The number doesn't matter. What's crucial is ensuring Lin Jing's death. Over the past year, she has killed over 100 of our disciples." "Understood," the 3 responded in unison. For the next 5 days, Lu Xingchen secluded himself in the alchemy room, focusing on refining revival pills in preparation for the dangers ahead. On the 5th day, Lu Xingchen arrived at Lingxiao sect's main square, where the other 6 chief disciples were already waiting. "Greetings, Saint Son," they said in unison. Lu Xingchen smiled. "I was fortunate to surpass senior sister Lin Jing and earn the title of Saint Son. For the Chuyuan Secret Realm expedition, I hope we can all work together. Let's start by sharing our cultivation levels." Lu Xingchen, chief of Shaozhu Peak, 6-star martial master, skilled in swordsmanship and archery. The others were amazed. A 6-star martial master who could suppress 10-star opponents, his future potential was undeniable. They then took turns reporting their own cultivation levels. Hu Junfeng, chief of Lingjian Peak, 10-star martial master, excels in swordsmanship. Ning Feng, chief of Tongtian Peak, 9-star martial master, proficient in blade techniques. Gu Zhang, chief of Fenghui Peak, 9-star martial master, exceptional in swordsmanship. Tao Ran, chief of Chaoyang Peak, 8-star martial master, known for unique blade techniques. Li Qin, chief of Luoxia Peak, 7-star martial master, adept in archery. Lin Jing, chief of Dazhu Peak, 10-star martial master, unmatched in swordsmanship. Lu Xingchen silently nodded, impressed by the formidable lineup. Such a team would be nearly invincible below the Grand Martial Master level. He then glanced at his own attribute panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Realm, 6-star Martial Master. Experience, 200,700. Exchange points, 520. Talents, Eagle Eye 20, Heavy Strike 20, Frenzy 36, Blade Mastery 30, Jade Shatter 50. Profession, 2nd Grade Alchemist 5001000. Mount, Nether Dragon, second tier. Just barely sufficient, he muttered to himself. Moments later, Lingxiao sect master, Lin Tian, appeared. The seemingly refined middle-aged man had an aura that displayed, above his head, far surpassing the power of six-star Grand Martial Master Yi Hong. Greetings, sect master, the group chorused. Lin Tian smiled warmly. Seeing such exceptional disciples fills me with pride. You are the future of Lingxiao sect. He looked specifically at Lu Xingchen. Especially you. Rising from a new disciple to this position is no easy feat. It was merely luck, Lu Xingchen replied humbly. Lin Tian produced a mixed yuan umbrella and handed it to Lu Xingchen. This is my personal spirit artifact, a high-grade Shin-level item. It can both attack and defend. I'm lending it to you, and I trust you will lead the team to success. Lu Xingchen accepted it solemnly. I will ensure every disciple returns safely. Lin Tian then led the group deep into Sunset Forest. Along the way, the 7 peak masters easily handled any beastly threats. An hour later, they arrived at the mist-shrouded entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm, where disciples from the other 4 sects were already gathered. Lin Tian gave his final instructions. This is as far as we can accompany you. From here on, it's up to you. The 7 peak masters and I will wait outside until you return safely. Lu Xingchen was the first to step into the mist of the secret realm, followed closely by the other chief disciples. Disciples from the other 4 sects soon followed suit. As they entered, the world spun wildly, and the scenery shifted like a kaleidoscope. After 5 breaths, Lu Xingchen landed heavily on the ground. Lu Xingchen sprang to his feet with the agility of a carp leaping from water, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The vast grassy plain stretched endlessly, devoid of any other presence. The other 6 chief disciples were nowhere to be seen. His brows furrowed. Depliso, the Tianyuan secret realm, had a random teleportation mechanism. This was bad. Without the ability to keep an eye on the others, he had no choice but to proceed deeper into the secret realm. He could only hope the others would head in the same direction. After walking for about 15 minutes, a cluster of buildings came into view. Judging by their unique design, they seemed to be cultivation chambers. A glimmer of excitement lit up Lu Xingchen's eyes. Cultivation chambers often signified the presence of advanced martial techniques. However, as he approached, he quickly noticed something amiss. Each chamber was guarded by a puppet, and even the weakest among them was at the level of an 8-star martial master. Though a single puppet posed little threat to him, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As he deliberated whether to force his way through, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. Wang Zitao, someone he had previously crossed paths with. Flanking him were 2 subordinates, both at the 8-star martial master level. Wang Zitao? There are top experts from the 5 major sects guarding the outside. How did disciples of the Blood Robe sect manage to get in? Lu Xingchen asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Wang Zitao smirked. With a treasure trove like the Tianyuan secret realm, of course the Blood Robe sect wouldn't sit this one out. We're not alone, either. The 9 Ghost sect and the Sky Demon sect have also entered. The 3 of us worked together to breach an entrance on the other side of the realm. After a brief discussion, the 4 decided to form a temporary alliance. They began challenging the puppets, starting with those of lower levels and gradually working their way up. The 2 8-star martial masters took the front line, absorbing most of the damage, while Lu Xingchen provided long-range support with his Qingxiao Bao. Wang Zitao, demonstrating strength far beyond that of a typical 5-star martial master, also contributed significantly to their efforts. Over the course of half a day, they managed to defeat over 100 puppets, including 2 at the 10-star martial master level. Only the puppet guarding the center of the structure remained a formidable opponent at the level of a 1-star great martial master. None of them dared to make the first move. During the battles, Lu Xingchen's cultivation broke through from 6-star to 7-star martial master, a feat that left Wang Zitao visibly startled. As they tallied their spoils, they found over 100 taels of silver, several pills, 2 profound-grade spirit artifacts, and 5 scrolls of profound-grade martial techniques. Just as they were dividing the loot, Wang Zitao suddenly turned on Lu Xingchen, slashing at him with his sword. Prepared for such treachery, Lu Xingchen met the strike head-on, the resulting shockwave forcing Wang Zitao to stumble back several steps. A fierce battle erupted. Lu Xingchen, outnumbered 3-1, relied on the mobility granted by his shadow sword technique to outmaneuver and swiftly eliminate the 2 8-star martial masters. However, at that moment, Wang Zitao unleashed the Blood Robe sect's forbidden technique, the Blood Robe art. By absorbing the flesh and blood essence of the 2 fallen warriors, his cultivation surged to the peak of the martial master level. Lu Xingchen, let's see how you fare against me now. Wang Zitao sneered, his fists tightening as a sinister grin spread across his face. Lu Xingchen frowned deeply as the true nature of the blood garment technique became clear to him. Its inherently violent and bloodthirsty essence once again reaffirmed the sinister and twisted path of the blood garment sect. In the face of the current situation, Lu Xingchen remained calm and composed. He promptly activated the Devouring Heaven technique, deliberately limiting his power to only 60 of its full potential, raising his level to a 10-star martial master. While this level was slightly inferior to Wang Zitao's peak martial master realm, it was a carefully calculated move displaying too much strength might provoke his opponent to dissolve into blood mist and escape once more. You also possess a technique to temporarily boost your cultivation? Wang Zitao's expression betrayed his shock. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly and replied, anyone who enters this secret realm is bound to be a genius from their respective sections. Having a secret technique is only natural. But it seems your blood garment technique is even more formidable, isn't it? Stronger or weaker? We'll see after the fight. With that, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Although Lu Xingchen was slightly outmatched in cultivation level, his masterful swordsmanship allowed him to completely suppress his opponent. Within just a few dozen exchanges, Wang Zitao had already sustained 3 fresh wounds. Enraged, Wang Zitao clasped his hands together, forming a redanned black blood sphere in front of his chest, which he then hurled toward Lu Xingchen with deadly intent. Despite the grave danger, Lu Xingchen remained unfazed, decisively unleashing the void slash imbued with the Jade Shatter innate effect. Half of his battle energy dissipated instantly, fueling a devastating strike with 5-fold power. The energy blade, unstoppable and fierce, split the blood sphere cleanly in two and continued its trajectory toward Wang Zitao. At that moment, there was no time for him to activate his spatial blood escape technique. He was forced to block with his blade, but the blow sent his weapon flying, and the energy blade struck him directly. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 5-star martial master. You have gained 50 experience points and 50 exchange points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the innate ability, Devour. Effect. Absorb one of an opponent's battle energy for temporary use. Lu Xingchen felt a surge of joy. Although the experience points were modest, the acquisition of the Devour ability made up for it. He quickly collected the storage rings of the 3 individuals, along with the rewards from defeating the puppet, and stored them away. Unfortunately, the most valuable techniques, the blood garment technique and the blood mist escape, were not among the spoils. As he examined his loot, there were few items of significant value. The mid-tier profound grade Azure Dragon Slash, which could complement his Shadow Sword. The low-tier profound grade Tortoiseshell Shield, useful for defense. And a handful of rejuvenation pills and chi recovery pills to hasten energy restoration. Lu Xingchen spoke in a deep voice. Senior Sister Lin Jing, don't spend all day thinking about fighting and killing. Although the Nine Ghost sect is part of the demonic path, they have no personal enmity with our Lingxiao sect. There's no need to create unnecessary enemies. Lin Jing was momentarily stunned by his words, her gaze flashing with a trace of displeasure. However, she recalled Lin Tian's reminder. Lu Xingchen, as the Holy Sun, was the leader of this secret realm expedition, and important matters were to be decided by him. Suppressing her annoyance, she nodded silently. The 2 disciples of the Nine Ghost sect visibly relaxed. After all, there were 3 people on the Lingxiao sect side, including the Holy Sun, who was stronger than Lin Jing. If a fight were to break out, the outcome was uncertain. The male disciple of the Nine Ghost sect cupped his hands toward Lu Xingchen and said, I am Guamo, Holy Son of the Nine Ghost sect, and this is my junior sister, Gue Yaoer, the sect's young master. May I ask for my senior brother's name? I am Lu Xingchen, he responded with a polite nod before asking. This medicine garden must contain rare spiritual herbs. Why are you 2 only lingering outside? Guamo sighed and replied, there is a formation around the garden. Though it has weakened over time, it is still beyond the capability of martial artists like us to break through. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. He noticed the words, 1-star Grand Martial Master, above Guamo's head, indicating that Guamo was deliberately suppressing his cultivation level, a sign of his cunning nature. Smiling slightly, Lu Xingchen said, since I'm here, why not give it another try? Though I'm only a 7-star martial master, I might be of some help. Guamo and Gue Yaoer exchanged puzzled glances. A 7-star martial master as the Holy Sun? This man must have hidden strengths. Not daring to underestimate him, they grew even more vigilant. The 5 of them gathered before the formation and unleashed their strongest attacks against the shimmering barrier. Ripples spread across the surface, but the barrier remained unbroken. Guamo was secretly astonished. Despite being only a 7-star martial master, Lu Xingchen's Void Slash carried power rivaling that of an ordinary 9-star martial master. It seems we can't break it, Lu Xingchen sighed. In that case, let's part ways here and seek other opportunities. With that, he led Lin Jing and Ning Feng away, leaving Guamo and Gue Yaoer to depart in disappointment as well. Are we really leaving just like that? Lin Jing asked as they walked away, her tone filled with frustration. I can't accept this. I can't accept it either, Lu Xingchen replied with a smile. That's why we'll return in 15 minutes. Why waste time? She questioned. Because Guamo is a 1-star Grand Martial Master. While I don't fear him, I prefer to avoid unnecessary conflict, he explained. Lin Jing was shocked. A one-star Grand Martial Master? The talent of this generation in the Nine Ghost sect is that high? It's not just the Nine Ghost sect, Lu Xingchen said gravely. The young master of the Blood Robe sect also has combat power approaching the Grand Martial Master level. I'm afraid the opponents we face in this trip to the Tianyuan secret realm will far exceed our expectations. Lin Jing drew in a sharp breath. This is going to be troublesome. Can you reach the Grand Martial Master level? I can. Lu Xingchen nodded. Ning Feng, who had been silent, was utterly stunned. Lu Xingchen, so young yet already possessing the combat power of a Grand Martial Master, had potential on par with senior brother Lin Su. Relieved, Lin Jing asked, without the help of the Nine Ghost sect, is there any point in going back? Just trust me, Lu Xingchen replied with a confident smile. 15 minutes later, the three returned to the medicine garden. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands together, and hundreds of spiritual seals flew out, merging into the barrier's formation. Ning Feng and Lin Jing were once again shocked. Lu Xingchen even knew how to manipulate formations. The spiritual seals sought out the weak points of the formation and destabilized them. After another quarter of an hour, the barrier gradually faded away and finally disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yu, communicating from her space within the mount, sent a message to Lu Xingchen. I sense the presence of Dragon Gall herb here. If obtained, it could help me break through to the third tier. Lu Xingchen's heart leaped with joy. A third-tier beast was equivalent to a Grand Martial Master in strength. If Xiao Yu advanced, his own combat power would be significantly boosted. No matter the cost, he was determined to acquire the Dragon Gall herb. Everyone, search for the spiritual herbs you need and move quickly. Lu Xingchen instructed the other two. Take whatever you can. Got it. Ning Feng, the weakest among them, responded enthusiastically, fully aware he owed this opportunity to Lu Xingchen. Lin Jing also nodded in agreement. The three entered the medicine garden. Although Lu Xingchen was a second-grade alchemist, he recognized far fewer herbs than those he couldn't identify, a testament to how rare and valuable the garden's contents were. Yet he was not greedy and headed straight for the depths of the garden. Guided by Xiao Yu, he soon found a dragon gall herb glowing with a fiery red light in the center of a pond. Leaving his shadow sword sheath on the shore, Lu Xingchen summoned his Qingyun wings, forming a pair of energy wings on his back, and soared toward the dragon gall herb. Lu Xingchen had just flown toward the center of the pond when a sudden jet of water erupted violently from below. He quickly activated his shadow sword, teleporting back to the edge of the pond in an instant. The water churned wildly as a snake-like beast with a greenish-white body broke through the surface. Its scales shimmered with an icy gleam, and it opened its blood-red maw wide, aiming at him. A Tier 3, 3-star beast, equivalent to a human 3-star martial master. Lu Xingchen's heart sank. It wasn't surprising that a rare spiritual herb would be guarded by a beast, which was why he had deliberately left the shadow sword's sheath on the shore. However, the strength of this beast far exceeded his expectations. From within the mount space, Xiao Yu reminded him, Lu Xingchen, this beast is 6 minor realms higher than you. If it's too much, let's just give up. Even without the Dragon Gall herb, I can still evolve to Tier 3, though it'll take more time. Give up? No way. Lu Xingchen shook his head firmly. I'm not one to back down from a challenge. The herb is right in front of me. Have to give it a try. If I can't win, they'll use the shadow sword to escape. It won't be able to catch me. With that, he immediately activated the Devouring Sky technique, boosting his cultivation to the peak of the Martial Master tier. Sensing the shift in Lu Xingchen's aura, a flicker of apprehension appeared in the snake beast's eyes. Though his cultivation was still lower than the beast's, it was enough to pose a threat. Lu Xingchen drew the shadow sword, unleashing a void slash in an instant. With his increased cultivation and refined skill, he could now execute the technique almost instantaneously. The snake beast, unfazed, retaliated by spitting another jet of water. Lu Xingchen swiftly teleported to evade, and the void slash struck the beast's body, sending sparks flying and producing a metallic clang. Even with his full-strength attack, he failed to breach its defenses. Lu Xingchen frowned deeply. Beasts were generally more powerful than humans of the same level due to their inherently stronger physiques. Nevertheless, he refused to give up. He continued to maneuver around the snake beast, launching void slashes relentlessly. The beast grew increasingly enraged. Although Lu Xingchen's attacks couldn't penetrate its defenses, it also couldn't land a hit on this elusive human. Soon, its anger turned to fear. If one strike couldn't break through, what about the second, or the third? As he dodged the beast's attacks, Lu Xingchen focused his strikes on its weakest point, the 7-inch mark on its body. Each slash landed precisely in the same spot. By the 5th strike, the beast's scales finally shattered, revealing raw, bleeding flesh. The snake beast let out a deafening roar and unleashed its innate ability. Hundreds of water jets surged from the pond, cutting off all of Lu Xingchen's escape routes. He quickly summoned the tortoiseshell shield, infusing it with his combat energy to form a pale blue barrier. The water jets pummeled the shield, sending him soaring into the air, but they failed to inflict any real damage. As the water jets dissipated, Xingchen spread his combat energy wings and hovered effortlessly in front of the beast. The snake beast, now trembling with fear, decided it wasn't worth dying over this human. It leapt out of the pond and fled the medicinal garden, abandoning its duty to guard the dragon gall herb. Xingchen let out a long breath and didn't pursue. For one, his azure wings had nearly run out of time. Secondly, even if he caught up, it would be difficult to kill such a tough-skinned beast. Lastly, with powerful enemies lurking in the secret realm, he didn't want to recklessly use his Jade Shatter ability and risk being ambushed. He landed on the small island in the center of the pond and plucked the dragon gall herb. Xiaoyu immediately took it and began consuming it. Xingchen checked his attribute panel. Host, Xingchen. Cultivation, 7-star martial practitioner. Experience, 300,800. Exchange points, 1220. Talents, Eagle Eye 20, Heavy Strike 20, Berserk 36, Blade Mastery 30, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 30. Professions, Tier 2 Alchemist 500-1000, Tier 3 Spirit Array Master 010-000. Mount, Nether Dragon Evolving. After leaving the pond, he found that the other spiritual herbs had already been looted by Linjing and Ningfeng. The two smiled as they saw him approach. Boss, there was quite a commotion on your side earlier. Who were you fighting? Ningfeng asked. There was a beast guarding a spiritual herb. I managed to drive it away, Xingchen replied with a faint smile. Damn, that's awesome, boss. Herbs guarded by beasts must be incredibly rare. We hit the jackpot this time. Not bad, Xingchen said modestly. Did you clear out everything? Let's move on. The others are probably deeper in the secret realm waiting for us. Wait, Xingchen. Linjing suddenly called out. I found a phoenix tail grass in the medicinal garden. It's a perfect match for my constitution. If I take it, I should be able to break through to the martial master tier. Xingchen's eyes lit up with excitement. As expected of a senior disciple, she was already on the verge of advancing to martial master, while he was still a martial practitioner. Good. Focus on breaking through. Ningfeng and I will guard you. Linjing sat cross-legged and consumed the phoenix tail grass. A powerful yet unstable surge of combat energy erupted from her body, signaling the beginning of her breakthrough. Xingchen and Ningfeng stood watch at the entrance to the medicinal garden. This is great. Once senior sister Lin breaks through, we'll have 2 martial masters on our side. Who could possibly stand against Lingxiao sect? Ningfeng said with a grin. Let's hope nobody finds this place in the meantime, Xingchen replied gravely. Come on, no one else should be coming. It's just been the 3 of us and those 2 Jugue sect disciples here all day. They wouldn't double back, would they? Before he could finish speaking, a group of powerful auras and heavy footsteps approached from the distance. Ningfeng, you jinxed it. Xingchen's expression darkened. Sure enough, Guemo and Gue Yaoer had returned, leading 5 other disciples of Jugue sect. When Guemo spotted Xingchen, his face twisted in disbelief. Xingchen, you said you couldn't break the array and left, only to sneak back and open it behind our backs? You sneaky bastard. Xingchen's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. I'm merely fighting for the greatest benefit for my sect. This medicinal garden belongs solely to Lingxiao sect. Intruders will be killed without mercy. Guemo, leave now while you still can. Guemo curled his lips into a mocking smile. Xingchen, it seems you haven't grasped the situation. It's you who should be begging for help now. Sigh, more bloodshed again, Lu said with a faint sigh. Attack. Guemo commanded sharply, and 5 disciples of the 9 Ghost Gate behind him immediately charged toward Xingchen. Unperturbed, Xingchen activated the Swallowing Heaven technique. A powerful aura erupted from within him, and within mere breaths, his cultivation level rose to a 1-star Great Martial Master. The 5 disciples of the 9 Ghost Gate were stunned and hastily retreated, their eyes filled with fear. A secret technique to temporarily boost your strength? Guemo frowned. So that's your trump card? Too bad. You're just a fake Great Martial Master. But He unleashed his battle energy, revealing his authentic 1-star Great Martial Master level. I am the real deal. Seeing Xingchen remain calm, Guemo grew suspicious. You're not afraid? Why would I be? This was expected, Xingchen replied with a faint smile. Leave Xingchen to me. The rest of you, deal with the others, Guemo ordered arrogantly, confident that defeating someone reliant on a secret technique would be a trivial task for him. Xingchen furrowed his brows. Besides Guemo, 6 advanced martial masters remained. Relying on Ningfeng alone might not suffice to handle them. If they broke into the medicinal garden and interrupted Linjing's breakthrough, the consequences would be disastrous. After a moment of thought, he tossed a spirit array talisman toward the garden's entrance. Instantly, a third-grade spirit-binding array materialized, sealing off the entrance. This array could temporarily restrain even great martial masters, making it nearly impossible for ordinary martial masters to break through. A third-grade spirit array talisman? Guillermo exclaimed in shock. The Lingxiao sect really spared no expense for this secret realm. Think whatever you like, Lu Xingchen said indifferently. But today, none of you will take a single step into this garden. Guillermo sneered. Bold words. Yaoer, stay back and watch. Today, I'll show you the true strength of the 9 Ghost Gates' holy sun. With that, he drew a long blade from his storage ring and slashed toward Lu Xingchen. As their weapons clashed, Guillermo was forced back over 10 steps, while Lu Xingchen stood firmly in place. Your strength is pathetic, Lu Xingchen remarked disdainfully. Compared to the serpent demon he had faced earlier, Guillermo's power was insignificant. Same cultivation level, but how? Guillermo muttered in disbelief. His pride flared, and he snarled, raw strength means nothing. Take this. 9 Ghost Tribulation. Guillermo gripped his blade with both hands, channeling his battle energy. 9 skulls, each the size of a human head, materialized in front of the blade, their eyes glowing red and their expressions menacing. With a mighty slash, the 9 skulls hurtled toward Lu Xingchen. Remaining composed, Lu Xingchen countered with 9 consecutive void-splitting strikes, each precisely destroying one skull. In the blink of an eye, Guillermo's ultimate technique was neutralized. How? How is this possible? Guillermo stared at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. Shaky battle energy. Slow seal. So this is the holy sun of the 9 Ghost Gate? Lu Xingchen sneered. Watch this. He gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed the Azure Dragon Slash. A dark green battle energy dragon formed at the blade's edge. Though small in size, the dragon was vividly lifelike, with every scale and claw rendered in detail. With a flash of sword light, the dragon roared and charged forward. Guillermo hastily used the 9 Ghost Tribulation to counter. The 9 skulls collided with the dragon, but as the skulls disintegrated one by one, the dragon, though growing faint, retained enough power to slam into Guillermo's chest. Guillermo was sent flying, barely managing to flip midair and land, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Yaoer, help me. Guillermo finally swallowed his pride and called for assistance. Yaoer and the remaining 5 advanced martial masters immediately moved to shield him. Do you think numbers will scare me? Lu Xingchen scoffed. Ningfeng stepped forward, gripping his blade. Trying to gang up on my boss? Not without my say-so. 2 of you handle Ningfeng. The rest, with me, take down Lu Xingchen, Guillermo ordered grimly. Ningfeng, no need to hold back. Kill them all. Let's see who finishes first, Lu Xingchen suggested. Haha, I may not be as monstrous as you, but taking down 2 8-star martial masters is no problem for me. You're on. Ningfeng accepted the challenge with a laugh. Facing the 5 attackers, Lu Xingchen skillfully maneuvered with the Shadow Sword's double dash ability. His opponents couldn't even touch him, while he managed to severely injure one of them with every counter. Guillermo refused to retreat, betting on the time limit of Lu Xingchen's secret technique. 5 minutes later, only Guillermo and Yaoer remained standing. The other 3 had been slain. A wounded Ningfeng returned, carrying his blade. Boss, all done. Now outnumbered 2-2, Guillermo knew he had lost. Lu Xingchen, spare me. I'll leave the secret realm with Yaoer immediately, and everything in my storage ring is yours. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Killing you means the rings are mine anyway. He knew that he and the 9 Ghost Gate were now mortal enemies. Letting them go would only invite future trouble. Some things, once started, must be seen through to the end. Guillermo's voice carried a hint of mockery. Lu Xingchen, you truly are ruthless. Outsiders might even think you're the disciple of an evil sect. Lu Xingchen responded expressionlessly, just standard procedure. Guillermo, Yaoer, say your last words. Sensing the dire situation, Guillermo immediately shouted, Yaoer, go. I'll hold them off. Before he even finished speaking, he launched a fierce attack on Lu Xingchen. This time, his strikes were wild and desperate, disregarding his own safety in a bid to inflict harm on Lu Xingchen. Senior brother, I can't leave. Yaoer's voice was choked with emotion. I can't stand by and watch you die here. Foolish girl, Guillermo's voice was firm. We must preserve the legacy of the 9 Ghost sect. When you're stronger, come back and avenge me. I believe in you. Despite Guillermo's ferocity, his attacks were full of flaws. Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity, driving his sword straight through Guillermo's chest. Yet, Guillermo clenched his muscles tightly around the blade, gripping it with both hands. Seeing this, Yaoer finally turned and fled, leaving behind a venomous vow. Lu Xingchen, for the death of my brother today, I, Yaoer, will have my revenge. Ningfeng, pursue her. Lu Xingchen ordered coldly. Ningfeng immediately gave chase. Lu Xingchen released his grip on the shadow sword and struck Gui Mo's forehead 3 times in quick succession with his stone shatter palm. Gui Mo coughed up blood, his breath weakening rapidly, and finally loosened his grip on the sword. Lu Xingchen swiftly withdrew the blade, activating his battle aura to shield himself from the splattering blood. A system notification followed. Congratulations, host, for killing a 1-star Grand Martial Master. You have gained 150 experience points and 150 exchange points. After dealing with Gui Mo, Lu Xingchen immediately chased after Gui Yair. However, he had only covered 100 meters when he met Ning Feng, who was returning. Sorry, boss, she got away, Ning Feng said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. As expected. After all, she's the future leader of the Nine Ghost sect. Having some life-saving tricks is normal. The two returned to the medicinal garden. Ning Feng glanced at Gui Mo's corpse and clicked his tongue in amazement. That Gui Mo was quite a man, willing to sacrifice himself to protect someone. Human nature isn't purely good or evil, Lu Xingchen said calmly. To Gui Yair, he's a good senior brother. But to the innocent civilians slaughtered by the Nine Ghost sect, he's nothing but a monster. I get it. Ning Feng nodded. Boss, you're really decisive. I'm glad we're allies and not enemies. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself, Lu Xingchen said as he handed Ning Feng a rejuvenation pill. Recover your battle aura quickly. Other sects could show up at any moment. The two sat down to meditate and recuperate. 2 hours later, the medicinal garden resonated with the cry of a phoenix, and a powerful aura surged forth. It seems senior sister Lin Jing has successfully broken through. Lu Xingchen smiled as he deactivated the spirit binding array and entered the garden with Ning Feng. Lin Jing stood up, her face radiant with joy. I did it. I've reached the Grand Martial Master realm. The three continued deeper into the secret realm. After an hour, they arrived at a plaza. At the center stood 10 stone monuments etched with intricate patterns. Dozens of disciples from the 5 major sects had already gathered there. However, instead of fighting over the monuments, they lingered at the edges of the plaza, seemingly watching something. Lu Xingchen patted the shoulder of a Haotian sect disciple. Brother, what's going on here? Care to explain for a newcomer? It's Lingxiao sect versus Wuyun sect, the disciple replied with a grin. The strongest disciple of Lingxiao sect, Hu Junfeng, is getting beaten to a pulp by Wuyun sect's holy son. Looks like he's about to die. By the way, which sect are you from? I'm from Lingxiao sect, Lu Xingchen said before striding toward the center of the plaza, placing himself in front of Hu Junfeng. Hu Junfeng was bleeding profusely from his abdomen, yet he still gripped his spirit transformation sword tightly, refusing to fall. Behind him, Guzheng, Tao Ran, and Li Qin were already lying unconscious. When the four saw Lu Xingchen, the despair in their eyes turned to hope. Lu Xingchen, you're finally here. Lu Xingchen handed each of them a rejuvenation pill and a qi restoration pill. Recover for now. Leave the rest to me. Be careful. They're very strong, Hu Junfeng cautioned. Lu Xingchen smiled. Don't worry. 3 grand martial masters are indeed formidable, but they're not unbeatable. The 3 disciples of Wuyun sect watched indifferently, certain that the 7 before them were as good as dead. Qin Hao, a 3-star grand martial master, spoke up. So, you're Lu Xingchen? The newly appointed holy son of Lingxiao sect? Not very impressive. Here's the deal, hand over Lin Jing for our enjoyment, and the rest of you can leave. I, Lu Xingchen, will never betray my comrades. Then prepare to die. Qin Hao roared, channeling his battle aura and striking at Lu Xingchen with a powerful palm. Lu Xingchen stood his ground, activating the heaven-swallowing technique to instantly elevate himself to the 1-star Grand Martial Master realm. He countered with his own stone shatter palm. The clash of their strikes sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Lu Xingchen remained unmoved, while Qin Hao was forced back 5 steps. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their murmurs filling the plaza. Lu Xingchen actually has the upper hand? How is that possible? Qin Hao is a 3-star Grand Martial Master. Qin Hao rubbed his sore hand, his expression dark. Impressive, Lingxiao sect's holy son. You have some skill. But let's see how long your secret technique can last. Lu Xingchen spoke calmly. Defeating you shouldn't be much of a problem. Qin Hao immediately shouted in a stern voice. Jiang Qing, Sun Wen, get over here and help me. Make sure to take this man down as quickly as possible. At that moment, Lin Jing stepped forward to stand beside Lu Xingchen. Her body surged with fighting energy as she said coldly, You scum from the 5 Yun sect, do you still remember me, Lin Jing? Qin Hao was slightly startled. Lin Jing? You've advanced to the great martial master level? In order to destroy the 5 Yun sect, I will only grow stronger. Lin Jing snorted coldly. Qin Hao immediately commanded, Sun Wen, you take care of Lin Jing. Lu Xingchen is mine and Jiang Qing's to handle. Understood. The 5 of them clashed fiercely in the center of the plaza. Although Qin Hao's level was 2 ranks higher than Lu Xingchen's multiple talents, including his berserk and devouring abilities, significantly boosted his combat strength, allowing him to hold his own against the trio. On the other side, Lin Jing's reckless fighting style completely suppressed Sun Wen. Although both sustained injuries, Sun Wen's wounds were far more severe. Damn it, this Lu Xingchen is ridiculously strong. Qin Hao grew increasingly alarmed as the battle continued. He shouted, Jiang Qing, use that move. Got it. The two quickly retreated several steps and clasped their hands together. A large green tree made of wood element energy materialized in front of Jiang Qing, and Qin Hao infused it with fire element energy. The energy tree ignited instantly, transforming into a massive fireball. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. Wood and fire complement each other, worthy of the 5 Yun sect's saint disciples to master such a combined technique. Not daring to be careless, he immediately unleashed his Azure Dragon Slash while activating Jade Fragmentation, sacrificing half of his energy to amplify his attack power 5-fold. As the head-sized fireball hurtled toward him, Lu Xingchen swung his blade, sending out an arm-thick Azure Dragon. The two energy forces collided in midair, holding each other at a stalemate for a moment. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon pierced through the fireball and surged toward Qin Hao and Jiang Qing. At the critical moment, Qin Hao pushed Jiang Qing aside and crossed his arms to block the attack. The impact sent him flying backward, spraying blood in the air before he crashed heavily into a stone pillar at the plaza's edge. Jiang Qing hurried to Qin Hao's side. Even after taking such a heavy blow, Qin Hao forced himself to stand up, coughing up another mouthful of blood. He spoke in a deep voice, retreat. The three of them quickly fled. Lu Xingchen stopped Lin Jing, who was about to give chase. Don't pursue them, Saint Disciple, why not? This is a great opportunity to weaken the 5 Yun sect. Qin Hao must have been wearing inner armor to survive my full force attack. I've already used up half of my energy. Catching up to them won't guarantee their deaths. It's better to seize the opportunity in front of us and increase our chances the next time we meet. Lin Jing nodded firmly. Understood. Lu Xingchen handed Lin Jing a rejuvenation pill. Senior sister, your fighting style is too reckless. You're a real consumer of pills. Lin Jing didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed the pill. You're quite the rich guy, huh? Throwing pills around like candy. The two walked over to Hu Junfeng and the others and sat down to recover together. Disciples from other sects only dared to observe from the edges of the plaza, whispering among themselves about Lu Xingchen's astonishing feat of defeating a great martial master despite being only at the 7-star martial master level. An hour later, Lu Xingchen had fully recovered. Suddenly, a light screen appeared in the center of the plaza, explaining the rules for the Enlightenment stone tablets. Each of the 10 stone tablets had a cushion in front of it. Disciples could touch the tablets to gain insights into martial techniques, but the process required 10 participants to activate. Seeing this, the other sect disciples, though wary of Lu Xingchen, couldn't resist the allure of the martial techniques and began entering the plaza. Lu Xingchen called to his companions. Let's secure the stone tablets first. Li Qin hesitated. I'm only a 7-star martial master. I'm afraid I can't compete with those great martial masters. Lu Xingchen spoke firmly. As the saint disciple of the Lingxiao sect, it's my responsibility to secure opportunities for all of you. There are 7 of us, and each of us should claim a tablet. If anyone has objections, they can take it up with my shadow sword. The group felt a surge of excitement, inspired by Lu Xingchen's boldness. Lu Xingchen walked straight to the first stone tablet and sat down in front of it. No one dared to challenge him. Lin Jing and Hu Junfeng also claimed their spots without resistance. However, when Ning Feng approached the 4th tablet, a 1-star great martial master from the Haoyan sect stepped forward and addressed Lu Xingchen. This seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? The strength of the first 3 is undeniable, but Ning Feng is merely a 9-star martial master. Letting him occupy a stone tablet is an insult to us great martial masters. Lu Xingchen, you should have Ning Feng step aside. I wouldn't want to damage the harmony between our sections. Lu Xingchen let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. I, Lu Xingchen, act as I please and owe no one an explanation. He swept his gaze around, his voice icy. Today, all 7 disciples of Lingxiao sect will each claim a stone tablet. You can either behave yourselves and fight for the remaining 3, or I'll cripple you, ensuring you never get close to the Enlightenment stone tablets. The choice is yours. A 1-star martial master from the Haoyan sect trembled upon hearing this and instinctively took a few steps back. However, he quickly mustered his courage, stepped forward, and shouted, Lu Xingchen, don't be so arrogant. If we join forces, there's no way you can stop us. Lu Xingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, so, are you volunteering to be the first to challenge me? The martial master froze for a moment, then reluctantly retreated. The 5 major sects were rivals by nature, and none of them wanted to be the first to provoke Lu Xingchen. Though the other disciples cursed him inwardly, They had no choice but to disperse and gather around the remaining 3 tablets. Half an hour later, the distribution of the tablets was complete. Each of the 7 Lingxiao sect disciples had claimed one, while the remaining 3 were taken by the other 3 major sects' holy sons, excluding the Wuyun sect. Once the 10 individuals sat down, the stone tablets began to emit a radiant glow. They each placed their palms on the tablets, and the surrounding scenery began to shift unpredictably. When everything settled, Lu Xingchen found himself in a room with 2 doors before him. Standing in front of each door was a man with a blank expression. A deep, aged voice echoed, explaining the rules of the trial. One door was true, the other false. One of the gatekeepers always told the truth, while the other always lied. He could ask only one question to one of the gatekeepers to determine the true door. Lu Xingchen chuckled softly. He had heard of this classic puzzle back on Blue Star. Walking up to one of the gatekeepers, he asked, "If I were to ask the other gatekeeper which door is true, what would he say?" He would say the door on the left is true, the gatekeeper immediately replied. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen chose the door on the right. A faint murmur of surprise echoed through the room, and the scene shifted once more. He reappeared in front of the stone tablet, his mind now holding a new low-tier Earth-level martial skill called Heaven-Suppressing Seal. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Earth-level martial skills were rare treasures even within the Lingxiao sect. With the Heaven-Suppressing Seal, he was confident that even if the 3 holy sons of the Wuyun sect returned, he could ensure they never left this place. The other 9 individuals returned one after another, their expressions a mix of emotions. Lu Xingchen guessed that each had faced a different trial. The 7 Lingxiao sect disciples gathered to share their gains, though Ning Feng had failed his trial. Generously, Lu Xingchen retrieved a mid-tier, profound-level martial skill, the Crimson Flame Slash, from his storage ring and gifted it to Ning Feng, drawing envious glances from the others. Just as the 7 were about to leave the square, a furious shout rang out from the distance. "Lu Xingchen, come out here." It was Qin Hao's voice. The disciples from the other 3 major sects stopped in their tracks, eager to watch the spectacle. Qin Hao approached with 4 disciples from the Wuyun sect in tow. In addition to Jiang Qing and Sun Wan, there were now 2 10-star martial masters. "Qin Hao, are you here to throw your life away?" Lu Xingchen asked coldly. Qin Hao stood tall and proud. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Never underestimate a young man with nothing to lose. "Lu Xingchen, the 5 of us will make you pay today. And what gives you the confidence to say that?" The Wuyun sect's exclusive secret technique, the 5 elements formation. In an instant, the 5 of them unleashed their battle energy, forming a pentagram formation. 5 beams of white light connected them, and their combined aura surged to rival that of a 5-star martial master. Lu Xingchen's brows furrowed slightly as he charged forward, activating the Devourer technique and striking at Qin Hao with a crushing stone palm. "Good timing," Qin Hao shouted. "Lu Xingchen, today's humiliation can only be repaid with the lives of your Lingxiao sect disciples." Qin Hao struck out with his palm to meet Lu Xingchen's attack, and as their forces collided, a shocking wave of energy erupted. Lu Xingchen was immediately sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Jing leaped up swiftly and caught him steadily. "Are you okay?" Lin Jing asked with concern. "I can still fight." Lu Xingchen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This clash was intentional on his part to test the true power of the 5-element formation. Seeing this, Qin Hao sneered arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, Lu Xingchen, with just your strength alone, you can forget about breaking our 5-element formation. Don't celebrate too soon," Lu Xingchen retorted coldly. "You'll regret your arrogance soon enough." "Brothers, attack!" Qin Hao commanded, and the 5 disciples of the Wuyun sect launched their martial techniques simultaneously. Lu Xingchen quickly unfurled the Tianyuan umbrella, enveloping the 7 Lingxiao sect disciples in a dark green barrier. The attacks from the Wuyun sect landed on the barrier but only caused ripples, failing to break through the defense. "A high-grade Xiantier spiritual weapon?" Qin Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Quite well prepared, but let's see how long it can last." Lu Xingchen handed the Tianyuan umbrella to Lin Jing. "Protect everyone. It'll go break the formation. That's too dangerous. You'll die." Lin Jing exclaimed in shock. "Don't worry. With the shadow sword in hand, they won't lay a finger on me." Lu Xingchen gave a confident smile as he stepped out of the protective barrier. Through his earlier probing, he had already discerned the pattern of the 5-element formation. The 5 individuals could focus their power on a single point, but doing so would significantly weaken the other 4. As long as he was fast enough, there was a chance to find a breakthrough. "Lu Xingchen, you dare step out? Have you grown tired of living?" Qin Hao said coldly. "I've already seen through the 5-element formation. Breaking it will be effortless. Then let's see you try." Lu Xingchen threw out his sword sheath and struck toward Qin Hao with his palm. Qin Hao, not daring to be careless, immediately gathered the strength of all 5 into himself to counter. Just as their palms were about to collide, Lu Xingchen suddenly activated the shadow sword. teleporting directly in front of one of the 10-star martial masters. The man panicked and raised his arms to defend, and the power of the five-element formation shielded him in time, once again forcing Lu Xingchen back. So what if you figured it out? Qin Hao laughed triumphantly. As long as we focus our minds, the power of the formation will instantly respond. Can your sword be faster than our thoughts? Lu Xingchen frowned deeply, repeatedly trying to attack the other four, only to be repelled each time. The five-element formation was indeed flawless. It seemed brute force would be the only way to break it. Although the Wuyun sect disciples successfully blocked Lu Xingchen's attacks, they couldn't do anything to him either. His speed was simply too overwhelming. Are you just going to keep running? Face us heathen if you dare. Qin Hao roared in frustration. Fine. Let me show you my true strength. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands together, his entire body surging with energy. Above him, a massive energy imprint heaven-destroying seal began to take shape. Since skill wouldn't work, he would break the formation with sheer power. Qin Hao felt the imprint's immense pressure and cursed inwardly. How has this guy gotten even stronger in just a few hours? The five channeled their combined power into a massive fireball. Lu Xingchen unleashed the heaven-destroying seal with full force. The seal clashed with the fireball, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. After a brief stalemate, the fireball was extinguished, and the ethereal imprint slammed heavily onto the five. The five-element formation shattered instantly, and the five disciples were sent flying, coughing up blood. The scene left everyone present in utter shock. Qin Hao had lost again. Even with the five-element formation, which elevated their strength to rival a five-star Grand Martial Master, they were still no match for Lu Xingchen alone. Could that be an Earth-tier martial technique? The power is unreal. It must have come from the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. I got a technique from the tablet too, but it was only mid-grade Xian'er. How did he get an Earth-tier technique? Lin Jing put away the Hunyuan umbrella, and the Lingxiao sect disciples surrounded the defeated Wuyun sect members. Lu Xingchen walked up to Qin Hao and stepped on his chest. Thanks to his inner armor, Qin Hao, despite taking the full brunt of the heaven-destroying seal, had only lost his combat ability and wasn't fatally injured. The Wuyun sect's five-element formation isn't so impressive after all, Lu Xingchen said calmly. This can't be. Qin Hao stared at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. Even with the formation, I still couldn't defeat you. You're just a 7-star martial master. Anyone I defeat is unworthy of being called my opponent, Lu Xingchen replied, raising his shadow sword. I'll give you a chance to catch up, but you'll never reach me. Qin Hao, you should never have come back. You can't kill me. Qin Hao shouted in panic. I'm the holy son of the Wuyun sect. If you kill me, the Wuyun sect will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The two sects have long been at odds. A few more deaths won't change anything, Lu Xingchen said coldly. Did you consider the relationship between our sects when you ambushed senior brother Lin Su? With a swift slash, all 5 Wuyun sect disciples were executed. At the same time, Lu Xingchen's cultivation broke through to the 8-star martial master level. The Lingxiao sect disciples were stunned by Lu Xingchen's decisiveness. 5 disciples, including 3 holy sons, killed without hesitation. Did he truly not fear the Wuyun sect's retaliation? Only Lin Jing nodded slightly. Lu Xingchen, well done. Lu Xingchen opened the system panel and carefully reviewed his latest attributes. Realm, 8-star martial master. Experience points, 500900. Exchange points, 2220. Talents, Eagle Eye, 20. Power Strike, 20. Berserk, 36. Blade Mastery, 30. Jade Shatter, 50. Devour, 30. Professions, 2nd tier Alchemist, 5001000. 3rd tier Spirit Array Master, 010000. Mount, Tier 3 Nether Dragon. His earlier ruthless slaughter left the surrounding disciples from the other 3 sects utterly stunned. Whoa, Lu Xingchen is absolutely insane. He took out all the elite disciples of the Wuyun sect in one go. Gu Yuan must be losing his mind right now. This guy kills without even blinking. He's more ruthless than anyone I've ever seen. My god. He actually went for the kill? I thought just winning the fight would be enough. After closing the system panel, Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and said, since everyone has gained something, let's keep moving forward. Yes, sir. The 6 companions responded in unison. The group proceeded deeper into the secret realm, with disciples from the other 3 sects following at a distance. Half an hour later, they arrived at a grand hall. Though covered in dust, the hall's majestic aura could not be concealed. The most striking feature was the 11 puppets standing inside, each possessing the strength of a great martial master. The one furthest in the back was even at the 5-star Great Martial Master level. Behind this strongest puppet stood a human-sized golden chest, radiating an extraordinary presence. Lu Xingchen scanned the surroundings and noticed that disciples from the Wuyun sect, Blood Robe sect, and Nine Ghost sect, whom they had dealt with earlier, were absent. However, disciples from the other 5 major sects had already gathered. Choosing to remain hidden among the crowd, he decided to observe quietly. After about 15 minutes, a man with a delicate, almost sinister appearance stepped forward. Fellow Taoists, I am Xingchen, holy son of the heavenly demon sect. The situation is clear to all of you. Recently, by defeating these 11 puppets, can we approach the chest? However, no single faction here has the strength to accomplish this alone. I propose we join forces. Lin Jing was about to voice her objection, but Lu Xingchen stopped her. Don't rush. Someone else will step up first. Indeed, a disciple from the Haotian sect immediately shouted, our 5 major sects are mortal enemies of the heavenly demon sect. Forget cooperation, you're lucky we haven't already taken you down. And who are you to call the shots here? Qin Tian smiled calmly and released the aura of a 3-star great martial master. Though I am from the heavenly demon sect, I pose no immediate threat to your interests. Besides, I am the strongest among us here. Shouldn't I be the one to take charge? His display of strength silenced the crowd. While the other sect's holy sons were also at the great martial master level, they were all at the 1-star rank. Seeing no objections, Qin Tian smugly continued, I propose that all the great martial masters present join forces to take down these puppets. Once we unlock the chest, we can divide the treasures based on our contributions. What do you all think? Lu Xingchen was the first to respond. The Lingxiao sect has no objections. After some hesitation, the holy sons of the other 3 major sects also agreed. Qin Tian was secretly delighted, relishing the feeling of being in control. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the whereabouts of the Blood Robe sect, Nine Ghost sect, and Wuyun sect disciples. If they were here, the battle would undoubtedly be easier. He then called out loudly, would all great martial masters from each sect please step forward? Lu Xingchen whispered to Lin Jing, senior sister, you go ahead and put on a show. I'll stay back and prepare to snatch the treasure. At that moment, Hu Junfeng also stepped forward, announcing that he had recently broken through to the great martial master realm and wished to participate. However, Lu Xingchen stopped him. Stay back and join me in grabbing the chest later. Although Hu Junfeng was a bit disappointed at missing the chance to showcase his skills, he agreed. Ultimately, 10 1-star great martial masters stepped forward. While the disciples from the 3 major sects were unwilling to admit their inferiority to the demonic sects members, they had no choice but to focus on the immediate challenge of defeating the puppets. Qin Tian adopted a cautious strategy, luring one puppet at a time to the edge of the hall, and then having everyone attack it together. Although this approach was slow, it minimized energy expenditure. Even Lu Xingchen had to admit the strategy was sound. Half an hour later, 10 of the puppets had been destroyed, with only minor energy depletion among the group. Qin Tian, invigorated, declared, everyone, just one more puppet to go. Once it's down, the chest will be ours. Lin Jing retorted coldly, easier said than done. That last one is a 5-star great martial master. Who dares face it, Hedon? Qin Tian raised his head proudly. I dare. I'll draw its attention while the rest of you focus on attacking. His boldness left even Lin Jing momentarily speechless. The battle began, with 11 great martial masters facing off against the 5-star puppet. Qin Tian proved formidable, enduring the puppet's attacks with only minor injuries. His efforts allowed the others to unleash their full power. 15 minutes later, the final puppet fell. Qin Tian laughed triumphantly. Thank you all for your help. I'll retrieve the chest now, and we'll divide the treasures based on our contributions. Lu Xingchen whispered to Hu Junfeng, senior brother, get ready. The real fight is just about to begin. Just as Qin Tian's right hand touched the treasure chest, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A blue-purple arrow silently shot through the air from the corner of the grand hall, piercing his shoulder. Staggering back several steps, he barely had time to react before a second arrow followed, driving straight through his chest. Struggling to lift his blade to block the third arrow, he was suddenly struck by a burst of lightning emanating from it, hurling him out of the hall and slamming him heavily onto the ground. The entire hall was in shock. Qin Tian, a formidable 3-star grand martial master, had been defeated so effortlessly? How powerful was this mysterious archer? At that moment, even Qin Tian's survival seemed uncertain. The mysterious archer's assault did not stop there. The next target was the remaining 10 grand martial masters within the hall. Each arrow claimed a life, and even those who managed to block the first were struck down by the lightning on the second, their fates sealed. Something's wrong, senior sister Lin Jing is in danger. Hu Junfeng shouted anxiously. Senior sister Lin Jing, come back now. Lu Xingchen called out as well. Lin Jing had barely taken a few steps before a blue-purple arrow pierced through her chest. In less than a minute, all 11 grand martial masters had fallen. A cold female voice echoed through the grand hall. The treasure chest is mine. Anyone who enters this hall will be killed without mercy. You have 3 minutes to leave. Once the time is up, those outside the hall will die as well. Lu Xingchen frowned, pondering for a moment, then turned to Hu Junfeng. Senior brother Hu, take everyone and leave. What about senior sister Linjing? She's dying. I'll handle it. You all go ahead. I'll face this woman myself. Today, either senior sister Linjing and I leave together, or we both stay here. Hu Junfeng was stunned. Lu Xingchen, are you insane? Even Qin Tian couldn't last 3 arrows. Even if you use a secret technique to boost your power, you're no match for her. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. Trust me, I'll win. Clenching his jaw, Hu Junfeng shouted, disciples of Lingxiao's sect, follow me. Before leaving, he patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder. Junior brother Lu, you've created too many miracles for us to count. That woman may be powerful, but I'm betting on you this time too. Well, wait for you at the Enlightenment Square. Disciples from the other 3 sects and the Tianma sect also retreated. While the Tianma sect disciples wanted to rescue Qin Tian, none dared to risk their lives. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and used 500 system points in the marketplace to purchase 10 demon-breaking arrows. These arrows could increase base attack damage by 50 points and had a 40 energy penetration effect. Gripping his Qingxia Bao tightly, he strode boldly into the hall. Huh, someone else dares to seek death? A low voice came from the shadows, followed by another blue-purple arrow tearing through the air. Lu Xingchen immediately activated the Devouring Sky technique, raising his cultivation to the level of a 2-star Grand Martial Master, and deployed his primordial umbrella. A white energy shield materialized in time to block the incoming arrow, which only caused ripples across the shield surface. He exhaled in relief. This proved that his opponent wasn't invincible. Her strength was likely still within the range of a Grand Martial Master. If that was the case, he had a chance to fight. Seizing the moment the first arrow hit the ground, Lu Xingchen drew his bow and fired a demon-breaking arrow toward the mysterious woman's position. She dodged swiftly, stepping out from the shadows and finally revealing herself. She was a stunningly beautiful young woman, her face radiant and delicate, her figure elegant and alluring. But Lu Xingchen had no time to admire her beauty. This woman was far too dangerous. Miss, I mean no offense. I just want to save my senior sister and leave. The treasure chest is yours, and I don't care about the others' lives. There's no need for us to fight. Too late, the woman said coldly. You dare to shoot at me. Today, you'll pay the price. Lu Xingchen cursed inwardly. If he hadn't attacked first, he wouldn't even have the chance to stand here now. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Without hesitation, he fired a second arrow. At the same time, the woman launched another of her own. The 2 arrows collided midair, and a blue-purple lightning bolt crackled down with a deafening roar. Lu Xingchen's heart tightened. The way this woman attacks is truly bizarre. Lu Xingchen watched his opponent's movements intently. The blue-violet lightning entwined around her arrow was clearly a manifestation of an advanced martial technique, and she had managed to seamlessly imbue it into her arrows. Time was running out. Lu Xingchen quickly knocked his bow and released a 3rd arrow. The mysterious woman responded with astonishing speed, but her 3rd arrow took an unexpected trajectory, curving gracefully through the air. The 2 arrows passed each other in midair without colliding, and her arrow struck Lu Xingchen's battle energy shield with tremendous force. In an instant, a thick bolt of lightning crashed down with a deafening roar. Even under the protection of the Tianyuan umbrella, Lu Xingchen was sent flying by the terrifying impact, and the umbrella was knocked aside. At the same time, he noticed with shock that his opponent was also shielded by a layer of battle energy, rendering his Kai-breaking arrows completely ineffective. This woman's strength is far beyond what I anticipated. Lu Xingchen thought, alarmed. If she unleashed a 4th arrow, he knew he would be done for without the protection of the Tianyuan umbrella. With his life hanging by a thread, he turned to the system shop as his last hope. He quickly located a bottle of invincibility elixir granting 30 seconds of complete immunity to all damage upon consumption. Though the steep price of 1,000 exchange points made him wince, it was a small price to pay compared to his life. As the elixir slid down his throat, the mysterious woman's 4th arrow was already upon him. Yet this time, the devastating blue-violet lightning had no effect on him whatsoever. The woman, who was used to her arrows never missing their mark, was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword and charged toward her. Continuing to engage in a contest of archery would be suicidal. Close combat was his only chance for survival. He was convinced that while her archery skills were unparalleled, her close-range combat abilities would likely be her weakness. With the effects of the invincibility elixir still active, this was his one and only shot. The mysterious woman was an exceptional archer. In just 5 seconds, she had fired 5 arrows in rapid succession, each whistling through the air toward Lu Xingchen. Yet, despite their precision, the arrows had no effect when they struck him, thanks to the invincibility potion he had consumed. 5 seconds later, Lu Xingchen had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of her. While she was still bewildered by her arrow's ineffectiveness, His Heaven's Annihilation Seal was already bearing down on her. Though a protective aura shield appeared around her in an instant, it shattered under the force of Lu Xingchen's strike. The Heaven's Annihilation Seal struck her chest heavily, sending her flying across the hall and slamming into the wall. She coughed up blood on impact. Lu Xingchen followed closely, his shadow sword raised high, but he hesitated at the last moment. He thought to himself that this woman was merely after the treasure chest and had no deep-seated grudge against him. Although Lin Jing had been gravely injured, she would recover with time. There seemed to be no need to kill her outright. The mysterious woman, terrified by the sword poised above her, was in no condition to fight back. Having endured the full brunt of the Heaven's Annihilation Seal, her chi was completely depleted, and she lay collapsed on the ground, powerless. In desperation, she cried out, "You can't kill me. I am the saintess of the Xingchen sect. If you dare harm me, the Xingchen sect will exact vengeance on your sect and your family." Her words caught Lu Xingchen off guard. Xingchen sect? He hadn't heard of it before, but for it to produce someone as formidable as her capable of single-handedly subduing 11 Grand Martial Masters, it was no ordinary third-tier sect. Moreover, the automatic activation of her protective aura shield was clearly the work of a rare spiritual artifact, further proving her extraordinary background. However, if he let her go, her domineering nature meant she would undoubtedly seek revenge after recovering. After a moment of thought, Lu Xingchen took out the primordial umbrella and sealed her inside. The primordial umbrella was both a defensive tool and a powerful trap. Unless destroyed by external force, it was nearly impossible for anyone to escape from within. Inside the umbrella, the mysterious woman erupted into a stream of curses, but Lu Xingchen ignored her entirely. He stored the primordial umbrella in his spatial ring and turned to Lin Jing, handing her a rejuvenation pill. After consuming the pill, Lin Jing asked in astonishment, "Lu Xingchen, did you deal with the archer?" Lu Xingchen smiled bitterly. "You could say that." Hearing this, Lin Jing's face lit up with admiration. The woman who had held her own against dozens of elite disciples had been subdued by Lu Xingchen with apparent ease. Just how strong was he? Lu Xingchen then grasped the blue-purple arrow embedded in Lin Jing's chest and asked, "What should I do about this arrow?" "Just pull it out," Lin Jing replied nonchalantly. "I've tangled with the Wuyun sect for years and have suffered worse injuries than this. If I couldn't handle the pain, I wouldn't have made it this far." Without further hesitation, Lu Xingchen gripped the arrow's shaft and yanked it out in one swift motion. Blood spurted out, but Lin Jing merely let out a faint groan before using her chi to stop the bleeding. "You're seriously injured and need immediate bandaging," Lu Xingchen said. "But as a man, it's inappropriate for me to assist. Hu Junfeng and the others are still at the Dao Comprehension Plaza. Hold on for just a bit longer." Lin Jing smiled faintly. "It's not a big deal. You should go open the treasure chest first. It's your rightful reward." Lu Xingchen nodded and headed toward the chest. Along the way, he noticed that the disciples of the Grand Martial Master realm who had been struck down were gravely injured but still alive. It seemed the mysterious woman wasn't entirely ruthless. When he reached Xingchen, Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword. Xingchen, pale with fear, stammered, "What are you going to do?" "The Tianma sect has plagued the land for too long," Lu Xingchen said coldly. "Today, they'll start settling the score with you." "You can't kill me," Xingchen shouted in terror. "I am the holy son of the Tianma sect. If you kill me, the Tianma sect will never stop hunting you." Lu Xingchen sneered. "The Tianma sect? Hardly worth fearing." With that, his sword flashed, and Xingchen was no more. A system notification sounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a 3-star Grand Martial Master and earned 300 experience points and exchange points. Congratulations on advancing to a 9-star Martial Master and gaining 19 talent points." With Xingchen dealt with, Lu Xingchen turned his attention to the treasure chest. It wasn't locked, so he opened it effortlessly. Inside was a scroll inscribed with the words, "Earthshade Puppet." As he touched the scroll, the system instantly transferred its contents to his mind. It detailed a method for crafting puppets, requiring the skills of a high-level alchemist. Most intriguingly, there was no upper limit. The strength of the puppets depended solely on the quality of the materials and the sole power of the creator. Lu Xingchen was ecstatic. With enough puppets, his combat power would increase significantly. Although the number of puppets a person could control was limited, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Since crafting the Earthshade puppet required the body of a martial artist, with their strength and life determining the puppet's power, Lu Xingchen stored Xingchen's corpse in his spatial ring. Then, carrying Lin Jing, he made his way back to the Dao Comprehension Plaza. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the plaza. Lu Xingchen immediately handed Lin Jing over to Gu Zhang, saying, "You're both women, please help Lin Jing with her bandages." Gu Zhang nodded solemnly. "Leave it to me." The others quickly formed a human wall to shield them from prying eyes. Hu Junfeng, still in shock, asked. Lu Xingchen, did you really deal with that archer? More or less, Lu Xingchen replied with a nod. Impressive. That's incredible. Hu Junfeng gave him a thumbs up. Around them, disciples from the other three major sects and the Tianma sect were equally stunned. Seeing Lu Xingchen return with Lin Jing in his arms, they speculated whether the mysterious woman had been defeated or had already left after achieving her goal. With the woman no longer present, the crowd rushed toward the hall to rescue their respective holy sons. After Gu Zheng finished bandaging Lin Jing's wound, the group rested for an hour in the Dao Enlightenment Plaza. Just as Lu Xingchen's battle energy recovered to its peak, the weather suddenly shifted. A dazzling white light flashed, and in an instant, everyone was transported to the entrance of the secret realm. Lin Tian, leading the 7 Peak Masters, quickly approached with a grave expression. How did it go? Any gains? He asked. Lu Xingchen gave a slight nod. The results are decent. Decent? That's an understatement. Ning Feng interjected eagerly. Sect Master, do you know that all the disciples of the Wuyuan sect who entered the secret realm this time were completely wiped out by Lu Xingchen? Not a single one was spared. At these words, Lin Tian and the 7 Peak Masters were visibly shocked. Although there had been long-standing hostility between Wuyuan sect and Lingxiao sect, no one had ever managed to utterly defeat the other side like this, not even Lin Su had achieved such a feat. Lu Xingchen, is what Ning Feng said true? Lin Tian asked in a deep voice. Just a matter of luck, Lu Xingchen replied with a faint smile, nodding affirmatively. Hearing this confirmation, a flash of delight crossed Lin Tian's eyes, and his gaze toward Lu Xingchen softened noticeably. The other Peak Masters also looked at the young disciple with a mixture of astonishment and admiration. Ha ha ha. Lin Tian broke into hearty laughter. Well done, Lu Xingchen. You've given me an incredible surprise. All of you can keep whatever you obtained in the secret realm. There's no need to submit anything. These treasures will be of the greatest value in your hands. The 7 chief disciples were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude in unison. However, Lu Xingchen hesitated and spoke with some difficulty. Sect Master, I have a request I'd like to discuss. You are the greatest contributor to this victory. Speak freely. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll grant it. Lin Tian responded generously. It's about the Tianyuan umbrella you lent me, Lu Xingchen said softly. Would you consider giving it to me permanently? He couldn't avoid raising the matter, as the mysterious woman sealed within the umbrella weighed heavily on his mind. Lin Tian's brows furrowed slightly at the request. The Tianyuan umbrella was a high-grade spiritual weapon of the profound tier, greatly enhancing combat ability. Giving it away so easily was not a trivial matter. Sensing Lin Tian's hesitation, Lu Xingchen quickly added, I'm willing to exchange it for 10 low-grade spiritual weapons and 10 low-grade martial techniques of the profound tier. These were spoils he had acquired from fallen opponents in the secret realm. Instead of auctioning them off, he found it more practical to trade them for the Tianyuan umbrella. Lin Tian was stunned. How much did you manage to gain in the secret realm? That, I'd prefer not to disclose, Lu Xingchen replied with a wry smile. So, Sect Master, would you agree to the exchange? The terms you're offering far exceed the value of the Tianyuan umbrella, Lin Tian said after a moment of contemplation. With these weapons and techniques, the strength of the entire Lingxiao sect will be significantly enhanced. How about this? I'll only take half. No need. Please accept it all, Lu Xingchen said sincerely. The Lingxiao sect has given me the gift of guidance. It's only right for me to give back. Haha, you truly are a man of character. Lin Tian laughed heartily. In that case, I'll accept. With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Xingchen placed 10 spiritual weapons and 10 martial techniques neatly on the ground. Those present were astounded by the sight, and the disciples began murmuring among themselves, praising Lu Xingchen's strength and generosity. Without hesitation, Lin Tian collected the items into his storage ring, his trust in Lu Xingchen's character apparent. Just as Lin Tian was preparing to lead everyone back to the sect, Gu Yuan, the sect master of Wuyuan sect, suddenly appeared with over a dozen powerful warriors at the martial grandmaster level, surrounding the Lingxiao sect group. Lin Tian, care to explain why none of my sect's 5 disciples have returned? Gu Yuan's voice trembled with restrained fury. Lin Tian felt a surge of satisfaction internally, but maintained a composed expression. The secret realm is fraught with danger. Casualties are inevitable. If your disciples perished, why come to blame Lingxiao sect? Enough of your nonsense. Gu Yuan snapped, unable to contain his anger any longer. I've already learned that all my disciples fell to Lu Xingchen's hands. And what of it? Lin Tian retorted coldly. If they lacked the strength and died by Lu Xingchen's sword, it's only natural. Had Lu Xingchen been weaker, he would have been the one to die. Gu Yuan's face darkened. Hand over Lu Xingchen, and our sects can still maintain peace. Otherwise, prepare for war. Peace? Lin Tian sneered. When have our sects ever been at peace? You dared to ambush Lin Su, but we can't retaliate? Lu Xingchen is the holy son of Lingxiao sect, and I will protect him at all costs. If it's war you want, then so be it. Lu Xingchen secretly admired the sect master's boldness, willing to risk conflict with Wu Yun's sect to shield him. Gu Yuan clenched and unclenched his fists, clearly torn. After a long internal struggle, he finally led his group away, leaving with a venomous parting remark. Lin Tian, Lu Xingchen, Wu Yun's sect will remember this grudge. One day, we'll repay it tenfold. Once the Wu Yun sect group had departed, Lu Xingchen exhaled deeply and bowed deeply to Lin Tian. Thank you, sect master, for saving my life. I will never forget this kindness. Lin Tian smiled and said, it's what I should do. You are the hero of our Lingxiao sect. If we can't even protect you, it would dishearten the disciples. After leaving the Sunset Forest and returning to Lingxiao sect, Lu Xingchen immediately went to look for Lin Wanqing. Having been away for so long, he truly missed his fiancée. Miss Wanqing, I'm back. Lu Xingchen stood at Lin Wanqing's door and gently knocked. He found the door slightly ajar but, out of courtesy, refrained from entering. Instead, he waited outside. A quarter of an hour passed, and the room remained eerily silent. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart, and he pushed the door open. The room was empty. On the table lay a letter, quietly waiting. Lu Xingchen unfolded the paper, and Lin Wanqing's familiar handwriting came into view. Dezhuang, by the time you read this, I will have already left. Congratulations on becoming the holy son of Lingxiao sect. I imagine your trip to the Chuyuan secret realm was a great success. However, I've realized that your steps are too fast, and I can no longer keep up. I like you, but I don't want to cling to you like the Lingxiao flower clings to high branches. I want to stand beside you as an equal, like a tree. You've found your path, and I must find mine. I hope that when we meet again, you'll bring me new surprises. Let us meet at the peak. Her brief words carried both confidence and resilience. Lu Xingchen sighed softly and carefully tucked the letter into his robes. As she said, the Tianyuan Continent was vast, and their paths would surely cross again. Meeting at the peak might not be impossible. After Lin Wanqing's departure, Lu Xingchen focused on studying the art of crafting earthshade puppets. With a few capable helpers, the road ahead would undoubtedly be smoother. However, he quickly discovered that creating a puppet at the level of a martial master required the skills of at least a Tier 3 alchemist. Determined, he secluded himself for 10 days to refine pills and finally advanced to become a Tier 3 alchemist. Using the proceeds from selling pills, he purchased materials and, combining them with Qin Tian's corpse, successfully crafted his first puppet. This puppet, possessing the strength of a 3-star martial master, was undoubtedly a significant asset. Following the instructions in the scroll, Lu Xingchen imprinted his soul mark on the puppet, ensuring its eternal loyalty. Just as he was pondering how to acquire more martial master-level corpses, Wang Dongxian suddenly came to visit. Hastily, Lu Xingchen put away the puppet and opened the door to greet her. Senior sister Dongxian, is something the matter? Junior brother Lu, the sect master has summoned you. Please head to the council hall immediately. Though puzzled, Lu Xingchen wasted no time and headed to the council hall, where Lin Tian was already waiting. Sect master, what is the matter? This is a letter from the great Yin kingdom. Take a look. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen felt a pang of unease. Knowing his father's character, he wouldn't disturb him unless it was a dire situation. Taking the letter, he read it carefully. Lu Xingchen, this is Sovereign Xiaolong of the great Yin kingdom. Our nation is in grave peril. Half a month ago, Fengming Kingdom launched a sudden attack, and their forces have grown significantly stronger, with numerous experts among them. Your father, Lu Chaoyang, fought valiantly but was captured due to the disparity in strength. Xiao Yu is missing, and you are now our kingdom's last hope. If you hold a significant position in Lingxiao sect, could you request reinforcements? Please return quickly. Without General Lu, I fear I cannot hold out much longer. After finishing the letter, Lu Xingchen's expression turned somber. Lin Tian explained that while he wished to help, the rules of the Righteous Alliance prohibited a Tier 3 sect like Lingxiao sect from intervening in the conflicts of kingdoms. In that case, sect master, I must return to my homeland immediately. Do what you can. Your potential is boundless, and your future lies beyond any single nation or city. If you encounter danger, invoke the name of Lingxiao sect, and it will safeguard you. Thank you, sect master. Please return the position of Holy Son to senior brother Hu Junfeng. Lu Xingchen returned to Bamboo Peak to pack his belongings. The journey from the Great Yin Kingdom to Lingxiao sect took 3 days, and the domestic situation would undoubtedly worsen in that time. There was no time to lose. When he arrived at the mountain gate, the 6 chief disciples and Lin Qingzhu were already waiting for him. Hu Junfeng spoke softly. Junior brother Lu, the sect master has informed us of your situation. We are here to see you off. Lu Xingchen felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you all. I will return safely. Lin Qingzhu handed him a storage ring. This contains the recipes for nearly all Tier 3 pills. I hope it will aid you. As a Tier 3 alchemist, these recipes were exactly what he needed. In this critical moment, Lu Xingchen did not refuse and accepted the ring. Thank you, Peak Master. Ning Feng scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Boss, all my martial arts skills were given by you. I really have nothing good to offer, so all I can do is wish you a safe journey. Lu Xingchen chuckled and nodded. It's the thought that counts. At that moment, Lin Jing suddenly stepped forward. Lu Xingchen, I'm going back with you. Her unexpected declaration left Lu Xingchen stunned. But didn't the sect master say that members of Lingxiao sect are forbidden from getting involved in the affairs of the kingdoms? A sly glint flashed in Lin Jing's eyes. Simple. I'll just leave Lingxiao sect for now. Once the war is over, I'll rejoin. The sect master is not unreasonable. While we can't openly assist you, sending me alone shouldn't be a problem. This news brought a surge of joy to Lu Xingchen's heart. Lin Jing had years of experience battling disciples of the Wuyun sect, with combat prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary grand martial master. With her help, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. Senior Sister Lin Jing, are you sure you want to come with me? Lu Xingchen asked solemnly. This battle will be extremely dangerous, and we may not make it out alive. Lin Jing nodded firmly. Lu Xingchen, you're not only incredibly powerful, but you also avenged Lin Su by defeating all the Wuyun sect disciples in the Chuyuan secret realm. My wish has been fulfilled, and I am willing to follow you. I believe that under your leadership, we can save the Dian Kingdom and return safely. If Senior Sister Lin Jing trusts me so much, then let's set off immediately. Let's find 2 good horses and head for the Dian Kingdom as soon as possible, Lin Jing suggested. Lu Xingchen shook his head. Horses are too slow. Every minute we delay, the Dian Kingdom faces greater danger. Xiao Yu, come out. Ride a dragon? The gathered top disciples exchanged incredulous looks. Before they could fully process the idea, a massive nether dragon emerged from the mount space, soaring into the sky. Its violet-black scales shimmered coldly under the sunlight, its wings spread wide, and purple flames danced around its body, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Holy, boss, is this your mount? Ning Feng stammered. That's right, a third-year beast. Boss, you're incredible, Ning Feng exclaimed. Hu Junfeng seemed deep in thought. I remember during the new disciples' first group mission at the Blood Robe Sect's outpost, there was indeed a dragon. We all thought you had perished back then. Who would have thought you not only survived, but actually tamed it? That's correct. Hu Junfeng gave a wry smile. A third-tier dragon beast with limitless potential and tremendous combat power. Lu Xingchen, I couldn't beat you before, and now I can't even compete with your mount. Time is of the essence. Senior Sister Lin Jing, get on the dragon. Lu Xingchen commanded as the 2 of them leaped onto the nether dragon's back. Xiao Yu, full speed ahead. Destination: the royal city of the Dian Kingdom. Understood. The nether dragon's voice was deep and resounding. As the dragon and its riders disappeared into the horizon, the 5 disciples at the mountain gate reluctantly turned and walked away, their discussions filled with astonishment at Lu Xingchen's ability to tame a dragon beast as intelligent as a human. While riding on Xiao Yu's back, Lu Xingchen reviewed his attribute panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Level, 9-star Martial Master. Experience points, 600, 1000. Exchange points, 1220. Talents, Eagle Eye 20, Heavy Strike 20, Berserk 36, Blade 30, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 30. Professions, 3rd Grade Alchemist 100, 010000, 3rd Grade Spirit Array Master 010000. Mount, Nether Dragon 3rd Tier. Even without using the Devouring technique, Lu Xingchen was now strong enough to face a low-star Grand Martial Master. However, given the challenges ahead, he decided to enhance his talents. Devour upgraded to 50. Absorbs 50 of the opponent's energy for personal use. Berserk upgraded to 50. Increases critical hit rate by 50 and critical damage by 25. Eagle Eye upgraded to 30. Extends vision range by 100 meters. He used up all his remaining talent points. After all, the upcoming battle wasn't just an unknown fight, but a confrontation against the entire Foaming Kingdom and its hidden backers. After the devastating loss Foaming Kingdom suffered in Xingchen, their sudden resurgence in power enough to capture his father suggested the involvement of a formidable force. These mysteries could only be unraveled by meeting Xiaolong. In just half a day, they arrived at the royal city. The sight before them was shocking. Over 10,000 Foaming Kingdom soldiers were fiercely attacking the city, defended by only a few thousand troops. Catapults bombarded from a distance, while a dozen siege ladders were already set up nearby, and a battering ram relentlessly struck the city gates. The city was on the verge of collapse. The appearance of the Nether Dragon stunned both armies, momentarily halting the battle as everyone gazed up at the sky in awe. Whoa, it's really a dragon. I've served in the army for years, and this is the first time I've seen a real dragon. Strange, why would a dragon dare approach a city? Isn't it afraid of being attacked by warriors? Honestly, how many of us here could even hurt it? Lu Xingchen quickly issued orders. Xiaoyu, destroy the enemy's catapults at the rear. Senior Sister Lin Jing, take down the siege ladders. They'll handle the battering ram. Understood. The dragon and Lin Jing responded in unison. Xiaoyu landed on the city wall, causing both defenders and attackers to instinctively back off. Everyone knew that dragons were the apex of the beast world, and Xiaoyu's intimidating aura was enough to deter anyone from approaching. Lu Xingchen and Lin Jing leaped off the dragon's back. Lin Jing headed for the wall, while Lu Xingchen jumped straight down to the battlefield. Only then did the soldiers realize there were people riding the dragon. My goodness, someone can actually ride that dragon. I doubt even the top warriors of both nations could do that. Looks like they're joining the fight. But on whose side? Lu Xingchen leapt off the city wall, landing gracefully as soldiers of Fengming Kingdom immediately surrounded him. His expression remained calm as he gripped his shadow sword and charged toward the battering ram in the distance. With his devouring talent, eliminating these ordinary soldiers barely consumed any of his energy. A system notification continuously echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 3-star warrior and gained 3 experience points and exchange points. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 5-star warrior and gained 5 experience points and exchange points. Though these points were negligible compared to the 1,000 points required to break through to a 10-star martial master, Lu Xingchen still managed to slay over 100 enemy soldiers in just 3 minutes. His ferocious combat style and decisive killing strikes instilled fear in the soldiers of Fengming Kingdom, forcing them to retreat and leaving a clear space around the battering ram. Just as Lu Xingchen prepared to destroy it, a furious shout rang out from the distance. You dare, boy! 3 martial grandmasters charged toward him, 1 2-star and 2 1-stars. This lineup caused Lu Xingchen to frown slightly. In lower-tier nations, a single martial grandmaster was enough to dominate a region, yet Fengming Kingdom had deployed 3 for this siege. Such strength was unheard of for a nation of their level. Who are you? Lu Xingchen asked in a deep voice. The 2-star martial grandmaster sneered. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that today, you will die. What a pity, a 9-star martial warrior, so young and talented. But you shouldn't have fought for Xiaolong. Who dies today is still uncertain, Lu Xingchen replied flatly. If they refused to answer, he could always ask Xiaolong later. The battle erupted instantly. Thanks to his numerous talents, Lu Xingchen's combat prowess far exceeded that of others at his level. Even against 3 opponents, he fought with ease. With the shadow sword in hand, none of the martial grandmasters could even touch him, instead suffering heavy injuries each time they attacked. In just 3 minutes, Lu Xingchen seized an opportunity to kill one of the 1-star martial grandmasters. The system promptly announced, Congratulations, host. You have slain a 1-star martial grandmaster and gained 150 experience points and exchange points. The remaining 2 were terrified. This is impossible. He's just a 9-star martial warrior. How can he be so powerful? We can't even touch him, and Xuezhi is already dead. This is terrifying. We must report this to Senior Li Ning. They turned and fled toward their main camp. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen unleashed a sky-splitting slash. The 2-star martial grandmaster acted decisively, shoving his comrade into the path of the attack to escape faster himself. The system announced more experience points gained, and Lu Xingchen broke through to the 10-star martial warrior level, earning an additional 20 exchange points. Lu Xingchen stored the corpses of the 2 1-star martial grandmasters in his storage ring and effortlessly destroyed the now unguarded battering ram. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had achieved remarkable results as well, flying into the enemy camp and easily demolishing all the catapults, troop transports, arrow towers, and siege crossbows. The enemy was powerless against her. If even Lu Xingchen's shadow sword couldn't scratch her, ordinary arrows stood no chance. Using his skywing technique, Lu Xingchen returned to the city wall. By then, Lin Jing had already destroyed all the scaling ladders. The enemy commander had no choice but to order a retreat. Without siege equipment or ladders, continuing the assault would only lead to unnecessary casualties. The defenders erupted in cheers. We've won. Fengming Kingdom is retreating. Before leaving, Xiaoyu unleashed a final burst of dragon flames, killing hundreds of enemy soldiers before returning to her space as Lu Xingchen's mount. The defenders gazed at Lu Xingchen and Lin Jing with awe and reverence. A senior officer named Li Bai mustered his courage and stepped forward. As he got closer, recognition dawned on his face. Lu Dazhuang? No, you're Lu Xingchen, the only son of General Lu Chaoyang. You've returned from Lingxiao sect? Commander Li Bai, long time no see, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile. Recalling his past remarks about Lu Xingchen, Li Bai was filled with shame. Lord Lu Xingchen, it's been half a year, and you've grown so powerful. You're the savior of Tianyuan Kingdom. I deeply apologize for my inappropriate words back then. Lu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. The past is the past. Take me to see the king. I need to understand the current situation. Li Bai nodded repeatedly and quickly ordered his deputy to spread the news of Lu Xingchen's return to boost morale. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the royal palace. There, they found King Xiaolong slumped on the dragon throne, his face vacant and his hand clutching his sword, ready to die for his kingdom. At that moment, Li Bei's voice thundered through the hall. "Your Majesty, the young general has returned." Upon hearing the news of Lu Xingchen's return, Xiaolong leapt from the dragon throne in excitement and hurried to the entrance of the grand hall. As Lu Xingchen appeared at the doorway, a faint smile played on his lips. "Your Majesty, I trust you've been well." Though Lu Xingchen had past grievances with Xiaoyu, it did not diminish his loyalty to Xiaolong. Despite being an unremarkable ruler, Xiaolong excelled in the art of delegation. He entrusted Peng Zhihao with managing internal affairs and appointed Lu Chaoyang to guard the borders, ensuring Great Yin thrived in harmony and prosperity. Xiaolong spread his arms wide and embraced Lu Xingchen warmly. "You've finally returned. Only you can save Great Yin now." "I've returned this time to protect Great Yin and ensure my father's safety," Lu Xingchen replied solemnly. "What about the enemy forces outside the royal city? How did you manage to break through their encirclement?" Xiaolong asked in bewilderment. "I've already driven them back," Lu Xingchen replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief, but his curiosity remained. "Impressive. You managed to repel an army of tens of thousands. How many experts from Lingxiao sect assisted you?" "The Lingxiao sect is bound by the alliance of righteous sects and cannot interfere in state conflicts. I only returned with my senior sister, Lin Jing." A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaolong's face. "Just the two of you? This time, Fengming has deployed over 10 grand martial masters, and even our general has been captured by them. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my senior sister and I are enough to handle this," Lu Xingchen stated with unwavering confidence. Lu Xingchen then inquired in detail about the current state of Great Yin. As it turned out, after their previous defeat, Fengming had signed an unequal treaty and sought aid from Tianhui. Tianhui dispatched a battalion of 1,000 martial artists, including 10 grand martial masters and 1 martial spirit expert. With their support, Fengming had conquered 2/3 of Great Yan's territory. Lu Chaoyang had been captured and was now imprisoned in Ziguiqing, which had become the enemy's base of operations. After understanding the situation, Lu Xingchen returned to the depths of the palace with Lin Jing. Once there, he dismissed Lin Jing and retrieved the Tianyuan umbrella, releasing a mysterious woman who had been sealed within it for days. The woman, who introduced herself as Yunli, was remarkably composed despite her prolonged captivity. She admitted to being the saintess of the Xingchen sect, but explained that her cultivation had been sealed as part of a trial. Lu Xingchen proposed that she reveal her identity to intimidate Tianhui, but Yunli refused, citing the rules of her trial. She warned that experts from Xingchen sect would arrive in 3 months' time to rescue her. Faced with such a difficult and unyielding woman, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had no choice but to continue searching for alternative solutions. Hearing this, Yun Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Xingchen. "What? Are you serious? We're talking about a martial spirit here. You're just a 10-star martial master. What makes you think you can pull this off?" Lu Xingchen remained calm. "That's my concern, not yours. So, can you help me? Consider it a favor I'll owe you. If you ever find yourself in trouble, I'll be there to repay the debt." "All right." A sly glint flashed in Yun Li's eyes. "I can use my status as a disciple of the Xingchen sect to pressure Tianhui Kingdom into halting their support for Fengming Kingdom. But the rest is up to you, Lu Xingchen. You're quite an interesting person. I can't wait to see how you'll pull off this miracle." "A gentleman's word is his bond," Lu Xingchen said as he lifted the seal on the primordial umbrella. Finally freed, Yunli let out a long breath and retrieved a paper kite from her storage ring. She quickly jotted down a few lines before releasing it into the air. "Done. I've sent a letter to my senior brother. He'll help me pressure Tianhui Kingdom and stop them from sending reinforcements." "Thank you. You really get things done swiftly," Lu Xingchen said with a smile. "In that case, let's part ways here. You continue your training, and I'll go rescue my father." "Who said I was leaving?" Yunli grinned mischievously. "Training is training, no matter where it is. I've decided to tag along and see for myself how you'll turn the tide." Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. "You're not going to slow me down, are you?" "Slow you down? You underestimate me." Yunli put her hands on her hips. "I am a saintess, after all. Here's the deal, I won't follow you for nothing. If you need help, just ask. Though my strength is currently suppressed to that of a 5-star great martial master, don't push your luck. If you ask for too much, I'll refuse." Lu Xingchen was overjoyed at the offer. Though Yun Li's power was restricted to a 5-star great martial master, her true abilities far exceeded that. Paired with her exceptional archery skills, she was undoubtedly a valuable ally. "So, what's the plan? How are we going to revive the Great Yin Kingdom?" Yunli asked eagerly. "The first step is to rescue my father. The longer he stays in Zigue City, the more he suffers. You want to rescue your father? Yunli exclaimed in surprise. Zigue City is guarded by a martial spirit. Not only can you not defeat him, but even I am no match in my current state. I'm only planning a jailbreak, not a direct confrontation with the martial spirit. I have a plan. This sounds like fun. I'm coming too. No, it's too dangerous. I can't spare the effort to protect you. Yunli dismissed his concern. Dangerous for you, maybe. For me, not so much. If we encounter that martial spirit, I'll just flash my Xiangchuan sect token. If that doesn't work, it'll unseal my powers. Must be nice to have such a strong backing, Lu Xingchen said helplessly. Miss Yunli, you should rest for now. I'll be meditating in preparation for the jailbreak. Got it. Good luck. Yunli said cheerfully as she left the room. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations, host. New mission received. Rescue father. Mission objective. Free Lu Chaoyang from Zigue City. Reward, 2000 EXP, 2000 exchange points, and the Xinggrade Advanced Spirit Weapon, Falling Sunset Bow. Lu Xingchen was thrilled. Rescuing his father was already a priority, and now it came with system rewards. What a pleasant surprise. Advancing from a 10-star Martial Master to a 1-star Great Martial Master required 1,500 EXP. Completing this mission would allow him to level up. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Realm, 10-star Martial Master. EXP, 1,001,500. Exchange points, 2,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 20, Power Strike 20, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 30, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50. Profession, Tier 3 Alchemist 100010000. Tier 3 Spirit Array Master 010000. Mount, Nether Dragon, Tier 3. Mission, Rescue Father. He allocated the 20 points earned from reaching 10-star Martial Master to Blade Mastery. Blade Mastery 50. Increases damage with blade weapons by 100 points. Then, he used the system shop to purchase the Xinggrade Intermediate Spirit Boots, Windstride Boots, and the Xinggrade Intermediate Martial Technique, Phantom Steps, instantly depleting his 2,000 exchange points. Facing a martial spirit Hedon was unrealistic. Speed was key to rescuing his father before anyone could react. Lu Xingchen donned the Windstride Boots and comprehended Phantom Steps. A torrent of movement techniques surged into his mind, as if he had practiced them for years. Next, he retrieved 2 1-star Great Martial Master corpses and his Qing Stone Cauldron to refine Earthshade puppets. Zigue City was sure to have other experts, and having additional puppets would provide a safety net. After a day and night of effort, the 2 Earthshade puppets were successfully refined. At dawn, Lu Xingchen knocked on Lin Jing's door. Junior brother Lu. What's the matter? Senior sister Lin. I'm heading to Zigue City to rescue my father. I'm entrusting the defense of the royal city to you. You're really going? My father raised me and nurtured my growth. I must do this. Very well. Leave the royal city to me. As long as I'm here, Foaming Kingdom won't advance a single step. Junior brother Lu. I'll await your triumphant return. Thank you for your blessings. After bidding farewell to Lin Jing, Lu Xingchen woke Yunli. Miss Yunli, everything is ready. Time to set out. Yay. This is going to be exciting. The two mounted their horses and set off for Zigue City. Lu Xingchen refrained from summoning his nether dragon mount to avoid alerting the enemy. In the residence of the city lord of Zigue City, an elderly man with snow-white hair was leisurely sipping tea. Suddenly, Sun Shang, a 3-star Grand Martial Master who had previously been defeated in the royal city, rushed in anxiously. Lord Li Ning, something terrible has happened. Li Ning slowly set down his teacup, his tone calm and composed. Sun Shang, haven't I told you to remain calm in the face of trouble? Speak slowly, what's the matter? Sun Shang took a moment to steady his breathing. Lu Xingchen has returned from the Lingxiao sect, and he brought back a giant dragon and another Grand Martial Master. They've thwarted our plans to seize the royal city. Just 2 people and a dragon? Li Ning chuckled lightly. It seems even the Lingxiao sect doesn't dare to defy the rules of the Righteous Alliance. What's Lu Xingchen's cultivation level now? 10-star Martial Master. For someone his age, reaching that level is indeed impressive, Li Ning remarked, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. A talent like that cannot be allowed to grow unchecked. In a few days, I'll personally lead the troops to the royal city and deal with him. Please be cautious, my lord, Sun Shang said urgently. Although he's only a martial master, he already defeated 3 of our Grand Martial Masters working together and even killed 2 of them. Li Ning raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. He's got some skill then. All the more reason not to let him go. Hold off on attacking the city for now. Let the boy enjoy his dream of restoring his kingdom for a few more days. If he becomes desperate, he might try to flee. When the time is right, I'll handle him myself. Understood. With a martial spirit expert like Lord Li Ning taking action, Lu Xingchen is as good as dead. Sun Shang hesitated for a moment before adding, "My lord, Lu Xingchen has close ties with Lu Chaoyang. Do you think he might attempt a prison break?" "Impossible." Li Ning sneered. "The news of my presence in Zigui City has already spread. It's meant to intimidate the people of the Great Yin Kingdom. No matter how reckless Lu Xingchen is, he wouldn't dare challenge a martial spirit expert who's 2 entire realms above him." After Sun Shang left, Li Ning took another sip of tea and let out a disdainful chuckle. "The king sent me to the Great Yin Kingdom. What a waste of my talents. As for that Lu Xingchen, his days are numbered." One day and one night later, Lu Xingchen and Yunli, disguised in plain clothes, successfully infiltrated Zigui City and settled in a remote inn. "When are we going to rescue him?" Yunli asked excitedly. "A mere martial master challenging a martial spirit expert, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping." "Not so fast," Lu Xingchen replied calmly. "We need to gather intel first." "Are you good at sneaking around?" "Of course," Yunli said proudly. "I used to sneak out of the Zhongshuan sect all the time to explore. This is right up my alley." With the help of a breath-concealing pill given to him by Lin Jing and some disguise techniques, Lu Xingchen infiltrated the city lord's residence with Yunli. Over the next 3 days, they gathered all the key information. Li Ning was a 1-star martial spirit who enjoyed tea and fishing and rarely left the residence. Aside from him, there were 4 low-star grand martial masters, including Sun Shang. Lu Chaoyang was imprisoned in a specially designed room right next to Li Ning's bedroom. 1 martial spirit and 4 grand martial masters. "What's your plan to deal with them?" Yunli asked. "Divide and conquer," Lu Xingchen replied confidently. "We don't need to defeat Li Ning. We just need to lure him away from the residence temporarily." Their target was Li Ping, a lecherous grand martial master. That evening, as Li Ping was indulging himself at the Chuanxiang Pavilion, Yunli, under the guise of delivering a fruit platter, lured him out of his private room. In a secluded corner, Lu Xingchen suddenly attacked, unleashing a devastating heaven-sealing palm that shattered Li Ping's protective barrier and sent him flying into a wall, knocking him unconscious. Yunli was about to kick him a few more times when Lu Xingchen stopped her. "Don't kill him, we still need him." Using the primordial umbrella, Lu Xingchen sealed Li Ping away and quickly left with Yunli. By the time the staff of Chuanxiang Pavilion arrived at the scene, the two had already vanished into the night streets. That evening, news of Li Ping's capture spread like wildfire across Zigui City. Li Ning acted immediately, ordering a lockdown of the entire city. He stationed heavy guards at every gate, determined to uncover Li Ping's whereabouts. "Alive, I want him found. Dead, I want his body." His command was resolute and unwavering. This played right into Lu Xingchen's hands. Chaos in Zigui City was exactly what he wanted. As for the rigorous lockdown, it was nothing more than a joke to him. With Xiaoyu, his winged companion, at his side, ground-level blockades were meaningless. The next morning, Li Ning convened a meeting with the other 3 grand martial masters in the council chamber. He took a sip of tea, his sharp gaze sweeping over the attendees. "Li Ping has gone missing. Who do you think is responsible?" he asked coldly. "Lord Li Ning," Sun Shang said gravely. "It must be Lu Xingchen. He dared to infiltrate Zigui City and even attacked our men." Wang Qian nodded in agreement. Who else could be so audacious if not Lu Xingchen? "A reckless cub challenging the tiger," Li Ning remarked disdainfully, taking another sip of tea. "He knows I'm stationed here. Yet he still dares to court death. We are in the open, but Lu Xingchen operates in the shadows," Sun Shang said with a hint of concern. "Lord Li Ning, how should we respond?" Li Ning's expression remained composed. "There's no need to panic. He's here for one reason: to rescue his father. Capturing Li Ping is nothing more than a ploy to negotiate with us. He'll reveal himself soon enough. When he does, we'll ensure their family reunion permanently." The 3 grand martial masters exchanged knowing smiles at his words. Li Ning then issued his orders. "Sun Shang, Wang Qian, take your teams and search the city. Force him out of hiding. If you encounter him, fire a signal flare, but do not engage directly." He turned to Wang Bai. "You'll stay at the city lord's manor to guard against any desperate moves." By midday, Sun Shang and Wang Qian led 10 martial artists to the inn where Lu Xingchen was staying. They began searching room by room. When Sun Shang kicked open Lu Xingchen's door, he was met with a devastating Min Tian seal. The impact sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into the wall, unable to rise. Wang Qian barely had time to reach for a signal flare before a silent, blue-violet arrow pierced his chest. A bolt of lightning followed, killing him instantly. The remaining martial artists, terrified by the swift defeat of their leaders, attempted to flee, but they were quickly felled by a barrage of arrows. "Miss Yunli, don't you think this is a bit excessive?" Lu Xingchen asked, drawing a sharp breath at the scene. "Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty to oneself," Yunli replied, lowering her longbow with a smile. "What's the plan now? Should we use these 2 low-ranking grand martial masters to negotiate with Li Ning?" "Li Ning won't agree to an exchange," Lu Xingchen said grimly. Once our location is exposed, hell stop at nothing to eliminate us. The two quickly left the inn, disguising themselves in a secluded area. With Yunli's exceptional skills in disguise and her concealment pills, they easily blended into the crowd. 15 minutes later, Li Ning arrived at the inn with Wang Bai. Upon seeing the carnage, he was furious, striking a wall with his palm and shattering it. Wang Bai, shocked by the enemy's strength, voiced his concerns, but Li Ning analyzed calmly. Lu Xingchen clearly has help, but none of them have reached the martial spirit level. If they had, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths. The following morning, Lu Xingchen left the unconscious Sun Sheng and Wang Qian in a remote corner of the city's eastern district. He and Yunli then swiftly moved to the western side, positioning themselves near the city lord's manor. This diversion tactic is brilliant, Yunli exclaimed, realization dawning. Once Li Ning leaves, we'll make our move, Lu Xingchen explained. I'll rely on you, Miss Yunli, to handle the guards at the manor. Half an hour later, a soldier rushed to report the discovery of Wang Qian and Sun Sheng. Li Ning, rather than being alarmed, seemed pleased and prepared to go alone. Wang Bai cautioned that it could be a trap, but Li Ning dismissed the concern. He instructed Wang Bai to guard Lu Chaoyang's cell and reinforce the manor's defenses, ordering the guards to signal if under attack. Confident in his abilities as a martial spirit-level fighter, Li Ning set off alone toward the eastern district, certain of his impending victory. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Xingchen spoke gravely. Li Ning is likely just arriving in the eastern part of the city. Miss Yunli, it's time to act. Yunli's lips curved into a faint smile as she nodded lightly. It's always so entertaining working with you. Lu Xingchen unsheathed his shadow sword, and with a flash of sharp sword light, the gates of the city lord's mansion shattered with a deafening crack. The noise startled everyone inside. Wang Bai, hearing the commotion, was deeply shaken. Lu Xingchen actually dared to storm in so brazenly. He immediately fired a signal flare, fully aware that even when Wang Qian and Sun Sheng joined forces, they had suffered losses. He knew he was no match for Lu Xingchen. Form up. Defend. Wang Bai shouted. Over 100 martial artists responded to the command, brandishing their weapons as they surrounded Lu Xingchen. Yet, Lu Xingchen paid them no mind, striding straight toward the inner depths of the mansion. As a martial artist's blade was about to strike him, a silent arrow pierced through the attacker's chest with precision. The man let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. This sudden turn of events struck fear into the hearts of the remaining martial artists, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. Wang Bai's heart sank, but he bellowed, "There are only two of them. Don't be afraid. Attack together, they can't possibly kill us all." But Yunli's archery proved to be the cruelest answer to their doubt. She absolutely could. Any martial artist who dared step within 3 meters of Lu Xingchen was struck down by her arrows. By the time Lu Xingchen reached the room where Lu Chaoyang was being held, more than half of the martial artists lay lifeless on the ground. The rest, having lost all will to fight, scattered in panic. Lu Xingchen pointed his sword at Wang Bai. "You can either leave or die. Your choice." Wang Bai swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay composed. "Lu Xingchen, Ziguiqing is under lockdown. You won't escape. That's none of your concern. I'll give you 5 seconds." 5. 4 before Lu Xingchen could finish, Wang Bai had already turned and fled. Though he knew he would face punishment from Li Ning later, it was better than losing his life. Lu Xingchen slashed at the door to the room where Lu Chaoyang was imprisoned, but a white barrier of light suddenly appeared, pushing him back a few steps. It turned out to be a third-grade defensive spirit array, one that would take an ordinary high-level martial artist at least half an hour to dismantle. No wonder Li Ning felt confident leaving for the eastern part of the city. This was clearly a trap. However, he had underestimated Lu Xingchen. As a third-grade spirit array master, Lu Xingchen clasped his hands together, releasing hundreds of spirit seals from his palms. The array was dismantled in just 1 minute. Once the light barrier dissipated, Lu Xingchen swung his sword again, splitting the door in two. Inside, Lu Chaoyang was bracing himself with battle energy, thinking reinforcements sent by Xiao Long had arrived. But when he saw Lu Xingchen, he froze in shock. "Xingchen, you came to rescue me? Are you out of your mind?" Seeing his father safe and sound, Lu Xingchen exhaled in relief and broke into a grin. "Dad, there's no time to explain. Li Ning will be back any moment. We need to leave now." Lu Chaoyang's eyes welled with emotion. His once unruly son had grown into someone brave enough to storm the city lord's mansion and challenge powerful martial spirits. It seemed Xingchen had truly matured, beyond his control now. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, he simply nodded. "All right, let's go." The two left quickly, with the mansion's guards long scattered under Yunli's relentless pressure. Outside the gates, Yunli was already waiting. Lu Xingchen immediately summoned Xiaoyu, and a majestic dragon appeared in the sky. "Dad, get on the dragon." Lu Chaoyang was stunned at the sight of the third-tier dragon beast. Such a creature was formidable even for him. The three of them leapt onto the dragon's back, and Lu Xingchen commanded, "Xiao Yu, head to the royal city, as fast as you can." Xiao Yu shook its head slightly. "No problem, leave it to me." With that, it spread its wings and soared into the sky. The appearance of the ghostly dragon caused an uproar in Zigwaching. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, "Whoa, that's a dragon. That must be Lu Xingchen, the young general everyone's been talking about. He's the one who saved the royal city with just a companion and a dragon, right? Definitely him. There's no way Tianyuan has another dragon beast. Is he breaking someone out of prison? Looks like he succeeded. Huh. Li Ning must be furious. The young general is truly extraordinary. His methods are no less impressive than the grand general's. Dian's revival might really be within reach." The people of Zigwaching, loyal to the Dian kingdom, cheered at Lu Xingchen's display of power and courage. In the sky, Lu Chaoyang finally relaxed. He turned to Lu Xingchen and asked, "Xiao Chun, are you already a 10-star martial artist? That's insane. Just 6 months ago, you were only a 2-star. Lu Xingchen chuckled. "Your son is a chosen one, Dad. Advancing quickly is just natural." He thought to himself, "I can't exactly tell you I have a cheat system, can I?" Hearing this, Yunli was also surprised. Advancing from 2-star to 10-star in half a year was extraordinary. While she could achieve such progress herself, it was thanks to the vast resources of the Xingchen sect. For Lu Xingchen, a mere rogue cultivator, to accomplish this was astonishing. It only deepened her curiosity about him. This man must have secrets. Don't throw around terms like chosen one lightly. It might get you into trouble, Yunli warned. Lu Xingchen looked puzzled. Why is that? Yunli smiled. With talent like yours, you'll find out soon enough. Just trust me. Didn't use that term recklessly. All right, I won't say it anymore. Lu Xingchen waved dismissively. Lu Chaoyang then asked, "Xiao Chun, who is this young lady? And why didn't you bring Lin Wanqing back?" Lu Xingchen sighed. "This is Miss Yunli, the saintess of the Xingchen sect. I couldn't have pulled off this rescue without her help. As for Wanqing, she left without saying goodbye. Xingchen sect? Never heard of it. But to be so young and already a high-level martial artist, she must have an impressive background." "Thank you, Miss Yunli." Lu Chaoyang cupped his hands in gratitude toward her. Yunli spoke with a calm tone. "No need to thank me. I'm just out here for some fun." Her words left Lu Chaoyang momentarily stunned. Compared to this straightforward girl, Lin Waning's gentle and obedient demeanor was undoubtedly more to his liking. Turning his attention, he questioned sharply, "What do you mean by leaving without a word?" "Xiao Chun, I told you to take good care of Miss Waning. Is this how you fulfill that responsibility?" Lu Xingchen let out a bitter laugh. "Her legs are her own, not mine. What can I do? We're all adults here, responsible for our own decisions." "You useless brat." Lu Chaoyang scolded in a deep voice. "You can't even keep Miss Waning by your side." His reprimand left Lu Xingchen speechless, the atmosphere thickening with tension. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Lu Xingchen's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the rescue the old man mission. Rewards granted. 2,000 experience points. 2,000 exchange points. Height Ear Xingrade Spiritual Weapon. Sunset Bow. Congratulations on advancing to 1-star Grand Martial Master. You have earned 21 talent points." A surge of warmth coursed through Lu Xingchen's body, and his aura skyrocketed in an instant. The sudden change left Yunli and Lu Chaoyang visibly startled. "Did you just break through?" Yunli stared at him in disbelief. "You were just fighting moments ago, and now you've advanced? Others need to go into seclusion to achieve this. But you? You broke through while standing on a dragon's back, with your battle energy still not fully recovered." A bold theory formed in Yunli's mind. Her expression grew serious as she asked, "Lu Xingchen, can you grow stronger by fighting?" Her question sent a jolt through Lu Xingchen. Though her guess wasn't entirely accurate, his growth was fueled by slaying enemies rather than mere combat. It was better to go along with her assumption than risk exposing the system. "Yes," he nodded lightly. "Every battle makes me stronger. But the Tianyuan Continent is vast and full of unique constitutions. My ability to grow stronger through battle shouldn't be too unusual, right?" Yun Li's face turned grave. "You're not wrong. There have been others with abilities similar to yours, but without exception, they all died young. None of them lived past 30. Lu Xingchen fell silent, but the rationale behind her words became clear to him almost immediately. Such individuals, in their pursuit of rapid growth, likely engaged in constant battles. While they might win 1,000 times, a single loss would spell their demise. "It's good that you understand," Yunli said, patting his shoulder. "Keep at it, kid. Let's hope you're the one to break the 30-year curse." A mix of emotions swirled within Lu Xingchen. The system's method of enhancement did indeed place him in a precarious position, yet without it, he might have already fallen to the assassins back at the tea house. This was a gamble against fate, and for the revival of the Dian kingdom, he had no choice but to take it. Suddenly, an enraged shout rang out from behind them. Lu Xingchen, you scum! Stop right there. The three turned to see Li Ning, wings unfurled, closing in rapidly. Lu Xingchen hadn't anticipated this. Flight techniques were largely redundant beyond the Martial King realm and exceedingly rare, yet Li Ning had evidently mastered one. Xiaoyu, faster! Lu Xingchen commanded decisively. Sensing the looming danger, Xiaoyu instinctively picked up speed. But Li Ning, relentless in his pursuit, continued to narrow the gap. If Li Ning catches up, he'll stay behind to cover your escape, Lu Chaoyang said grimly. I'm old, and my life isn't worth much. You're still young, with a world of potential ahead of you. Lu Xingchen chuckled and shook his head. Old man, don't say such nonsense. We're all in midair. If Li Ning manages to injure Xiaoyu, all three of yous and the dragon will plummet to our deaths. At this point, it's all or nothing. Lu Xingchen, Yunli's voice was tense. If things get dire, I can lift my seal to fight him. The sect's punishment is better than losing our lives. Don't be rash, Lu Xingchen replied calmly, analyzing the situation. From the moment we stormed the city lord's manor, at least 15 minutes have passed. For Li Ning to catch up so quickly, he must have activated his flight technique immediately after seeing the signal flare. These techniques all have time limits, just like my Tianyuan wings, which only last 10 minutes. His time could run out any moment now. We still have a good chance. Impressive, Yunli remarked, her tone carrying a hint of admiration. Staying so composed in the face of danger. Just used to it, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile. As the distance between them shrank to less than 100 meters, Li Ning launched his attack. 3 fist-sized fireballs materialized in front of him, hurtling toward Lu Xingchen in quick succession. Without hesitation, Yunli raised her blue-violet bow and fired. Her arrow melted upon contact with the fireball, but the accompanying lightning triggered an explosion. The resulting shockwave made Lu Xingchen sway slightly. Yunli, undeterred, fired a second arrow, detonating another fireball. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu executed a sharp 90-degree turn, narrowly avoiding the third. Wow, Yunli! Lu Xingchen couldn't help but applaud. Your archery is incredible. Hitting a fast-moving target at this range? I couldn't do that in a million years. Yunli tilted her chin slightly, her expression proud and confident. Of course. I've been practicing archery since I was a child. Li Ning, realizing his attack had missed, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Who is this woman? How can she be so powerful? With his aerial combat technique nearing its time limit, he made a decisive move. Clasping his hands together, a small fireball began to materialize in front of him, growing rapidly until it reached the size of a grown man. With a deafening roar, it hurtled toward the trio. Having unleashed this devastating attack, Li Ning descended back to the ground, confident that no mere great martial master could possibly withstand such an all-out strike. As the massive fireball surged forward, Yunli fired 2 arrows in quick succession. Yet, they only managed to slightly diminish its power. In this dire moment, Lu Xingchen suddenly activated his azure cloud wings and soared into the air from behind the nether dragon. Lu Xingchen, are you insane? Yunli shouted in alarm. If that fireball gets close to Xiaoyu, all 4 of us are finished. If we're going down, I'd rather take the chance to stop it. Lu Xingchen replied firmly. That's the full-force attack of a martial spirit expert. How could you possibly block it? Yunli's voice was filled with disbelief. On the ground, Lu Xiaoyang shouted desperately, Xingchen, come back. His heart ached with helplessness, cursing his own inadequacy for being too weak to summon battle energy wings and shield his son from this fatal blow. But Lu Xingchen ignored them all, his eyes locked on the colossal fireball. He activated his devouring heaven technique, his aura surging higher and higher until he reached the realm of a 5-star great martial master within mere breaths. Without hesitation, he unleashed the heaven-destroying seal and simultaneously activated Jade Shatter. A white energy imprint formed in front of him, slamming directly into the fireball. For a moment, the 2 forces clashed, locked in a fierce struggle, until an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The shockwave sent Lu Xingchen flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth as he tumbled through the air. Xiaoyu, the nether dragon, immediately adjusted its course to catch him, and Yunli leapt forward just in time to grab hold of him. On the ground, Li Ning frowned deeply. Damn it, that Lu Xingchen really has guts, taking my ultimate move hidden. Still, even though Lu Xiaoyang got away, killing someone as promising as Lu Xingchen is a solid win. With that thought, he turned and began making his way back toward Zigui City. On the nether dragon's back, Yunli cradled Lu Xingchen carefully. Are you okay? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lu Xingchen coughed up another mouthful of blood, but managed a weak smile. Don't worry, I'm not dying just yet. He reached for the storage ring on his right hand and retrieved a 3rd-grade rejuvenation pill, swallowing it without hesitation. You blocked a full-power strike from a martial spirit expert with just the strength of a 1-star great martial master. You're insane. Honestly, You're even crazier than I am, Yunli exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Lu Xiaoyang, meanwhile, looked at his son with a mixture of pride and relief. My son Xingchen truly has the potential of an emperor, he said, his voice brimming with admiration. It was just luck, Lu Xingchen replied modestly, though his expression remained calm. In truth, his survival had been the result of several factors. Yun Li's arrows had weakened the fireball, his devouring ability had absorbed half its power, and with the combined use of Jade Shatter and the Heaven-Destroying Seal, he had barely managed to withstand the attack, which had already been reduced to less than half its original strength. This battle had given him a profound understanding of the terrifying might of martial spirit experts without extraordinary measures. Defeating one was nearly impossible. Lu Xingchen, you've truly surprised me, Yunli said, her tone serious. Someone as intelligent and brave as you is rare, even in the Xingchen sect. I've decided to fully support you in reviving the great Yin kingdom. With you around, there's real hope for your nation. Thank you, Miss Yunli. I actually have a favor to ask of you, Lu Xingchen said earnestly. Go ahead. If it's within my power, they'll do it, Yunli replied. I want to form a squad of archers composed of martial masters, and I'd like you to teach them archery. Your skills are extraordinary, and I've seen them firsthand, he explained. You're planning to use this archer squad to counter the martial master battalions of Tianyuan Kingdom, aren't you? Yunli asked, raising an eyebrow. As expected, you saw through it immediately. So, will you help? Lu Xingchen asked, hopeful. I will, Yunli said decisively. While the secret techniques and archery skills of the Xingchen sect cannot be passed on to outsiders, training a few hundred sharpshooters is no problem at all. Before that, could you teach me first? Your silent arrow technique and the ability to imbue arrows with martial techniques are something I deeply admire. I promise I won't pass them on, Lu Xingchen said sincerely. Yunli hesitated, furrowing her brows. These techniques were sect secrets, forbidden to be shared. But as she reflected on their time together, she realized that Lu Xingchen was an upright, ambitious, and filial person. More importantly, his talent was extraordinary, and he possessed the rare ability to grow stronger in battle. He might even become the next great champion of humanity, a slim chance, but one worth considering. All right, they'll teach you, Yunli finally agreed. Yes. Thank you, Miss Yunli. You're amazing, Lu Xingchen exclaimed, overjoyed. Even learning the basics of her archery techniques would significantly enhance his combat capabilities. Yunli retrieved a scroll from her storage ring. This is the Tianyuan art, a low-tier earth-grade martial technique. It allows you to imbue martial techniques into your arrows. Take it and study it. Just make sure to return it to me when I go back to the Xingchen sect. Understood? Lu Xingchen was stunned. Even a low-tier earth-grade technique was a priceless treasure. He had relied on the low-tier earth-grade heaven-destroying seal to clash with a martial spirit expert, so the Tianyuan art was undoubtedly powerful as well. Yunli truly lived up to her reputation as a wealthy prodigy, casually handing over such a treasure. She must have even greater techniques in reserve. If the opportunity arose, he'd have to take advantage of her generosity more often. Understood perfectly, Lu Xingchen replied with a grin, eagerly accepting the scroll. He quickly memorized the Tianyuan art's contents. As Yunli had described, the technique allowed one to imbue martial techniques into arrows, though it required an additional 30% of one's energy. It was a fair trade-off after all. Nothing in the world came without a price. Half a day had flown by, and the trio, accompanied by the mighty dragon, had already returned to the royal capital. The massive, dark purple dragon, Xiaoyu, landed steadily atop the city walls. Lu Xingchen, Lu Xiaoyang, and Yunli gracefully dismounted from its back. Though the soldiers stationed on the walls were still awestruck by the sight, they were no longer as panicked as they had been upon first encountering the dragon. They now understood that this formidable creature was an ally, loyal to the young general and here to support the great Yin kingdom. Li Bai hurried forward to greet them. The moment his eyes fell on Lu Xiaoyang, he froze in place, stunned as if struck by lightning. He had been certain that Lu Xingchen's mission was a near impossible one, and the idea of rescuing the Grand General from a Wu-Ling expert had seemed like sheer fantasy. Yet here stood the living proof of the impossibly a miracle realized before his very eyes. Bowing deeply, he addressed Lu Xiaoyang with reverence. Grand General, it is an honor to see you again. Welcome home. Lu Xiaoyang waved dismissively and said, take me to see the king. It's time to discuss our strategy. The group proceeded directly to the palace, where they found Xiaoyu in the grand hall, engaged in discussions with his ministers. Before even stepping through the doors, Li Bai excitedly announced, Your Majesty, the young general has brought the Grand General back. His words caused a ripple of astonishment, and all the ministers turned in unison. They watched as Lu Xingchen and his companions entered the hall, their steps calm and deliberate. The moment they confirmed with their own eyes that it was indeed Lu Xiaoyang, the hall erupted in cheers. This is incredible. The great Yin kingdom is saved. The Grand General is our nation's backbone. The young general is truly remarkable, managing to rescue someone right under the nose of a wielding expert. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xiao Long could not contain his joy. Abandoning any pretense of royal decorum, he rushed forward to grasp Lu Chaoyang's hands. His voice trembled with emotion. Brother Lu, you've finally returned. These past days have been unbearably difficult for the great Yin kingdom. Standing nearby, Lu Xingchen was privately astonished. He had not realized the depth of regard the king held for his father. Lu Chaoyang, however, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, rest assured, brother Xiao. As long as I, Lu Chaoyang, am here, the great Yin kingdom will not fall. Once the emotions in the room had settled, Xiao Long turned to Lu Xingchen and bowed solemnly. Lu Xingchen, thank you for risking your life to ensure the Grand General's safe return. Lu Xingchen responded humbly, Your Majesty, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty as a citizen of the great Yin kingdom. Xiao Yu gazed intently at Lu Xingchen, deep in thought. To rescue someone from a wielding expert, this young man's strength and potential might very well surpass that of the king himself. Xiao Long returned to his throne, his demeanor once again regal and commanding. In a steady voice, he declared, with the Grand General's return, the great Yin kingdom has a glimmer of hope. Does anyone have a strategy to counter the invasion from the Fengming kingdom? The Chancellor, Peng Zhihao, stepped forward to offer his counsel. He proposed fortifying the capital and personally traveling to the Qinming kingdom to negotiate a truce. He reasoned that while the Grand General's return was a boon, the great Yin kingdom had already lost 2/3 of its territory, and the disparity in strength between the two sides made victory unlikely. However, with the assistance of the young general and the experts from the Lingxiao sect, defending the capital was still feasible. Furthermore, the Qinming kingdom, with its Wuwang experts and long-standing tensions with Tianhui kingdom, would likely be unwilling to allow Tianhui to grow too powerful. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen frowned deeply. As always, Peng Zihao's cowardice was on full display. Even with the enemy at their gates, he was advocating for peace negotiations. Lu Xingchen had no intention of settling for mere survival. He had returned to reclaim their lost lands and, if possible, to annihilate the Fengming kingdom entirely. Only by eradicating the threat could he focus on his cultivation in peace. Peng Zihao's proposal sparked a murmur of discussion among the ministers. Many of the civil officials agreed with his cautious approach, citing the overwhelming strength of the enemy, particularly the wielding expert, as an insurmountable challenge. The military officials, though simmering with anger, found themselves unable to refute the grim reality. Lu Xingchen let out a cold snort. Cowardly scholars, do you dare meddle in matters of state? Your Majesty, I propose that we declare war on the Fengming kingdom. We will not rest until their capital falls. His bold statement plunged the hall into an eerie silence. The ministers stared at him as if he were mad. Only Yun Li's eyes lit up with admiration and delight. Though she cared little for the fate of the great Yin kingdom, she couldn't help but be impressed by Lu Xingchen's audacious spirit. After a brief pause, the hall erupted into chaos. Many questioned whether Lu Xingchen understood the dire state of the kingdom, accusing him of arrogance. Peng Zhihao, infuriated by being labeled cowardly and scholarly, retorted sharply, Young general, you are far too conceited. What makes you think we can win? Lu Xingchen responded with a steely resolve. Because of me. I returned for one purposito: ensure the great Yin kingdom's enemies are eliminated once and for all. Peng Zhihao laughed bitterly, his anger barely contained. Lu Xingchen, do you even comprehend the pressure our kingdom faces? Who will deal with the wielding expert? Who will counter their wuxia battalions? With only 1/3 of our territory remaining, where will we find the resources and troops? Even if we manage to strike back against the Fengming kingdom, how will we contend with Tianhui's inevitable intervention? Lu Xingchen's lips curled into a confident smile as his piercing gaze swept across the grand hall. Leave that wielding expert to me. Since I was able to rescue the Grand General from his grasp, I naturally have the strength to defeat him. His voice was firm and resonated throughout the hall. As for that battalion of martial masters, I will personally train a stronger force, and I will cover all the expenses myself. Regarding the army and provisions, I can request aid from the Yunnan kingdom. The ruler of Yunnan, Su Xinghe, owes me a favor and won't refuse. Furthermore, Tianhui kingdom will no longer support Fengming kingdom. After all, I, Lu Xingchen, have powerful allies of my own. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone looked at the young man in disbelief, dared to promise to save the entire Dayan kingdom with his own strength. Peng Zhihao spoke up, his voice heavy with doubt. Lu Xingchen, these are just your words. How can we verify their truth? We cannot gamble the fate of the kingdom on one person. Lu Xingchen sneered coldly. To be honest, I don't even consider the Dayan kingdom worth my attention. If not for my father, I could have just walked away. My decision to stay is proof enough that I have the ability to back up my words. Xiaolong suddenly clapped his hands and burst into hearty laughter. Well said. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Lu Xingchen, I believe in you. From this moment on, the future of the Dian Kingdom is in your hands. Though Peng Zhihao continued to voice his strong objections, Xiaolong, as the ruler, had made his decision. He firmly declared that as long as there was even the slightest hope of turning the tide, he would not give up. In his eyes, this was merely a small challenge for the extraordinarily gifted Lu Xingchen. After the court session ended, Xiaolong shed his regal demeanor and warmly asked Lu Xingchen if there was anything he needed. Lu Xingchen stated that the immediate priority was to deal with the enemy forces outside the city. Half an hour later, 3,000 soldiers were fully prepared for battle. Despite the enemy's overwhelming numbers, over 10,000, the Grand General, Lu Chaoyang, remained fearless. Taking advantage of the enemy's midday meal, he led his troops in a surprise attack. The return of Lu Xingchen and Lu Chaoyang greatly boosted the morale of the soldiers. The 5 wuxia level experts Lu Xingchen, Lu Chaoyang, Lin Jing, Yunli, and Xiao Yu each showcased their unique abilities, targeting the weakest points of the enemy. Lu Xingchen, wielding the Luoxia Bao and employing the newly learned Tianyuan technique, could pierce through a dozen enemies with a single arrow. Seeing this, Yunli exclaimed in astonishment. You've only been practicing the Tianyuan technique for half a day, and you're already this proficient? Lu Xingchen chuckled and gave a vague reply, thinking to himself that he couldn't exactly admit he had a cheat code, could he? In just 2 hours, the enemy suffered heavy losses, with over half their forces defeated, forcing them to retreat. This resounding victory reignited hope among the officials and citizens watching from the city walls. Back in the council chamber, Xiaolong sat as an equal with the 4 wuxia experts. With a gratified expression, he said, though the Dian Kingdom is in ruins, we now possess the greatest strength since its founding. 5 wuxia level experts, this is unprecedented. Lu Xingchen solemnly vowed, this is just the beginning. I will not leave until Fengming Kingdom is destroyed. When Lu Chaoyang expressed concerns about the lack of manpower, Lu Xingchen immediately announced his intention to personally travel to Yunnan Kingdom to seek reinforcements. Lu Chaoyang looked at his son standing before him, a gratified smile spreading across his face. Xiaoqin, you've truly grown up. You've accomplished things I never could. Lu Xingchen gave a calm smile. We're family. There's no need to draw such distinctions. Without delay, he got to the point. Father, it's time to start recruiting soldiers and preparing to reclaim our lost territory. I want to form a special squad of archers, requiring a cultivation level of at least an 8-star warrior. They will report directly to me. Each recruit will receive a grade 1 spirit ascension pill. Seeing the puzzled look on his father's face, Lu Xingchen elaborated. This pill allows warriors to instantly break through a small cultivation level without the need for training. There are even higher grade spirit ascension pills that can elevate cultivators to corresponding realms, but they can only be taken once in a lifetime. A grade 1 spirit ascension pill is priceless on the market. Where are you getting so many of them? Lu Chaoyang asked in astonishment. I don't have any on hand right now, but I can refine them at any time, Lu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. You're an alchemist? Lu Chaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a grade 3 alchemist, Lu Xingchen admitted with a nod. Lu Chaoyang was stunned. You're saying that in just half a year, you've not only advanced from martial master to grand martial master, but also become a grade 3 alchemist? Lu Xingchen chuckled inwardly. He owed it all to the system. Refining pills granted him experience points, making leveling up almost effortless. No wonder you have the confidence to annihilate Fengming Nation, Lu Chaoyang said, suddenly understanding. The status of a grade 3 alchemist is enough to attract countless powerful allies, even enough to sustain the entire Dian nation. Standing nearby, Yunli was equally astonished. While a grade 3 alchemist wasn't particularly remarkable in her eyes, it was merely the beginning for Lu Xingchen. If he advanced to grade 4 or grade 5 in the future, even the mighty Xingshuan sect would have to take notice. Lu Chaoyang then asked, you're forming the archer squad to counter Tianhui Nation's martial master troops, correct? But isn't the 8-star warrior requirement a bit too low? This is a compromise, Lu Xingchen explained. Dian Nation's foundation is weak. Finding a group of 8-star warriors is already a challenge. However, I have a plan. First, I'll provide them with profound tier cultivation techniques, which should help them advance to 9-star warriors within a month. Then, with the aid of grade 1 spirit ascension pills and grade 2 breakthrough pills, they can be pushed to the martial master level. No wonder alchemists are held in such high regard. Their influence rivals that of an entire nation, Lu Chaoyang exclaimed in amazement. Lu Xingchen then announced his intention to travel to Yunnan Nation to seek reinforcements, leaving the task of recruiting soldiers and forming the archer squad to his father. Yunli volunteered to accompany him, curious to see how he would persuade Yunnan Nation's ruler. Before departing, Lin Jing offered to stay behind and defend the royal city against any counterattacks from Fengming Nation. Lu Xingchen summoned Xiaoyu, and together with Yunli, set off on their journey. The citizens of the royal city gazed in awe at the majestic nether dragon, murmuring among themselves. With such a divine beast as his mount, the young general is no ordinary man. The revival of Dian Nation is surely within reach. Just then, the system's notification chimed, informing Lu Xingchen of a new mission: to annihilate Fengming Nation. The rewards were substantial 5,000 experience points, 5,000 exchange points, and upgrades for both the Shadow Sword and the Dark Shadow Sword technique to Earth Tier low grade. Noticing Lu Xingchen lost in thought, Yunli lightly tapped his shoulder. Want to learn silent arrows? I can teach you while we're in the air. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion in Zigue, Li Ning was leisurely sipping tea when the news delivered by Sun Sheng made him spit it out in shock. Lu Xingchen is alive? That's impossible. Not only is he alive, but he's completely unscathed, Sun Sheng replied, his voice trembling with fear. He returned to the royal city and launched a counterattack within a day, causing heavy losses to our forces. How is that possible? Li Ning shouted angrily. My full force attack can seriously injure even someone of the same realm. How could a mere martial master survive it unscathed? Not anymore. Li Ning paused, her brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Sun Sheng's expression turned grave. Lu Xingchen has already broken through to the great martial master realm. The news struck Li Ning like a heavy blow, her eyes widening in shock. That fast? That kid's a total freak. Who isn't thinking the same? Sun Sheng said, his tone somber. Lord Li Ning, what should we do next? Li Ning fell silent for a moment, deliberating. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. Lu Xingchen's survival must be thanks to the artifact granted by Lingxiao sect. That artifact might save him once, but it won't save him a second time. She let out a cold laugh. Send him Ohei and Imobai. I'll remain here in Zigue City to suppress the local citizens of the great Yen Kingdom. Her brows furrowed again. And for some reason, the sovereign has said there will be no more troop reinforcements for the Fengming Kingdom. Could it be that the Qinming Kingdom is interfering? Sun Sheng shook his head. I'm not sure. But with you stationed here, Lord Li Ning, victory is assured. It's only a matter of time before Lu Xingchen meets his end. Enough with the nonsense. Go and make the arrangements. Though Li Ning felt a surge of satisfaction inwardly, she maintained a stern demeanor. Understood. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen and Yunli had been flying for an entire day and night. At long last, they reached the borders of Yunin Kingdom. During this time, Lu Xingchen had begun to grasp the basics of the silent arrow technique, though he had yet to test it in real combat. Lu Xingchen, Yunli suggested softly, how about we continue on horseback? Flying over Yunin Kingdom's territory might cause misunderstandings. We don't want to end up in a fight with them before even finding reinforcements. But Lu Xingchen shook his head. No, not only will we keep flying, but he'll have Xiaoyu land directly on Su Xinghe's palace roof. Yunli stared at him in astonishment. That bold? Huh. Absolutely. Lu Xingchen's eyes gleamed with determination. Strength is the foundation of negotiation. We need Su Xinghe to recognize our power if he's going to consider working with us. I think I get it now. Yunli chuckled lightly. Lu Xingchen, your schemes run deep. Anyone who marries you is bound to be at your mercy. Her words brought Lin wanting to his mind. They had only just confirmed their feelings for each other, and before they could truly enjoy their time together, she had left without a word. A wave of longing washed over him. As Xiaoyu carried the two across Yunin Kingdom's lands, the people below looked up in awe, gasping and exclaiming. Whoa, am I seeing things? Is that a dragon? It's a dragon, no doubt. Look at those gleaming scales. I never thought I'd live to see a real dragon. What a day. What's a giant dragon doing here instead of staying in the Beast Mountain range? Wait, there are people on its back. Looks like it's heading toward the capital. As Xiaoyu neared the capital's walls, the city guards immediately spotted them. A martial master among them amplified his voice with qi and shouted, This is the capital. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. You on the dragon's back. Stop immediately, or we'll attack. Lu Xingchen remained unfazed. Xiaoyu, ignore them. Head straight for the palace. Understood. Xiaoyu nodded and pressed on. Seeing their warning go unheeded, the guards panicked. Over 100 archers released a volley of arrows, but the ordinary projectiles merely sparked off Xiaoyu's scales before falling harmlessly to the ground. The martial master's face turned pale. It's a tier 3 beast. The emperor is in danger, alert the Grand Elder immediately. One martial master rushed to notify the Grand Elder, while the others led soldiers in pursuit of Lu Xingchen. Moments later, Xiaoyu landed steadily atop the palace roof. As Lu Xingchen and Yunli dismounted, they found themselves surrounded by a large contingent of Yunin Kingdom soldiers, including over a dozen martial masters and 100 martial practitioners. For a smaller kingdom, this was a formidable defense, but Lu Xingchen showed no sign of concern. The leading 8-star martial master barked, Identify yourselves. State your names. Lu Xingchen replied coldly, "You're not qualified to speak to me. Fetch your leader." The martial master's anger flared at the dismissive remark, but one glance at the nether dragon calmed his temper. This young man had the audacity to command a tier 3 dragon. His arrogance was not without merit. Swallowing his pride, he said respectfully, "Please wait here. The Grand Elder will arrive shortly." 5 minutes later, an elderly man with a robust frame and snow-white hair approached. "Greetings, young friend. I am Li Mi, the Grand Elder of Yunnan Kingdom. May I ask why you've made such a dramatic entrance into our palace? We are allies, not enemies. Everything can be discussed peacefully." Lu Xingchen studied the 5-star great martial master before him and offered a slight bow. "I am Lu Xingchen, a young general of the great Yin Kingdom. I've come to see Sovereign Su on an urgent matter." Li Mi's eyes widened in surprise. He had heard of Lu Xingchen, a rising star who had once safeguarded their nation's bridge engineer, Li Yin, on his journey home. It was a name he had long wished to put a face to, and now, that wish had come true. Li Mi smiled warmly. "So, you're the renowned Lu Xingchen. It's an honor to meet you. Please, follow me. Sovereign Su is in a meeting with his ministers." "Thank you, Uncle Li Mi," Lu Xingchen replied with a lighthearted grin. "One favor, if I may," Li Mi said, glancing at Xiao Yu. "Could you perhaps relocate your dragon? It's not exactly proper for it to remain perched on the palace roof." "Xiao Yu, return," Lu Xingchen commanded. In an instant, the dragon transformed into a beam of white light and vanished into his mount space. Li Mi marveled silently. A tier 3 beast so obediently following orders, it spoke volumes about Lu Xingchen's abilities. He recalled that, only half a year ago, Lu Xingchen had been a 4-star martial master while escorting Li Yin. How much stronger had he grown since then? As they made their way toward the Grand Hall, Li Mi's thoughts raced. He was well aware of the great Yin Kingdom's precarious situation. This visit was undoubtedly a plea for aid. But with Tianyuan Kingdom openly backing the Fengming Kingdom, how many smaller nations would dare take such a risk? Lu Xingchen might leave here empty-handed. "Your Majesty, Lu Xingchen of the Great Yin Kingdom requests an audience." At these words, Su Xinghe paused the meeting and rose from his seat. He held the young general in high regard not only for his reputation but also for his past assistance to Yunnan Kingdom. As Lu Xingchen and Yunli entered the hall, Su Xinghe stepped forward to greet them personally, extending a hand. "Lu Xingchen, it has been too long. What brings you here today?" Though he already suspected the answer, the question was a formality. Lu Xingchen's expression turned serious. "I represent the Great Yin Kingdom and have come to discuss an alliance with Yunnan Kingdom." As soon as these words were spoken, murmurs spread across the grand hall. The court officials began whispering amongst themselves, their voices overlapping. Someone questioned aloud, "An alliance? This is clearly a plea for help. The Great Yin Kingdom has been devastated, their capital besieged. Lu Xingchen is here to seek reinforcements." Sitting on the throne, Su Xinghe looked troubled. With a face full of apology, he said, "Lu Xingchen, I deeply appreciate your protection and escort. However, with Tianyuan Kingdom backing Fengming Kingdom, I, as the ruler, must consider the well-being of my people." Lu Xingchen remained calm and unshaken. His gaze was sharp, and he spoke with confidence. "Fengming Kingdom may have powerful allies, but so do I. I've already arranged for pressure to be exerted on Tianyuan Kingdom. They won't support Fengming Kingdom any longer. From now on, the fight between our two nations will be completely fair." These words left Su Xinghe stunned. "Young friend Lu, is this true? Who is backing you?" "That's my secret," Lu Xingchen replied firmly. "But your Majesty should understand, I would never gamble with the survival of the Great Yin Kingdom." Su Xinghe nodded slightly but still seemed hesitant. "Even so, Fengming Kingdom's strength surpasses that of both our nations combined. Engaging them heathen won't benefit Yunnan Kingdom. Your Majesty seeks benefits?" Lu Xingchen's lips curled into a faint smile. "I'm not only aiming to restore the Great Yin Kingdom but to completely destroy Fengming Kingdom. When that happens, we can divide their land equally between our nations. What do you think?" Su Xinghe was even more astonished. He hadn't expected such bold ambitions from this young man. "Young friend Lu, what gives you the confidence to defeat Fengming Kingdom?" "I cannot risk the lives of my soldiers on a gamble." Lu Xingchen smiled faintly, then unleashed his battle aura, revealing the strength of a grand martial master. The sheer pressure made it hard for the court officials to breathe. Li Mi immediately activated his own aura, stepping forward to shield Su Xinghe. "You've reached the grand martial master level? And you're not even 20 years old?" Su Xinghe exclaimed in shock. "Actually, I'm only 18, Lu Xingchen replied calmly. "At my current pace of cultivation, breaking through to martial spirit, or even martial king, is just a matter of time. A mere Fengming Kingdom is hardly worth mentioning. If your Majesty allies with me, Yunnan Kingdom will not only gain territory, but also the protection of a future top-tier martial expert." The hall erupted in discussion. Some marveled. An 18-year-old grand martial master, what a prodigy. Others worried. The Tianyuan Continent is full of geniuses. What if he doesn't live long enough to fulfill his potential? Seeing Su Xing's continued hesitation, Lu Xingchen took out a pill. This is a third-grade spirit ascension pill, capable of raising a grand martial master's strength by one minor level. Consider this a gift to Yunnan Kingdom. After the war, I'll present 3 more. Lima's eyes lit up with excitement. As the kingdom's aging grand advisor, this pill was exactly what he needed. Where did this pill come from? Su Xinghe asked. I made it myself half an hour ago, Lu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. The hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Lu Xingchen in shock, their eyes filled with both awe and desire. You're a third-grade alchemist? Su Xinghe asked, incredulous. Lu Xingchen nodded. If your majesty doubts me, I can demonstrate by refining one here and now. The officials erupted into a clamor. An 18-year-old who was not only a martial prodigy but also a third-grade alchemist's talent was enough to astonish anyone. Finally, Su Xinghe made up his mind. There's no need. I believe you. Yunnan Kingdom will form an alliance with you and assist in reclaiming your lands. Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and handed over the pill. Hey, race to a successful partnership. What does young friend Lu require from us? Su Xinghe asked. I need Yunnan Kingdom to provide food and weaponry to ensure our supply lines. Additionally, I request 50,000 elite troops to help reclaim our territory. The hall was once again in an uproar. One official quickly objected. We only have 100,000 soldiers in total. Lending half of them, how would we defend ourselves if Daxia Kingdom takes advantage of our weakened state? Su Xinghe frowned deeply, pondering the matter. After a long pause, he finally shook his head. I'm sorry, young friend Lu, but I cannot agree to lend you troops. Lu Xingchen furrowed his brows slightly, carefully assessing the situation before him. Su Xinghe's reaction was within his expectations. Convincing a ruler to risk half of his nation's resources was no easy feat. Your Majesty, there's no such thing as a free lunch, Lu Xingchen said in a deep, steady voice. If you wish to form an alliance with me, you must pay the corresponding price. These 50,000 troops, I guarantee their safe return, not a single one missing. Su Xinghe fell into deep thought before finally speaking. Young Lu, your talents are indeed extraordinary, but this is a matter of strength. If you want to take these 50,000 soldiers, prove to me you have the capability to lead them. So, you want to fight, huh? Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. If you can defeat our Yunnan nation's grand protector, the 50,000 elite soldiers will be yours to command. Lu Xingchen glanced at the 2 middle-aged men standing beside Su Xinghe. His system had already revealed that they were also 1-star grand martial masters. Li Mi alone might not be enough to challenge me. Let the other 2 grand martial masters join in as well. Su Xinghe was stunned by his boldness. Lu Xingchen continued, let's raise the stakes. If I win, the 50,000 troops will permanently belong to the Dayan nation. If I lose, I'll give you 3 tier 3 spirit ascension pills. How about that? Su Xinghe frowned deeply. Losing 50,000 elite soldiers would significantly weaken Yunnan nation's strength, but the allure of 3 tier 3 spirit ascension pills was equally tempting. Your Majesty, accept his challenge, Li Mi declared confidently. Why refuse something offered for free? A fledgling youth dares to challenge a 5-star grand martial master. The hall erupted with agreement as ministers criticized Lu Xingchen's arrogance. However, Su Xinghe knew better. If Lu Xingchen dared to propose such a wager, he must have something to rely on. Regardless of the outcome, Yunnan nation stood to gain. Very well, I accept your wager, Su Xinghe announced. The group moved to the martial arena, where Li Mi and the 2 1-star grand martial masters stepped onto the platform to face Lu Xingchen. The crowd erupted in cheers, all in support of Li Mi. The battle was imminent. Li Mi was the first to strike, his battle energy surging into his palms, with the other 2 grand martial masters following closely behind. Lu Xingchen remained calm, drawing his shadow sword and unleashing a powerful azure dragon slash to meet their attack. The devastating force of the azure battle energy blade caused Li Mi's expression to change drastically. Despite channeling all his energy into his palms to block, he was sent flying, coughing up blood as he barely landed at the edge of the platform. The 2 1-star grand martial masters were knocked off the platform outright, unconscious. Before Li Mi could recover, Lu Xingchen struck again with another azure dragon slash. Even with all his defenses, Li Mi was blasted off the platform. The crowd erupted into shocked murmurs, unable to believe that this young man had defeated 3 grand martial masters with just 2 moves. Your Majesty Su, I've won. Can we deploy the troops now? Lu Xingchen approached Su Xinghe with a smile. Su Xinghe took a moment to collect himself. A bet is a bet. I'll rally the troops immediately. I hope young Lu can win this war. Then I'll be counting on you, Lu Xingchen replied. There are pressing matters in Dayan Nation, so please dispatch the troops to the royal capital as soon as possible. My father is better versed in military strategy. With that, Lu Xingchen summoned his nether dragon and departed for Dianation with Yunli. Along the way, Yunli marveled at Lu Xingchen's rapid growth and strength and expressed her intent to teach him more advanced archery techniques. Lu Xingchen readily agreed, feeling increasingly grateful to this mentor who was willing to share her knowledge so generously. All right, let's take it slow, no rush, he said with a smile. After traveling for an entire day and night, the two finally returned to the capital. During this journey, Lu Xingchen devoted himself to mastering the art of rapid-fire archery. Gradually, he grasped its essence, firing arrows in quick succession with minimal cooldown, enabling a single archer to create overwhelming firepower. He recalled how Yunli had used this very technique to suppress the elite disciples of various sects in the Tianyuan secret realm. As Xiaoyu landed gracefully on the city wall, Li Bai hurried over to greet them. "Young general, I've been waiting for you," he said eagerly. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. "Inform the king I bring good news." In the council hall, the ministers had already gathered. Tension was evident on Xiao Long's face as he asked, "Xiao Chun, did the Yunin kingdom agree to help us?" A faint smile appeared on Lu Xingchen's lips. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Not only did Yunin agree to supply all the provisions needed for this war, but they also pledged to send us 50,000 elite soldiers." The room erupted in shock. Everyone was well aware of Tianhui Kingdom's support for Fengming Kingdom, and Xiaoyu had been certain that Lu Xingchen's mission would end in failure. No one had anticipated such a tremendous success. Xiaoyu fixed a sharp gaze on Lu Xingchen. "Xiao Chun, you're not joking, are you? What purpose would lying serve in a matter like this?" Lu Xingchen replied calmly. "The Yunin army will arrive at the capital in 10 days. However, their support comes with a condition: once Fengming Kingdom is defeated, half of its territory must be ceded to Yunin. Your Majesty, can you accept this?" Xiao Long's face lit up with joy. "Of course. Recovering our lost land is already a blessing, let alone conquering Fengming Kingdom. Sharing the spoils is a small price to pay." Lu Xingchen then turned to Lu Chaoyang. "Father, how is the recruitment effort going?" "Your return has greatly boosted morale," Lu Chaoyang replied firmly. "In just 2 days, we've recruited 5,000 soldiers, and the numbers are still growing." "What about the archer squad?" "We've had 222 applicants, 200 8-star warriors, 29-star warriors, and 2 10-star warriors. Most of them are here for the chance to earn your first-grade Spirit Ascension pill." A short while later, at the training grounds, Lu Xingchen addressed the 222 high-ranking warriors with confidence. When he proposed forming an elite archer battalion to counter Fengming Kingdom's formidable warrior units, the crowd erupted in disbelief. However, when he demonstrated his mastery as a third-grade alchemist and promised to provide profound tier techniques and pills, every single person chose to stay. Finally, Lu Xingchen took out 10 scrolls of profound tier techniques and issued a stern warning. Anyone caught leaking this knowledge would be hunted down. After ensuring everyone understood the gravity of his words, he entrusted the training to Yunli. "They don't need to be master marksmen," he instructed. "As long as they can hit their targets accurately within 100 paces, that's enough." Yunli smiled confidently. "That's easy, leave it to me." Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. After entrusting the training of the archer squad to Yunli, he prepared to set out for the Qinming Kingdom. "Why are you going to Qinming Kingdom? To seek reinforcements?" Yunli asked curiously. "To find money," Lu Xingchen explained with a wry smile. "If we want to improve the combat capabilities of the archer squad, we need to equip them properly, and that requires financial support." Yun Li's eyes lit up. "Are you planning to find a market for your pills and use the profits from alchemy to sustain the archer squad?" "You're quite sharp," Lu Xingchen chuckled, praising her. "In the past, it was always master teaching me, and punishments were frequent. Now it's finally my turn to teach others. I have to admit, I'm a little excited," Yun Li said with a hint of glee. Lu Xingchen silently sympathized with the warriors who were about to undergo training, offering them 3 seconds of silent condolence. Then, he called for Lin Jing, and the two of them set off on their journey atop Xiaoyu. "Senior sister Lin Jing, have you advanced to a 2-star great martial master?" Lu Xingchen asked in surprise during their travels. "You keep making progress, so I can't afford to fall too far behind," Lin Jing responded with a smile. "However, no matter how fast I improve, I can't compare to you. With the strength of a 1-star great martial master, you can easily defeat me, a 2-star great martial master. You really are a monster." Along the way, Lu Xingchen practiced his rapid arrow shooting technique. His speed became increasingly swift, leaving Lin Jing repeatedly amazed. After traveling for a day and a night, the two arrived at the border of Qinming Kingdom. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Xingchen returned Xiaoyu to its mount space and switched to an ordinary warhorse for entry. They headed straight for the Starlight Auction House in the heart of the new capital. A poised and well-dressed woman in uniform approached them. "Good day, you two. The auction will start in the evening. Would you like me to escort you to a private room to rest in the meantime?" "Hello. I am Lu Xingchen, a grade 3 alchemist. I'd like to discuss a collaboration with your auction house. The woman was taken aback. A grade 3 alchemist? Our new capital only has one grade 3 alchemist. Master Lu, please wait a moment. I'll notify the chairman right away. Before long, the burly chairman of the auction house, Sun Jie, arrived in person. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Xingchen got straight to the point. He proposed a partnership. He would supply grade 3 pills on a regular basis, and in return, the auction house would help him acquire the weapons and materials needed for war. To verify Lu Xingchen's abilities, Sun Jie invited the new capital's only grade 3 alchemist, Tianyuan, to serve as a witness. When the elderly, white-haired man saw Lu Xingchen's youthful face, he was visibly shocked. You, young man, are the grade 3 alchemist? Have you even come of age yet? I just turned 18. An 18-year-old grade 3 alchemist? Impossible! Tianyuan exclaimed. If you can refine a grade 3 pill right here, I'll eat my cauldron. Without a word, Lu Xingchen retrieved his Qingshi cauldron and began refining a grade 3 rejuvenation pill. His adept techniques and flawless control of the flames left Tianyuan utterly astonished. Half an hour later, a vibrant green pill took shape. Using his battle energy, Lu Xingchen carefully lifted the pill and handed it to Tianyuan. Tianyuan carefully received the pill, examining the grade 3 rejuvenation pill closely. A glimmer of amazement flashed through his eyes. Perfect. Almost perfect quality. Even if I were to refine it myself, I couldn't achieve this level. Lu Xingchen, you're a true genius. Lu Xingchen gave a modest smile and replied humbly, just a stroke of luck. He intentionally avoided mentioning the cauldron he used, as there was no point in embarrassing Tianyuan. Standing nearby, Sun Jie stared at Lu Xingchen in shock. Tianyuan was already over 50. Yet this young alchemy prodigy wasn't even 20. Such incredible talent, if nurtured properly, could very well surpass all the alchemists in the entire Qiming kingdom. This realization caused a dramatic shift in Sun Jie's attitude toward Lu Xingchen. What began as a mere desire to spite Tianhui Kingdom had transformed into a genuine willingness to collaborate. Master Lu, would you be interested in working with our Starlight Auction House? Sun Jie asked with a sincere smile. Lu Xingchen responded warmly but directly, outlining his terms. I can provide 100 grade 3 rejuvenation pills per month. In exchange, I hope your auction house can gather 100 high-grade yellow-tier Bao-type spiritual weapons and 100 high-grade yellow-tier defensive spiritual weapons for me. What does Senior Sun think of this proposal? Hearing this, Sun Jie hesitated. Clearly, Lu Xingchen was preparing to assemble a specialized archer unit. While exchanging a single rejuvenation pill for 2 high-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapons was still a profitable deal for the auction house, the sheer quantity was staggering. Even in the royal capital, let alone Xindu City, it would be difficult to gather so many spiritual weapons in a short time. More importantly, this matter touched upon national defense, and without the king's approval, he dared not make such a decision on his own. This is a significant matter, and I must report it to the king. Master Lu, could you give me one day? Sun Jie asked cautiously. Lu Xingchen nodded calmly. That's fine. I'll wait for one day. He had anticipated this situation. It was indeed challenging for the Qiming kingdom to produce so many spiritual weapons all at once. Now that he had demonstrated his capabilities, the next move would depend on the king's decision. Guided by Shaoli, Lu Xingchen and Lin Jing moved into a courtyard adjacent to the auction house. Though simply furnished, its prime location in the heart of Xindu City made Sun Jie's sincerity clear. Such a property was not only expensive, but also offered Lu Xingchen a quiet environment for cultivation and alchemy. After showing them around the courtyard, Shaoli respectfully said, Master Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, feel free to come to the auction house and find me. I actually need something right now, Lu Xingchen replied, causing Shaoli's face to flush with embarrassment as she misunderstood his intentions. Once Lu Xingchen clarified that he only needed some wooden arrows without arrowheads, Shaoli felt both awkward and relieved, hastily leaving to fulfill the request. Lin Jing teased, Lu Xingchen, even free offers don't tempt you? You're almost worse than a beast. Senior Sister Lin, stop teasing me. I already have a Dao companion. I'm not the type to indulge in everything, Lu Xingchen replied, his tone tinged with longing as he mentioned Lin Wanjing. To lighten the mood, Lin Jing changed the subject, asking why Lu Xingchen needed headless arrows. As it turned out, under Yunli's guidance, Lu Xingchen's archery skills had improved by leaps and bounds in recent days. However, he lacked an opponent of similar strength to spar with. He asked Lin Jing to help him practice his rapid-fire technique, promising to rely solely on his physical strength while allowing her to use her battle energy for defense. 15 minutes later, Shaoli returned with the wooden arrows, and the two began sparring in the courtyard. Even without using battle energy, Lu Xingchen's archery skills were astonishing. He could fire an arrow every second with pinpoint accuracy, his speed utterly breathtaking. Lin Jing had to give it her all but was still forced to retreat step by step. As the sun set, Lu Xingchen finally put away his falling sunset bow. Lin Jing, still in awe. remarked, so fast. Not just fast, but incredibly powerful too. If you used battle energy, you'd be able to kill me within 10 arrows. And those 10 arrows would only take you 10 seconds. Lu Xingchen, you're terrifying. I'm no match for you. Though Lu Xingchen remained humble outwardly, he was secretly pleased. At his current level, few within the same rank could rival him. Even if he faced Li Ning again, he was confident he could hold his own. Reflecting on how much of his progress was thanks to Yun Li's teachings, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. If he could fully master Yun Li's archery techniques, the revival of the Dian Kingdom would be within reach. The next morning, as Lu Xingchen was refining pills in the courtyard, he heard Xiao Li knocking at the door. Master Lu, the chairman wishes to see you. Lu Xingchen promptly put away his greenstone cauldron and headed to the auction house with Lin Jing. Along the way, Xiao Li, still embarrassed by the misunderstanding from the previous day, avoided eye contact and walked quickly ahead. Soon, the three of them arrived at a private room where Sun Jia was already waiting. With a faint smile, Lu Xingchen inquired, "So, Chairman's son, has the king approved our collaboration?" Sun Jia's face lit up with a warm smile as he delivered the good news to Lu Xingchen. "Master Lu, I've consulted the ruler, and our collaboration can continue. The ruler has agreed to collect spiritual artifacts for you across the entire Qinming nation." Hearing this, Lu Xingchen was overjoyed and immediately proposed the specific terms of the deal. "Starting next month, I will supply third-grade revival pills, but for now, I'd like to exchange for some bows and arrows." With a wave of his sleeve, 10 spiritual artifacts of the profound grade were neatly placed on the table. Here are 8 low-level profound grade artifacts and 2 mid-level profound grade artifacts. I hope President Sun can help exchange these for 100 spiritual artifact bows and arrows, as well as 2 low-level profound grade alchemy cauldrons. After a moment of thought, Sun Jie responded, "Low-level profound grade alchemy cauldrons are available in stock, but the quantity of spiritual artifact bows and arrows is quite large. Could you give me 3 days to prepare them?" "No problem." Lu Xingchen agreed readily and left with the 2 cauldrons, returning to his courtyard. Lin Jing, seeing this, was puzzled. "Junior brother Lu, you already have 1 alchemy cauldron. Why do you need 2 more?" Lu Xingchen explained with a smile, "To improve my efficiency in refining pills. There are over 100 people waiting for medicine. With 3 cauldrons, I can refine 3 pills first grade and second grade at the same time." Lin Jing was astounded by this revelation. Refining multiple pills at once? I've never heard of such a thing. Over the next few days, Lu Xingchen devoted himself entirely to refining pills. In a short amount of time, he produced dozens of first-grade Spirit Ascension pills, second-grade Breakthrough pills, and second-grade Spirit Ascension pills. With his exceptional skills, he could complete a batch in just 15 minutes. 3 days later, the duo returned to the auction house. Sun Jia had prepared 100 high-level yellow-grade spiritual artifact bows, which Lu Xingchen promptly stored in his spatial ring. He then promised that Lin Jing would deliver 100 third-grade revival pills in a month. After leaving the capital city, Lu Xingchen rode his steed, Little Yu, toward the Dian nation, refining pills non-stop along the way. Concerned, Lin Jing said, "You're working too hard. One person supporting a troop of over 200 archers is exhausting." "It's not 200. It's over 500, Lu Xingchen replied with a wry smile. "I need to expand the archer unit to 500 to be able to stand against the martial artist battalion of Tianyuan nation." Upon returning to the Dian nation, Lu Xingchen immediately sought out Yun Li, who was training at the archery range. Before everyone's eyes, he displayed the 100 spiritual artifact bows, stunning the entire crowd. Yun Li was astonished. "You're not planning to equip each person with a spiritual artifact, are you?" "2. Actually," Lu Xingchen corrected her. "1 spiritual artifact bow and 1 defensive spiritual artifact." He then gathered 30 individuals who had reached the 9-star warrior level, distributing to each of them a first-grade Spirit Ascension pill, a second-grade Breakthrough pill, and a second-grade Spirit Ascension pill. He assured them that these pills would help them quickly advance to the second-grade Martial Master level. This gesture caused an uproar, greatly boosting morale. Inspired, the other soldiers vowed to reach the 9-star warrior level in hopes of earning such a rare opportunity. The blood ritual was complete, and Lu Xingchen returned to his room to resume his cultivation. In the days that followed, he established a disciplined routine. Mornings were dedicated to alchemy, while afternoons were spent learning archery under Yun Li's guidance. This lifestyle was fulfilling and purposeful. For Yun Li, this period was equally gratifying. Back in the Xingchen sect, she had merely been a disciple receiving instruction. Now, she found herself in the role of a mentor. Each time she noticed the awe and respect in the soldiers' eyes, a small sense of pride welled up within her. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lu Xingchen had fully mastered the archery techniques Yun Li had taught him. Rapid fire, volley shot, twisting string, and tracking arrow. Rapid fire emphasized shooting arrows in quick succession to suppress opponents with speed. Volley shot involved launching multiple arrows simultaneously at different targets. Twisting string utilized a special string twisting technique to enhance an arrow's power, though it required more time to execute. And tracking arrow allowed him to alter an arrow's trajectory mid-flight by using a second arrow to strike the first. While Lu Xingchen had grasped the basics of these techniques, true mastery would require extensive practice and real combat experience. Meanwhile, the first batch of equipment promised by Sun Jia had arrived. The 200 archers in the unit were now equipped with Xingchen bows and fitted with close-fitting inner armor. One morning, as Lu Xingchen was immersed in alchemy in his room, a knock came at the door. He quickly extinguished the flames under the cauldron and opened the door. "Father, what's the matter?" he asked. Lu Chaoyang stood there, his expression heavy. "Xiaochen, in the past month, we've reclaimed 1/3 of Dian's territory, but we've hit a roadblock at Wanchun City." "How many defenders?" Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. 10,000. But that's not the main issue. The real problem is that several martial masters from Tianhui have joined the defense. With them there, we can't break through. Lu Xingchen chuckled. "All right, they'll help you take the city. Wanchun City is a strategic stronghold, so it's no surprise that martial masters are stationed there. But for so many to appear all at once, it's clear they're targeting you," Lu Chaoyang said with concern. "As long as Li Ning doesn't intervene, the rest are just walking to their deaths," Lu Xingchen replied confidently. Hearing his son's assurance, Lu Chaoyang felt somewhat relieved. Without disturbing Yunli, who was busy training the archers, Lu Xingchen set off for the front lines with Xiao Yu and Lin Jing. By noon, as the enemy troops were having lunch, Lu Chaoyang gave the order to launch a surprise attack. Lu Xingchen and Lin Jing, riding atop Xiao Yu, charged directly onto the city walls, throwing the foaming kingdom's defenses into chaos. Lin Jing, wielding her fiery red sword, led the charge, while Lu Xingchen provided cover from the rear with his Luoxia Bao. The power of rapid fire became evident as his relentless barrage of arrows pinned down the enemy soldiers, leaving them unable to retaliate. Soon, martial masters from Tianhui joined the fray, 2 8-star martial masters and 3 3-star martial masters. Lin Jing engaged one of the 3-star masters, while Xiao Yu took on the other 2. The 2 8-star masters, however, made a beeline for Lu Xingchen. "2 8-star martial masters? Seems you're here just for me," Lu Xingchen remarked coldly. "Lu Xingchen, no matter how talented you are, don't get cocky. We're 7 whole ranks above you," sneered Mo He, one of the 8-star masters. "We'll see about that," Lu Xingchen retorted as he activated the heaven-swallowing technique. His aura surged dramatically, and within 3 breaths, he had ascended to the 5-star martial master realm. The 2 martial masters were taken aback. "A secret technique to temporarily boost strength? No wonder you escaped from Lord Li Ning. Shall we see who comes out on top now?" Lu Xingchen challenged. "Your technique won't last long," Mo He shot back with a sneer. "We'll take you down before it wears off." The 2 martial masters had intended to overwhelm Lu Xingchen and prevent his escape, but his defiance and intent to counterattack caught them off guard. The battle erupted in an instant. Wielding his shadow sword, Lu Xingchen combined Ghost Step and Windwalker boots to dart around, making himself nearly impossible to hit. Each strike of his sword left a bloody mark on his opponents, completely reversing the situation. A single 5-star martial master now had 2 8-star martial masters on the defensive. The 2 men retreated, their eyes filled with disbelief. "This can't be. How are you this strong? This is just the beginning. I had planned to save this for Lu Chaoyang, but I'll use it on you instead," Lu Xingchen said coldly. The 2 martial masters exchanged a glance, then stood back to back, their hands pressed together. A powerful surge of energy began to rise around them. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Xingchen realized they were preparing a devastating attack. Though confident in his abilities, he saw no need for a direct confrontation. He launched a Qinglong slash, but it was deflected by their energy shield. As their combined energy reached its peak, radiating an overwhelming aura, Lu Xingchen knew he couldn't afford to delay. He unleashed the heaven-destroying seal. A pale white energy imprint materialized above the city wall and descended toward the 2 martial masters. At the same time, their energy erupted into a violet-black beam that clashed with the heaven-destroying seal. The resulting shockwave was immense. Lu Xingchen was thrown off the wall, but managed to stabilize himself midair using his azure wings. Meanwhile, the energy shields of Mo He and Mo Bai shattered, and both men were sent flying, coughing up blood. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen ascended back to the wall and finished them off with 2 precise arrows. System notifications echoed in his mind. "Congratulations! You have slain 2 8-star martial masters, earning 800 experience points and exchange points each. Congratulations! You have advanced to the 2-star martial master realm, gaining 22 talent points. Congratulations! You have acquired the talent breaker of armies. Deal an additional 1 damage to enemies with less than 50 health." The battle had been highly rewarding. Not only had Lu Xingchen advanced in rank, but he had also gained an exceptional offensive talent. His excitement was palpable as he prepared for the challenges ahead. After storing the corpses of the two 8-star martial masters in his storage ring, Lu Xingchen opened the system interface to check his attributes. Host, Lu Xingchen. Level, 2-star martial master 600-2000. Exchange points, 4220. Talents, Eagle Eye, 20. Heavy Strike, 20. Berserk, 50. Blade Mastery, 30. Jade Shatter, 50. Devour, 50. Pajun, 1. Professions, Tier 3 Alchemist 600, 010000. Tier 3 Spirit Array Master 010000. Mount, Nether Dragon Tier 3. Quest, Eye for an Eye. He immediately allocated 30 talent points to Pajun. At level 30, Pajun grants a 30 damage increase against enemies with less than 50 health. He noticed that each talent could only be upgraded to a maximum of level 50, which seemed reasonable if a talent like Devour could reach level 100. It would allow him to absorb all of an opponent's energy, making him practically invincible. After closing the attribute panel, Lu Xingchen returned to the battlefield. With the loss of their top combatants, the morale of the Foaming Kingdom's forces plummeted, leaving them unable to resist the Lu dynasty army. Within half a day, Wanchun City was recaptured. The citizens of the city rejoiced and warmly welcomed the troops of the Great Yan Kingdom. In the city lord's mansion, Lu Chaoyang said to Lu Xingchen, "Xiaochun, your reputation in the Great Yan Kingdom is now on par with mine." Lu Xingchen replied humbly, "It's just empty fame. I'm only good at unknown combat. When it comes to warfare, I still rely on you, father." "You're quite modest," Lu Chaoyang chuckled. "With you here, the revival of the Great Yan Kingdom is just around the corner. I even think that the martial spirit expert from Tianyuan Kingdom might not be your match. If I face Li Ning again, I have a 50 chance of killing him," Lu Xingchen replied earnestly. "Good, I believe in you." Lu Chaoyang nodded firmly. "Xiaochun, your future lies among the stars and the vast seas. You shouldn't be confined to just one city or nation. After the war is over, where do you plan to go next?" "I haven't decided yet," Lu Xingchen answered softly. Over the next 3 months, Lu Chaoyang displayed masterful military strategy, reclaiming all the lost territories of the Great Yan Kingdom except for Zigui City. With Li Ning guarding Zigui City, Lu Chaoyang didn't dare to launch a reckless assault. During this time, Yunli trained an elite archer squad of 500 soldiers for Lu Xingchen. All members were at least 2-star martial masters, equipped with Xingchen bows and protective inner armor, capable of hitting their targets with pinpoint accuracy within 120 meters. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen focused on alchemy, advancing to a Tier 4 alchemist, while occasionally participating in battles to slay Foaming Kingdom's experts. His own strength rose to 4-star martial master. To capture Zigui City, Lu Chaoyang convened a high-level meeting of the Great Yan Kingdom's leadership. Yunli immediately noticed the change in Lu Xingchen's aura. "It's been 3 months, and you've grown even stronger." "Just a stroke of luck," Lu Xingchen replied modestly. "Luck seems to favor you, huh? It looks like the war has nourished you well. Your physique truly thrives in battle. I'm more curious about the true extent of your strength, Yunli." "Don't worry, we'll have plenty of chances for an in-depth exchange," Yunli teased. Lu Chaoyang interrupted. "All right, Yunli, stop teasing Xiaochun. Let's get to business. Over the past 3 months, we've captured city after city, wiping out more than half of Foaming Kingdom's forces while our own army continues to grow stronger. Much of this is thanks to Xiao Chen's presence, which has boosted morale among both the troops and the people." "It's what I should do," Lu Xingchen said. "However, the enemy's martial master battalion has remained hidden. I suspect they're amassing their forces in Zigui City, preparing for a decisive counterattack. Then we'll fight them," Lu Xingchen declared firmly. "We've come this far. There's no turning back from Zigui City. Even if there's an ambush, we must press forward." "Yunli, how is the archer squad coming along?" Yunli's eyes lit up. "All 500 soldiers have reached at least 2-star martial master level. With Xingchen bows and defensive spirit tools, they can hit their targets with precision within 120 meters. They're even capable of taking on Tianyuan Kingdom's martial master battalion. I can't wait to see them in action." "Good. Leave the martial master battalion to Yunli. As for Li Ning, he's mine." Lu Xingchen's words left everyone stunned. Yunli voiced her concern. "Are you confident? Li Ning is a martial spirit expert. He's been in seclusion recently, so his strength must have grown. Half a year ago, I could already withstand his ultimate move. Why would I fear him now? Father, let's launch the attack." "Very well." The army marches to Zigui City. Lu Chaoyang had already made preparations. Within a day, he led the Great Yan Kingdom's top forces and the elite archer squad to the city gates. This battle would determine the fate of the two nations. Standing atop the city walls, Li Ning roared, "Lu Xingchen, come out and face me." Lu Xingchen stepped out from the army ranks, unfazed. "Li Ning, it's been a while." Lu Xingchen, Almost all the men I brought from Tianhui Kingdom have died by your hands. This debt must be settled. And what about the debt for Tianhui Kingdom's tyranny, aiding the wicked and causing countless innocent lives to perish? How should that be repaid? In the eyes of the strong, the weak have no place. Who the strong are is yet to be determined. Lu Xingchen sneered, activating the Devour technique. His aura surged, skyrocketing to 8-star martial master within moments. Drawing his Luoxiao Bao, he knocked an arrow and shot it straight at Li Ning. Li Ning swung his snow-white long sword, effortlessly cutting the arrow in half. The bao is impressive, but the archer is lacking. Lu Xingchen, once I kill you, your high-grade profound weapon and secret technique for raising your level will be mine. With that, he activated a flying martial skill, leaping from the city wall and soaring toward Lu Xingchen with the confidence of a martial spirit powerhouse. Without saying another word, Lu Xingchen fired another arrow, which Li Ning once again deflected with ease. Xiaochun, Lu Chaoyang instinctively moved forward when he saw his son in danger. However, Yunli stopped him firmly, saying, Uncle Lu, don't worry. Xingchen isn't as weak as he looks, luring the enemy in. Hearing this, Lu Chaoyang forced himself to suppress his anxiety. On the battlefield, Lu Xingchen was ready to unleash his full power. His third arrow was no ordinary shot, it was a culmination of his skills. Using his twisting bowstring archery technique in tandem with the Tianqian art, he imbued the arrow with the power of the heaven-destroying seal and executed the Jade Shatter technique. This move drained 65 of his internal energy but amplified the arrow's power fivefold, making it a devastating strike. By now, after enduring Xingchen's first 2 arrows, Li Ning had lowered his guard. To him, Lu Xingchen, though skilled, posed no real threat. He raised his sword casually to block the attack. But this third arrow far exceeded his expectations. The sheer force disarmed him, sending his sword flying. Before he could react, the true killing blow followed. A white energy handprint materialized in front of him and slammed down with crushing force. Unable to dodge, Li Ning took the full brunt of the heaven-destroying seal with his chest. His torso caved in, and he was sent hurtling through the air like a broken kite, spitting blood as he crashed heavily against the walls of Zigui City. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. The system showed no kill notification, which meant the old man had survived his strongest attack. It wasn't too surprising, though. Over the past half-year, Li Ning had advanced from a 1-star martial spirit to a 2-star, and with the protection of his inner armor, it made sense he could endure such a blow. Understanding the importance of finishing the job, Lu Xingchen immediately activated his ghost shadow steps to close the distance. On the city walls, the soldiers of Fengming Kingdom watched in shock. A renowned martial spirit like Li Ning had been rendered so pitiful in mere moments. Their morale plummeted. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chaoyang ordered his forces to launch an all-out assault on the city. Strangely, both armies instinctively avoided the area where Lu Xingchen and Li Ning were engaged, leaving a clear space beneath the walls. For low-star martial masters from Fengming Kingdom attempted to intervene, but Yun Li's rapid-fire arrows pinned them down. Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword and struck at the fallen Li Ning. In a desperate moment, Li Ning mustered his remaining energy to form a protective energy shield. Yet, the sword shattered it instantly, severely injuring his shoulder. Even Lu Xingchen was momentarily surprised by the sheer force of his attack, only to realize that the passive ability of his weapon, the Breaker of Armies, had been triggered. Struggling, Li Ning used his left hand to recall his sword. His right shoulder was now useless. But Lu Xingchen gave him no chance to recover, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes. Wielding his sword with his non-dominant hand and weakened by his injuries, Li Ning could do little but retreat as wound after wound marred his body. Stop, Lu Xingchen, I surrender. Li Ning finally broke, desperation in his voice. They'll leave with my men immediately and never set foot in Dian Kingdom again. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly. Your Tianhui Kingdom is already on its last legs. What authority do you have to make promises? Rather than letting a tiger return to the mountains, I'd rather end you here and now. Despair settled over Li Ning's face. After all the effort he had put into breaking through to the martial spirit realm, he couldn't accept dying like this. Frantically, he offered, I can introduce you to our king. With your talent, you could become the youngest honored guest of Tianhui Kingdom. We'll dedicate our nation's resources to your cultivation and even gift you all of Fengming Kingdom's territory. Tempting, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile. Li Ning's face lit up with hope. Then stop. I can't hold on much longer. Azure Dragon Slash. Lu Xingchen bellowed, his voice cutting through the air. A sharp, greenish blade of energy shot out, piercing through Li Ning's chest. The system notification instantly chimed. You have slain a 2-star martial spirit. Gained 2,000 experience points and exchange points. Advanced to 5-star martial master. Awarded 25 talent points. Joy surged in Lu Xingchen's heart. As expected of a martial spirit, the rewards were bountiful. As for Li Ning's offer, he had never entertained it. After killing so many of Tianhui Kingdom's people, how could they genuinely welcome him? Besides, once Li Ning healed, Lu Xingchen would undoubtedly be his first target for revenge. Retrieving Li Ning's storage ring, Lu Xingchen hoisted his corpse and unfurled his azure wings, flying up to the city walls. Li Ning is dead. Do any of you still wish to resist? The sight of the martial spirit's lifeless body struck terror into the soldiers on the wall. Half of them surrendered on the spot, while the rest were swiftly eliminated by Lu Xingchen's archers. And so, in just half a day, Zigue City was conquered. The Dian Kingdom's final stronghold was reclaimed at last. In the spacious hall of the city lord's mansion in Zigue, everyone took their seats in order. Lu Xingchen's expression was serious as he turned to his father and asked, "Father, what are the battle losses?" Lu Chaoyang's stern face couldn't conceal his joy. "Xiaochen, thanks to you killing Li Ning, their army crumbled in fear after his death. The foaming nation's troops surrendered without much resistance. Not only did we suffer minimal losses, but we also gained 50,000 surrendered soldiers. Combined with the 50,000 troops from the Yunnan nation, our total forces now stand at 150,000. We are stronger than ever." As expected.
Still, it's thanks to your excellent command, father.
Lu Xingchen smiled lightly before turning to Yunli. "Miss Yunli, during my duel with Li Ning, I wasn't able to keep an eye on the archers. How did they perform?" Yunli responded with a radiant smile. The archery squad only needed 2 volleys to decimate half of Tianhui nation's martial forces. The remaining troops surrendered outright. Hearing this, a glimmer of pride flashed in Lu Xingchen's eyes. This archery squad, crafted by his own efforts, had truly lived up to expectations. "Father, it's time to launch a counterattack against foaming nation. They must pay for what they've done," Lu Xingchen declared resolutely. Lu Chaoyang nodded firmly. "The enemy's elite forces have been annihilated in this battle. Destroying foaming nation is only a matter of time. The long-standing feud between our nations will finally come to an end." At that moment, Yunli spoke softly. "Lu Xingchen, your side has already secured the upper hand. It's time for me to return." Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. "Miss Yunli, are you heading back to Xingchen sect?" Lu Xingchen asked gently. Yunli nodded slightly. "I've been away from the sect for over half a year, and my training journey has come to an end. It's time to return. Thank you for allowing me to witness the diverse landscapes of the Dian nation during this journey, and for letting me experience your charm." She took out a scroll and a token, handing them to Lu Xingchen. "This is a map of Qingzhou, detailing the locations of various sects and kingdoms, including Xingchen sect. This holy maiden token will grant you direct access to see me if you visit. If you have the chance, why not come to Xingchen sect? You deserve a greater stage." Lu Xingchen accepted the items without hesitation. Meeting Yunli had saved him from the threat of Tianhui nation's martial king-level experts, and this connection was one to be cherished. "Miss Yunli, you have your own path, and I won't try to keep you," Lu Xingchen said solemnly. "But I do have one question. What is your true strength? Could you show me?" "Sure," Yunli replied with a gentle smile. "Since my training is complete, I might as well release the seal." Before her words even settled, a terrifying aura erupted from her body, leaving everyone in the hall nearly breathless. After 3 seconds, the aura was suddenly retracted. Lu Xingchen stared at Yunli in shock, unable to discern the depth of her cultivation. He had recently broken through and could even see through Li Ning's level, but Yunli's strength was entirely beyond him, proving she far surpassed Li Ning. "Wait, are you a martial king?" Lu Xingchen blurted out in astonishment. Yunli merely smiled, turned, and walked out of the room. Behind her, a pair of blue-violet energy wings unfolded as she soared into the sky. "Lu Xingchen, the Tianyuan Continent is vast. I hope we meet again at the summit." This scene left Lu Xingchen deeply shaken. The ability to summon energy wings indicated at least martial king-level strength, or perhaps even higher. If not for her gentle nature, she could have ended his life with a single strike. Both Lu Chaoyang and Lin Jing were equally astounded. "Xiaochen, you've truly grown up being able to connect with a martial king-level expert," Lu Chaoyang said with a hearty laugh as he patted his son's shoulder. "How did you two meet?" "An accident, purely an accident," Lu Xingchen replied with a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. "If I'd known she was a martial king, I wouldn't have dared to act." But in truth, even if he'd known Yunli's strength, he would have still fought to save his senior sister Lin Jing. After Yunli's departure, the counteroffensive against foaming nation was officially launched. Lu Chaoyang led the army eastward, while Lu Xingchen's priority was refining Mo He and Mo Bai into puppets. With his expertise as a 4th-rank alchemist, crafting puppets at the martial master level was a simple task, especially with the help of the 3rd-rank medicinal materials stored in Lin Qingzhu's spatial ring. However, Lu Xingchen's ambitions extended further, wanted to refine Li Ning's corpse into a puppet as well. Unfortunately, the required materials far exceeded what the spatial ring contained. So he decided to travel to Qiming Nation with Xiaoyu to gather what he needed. In the reception hall of the Starlight Auction House, Sun Jie sat across from Lu Xingchen. Master Lu, you are truly a young prodigy. I've heard of your feat in defeating martial spirit Li Ning and reclaiming Dian Nation's territory, Sun Jie began. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. It was merely luck. This time, I've come to ask for your help in acquiring some alchemy materials. Of course. Please provide the list of items, Sun Jie replied with a smile. After glancing through the list, Sun Jie's expression turned to one of utter shock. Fourth-tier beast cores, blood spirit grass, autumn rain grasso mini height-tier materials. Master Lu, have you already advanced to a 4th-rank alchemist? Lu Xingchen nodded in confirmation. Sun Jie was even more astonished. Qiming Nation only had 2 4th-rank alchemists, both of whom were under the protection of the nation's ruler. For someone as young as Lu Xingchen to achieve this rank was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a talent was either an invaluable ally or a formidable threat. Master Lu, these materials are rare even in Qiming Nation. It will take some time to gather them from across the country, Sun Jie said respectfully. Lu Xingchen showed no signs of dissatisfaction. The counteroffensive had just begun, and he had no immediate need to leave Dian Nation. Waiting a few days wouldn't be an issue. Lu Xingchen surveyed the situation before him, frowning slightly. Exchanging for these materials will cost quite a bit of silver. I've nearly spent all the money I had on me. This concern was not unfounded. To train that elite squad of archers, he had poured in a massive amount of resources, including rare Xian-rank spiritual artifacts and cultivation techniques. President Sun, I'd like to discuss something with you. Could I purchase these materials on credit? I can repay the debt with 4th-grade pills that I'll refine on the spot. Without hesitation, Sun Jie nodded. No problem at all. I happen to have 2 4th-grade pill recipes here: rejuvenation pills and chi recovery pills. Both are highly sought after. Thank you, President Sun. How many pills do you think would be fair compensation? 10 4th-grade rejuvenation pills will suffice, Sun Jie replied in a firm tone. For Lu Xingchen, this wasn't a challenge. With the system's assistance, every pill he refined not only advanced his skill level, but also came without the usual bottlenecks. He was confident that even reaching the level of a 9th-grade alchemist was within his grasp. Half an hour later, with the recipes in hand, Lu Xingchen agreed with Sun Jie to deliver the materials and pills in a month's time. Then, he mounted his steed, Xiaoyu, and returned to the Great Yin Kingdom, diving straight into the counteroffensive against the Fengming Kingdom. With the help of Lu Xingchen and Lin Jing, Lu Chaoyang managed to capture all of Fengming cities, save for the capital, within just 1 month. General Yen Su of Fengming, leading the last 10,000 elite troops, fortified the capital against Lu Chaoyang's 50,000 strong army. The outcome seemed inevitable. Lu Xingchen activated his combat energy, his voice resonating throughout the capital. Yen Su, you're trapped. Surrender now, and I promise to spare your life as a junior general. Clad in armor, Yen Su stood tall atop the city wall. Lu Xingchen, I know of your unparalleled strength, capable of defeating even martial spirit warriors. But the king has shown me great kindness, and I cannot betray him now. If you wish to take this city, you'll have to step over my dead body. Lu Xingchen frowned but quickly unfurled his Qingyun wings, soaring to the top of the wall. With a single swing of his shadow sword, Yen Su's surrounding guards were sent flying. Witnessing this, none of the ordinary soldiers dared to approach. You still have time to surrender, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile, his shadow sword in hand. Yen Su drew his blade, refusing to back down. Though both were 5-star martial masters, Lu Xingchen's numerous talents gave him the edge. With one strike of his Azure Dragon Slash, he sent Yen Su flying, killing him on the spot. System notification. Defeated a 5-star martial master. Gained 500 experience points and 500 exchange points. Lu Xingchen stored Yen Su's body in his spatial ring. Though Yen Su had served the wrong master, his loyalty and righteousness deserved a proper burial. With the support of the elite archer squad, Lu Chaoyang broke through the capital in half a day. Even with their general fallen, the loyal soldiers of Fengming fought valiantly to the bitter end, none choosing to surrender. After the battle, the area surrounding the capital was littered with over 10,000 corpses. Finally, Lu Chaoyang and Lu Xingchen entered the imperial palace, where they found Fengming's king, Li De, seated on the dragon throne, a golden sword in hand. Li De, it's over, Lu Xingchen said calmly. I never thought that after years of contesting with Xiaolong, I'd end up losing to a young upstart like you. Lu Xingchen, you're indeed formidable, admit my defeat, Li De said with a bitter smile. The emperor wants you alive to face trial in the Great Yin Kingdom. However, as a king, being humiliated in such a way would tarnish your nation's dignity. Perhaps you should take matters into your own hands. Ha ha ha, Lu Xingchen, you're an honorable man. Li De laughed heartily before ending his life with a swift stroke of his sword. System notification. Completed the mission an eye for an eye. Gained 5,000 experience points, 5,000 exchange points. Shadow Sword and Shadow Sword Technique upgraded to Earth Rank Low Grade. Congratulations on advancing to 6-star Martial Master. Gained 25 talent points. After 6 months of warfare, the mission was finally complete. Checking his attribute panel, Xingchen saw that he had accumulated 109 talent points. He immediately maxed out his talents. Eagle Eye 50 increases vision range by 200 meters. Strong Strike 50 adds 100 damage to normal attacks after using a skill. Blade Mastery 50 increases damage with sword-type weapons by 100, and Breaker 50 boosts damage by 50 against enemies below half health. With such strength, he could now defeat Li Ning Heiden without needing to resort to ambush tactics. After giving Yin Su a proper burial, Xingchen mounted Xiao Yu and headed straight for the Qinming Kingdom. It was time to retrieve the materials needed to craft the 4th-grade Earthshade puppets. After a long day of travel, Xingchen finally arrived at Wanchun City in the Qinming Kingdom. As soon as he stepped through the doors of the Xingguang auction house, the president, Sun Jia, hurriedly came to greet him. As a 4th-tier alchemist, Xingchen was a highly revered figure in the Qinming Kingdom. Even someone as esteemed as the auction house president dared not show the slightest hint of negligence. President Sun, have you gathered all the materials I need? Xingchen asked directly. Master Liu, the king has mobilized the entire kingdom's resources to assist you, and we have finally collected everything you require, Sun Jia said with a smile, retrieving a 4th-tier demon core and other spiritual herbs from his storage ring and carefully arranging them on the table. Xingchen quickly stored the materials and then handed over 10 4th-tier rejuvenation pills to Sun Jia. In that case, our transaction is complete. President Sun, I shall take my leave. Wait, Sun Jia called out as Xingchen turned to leave. He took out a scroll from his robe. This is a formula for a 4th-tier pill. Consider it a parting gift for you, Master Liu. Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. You knew I was leaving? The Fengming Kingdom has fallen. With your determination, Master Liu, you are surely planning to return to Lingxiao sect to continue your cultivation, Sun Jia said meaningfully. Receiving the much-needed formula, Xingchen did not refuse the gesture and tucked it away. I will remember this kindness, President Sunday. After returning to the Liu family estate in the capital of the Dian Kingdom, Xingchen immediately began preparing to refine the Earthshade puppet. With only one corpse of Li Ning and a single 4th-tier demon core, there was no room for error. He meticulously placed one herb after another into the Qingstone cauldron. As the materials liquefied, they slowly merged with Li Ning's body, establishing a connection with the demon core embedded in her chest. An hour passed, and while the materials were fully refined, the flame's temperature was too low to complete the fusion with the corpse. Xingchen had no choice but to prolong the process to increase the heat, all while maintaining the integrity of the medicinal liquid. This required tremendous effort and tested his soul power to its limits. After an entire day and night of continuous effort, the Earthshade puppet finally began to take shape. By then, Xingchen was drenched in sweat, his arms trembling, and his soul power nearly depleted. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Another half an hour later, the Earthshade puppet, at the martial spirit level, was successfully completed. As soon as Xingchen stored the puppet in his storage ring, his exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed unconscious. When he woke up, he rubbed his still-aching head. Damn it, refining this Earthshade puppet was no joke. It wasn't that his skills were lacking, but rather that he was missing the proper tools. The rare materials required by a 4th-tier alchemist could only be perfectly refined using a naturally occurring spiritual flame. Such flames not only possessed higher temperatures, but also enhanced an alchemist's combat energy and fighting strength. I'll need to find a spiritual flame soon, or I won't be able to progress further on the path of alchemy, Xingchen thought to himself. After putting away the Qingstone cauldron, he went to his father Liu Chaoyang's study. With his father's permission, he entered and found him busy with military affairs. Father, how are things going? Xingchen asked. Everything's under control. The Fengming Kingdom has been destroyed. All that remains is to station troops and appoint officials to manage the territory, Liu Chaoyang replied. In that case, father, it's time for me to leave, Xingchen said decisively. Liu Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled. Haha, my son was meant for greater things. I can't hold you back. You've stayed in the Dian Kingdom long enough, it's time for you to soar higher. Before leaving, Xingchen presented his father with 5 Earthshade puppets at the Great Martial Master level as a gift. Among them were 2 8-star, 2 1-star, and 1 3-star puppets, all refined from the corpses of his enemies. Seeing his father's concern, Xingchen explained that these puppets were no longer of much use to him and would serve his father better. After bidding farewell to his father, Xingchen sought out Lin Jing. Senior sister Lin, the war is over. You can return to Lingxiao sect now. This is where we part ways, he said. You're not coming back with me? Lin Jing asked in surprise. Xingchen shook his head. I've already advanced to the Great Martial Master level. Lingxiao sect doesn't have much more to offer me, but Lingxiao sect needs your help, Lin Jing said earnestly. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen frowned slightly, a trace of confusion crossing his face. What do you mean by that? Lin Jing explained softly. I've informed the sect master about your defeat of the martial spirit expert. Coincidentally, a suspected martial king level tomb secret realm has been discovered within the 9 Ghost Gates territory. The sect master wishes to invite you back to the mountain to assist. This exploration, is it still being undertaken by disciples? Lu Xingchen asked solemnly. Lin Jing shook her head. This tomb is no ordinary place. It's rumored to contain treasures that can help martial artists break through to the martial king realm. The major sects will undoubtedly compete for it. All 6 peak masters, except for Lin Qingzhu, will accompany the sect master personally. I see. Lu Xingchen nodded. Lingxiao sect has nurtured me, so I must help the sect master acquire the treasure. Let us return to the mountain. Hearing this, Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xingchen's loyalty and sense of duty filled her with quiet admiration. On the way, Lu Xingchen asked, have you mentioned my defeat of the martial spirit expert to anyone else? Absolutely not. Lin Jing quickly denied, shaking her head. Lu Xingchen fell into thought. It was clear Lin Tian intended to keep him as a hidden trump card. This journey to the tomb would likely be far from simple. Still, with his strength rivaling that of a martial spirit, he was confident he could handle it. The 2 rode Xiaoyu back to Lingxiao sect. Along the way, Lu Xingchen studied the 4th grade alchemy recipe for beast power pills, which Sun Jia had lent him. These pills could unleash one's physical potential and greatly enhance bodily strength, though they caused a period of weakness an hour after consumption. Despite the side effects, they were a critical life-saving tool. He immediately took out his Qingshi cauldron and crafted 5 pills to keep on hand. After traveling for a day and a night, the nether dragon soared above Lingxiao sect. The disciples at the mountain gate were awestruck and envious. It's a dragon. That's senior brother Lu's dragon beast, they exclaimed in amazement. Xiaoyu descended at the gate, and Lu Xingchen and Lin Jing leapt off its back. The disciples swarmed forward but kept a respectful 3-meter distance, enthusiastically calling out, Senior brother Lu. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. Lu Xingchen responded warmly. Lin Jing spoke softly. The sect master has instructed that you are to meet with him immediately upon your return to discuss the secret realm. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen knocked on Lin Tian's door. When Lin Tian opened it and saw him, his face lit up with joy. Lu Xingchen, however, was inwardly startled above Lin Tian's head. The words, 1-star martial spirit, were faintly visible. It was clear his closed-door cultivation had borne fruit. Lu Xingchen, come in please. Lin Tian greeted him warmly. Lin Jing tactfully took her leave. Sect master, please speak freely, Lu Xingchen said as he accepted the cup of hot tea Lin Tian handed him. What is your current cultivation level? Lin Tian asked directly. 6-star great martial master, Lu Xingchen replied. Lin Tian drew in a sharp breath. Half a year ago, when you left the mountain, you were only at the martial master level. Now you've advanced 6 minor levels? Truly extraordinary. Just lucky, Lu Xingchen said modestly. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. More importantly, Lin Jing mentioned that you defeated a 2-star martial spirit from the Tianhui kingdom. Is this true? And did you rely on external assistance? Forgive my bluntness, but this is a matter of great importance, and I must verify your strength. While I did launch a preemptive strike, it was indeed achieved through my own efforts, Lu Xingchen affirmed. I need proof, Lin Tian said. Setting down his teacup, Lu Xingchen activated the swallowing heaven technique. His aura surged, climbing steadily to approach the martial spirit level. He struck out with all his might, aiming to demonstrate his capability. Lin Tian, not daring to underestimate him, mobilized his battle energy to meet the attack. The 2 clashed purely with their battle energy. While Lu Xingchen stood firm, Lin Tian was forced back several steps, colliding with the wall. How is he this strong? Lin Tian exclaimed, unable to hide his shock. Sect master, can we now discuss the matter of the secret realm? Lu Xingchen withdrew his aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian said, your strength now surpasses mine. I dare not command you, but for the sake of the sect's teachings, I hope you will join us in exploring the secret realm. Sect master, your words are too heavy. A teacher for a day is like a father for life. I will never forget the kindness of Lingxiao sect. I will help without question. However, now that you've advanced to martial spirit, shouldn't dealing with the other sects be manageable? Lin Tian's tone grew serious. I aim to secure this treasure no matter what. I have not disclosed my breakthrough to anyone because I plan to use this opportunity to eliminate the 3 major threats of the Blood Robe sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, and the 9 Ghost Gate. If the situation allows, I may even consider taking down the Wuyun sect. However, the Wuyun sect is officially recognized by the Righteous Alliance, so unless Gu Yuan provokes us, I won't act recklessly. I've already reached an agreement with the sect masters of the 9 Heavens sect and the Tianyuan sect to join forces in the secret realm to eradicate the 3 evil sections. Sect master, You certainly don't lack ambition, Lu Xingchen remarked in astonishment. Lin Tian let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Ha ha ha. After managing Lingxiao sect for so many years, it's time I contribute to the righteous alliance. Once we eradicate the 3 evil sects, I'll report to the alliance and ensure Lingxiao sect is promoted to a 4th-grade sect, restoring its former glory. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. This junior will fully support the sect master. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. Dealing with the 3 evil sects is within my capabilities. However, the long-standing grudge between Lingxiao sect and Wuyun sect may complicate things. If they decide to intervene, we might not have enough manpower. In that case, we'll need your help. You are our ultimate trump card who would expect a mere disciple to possess strength, rivaling that of a martial spirit. Let's hope it won't come to that, Lu Xingchen said with a light smile. Sect master, when shall we depart? We've already delayed for quite some time waiting for your return. We must reach the secret realm by tomorrow. We leave now, are you ready? No problem. The two left the room. At the midsection of the sect master's peak, Lin Tian instructed the attending elder, notify the 6 peak masters to gather at the square. We set off for the lesser Tongtian secret realm immediately. Half an hour later, the 6 peak masters, excluding Lin Qingzhu, had arrived at the square. Upon seeing Lu Xingchen, they were filled with confusion. The lesser Tongtian secret realm was notoriously dangerous, and the treasures within, capable of helping one break through to the martial king level, were of immense importance. With the sect's top members all participating, why bring along a disciple? Yihong couldn't hold back and was the first to speak up. Sect master, what's the point of bringing Lu Xingchen? He'll only be a burden to us. His strength is sufficient, Lin Tian replied calmly. Yihong scoffed in disbelief. He's just a 10-star martial master. What qualifications does he have? Before Yihong could finish, Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow and released a surge of energy, revealing his cultivation as a 6-star great martial master. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. A 6-star great martial master? He's only been away from the sect for half a year. How is this possible? Yihong exclaimed in shock. Lu Xingchen smirked. Peak Master Yihong, do I qualify now? Yihong was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon retorted begrudgingly. It's probably just the result of overusing pills, leaving his foundation weak. I doubt he's even as strong as a 5-star great martial master. Lu Xingchen, I can't believe you'd ruin your own potential. Why don't we test that theory? Lu Xingchen's tone turned colder, clearly annoyed by Yihong's provocations. Yihong hesitated, but seeing Lu Xingchen's confidence, his pride wouldn't allow him to back down. This disciple had not only mastered the shadow sword technique, but had also defeated Hu Junfeng. Did this mean Yihong himself was weaker than Fu Xian? Fine, I'll test you myself. Yihong raised his hand, unleashing the aura of an 8-star great martial master, and struck at Lu Xingchen. The two clashed, their energies colliding fiercely. To everyone's shock, Yihong was forced back several steps, stumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen stood firm, completely unfazed. The outcome was clear, leaving the peak masters gasping in disbelief. Yihong, second only to the sect master, had been defeated by Lu Xingchen. This new disciple, who had joined less than a year ago, had surpassed even Lin Su in strength. Yihong quickly got to his feet, the disdain in his eyes replaced with respect. I apologize, Lu Xingchen. I spoke out of turn. You are indeed qualified to join us. Lin Tian nodded and addressed the group. If there are no further objections, let's depart immediately. Since I caused the delay, why don't we use my mount to save time? Lu Xingchen suggested with a smile. The peak master's eyes lit up. Everyone remembered how, 6 months ago, Lu Xingchen had summoned the nether dragon at the sect gates. The thought of traveling on a dragon's back filled them with excitement. It was a rare honor, one to boast about for a lifetime. Their attitudes toward Lu Xingchen warmed noticeably, and any lingering tensions dissolved. Lu Xingchen summoned Xiaoyu, his nether dragon. The group mounted the dragon, which soared into the skies, heading toward the lesser Tongtian secret realm. The realm lay on the outskirts of Fengshui City, coinciding with the headquarters of the 9 Ghost sect. Though the 9 Ghost sect had discovered the realm first, their limited strength forced their leader, Gue Kuang, to invite 5 righteous sects and 2 other evil sects to explore it together. Xiaoyu's appearance caused a stir among the citizens of Fengshui City. Upon arriving at the city gates, the group dismounted, and Xiaoyu returned to its dimensional space. As they entered the city, a disciple from the 9 Ghost sect approached respectfully. He was a 3-star martial master. Welcome, esteemed members of Lingxiao sect. Our sect master has prepared a private room for you. Please, follow me. Lu Xingchen observed the scene with curiosity. The 9 Ghost sect disciples moved freely in the city, and the citizens seemed unfazed. Clearly, the city had already fallen under their control. Lin Tian gestured dismissively. Lead the way. As a member of the Righteous Alliance, he despised working with the evil sects, but now was not the time to confront them. Once inside the secret realm, Gue Kuang and his followers would face their doom. The group followed the three-star martial master into the city. Meanwhile, another 9 ghost sect disciple rushed to report. Sect master, the Lingxiao sect has arrived, and Lu Xingchen is with them. What? Gue Kuang shot to his feet, his expression darkening. The disciples of the 9 ghost gate hurriedly reported, Sect master, it's indeed Lu Xingchen. We've been gathering information about him as per your orders. Everyone in the sect is familiar with his portrait, couldn't possibly mistake him. Gue Kuang's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. After half a year of fruitless searching, Lu Xingchen dares to walk into our grasp. This time, he'll avenge Guillemot. He then barked out his orders. Notify all the hall masters to assemble within half a day. We're going to take Lu Xingchen's head. The disciple hesitated, his face clouded with worry. Sect master, the minor heaven's secret realm hasn't opened yet. Wouldn't it be unwise to provoke Lingxiao's sect at this time? Gue Kuang sneered. Let's see if Lingxiao's sect even dares to intervene. Now go convey my orders. The disciples of the 9 ghost gate arranged accommodations for their guests in a courtyard, with each person assigned a separate room. As soon as Lu Xingchen closed the door to his room, he began practicing the art of setting up spirit arrays. Though his primary strength lay in combat fueled by battle energy, he believed in being versatile. Previously, in the Tianyuan secret realm, it was a spirit array that had proved invaluable. Now a martial spirit-level fighter and a skilled grade 4 alchemist, the only area where he still lagged was in his mastery of spirit arrays. Time flew by, and as Lu Xingchen immersed himself in studying an ancient array diagram left behind by a predecessor, a thunderous shout shattered the courtyard's tranquility. Lu Xingchen, come out here right now. Lu Xingchen's expression shifted as he instantly understood. The 9 ghost gate had come for him. Back in the Chuyuan secret realm, he had killed Gue Mo but spared Gue Yair. It seemed the debt was finally coming due. Yet, with his current strength, a third-tier sect like the 9 ghost gate posed little threat. The Lingxiao sect disciples quickly emerged from their rooms, forming a protective circle around Lu Xingchen. Gue Kuang arrived with several hall masters, all at the great martial master level, and had the entire courtyard surrounded. The commotion also drew the attention of powerful figures from the other 6 major sects, who came to witness the unfolding drama. Thanks to his passive system abilities, Lu Xingchen swiftly assessed the strength of everyone present. Gue Kuang, 9 Ghost Gates Sect Master. 1-star Martial Spirit, accompanied by 7 high-star Great Martial Masters. Xue Su, Blood Robe Sect Master. 10-star Great Martial Master, with 8 high-star Great Martial Masters. Qin Ming, Heavenly Demon Sect Master. 10-star Great Martial Master, with 6 high-star Great Martial Masters. Gu Yuan, 5 Aggregate Sect Master. 1-star Martial Spirit, with 5 high-star Great Martial Masters. Li Hao, Vast Sky Sect Master. 10-star Great Martial Master, with 7 high-star Great Martial Masters. Li Yin, Heavenly Evolution Sect Master. 10-star Great Martial Master, with 7 high-star Great Martial Masters. Qin Jiao, 9 Heaven Sect Master. 10-star Great Martial Master, with 6 high-star Great Martial Masters. The situation was grim. In addition to Lin Tian's recent advancement to Martial Spirit, there were other Martial Spirit-level powerhouses present. Gu Yuan and Gue Kuang, in particular, had hostile histories with Lingxiao sect. If they joined forces, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, the divide between righteous and demonic sects made such alliances unlikely. And besides, Lu Xingchen had a trump card, a 2-star Martial Spirit-level Earth Fiend puppet. Lin Tian stepped forward, his voice steady. Gue Kuang, are you here to stir up trouble with Lu Xingchen? Gue Kuang's expression darkened. Lu Xingchen murdered my beloved disciple Gue Mo. This is a blood feud. Today, I'll take his life. Lin Tian, if you know what's good for you, hand him over. Otherwise, Lingxiao sect can forget about entering the Minor Heaven's secret realm. Well done. Lin Tian sneered. The 9 Ghost Gate has always been a den of evildoers. Lu Xingchen did a great deed, and it's my responsibility to protect him. Gue Kuang's face twisted with rage as he unleashed the oppressive energy of a martial spirit. The crowd erupted in shock. No one had expected Gue Kuang to have broken through to martial spirit, explaining his boldness in openly challenging Lingxiao sect. Whispers spread among the onlookers, with many speculating that Lu Xingchen might not survive. After all, the gap between a great martial master and a martial spirit was vast. Lin Tian's brows furrowed. So that's your confidence. Either hand him over, or none of you from Lingxiao sect will leave here alive. Gue Kuang declared arrogantly, standing with his hands on his hips. Lin Tian shook his head. You're not the only one who's reached martial spirit. With that, he unleashed his own martial spirit aura, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The spectators were dumbfounded. 2 martial spirits on the verge of clashing in such a small place? The consequences would be catastrophic. No one could have predicted that a seemingly insignificant city like Fengshui City would host such a showdown. Gu Kuang's expression faltered. You've also broken through. I will protect Lu Xingchen today, Lin Tian said firmly. If you want to fight, we can both lose our chance to enter the secret realm. Otherwise, get out of my sight. Gu Kuang hesitated, his face contorting with frustration, but he eventually turned on his heel and left, spitting out a final threat. Lu Xingchen, in the minor heaven's secret realm, I will kill you. Back inside the courtyard, Lin Tian called Lu Xingchen aside for a private conversation. Thank you, Sect Master, for going to such lengths to protect me, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile. Don't tease me, Lin Tian replied seriously. You're the strongest one here. I had hoped to keep my breakthrough a secret and deliver a decisive blow to the demonic sects in the secret realm. But now, I've been forced to reveal my hand. With Gu Kuang's advancement, taking them down won't be easy. They'll be counting on you when the time comes. Don't worry, Sect Master, Lu Xingchen reassured him. When the moment arrives, he'll act. Since Gu Kuang wants my life, I won't let him leave the minor heaven's secret realm alive. Lin Tian nodded solemnly. The future of Lingxiao sect rests on your shoulders. By the way, Sect Master, there's some bad news, Lu Xingchen added. What is it? Gu Yuan from the Five Aggregate sect has also broken through to martial spirit. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face was filled with shock. What? How did you figure it out? Lu Xingchen's lips curled into a faint smile as he chuckled softly. That's not something you need to worry about. Just know that I did. Lin Tian shook his head bitterly. I always thought the power of a martial spirit could suppress everything, but I never expected that this journey to the Shao Tongtian secret realm would reveal 3 martial spirits. And then there's you, a presence stronger than a martial spirit, yet not one yourself. Master, don't underestimate yourself, Lu Xingchen said gently, offering reassurance. In the Shao Tongtian secret realm, they'll make sure to assist you. Lin Tian nodded firmly. Everything depends on you now. The next morning, the forces of the 5 great orthodox sects and the 3 evil sects gathered outside Fengshui City. At the base of a towering mountain stood an ancient, imposing stone gate, the entrance to the Shao Tongtian secret realm. Standing before the stone gate, Gu Kuang scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Everyone can see it, right? There's a protective formation on the gate. We'll need to break it to enter the secret realm. Let's all attack together. Without hesitation, the gathered forces unleashed their most powerful attacks on the stone gate. Among them, Lin Tian's and Gu Kuang's strikes were the most formidable, their surging energy waves leaving onlookers in awe. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen deliberately concealed his strength, refraining from using the devouring heaven art and only exerting 50% of his power, appearing no stronger than a typical 6-star martial grandmaster. Similarly, Gu Yuan also held back, showcasing only the strength of a martial grandmaster. Under the combined assault, the formation on the stone gate finally shattered. Gu Kuang was the first to push the gate open and rush inside, with the others following closely behind. As they stepped through the gate, a wave of scorching heat hit them hidden. Before them stretched a long corridor, with roaring flames churning below. Scattered across the corridor were small stone platforms, serving as stepping stones. Even Gu Kuang, eager as he was to seize the lead, hesitated at the sight of the perilous path. Master, should we proceed? Lu Xingchen asked in a low voice. Lin Tian shook his head. It's tricky. The flame corridor seems endless, and the heat is intense. Would need a constant flow of energy to shield ourselves.
If we run out of energy halfway, we'd be burned alive.
At that moment, Yihong stepped forward. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. No matter what, we have to try. If our energy is halfway depleted, and we still don't see the end, then we'll think about retreating. Just as everyone was preparing to enter, Lu Xingchen suddenly stopped them. He retrieved a batch of 3rd-grade Qi recovery pills from his storage pouch and distributed 3 pills to each of the sect leaders. Even Yihong, who had always been at odds with him, couldn't help but offer a word of thanks. Then, Lu Xingchen handed Lin Tian 3 4th-grade Qi recovery pills, specially prepared for him. When Lin Tian asked in astonishment where the pills had come from, Lu Xingchen casually revealed that he was an alchemist, and crafting these pills was no challenge for him. This revelation left the members of Lingxiao sect visibly stunned. 4th-grade alchemists held a revered status on the Tianyuan Continent, capable of commanding the allegiance of numerous martial spirit-level experts. With the pills in hand, Lin Tian took the lead, leaping from stone to stone through the flame corridor. The others quickly followed. Lu Xingchen, however, employed his shadow sword technique with remarkable efficiency. By tossing the sword's scabbard onto the next stone platform, he could teleport to its location, conserving his energy to the utmost. As Lingxiao sect's members pressed forward, the other 7 sects refused to fall behind, gritting their teeth and charging into the corridor. Thanks to the shadow sword's unique advantage, Lu Xingchen soon overtook everyone, including Lin Tian, and was the first to reach the end of the corridor. At the end of the path stood two crimson towers, one larger than the other. Both were etched with intricate, mysterious patterns, and blood-red liquid seeped from their surfaces. Conventional wisdom suggested that the larger tower would house greater treasures. However, Xingchen, ever the strategist, decided to explore the smaller tower first, reasoning that while others would inevitably head for the larger one, he might uncover something valuable by taking a different approach. Standing before the small tower's entrance, Xingchen discovered a Tier 4 spirit formation. After days of relentless practice, his understanding of formations had grown significantly, especially regarding the structure of Tier 4 formations. Bringing his hands together, his palms instantly unleashed hundreds of spirit seals, which shot into the formation like meteors. Although he couldn't directly dismantle the formation, the feedback from the spirit seals revealed its weak point. Finding himself alone, Xingchen immediately activated the Devourer technique, causing his cultivation level to surge to the peak of the great martial master realm. Gathering all his strength, he delivered a powerful heaven destruction seal to the formation's weak spot. With a resounding crash, the Tier 4 spirit formation shattered to pieces. Entering the small tower, Xingchen ascended to its summit. Outside a dimly lit room, two puppets at the 3-star martial spirit realm stood guard. Nearby was a chessboard, and on one side sat a mysterious puppet. What made Xingchen frown was his inability to discern this puppet's cultivation level, a clear indication that it was at least at the 5-star martial spirit realm. While forcing his way through was an option, it would undoubtedly leave him heavily injured and hinder his ability to compete for the treasures in the Great Tower. As he pondered his next move, the powerful puppet spoke. "Young man, fate has brought us together. Do you wish to receive my inheritance? All you need to do is play a game of Gamoku with me. If you win, the door will open for you." Xingchen's spirits lifted. Gamoku was something he was very familiar with. In his previous life, he had even learned an unbeatable strategy online. Within 30 seconds, he claimed victory using this foolproof technique. Upon his win, the two guarding puppets stepped aside. Xingchen bowed respectfully to the defeated puppet. "Thank you, senior, for granting me this opportunity." With that, he pushed the door open and entered the room, finding only a table and a chair inside. On the table lay two scrolls. The first scroll recorded a low-grade earth-level cultivation technique called the Soul Refining Art, rare technique designed to strengthen one's soul power. On the Tianyuan Continent, while everyone was aware of the soul's existence, few understood how to harness its power. Typically, soul strength only grew gradually alongside martial cultivation. A technique like the Soul Refining Art, which actively enhanced soul power, was exceedingly rare. Through the Soul Refining Art, Xingchen also learned about the hierarchy of soul power: mortal realm, spirit realm, heavenly realm, and emperor realm, with each major realm further divided into low, middle, high, and perfection stages. His soul was currently at the high mortal realm, an extraordinary feat for someone at the great martial master level, likely due to his years of alchemy practice. He immediately sat down to cultivate the Soul Refining Art, entering his soul sea. There, he saw a transparent soul body identical to himself. As he began practicing the technique, a crimson furnace appeared in his soul sea, blazing with fierce flames. Controlling his soul body, he leapt into the furnace, enduring excruciating pain but gritting his teeth to persevere. After half an hour, drenched in sweat, he felt his soul body grow noticeably stronger. The second scroll contained a low-grade earth-level martial skill called the Soul-Shattering Roar, a powerful technique that directly attacked an enemy's soul. Given that most martial artists had relatively weak soul power, this skill would be devastating in combat. After all, once a soul body was destroyed, the person would become a lifeless shell. Carefully storing the two scrolls, Xingchen bowed once more to the powerful puppet before leaving. Arriving at the Great Tower's entrance, he noticed that the Tier 4 spirit formation had already been breached, indicating that others had gone ahead. While he was already satisfied with obtaining the Soul Refining Art, the thought of the treasure within the Great Tower, the one capable of helping someone break through to the Martial King realm, spurred him on. Moreover, he had promised to assist Lin Tian in dealing with the three evil sections. Without delay, he quickened his pace and began ascending the tower. As he climbed, he discovered that the Great Tower had 50 floors, each guarded by a Tier 4 spirit formation. Signs of destruction were everywhere, evidence of the formations being dismantled. This, however, gave Xingchen some relief. Such dense formations would undoubtedly slow the main group's progress. By the 36th floor, he finally caught up with Lin Tian. The entire Lingxiao sect was present, but the other 7 sects had only 3 or 4 members each, including their sect leaders. It was clear that many experts had failed the trial of the Flame Corridor. "Xingchen, you're finally here. The days without you have been unbearable." Lin Tian exclaimed with a bright smile upon seeing him. "Master, please don't say things that could be misunderstood. What's the situation now?" Xingchen replied with a wry smile. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. We figured it out. At the top of the Great Tower lies a treasure called the Martial King's Heart. Whoever fuses with it will be able to break through to the Martial King realm without any bottlenecks. Lu smiled and said, in that case, let's keep moving forward. The group followed Lin Tian as they ascended the tower. On each level, they encountered a grade 4 spirit array blocking their path. The cultivators worked together, breaking through the arrays one by one. All the while, Lu Xingchen stayed hidden among the crowd, only displaying the strength of an ordinary 6-star great martial master. Breaking through the arrays was exhausting, forcing the group to stop and rest frequently. After half a day of grueling effort, the group finally reached the top of the tower. What greeted their eyes was a massive pool of blood, with a pulsating heart floating at its center, the legendary heart of the Martial King. The heart of the Martial King is right in front of us. Now, let's see whose skills will prevail. Lin Tian declared loudly. Lin Tian, the heart of the Martial King belongs to us, the Nine Ghost Sect. Gue Kuang sneered coldly. The arrays are broken, and now, you can die as well. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed his battle energy and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian showed no fear, raising his sword to meet the attack. Just then, Gue Kuang shouted, friends from the Heavenly Demon Sect and Blood One Sect, we stand no chance of obtaining the heart of the Martial King unless we take down Lin Tian. Attack together. In an instant, experts from the 3 demonic sects surrounded the members of the Lingxiao sect. Lin Tian quickly called upon allies from the Nine Heavens sect and the Tianyuan sect to join the fight. The battlefield erupted into chaos, leaving only the Wuyun sect and the Haotian sect undecided on their stance. Lin Tian turned to Gu Yuan and spoke earnestly. Gu Yuan, though our sects have had conflicts, we are both part of the Righteous Alliance. In the face of such a critical moment, I hope you will make the right choice. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, Gu Yuan replied with a cold smile, releasing the aura of a 1-star martial spirit. Lin Tian, I've already made a deal with Gue Kuang. Today, this little Tongtian secret realm will be your grave. The members of the Lingxiao sect were shocked. None of them had expected that Gu Yuan had already advanced to the martial spirit realm. Faced with 2 martial spirit level opponents, fear rippled through the crowd. Yet, Lin Tian remained calm, his composure unsettling Gu Yuan. Lin Tian, aren't you afraid? You're not the only one with a trump card, Lin Tian replied calmly. Unconvinced, Gu Yuan struck at Lin Tian with a powerful palm. At the critical moment, Lu Xingchen waved his sleeve, and a martial spirit level puppet with the strength of a 2-star martial spirit suddenly appeared, intercepting the fatal blow. The sight left everyone present, including Lin Tian, utterly stunned. Who would have thought that Lu Xingchen had been hiding a martial spirit level puppet all along? Gu Yuan clashed with the puppet in a fierce exchange, only to be forced back several steps. He glared at Lu Xingchen with venom in his eyes. You've ruined my plans time and time again. Once I deal with Lin Tian, I'll make sure you pay. You'll have to catch me first, Lu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. The battle erupted in full force. For martial spirit level fighters engaged in a fierce melee, while the great martial masters clashed in chaotic skirmishes. Lu Xingchen wielded his falling sunset bow, moving through the battlefield and unleashing deadly arrows. When Yi Hong was ambushed by the Haotian sect, Lu Xingchen stepped in to save him. What is the meaning of this, friends from the Haotian sect? Yi Hong demanded angrily. Li Hao responded coldly. The Haotian sect has allied with the Wuyun sect. Today, we will annihilate you all. The situation took a dire turn. With 3 sects facing off against 5, the odds were overwhelmingly against Lin Tian's side. However, Lu Xingchen's archery skills shone brilliantly, as his rapid arrows continuously took down enemies. Within 10 minutes, he had slain 10 high-star Great Martial Masters, and even advanced to the 7-star Great Martial Master realm himself. Sensing the tide turning, Gu Yuan revealed his trump card. Members of the Wuyun sect formed the array. With 5 members combining their strength, Gu Yuan's power surged, elevating him to the level of a 3-star martial spirit. He easily overpowered the puppet, sending it flying, and then charged directly at Lu Xingchen. This time next year, it'll be the anniversary of your death. Lu Xingchen shook his head slightly, realizing he could no longer conceal his true strength. Activating the Devouring Heaven technique, his aura skyrocketed to the 1-star martial spirit level. When they clashed, Gu Yuan was forced back several steps, while Lu Xingchen remained unshaken. Lu Xingchen is a martial spirit too? That's impossible. He's not even 20 years old. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their voices filled with shock. With everyone revealing their trump cards, the battle became increasingly unpredictable. Members of the Lingxiao sect couldn't help but worry. Would they survive to leave this place alive? Gu Yuan stared at his palm, then looked up at Lu Xingchen, his eyes filled with shock and apprehension. This is impossible. Lu Xingchen, how can you be this powerful? The corners of Lu Xingchen's mouth lifted slightly as he replied calmly, You're nothing more than a stepping stone on my path to greatness, Gu Yuan retorted in a deep voice. It's still too early to decide the winner. Before his words had fully landed, he clasped his hands together, summoning the combined power of 5 individuals to form a massive fireball that hovered before his chest. Lu Xingchen's brows furrowed. He had seen this technique used by the renowned martial master Qin Hao before, and its power was indeed extraordinary. However, this time, it was being executed by a martial spirit expert, making it even more formidable. Not daring to underestimate it, Lu Xingchen immediately activated the heaven-sundering seal. A milky white energy imprint formed above his head, and then slammed down toward Gu Yuan with immense force. The two forces collided midair, unleashing a shockwave of astonishing power. After a brief standoff, the energy imprint broke through the fireball with unstoppable momentum, extinguishing it before striking Gu Yuan heavily. The impact sent Gu Yuan flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed into the wall at the top of the tower. The protective barrier shattered, and the other 4 experts from the 5 Elements sect also spat blood and collapsed unconscious. Lu Xingchen, never one to leave loose ends, instantly activated his shadow sword technique and appeared before Gu Yuan. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down. At that critical moment, Gu Yuan shouted, "Don't kill me! Lin Su is still alive." The words caused Lu Xingchen's blade to pause mid-swing. If Gu Yuan had pleaded for mercy or offered benefits, Lu Xingchen would not have hesitated. But Lin Su, the pride of the Lingxiao sect, Lin Jing's elder brother, and the revered senior disciple among his peers, if there was a chance to rescue him, it was worth considering. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Xingchen removed Gu Yuan's storage ring and sealed him inside the primal chaos umbrella. Whether the claim was true or false, it was worth investigating. If it turned out to be a lie, he could always take Gu Yuan's life later. Turning to Ghost Maniac, Lu Xingchen said coldly, "Ghost Maniac, it's your turn to die now." With that, he joined forces with Lin Tian to battle him. Facing the combined assault of 2 experts, particularly with Lu Xingchen's strength, Ghost Maniac lasted only 3 minutes before being slain. System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a 1-star martial spirit. You have gained 1,500 experience points and 1,500 exchange points. Afterward, Lu Xingchen and Lin Tian began eliminating the remaining experts from the other 5 sections. Together, the 2 martial spirits easily overpowered the group of martial masters. Within 10 minutes, everyone except the experts from the Tianyuan sect, Jiutian sect, Lingxiao sect, and the Blood Robe sect's leader, Xue Su, had been wiped out. Lin Tian said coldly, "Xue Su, you're the only one left. Will you end your life yourself, or should I do it for you?" To their surprise, Xue Su remained calm, clapping his hands and laughing. "Lu Xingchen, you're truly a genius. The downfall of the 3 major demonic sects is all thanks to you."
But unfortunately, the battle isn't over yet.
Lu Xingchen's brows knitted together. "You still have a trump card?" Xue Su laughed triumphantly. "I must thank you, Lu Xingchen. You've turned this place into a river of blood, which is exactly what I needed for my blood robe technique to reach its full potential." As he spoke, the blood on the ground began converging toward him, and his aura surged rapidly. Within moments, he had ascended to the level of a 5-star martial spirit, while the corpses on the ground withered into dry husks. Lin Tian's heart sank. He turned to Lu Xingchen and said, "A 5-star martial spirit is beyond what we can handle. You should retreat while I hold him off." "Huh. None of you are leaving here alive today," Xue Su shouted, clasping his hands together as a dark red blood sphere formed in his palms. Sensing the immense power emanating from it, Lu Xingchen immediately activated the heaven-sundering seal while triggering his Jade Shatter technique, sacrificing half his energy to amplify his attack power 5-fold. The energy imprint collided with the blood sphere, obliterating it before slamming into Xue Su. The impact sent him flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed into the wall. He muttered weakly, "How can you be this strong?" before succumbing to his injuries. System notification. Congratulations to the host for killing a 10-star martial master. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 1,000 exchange points. Lu Xingchen felt slightly dissatisfied with the reward, as Xue Su had demonstrated the strength of a 5-star martial spirit. After collecting Xue Su's storage ring, he checked his system panel. Host information. Name, Lu Xingchen. Level, 7-star martial master. Experience, 16,008,000. Exchange points, 22,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Power Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 50, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50, Warbreaker 50. Profession, 4th Tier Alchemist 50,000,100,000. 3rd Tier Spirit Array Master 5,000,100,000. Mount, Nether Dragon Tier 3. As the battle concluded, the remaining experts from the 3 sects gazed at Lu Xingchen with a mixture of fear and awe. To achieve such a feat, defeating two martial spirits as a 7-star martial master was undeniably the mark of an extraordinary talent. Lin Tian placed a hand on Lu Xingchen's shoulder and said solemnly, "Lu Xingchen, your progress is astonishing. Your strength has far surpassed mine. There's no doubt that you'll carve out a place for yourself on the Tianyuan Continent." Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "I was just lucky. Now that the battle is over, it's time to collect the spoils." With that, he activated his azure wings and flew to the center of the blood pool, retrieving the heart of the martial king and storing it in his ring. After landing, Lu Xingchen turned to Lin Tian and said, "Sect Master, I'll leave the heart of the martial king to you." He held out the precious artifact. The crowd was stunned once again. The heart of the martial king, a treasure capable of helping someone break through to the martial king realm, was something many would kill for. Yet Lu Xingchen was offering it so freely. Lin Tian was momentarily speechless before saying gravely, "Lu Xingchen, you contributed the most during this trip to the small heaven's secret realm. Without you, we wouldn't have even made it out alive. This heart of the martial king rightfully belongs to you." Lu Xingchen shook his head slightly and said flatly, "The cultivation technique I practice is rather unique, so the heart of the martial king isn't of much use to me. Sect Master, you should take it instead." This was no lie. With the system backing him, he only needed to defeat enemies to level up and allocate points, rendering cultivation bottlenecks irrelevant. The heart of the martial king was indeed unnecessary for him. Hearing this, Lin Tian was overjoyed. He took the heart of the martial king with both hands, unable to hide his excitement. "If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. This heart of the martial king is truly crucial for me." "Sect Master, hold on." Lu Xingchen's expression turned serious. "There's one issue that needs attention." "What issue?" Lin Tian asked, puzzled. Lu Xingchen explained, "The heart of the martial king grew in a blood pool, absorbing the essence of countless treasure seekers who ventured into the minor Tongtian's secret realm over the years. If you absorb it rashly, the dense blood fiend energy within could affect your mind, or worse, lead you down the path of demonic cultivation." Lin Tian was startled. "That's indeed a potential danger. The priority now is to find a spiritual treasure that can purify the blood fiend energy." He sighed. "But such heavenly treasures are incredibly rare and costly. Where can someone like me, a mere 1-star martial spirit, find one?" A faint smile appeared on Lu Xingchen's lips. "As it happens, I have such a treasure." With that, he opened the system shop, spent 1,000 exchange points to purchase a purification crystal, and retrieved it from his storage ring. Handing it to Lin Tian, he said, "With this, the blood fiend energy on the heart of the martial king can be completely cleansed." Lin Tian accepted the crystal with gratitude, his emotions overflowing. "Lu Xingchen, I don't know how I can ever repay you. The sect master has nurtured me. This is the least I can do," Lu Xingchen said with a light laugh. "I'm about to leave Lingshao's sect, so consider this a parting gift." Lin Tian nodded solemnly and then turned to the other two sect masters. "Fellow Taoists, the experts of the 3 evil sects have been completely eliminated. Once we return to the outside world, we must declare war on them and eradicate this evil force. What do you think?" "Naturally." Qingjiao, the sect master of Jutian sect, said firmly, "Once I return, I'll mobilize the full strength of my sect to assist old brother Lin." Li Yin, the sect master of Tianyuan sect, also chimed in, "We'll act at your command, old brother Lin." With the support of the 2 sect masters, Lin Tian wasted no time and led the group back the way they came, exiting the minor Tongtian secret realm. The 3 righteous sects joined forces to declare war on the 3 evil sects, igniting a bloody conflict. As for the Haotian sect and Wuyun sect, their internal experts had been wiped out, leaving them to cower within their own sects, fearful of being annihilated by Lingshao sect. Lin Tian did not participate in the battles, but instead went into seclusion to attempt merging with the heart of the martial king. Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, had another pressing matter, rescuing senior brother Lin Su. In a room on Lingshao sect's bamboo peak, Lu Xingchen released Gu Yuan, who was sealed by the mixed primordial umbrella, and got straight to the point. "Gu Yuan, you said senior brother Lin Su is still alive. Where is he being held? Has he been mistreated?" Gu Yuan gave a bitter smile. "I locked Lin Su in a water prison in the sect master's quarters, only restraining him with chains. I didn't mistreat him. Lu Xingchen, if you're willing to let me go, I'll release Lin Su immediately and lead all the people of Wuyun sect into seclusion, never to oppose Lingshao sect again." "I only asked to be spared. Letting you go isn't out of the question," Lu Xingchen said calmly. "After all, Wuyun sect is a sect recognized by the Righteous Alliance. But I'll decide after I rescue senior brother Lin Su. Draw me a map of Wuyun sect's defenses and the location of the water prison." With no other choice, Gu Yuan reluctantly nodded. After obtaining the map, Lu Xingchen immediately rode Xiaoyu toward Wuyun sect. For the sake of speed, he chose to cut through the sunset forest. With his strength rivaling that of a martial spirit, ordinary beasts posed no threat. and flying beasts were few and far between. As he passed through the forest's center, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed, as though declaring its territory. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. There was a dragon-type beast in this forest. Dragons were among the apex of beasts, incredibly powerful and not to be provoked lightly. Having no quarrel with it, Lu Xingchen ordered Xiaoyu to accelerate. The dragon seemed wary of Xiaoyu and did not pursue. After traveling for a day and a night, Lu Xingchen finally reached Wuyun sect's territory. He stored Xiaoyu in the mount space, took a concealment pill, and used the disguise technique taught by Yunli to transform into Gu Yuan's appearance. He then boldly approached the mountain gate. The gatekeepers, upon seeing their sect master, hurriedly saluted. Lu Xingchen waved them aside. "Step aside, I have urgent matters." The disciples did not dare delay and quickly made way. Along the way, he encountered many disciples and elders who greeted him, but he ignored them, which aligned with Gu Yuan's usual demeanor. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen arrived at the sect master's quarters. 2 martial masters guarded the entrance, and a third-grade spiritual formation protected it. Lu Xingchen first dismissed the guards, then formed hundreds of spiritual seals with his hands to break the formation. Becoming a spiritual formation master had proven invaluable. Breaking the formation by force would have alerted others, making it nearly impossible to safely escape with Lin Su. Clearly, he needed to train harder and advance to a 4th-grade formation master soon. Once inside the sect master's quarters, Lu Xingchen activated a hidden mechanism on the wall as Gu Yuan had described, revealing a dark passageway. Following it downward, he quickly found the water prison, where Lin Su was chained. Though Lin Su looked much thinner than in his portrait, Lu Xingchen recognized his senior brother at a glance. Lin Su's limbs were firmly shackled by iron chains as thick as a man's wrist. When he caught sight of Lu Xingchen's figure, he jerked his head up abruptly. His voice, hoarse but resolute, broke the silence. "Gu Yuan, spare me your words. I will never submit to the 5 Yun sect. Either end my life swiftly, or let me go home." Senior brother Lin Su, Lu Xingchen, the newly appointed saint son of Lingxiao sect. "I've come to rescue you," Lu Xingchen declared in a steady voice. Lin Su froze for a moment. The voice was indeed unfamiliar, not Gu Yuan's, but the man's appearance was identical to his captor. An illusion? A disguise? It wasn't impossible. After being imprisoned for 3 long years, Lin Su had resigned himself to dying in this dark place. Yet now, a glimmer of hope stirred something deep within him. "You aren't Gu Yuan, but that doesn't prove you're from Lingxiao sect either." "I need evidence," Lin Su said cautiously, his eyes narrowing. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and drew the shadow sword. The sight of the weapon caused Lin Su to gasp in shock, his words spilling out before he could stop them. "Peak Master Fu Xinfeng's shadow sword? You're the inheritor of the shadow sword technique." Satisfied with Lu Xingchen's authenticity, Lin Su revealed that the chains binding him were enchanted artifacts designed to seal battle energy. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen activated the swallowing heaven technique, his aura surging rapidly to the martial spirit realm. With just 2 strikes of his sword, the chains shattered to the ground. "A martial spirit expert," Lin Su exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Lingxiao sect has produced a martial spirit expert?" Lu Xingchen quickly swallowed a concealment pill to suppress his aura. He handed Lin Su a set of black robes and a bamboo hat. "This isn't the place for explanations. Senior brother Lin Su, let's return to Lingxiao sect first." Disguised as Gu Yuan, Lu Xingchen leveraged his assumed identity to boldly walk out of the 5 Yun sect's stronghold with Lin Su in tow. Once they were safely beyond the sect's sphere of influence, Lu Xingchen removed the human skin mask, revealing his true face. "Good heavens, Lu Xingchen, you're so young," Lin Su blurted out, astonished. "To achieve martial spirit strength at your age is nothing short of extraordinary." Summoning his companion, Xiaoyu, Lu Xingchen prepared for their journey back. On the way, they deliberately avoided the central region of the Sunset Forest, where dragon beasts roamed, opting for a safer but slower route. As they traveled, Lu Xingchen recounted the events of the past few years, including the story of how his elder sister had confronted the 5 Yun sect to save him. After traveling for a day and a night, they finally arrived at Lingxiao sect. Xiaoyu's imposing presence caused quite a stir among the disciples, but the real shock came with Lin Zu's return. News of his rescue spread like wildfire throughout the sect, and soon, all 7 peak masters, including Yihong and Lin Jing, gathered at the main square. "Xiaosu, you're finally back," Yihong said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Lin Su immediately fell to his knees, bowing deeply to express his regret and gratitude. While the sect celebrated their reunion, Lu Xingchen stood at the mountain gate with Gu Yuan in tow. "Remember your promise," Lu Xingchen said firmly. "Lead the 5 Yun sect into seclusion and never oppose Lingxiao sect again." Gu Yuan nodded repeatedly, retreating in haste once released. At Lin Tian's invitation, Lu Xingchen decided to stay at Lingxiao sect for the time being. He examined the map left behind by Yun Li and learned that Xingchen sect was a formidable 7th-rank sect, with martial lord experts among its ranks. This discovery only strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. Over the next month, Xingchen successfully advanced his soul power to the pinnacle of mortal grade and became a 4th-rank spirit array master. Just as he was preparing to bid farewell to Lin Tian, the latter, now a 4-star martial spirit, sought him out. Xingchen, Lin Tian said with a grin. I've got something I need your help with. Xingchen responded to the sect leader's summons with a faint chuckle. Lin Tian, however, spoke gravely. The iron dragon at the heart of the Sunset Forest seems to have broken its seal. This revelation caught Xingchen off guard for a moment. He recalled the dragon's roar he had heard while rescuing Lin Su, never expecting that this dragon beast would cross paths with him again. Lin Tian then elaborated on the origins of this iron dragon. It had been exiled by its own kind and arrived in the Sunset Forest 5 years ago. In just a matter of days, it established itself as the dominant overlord of the forest's beasts and soon led a beast tide to attack human settlements, causing widespread devastation. The previous sect leader had led the entire Lingxiao sect in resistance, ultimately facing the dragon alone. Though he managed to severely wound and seal it, he succumbed to his injuries shortly afterward. Since then, the Lingxiao sect had relocated to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest to guard against another potential beast tide. In that case, I am willing to help the sect leader eliminate this menace, Xingchen said firmly. Lin Tian cautioned. This dragon is a 4th-tier beast with extraordinary strength. Be extremely careful. While try negotiating first, Xingchen replied with a nod. With that, a 9-member team set out, consisting of Lin Tian, Xingchen, 6 Peak Masters, and Lin Su. Lin Tian, using his martial spirit pressure, cleared the way by deterring the forest's beasts. After half a day's journey, they reached the center of the Sunset Forest. Sensing Lin Tian's presence, the iron dragon roared and burst out of its mountain cave, taking to the skies. Its enormous body was even larger than Xiao Yu's, covered in silvery white scales that gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Xingchen immediately recognized it as a 4th-tier, 4-star beast. Before Lin Tian could finish explaining their purpose, the iron dragon roared in fury and unleashed a torrent of dragon flames. Lin Tian hastily raised a barrier of battle energy, blocking the attack but being forced back several steps in the process. The battle erupted instantly. Xingchen drew his falling sunset bow and aimed for the dragon's eyes. Despite its massive size, the dragon moved with surprising agility, deflecting the arrow with its claws before summoning over a dozen 3rd-tier beasts to join the fray. Lin Su volunteered to handle these beasts, allowing Xingchen to assist Lin Tian. Xingchen immediately activated the Devour Heaven technique, breaking through to the 4-star martial spirit realm. Even under the combined assault of 2 martial spirit warriors, the iron dragon remained fiercely defiant. Xingchen's rapid arrow strikes forced the dragon to shut its eyes in defense, creating an opening for Lin Tian. However, the dragon's scale armor was astonishingly resilient, withstanding even Lin Tian's sword strikes. At the critical moment, Xingchen drew his purple cloud arrow and unleashed the twisting string archery technique. The arrow pierced through the dragon's eyelid, severely injuring its right eye. Roaring in pain, the dragon ascended into the air, gathering a swirling purplured flame lotus at its chest before launching it toward the 2 warriors. Despicable humans, perish! The steel dragon roared, its voice shaking the air. A lotus of violet red flames began to take shape in its massive maw, radiating an ominous heat. Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine. That flaming lotus was no ordinary dragon's ability, it was something far beyond the natural powers of the dragon race. Without hesitation, he summoned the primordial umbrella, its twin energy shields enveloping both him and Lin Tian. The fiery lotus hurtled toward them, exploding with a deafening blast. The violent shockwave sent both of them flying like ragdolls. The umbrella's shields shattered instantly, and they crashed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Despite the pain, Xingchen quickly got to his feet, bow in hand, drawing an arrow infused with purple energy. He released it with precision, the arrow slicing through the air toward the dragon. But the steel dragon remained unfazed, conjuring a shield of violet red flames to block the attack. The arrow struck the flaming shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface before falling harmlessly to the ground. Huh. Pathetic humans. Your puny arrows can't even scratch my defenses. The steel dragon's laughter rumbled through the battlefield, filled with disdain. Lin Tian stumbled to Xingchen's side, his voice laced with urgency. What do we do now, Xingchen? We stall. Xingchen replied sharply, his eyes fixed on the dragon. That violet red flame isn't a natural ability. It can't sustain itself for long. Realizing the humans had stopped their assault, the steel dragon grew uneasy. What are you scheming? Fight me or flee, make up your minds. Xingchen's lips curled into a cold smile. Keeping that flame shield up must be draining. isn't it? A beast's soul power can never match that of a human martial artist. Let's see how long you last. The dragon roared in frustration, unleashing bursts of dragon fire. But Lu Xingchen and Lin Tian evaded them with calculated precision. The steel dragon hesitated, then reluctantly pulled out a golden, radiant fruit and swallowed it whole. Instantly, its body was bathed in a brilliant golden light. The injuries to its right eye healed in seconds, and its aura surged to overwhelming levels. This is bad. It's getting stronger. Lin Tian shouted as Lu Xingchen prepared his next move. Without wasting a moment, Lu Xingchen unleashed his heaven-severing seal. A massive, milky white hand of energy materialized and descended toward the dragon with devastating force. Lin Tian watched in awe. The sheer power of the attack rivaled that of his own 4-star martial spirit abilities. Yet, even Lu Xingchen's full-strength blow failed to breach the dragon's defenses. Lu Xingchen hesitated to use his ultimate technique, the Jade Shatterer. If it failed to deliver a decisive victory, the consequences would be dire. In mere moments, the steel dragon's power level surged from a 4-star, 4th-tier beast to an 8-star, 4th-tier monstrosity. The dragon beard fruit was meant for my breakthrough to the 5th tier. The dragon growled, its voice dripping with malice. But you forced my hand. Now, I'll take all your lives. Dispelling its flame shield, the steel dragon lunged at the two warriors with terrifying speed. But Lu Xingchen's lips curled into a sly grin. The moment the dragon's claws neared, he unleashed his soul-shattering roar. A black, spectral skull formed in the air, hurtling straight toward the dragon. You think such weak energy can harm me? The dragon sneered, swiping at the apparition. But to its shock, the skull phased through its claws and struck its soul directly. The dragon roared in agony, thrashing wildly as it clutched its head. Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity, unleashing another soul-shattering roar. The dragon hastily conjured its flame shield, but the spectral skull, though weakened, still broke through. Blood spilled from the dragon's mouth as its energy waned, fear creeping into its eyes. Desperate, it spread its wings to flee. But Lu Xingchen was relentless. He unleashed a third soul-shattering roar, this time activating the Jade Shatterer technique. Half his soul's energy burned away, amplifying his attack fivefold. A colossal skull, black as night, tore through the air, obliterating the dragon's flame shield and striking it with devastating force. The steel dragon let out a final, anguished cry before plummeting to the ground, defeated. A system notification echoed in Lu Xingchen's mind. You have slain an 8-star, 4th-tier beast. Awarded 8,000 experience points and exchange points. Your cultivation level has advanced to 8-star Grand Martial Master. Gained 28 talent points. As Lu Xingchen checked his system panel, feeling the surge of newfound power, the remaining 3rd-tier beasts scattered in terror. The warriors of Lingxiao sect regrouped, their faces a mix of relief and astonishment. Lin Tian turned to Lu Xingchen, his voice filled with awe. Lu Xingchen, how did you manage that? Lu Xingchen's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke softly. I used a soul attack technique. His words left Lin Tian stunned. Soul power, such a mysterious force, had always been something that could only strengthen with the growth of one's cultivation. To think there existed a specialized method of utilizing it for attacks. The Tianyuan Continent is vast and boundless. It's perfectly normal for the sect master to not have heard of certain things, Lu Xingchen explained. Thank you for ridding Lingxiao sect of this great threat, Lin Tian said earnestly. The corpse of the steel dragon is yours. It should yield plenty of rare materials. Lu Xingchen politely declined. Though the dragon's corpse is indeed priceless, I am short on time. I only need the demon core. After extracting the demon core, the two ventured deeper into the dragon's lair. Before long, Lu Xingchen discovered a spiritual tree bearing 2 golden fruits. These must be the dragon beard fruits the dragon mentioned. Sect master, I'll take these 2 fruits. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. You were the key to this victory. They rightfully belong to you. Carefully storing the dragon beard fruits, Lu Xingchen immediately consulted Xiaoyu, his companion in the mount space. The dragon gained 4 minor realms after consuming just 1. These should be beneficial to you as well, right? Of course. The netherworld dragon responded with delight. With these 2 fruits, it'll soon advance to the 4th tier. As they ventured further into the lair, they stumbled upon a cluster of purplured flames, shimmering like amethyst. As an alchemist, Lu Xingchen instantly recognized the immense value of this flame. With Lin Tian's approval, he began the process of absorbing it. For a full day and night, Lu Xingchen wrestled with the unruly flame. Drawing upon the powerful soul strength of his perfection realm, he finally refined the flame and stored it within his dantian. Lin Tian stood guard the entire time, ensuring no interruptions. Why not give it a name? Lin Tian suggested. Let's call it the Amethyst Flame, Lu Xingchen said, rising to his feet with a sense of relief. He silently thanked his high soul cultivation, knowing that without it, he might have been burned alive by this formidable fire. Upon returning to Lingxiao sect, Lu Xingchen decided it was time to depart. As he approached the sect's gate, he was surprised to find over half the disciples gathered to see him off, including familiar faces like Hu Junfeng, Lin Jing, and Wang Dongxian. He simply waved in farewell before mounting Xiaoyu and flying into the distance. Using the map provided by Yunli, Lu Xingchen traveled for 3 days and nights to reach the border of Liyun Kingdom. To avoid drawing the attention of martial king-level experts, he switched to traveling on horseback. After another 3 days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Tianyuan mountain range, home to the Xingchen sect, just outside Nanjia City. As he entered the mountain range, 2 young men dressed in white robes blocked his path. To Lu Xingchen's surprise, these gatekeeping disciples were both at the martial spirit level, a testament to the profound foundation of the Xingchen sect. "I am Lu Xingchen, a friend of the saintess Yunli I've come to visit," he said, cupping his hands respectfully. The 2 disciples were shocked. "You insolent fool! With your mediocre talent, how dare you claim to know the saintess? Leave at once, lest you disgrace yourself further." Lu Xingchen couldn't help but smile faintly when he heard the word insult. He simply wanted to see Yunli. How could there be any intent to insult? Yet, a trace of worry crept into his heart. Back in the Great Yin Kingdom, they were close friends who shared everything, equals in every sense. But now, Yunli had risen to the exalted position of saintess, while he was merely an 8-star great martial master, not even comparable to an ordinary disciple of the Xingchen sect. He recalled a saying he'd once come across online in his previous life. When a friend achieves great success, you only get one chance to speak up. After that, you're strangers. But Lu Xingchen had confidence in both Yunli and himself. Without hesitation, he handed Yunli's token to the gatekeeping disciple. The disciple carefully examined the token, then bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. Can you announce my arrival now?" Lu Xingchen asked with a light smile. "Please follow me. I'll take you to see the saintess right away." Along the way, Lu Xingchen caught a glimpse of the vastness of the Xingchen sect. As a 7th-tier sect, it spanned half of the Tianyuan mountain range, with over 1,000 martial spirit practitioners in the outer sect alone. He couldn't help but marvel, recalling how he had to exhaust all his trump cards just to deal with Li Ning. Yet here, martial spirits numbered in the thousands. As for the inner sect, it only accepted elite disciples at the martial king level or higher, who also had to pass the elders' rigorous tests. Still, Lu Xingchen wasn't discouraged. These people were elites cultivated from a young age, while he had been training for less than a year. With the aid of his system, he was confident he could surpass them in time. An hour later, they arrived at a refined chamber at the base of the inner sect's Saintess Peak. After serving tea, the guarding disciple went to announce his arrival. Another hour passed before a familiar voice called out, "Ha ha ha! Lu Xingchen, you're finally here. I've missed you so much." Yunli, clad in purple, stood at the doorway with a radiant smile. As Lu Xingchen extended his hand, she pulled him into a warm embrace. The female disciples standing behind her frowned, but remained silent. Sensing their disapproval, Lu Xingchen grew slightly tense. Such an act was indeed unbecoming of her esteemed status. "How have you been these days?" he asked, quickly stepping back to create some distance. "Just the usual," Yunli said with a pout. "It's all cultivation and sparring, not as exciting as fighting alongside you." "You've grown stronger again, haven't you?" Yunli asked, giving him a curious once-over. "Just a little progress, still far from your level," Lu Xingchen replied modestly. "You're always so humble," Yunli said softly. "Have you wrapped up everything back in the Great Yin Kingdom?" "All settled, including the Lingxiao sect," Lu Xingchen said seriously. "This time, I've come to seek refuge with you." "Great," Yunli laughed. "I'll grant you the status of a follower. From now on, I've got your back." Lu Xingchen shook his head. "No need for that. Just give me the status of an ordinary disciple. I want to grow stronger on my own." He had thought it through. Staying under Yunli's protection might be safe, but it would offer few opportunities for battle, which he needed to level up through the system. Such determination. Yunli raised an eyebrow. "Once this chance is gone, it won't come again. Don't worry. I'll catch up with you soon enough." Yunli chuckled. "Then I'll take you to the outer sect for registration. Although this year's recruitment has ended, the elders will definitely give me some leeway." Lu Xingchen declined her offer to personally accompany him, worried that her presence might affect his interactions with the other disciples. Yunli understood and assigned her follower, Huali, to guide him. As they parted, Lu Xingchen noticed that Huali's status above her head also displayed. Even the 4th-tier, 8-star steel iron dragon he had encountered after consuming the dragon beard fruit had been readable to him, yet Huali's strength remained a mystery. This indicated she was far stronger than the dragon, likely a martial king powerhouse. "Miss Huali," he ventured cautiously, "could it be that the saintess has already reached the martial emperor level?" Huali nodded. "You're quite perceptive. Reaching the martial emperor realm is one of the requirements for becoming a saintess or saint. Out of all the disciples in the Xingchen sect, only 2 have achieved this level, and the saintess is one of them. After receiving a definitive answer, Xingchen let out a heavy sigh. The gap between him and Yunli was a staggering 3 major realms. Such a disparity in strength made him feel an instinctive sense of dread. If Yunli hadn't shown some patience back then and refrained from lifting the seal herself, his life would have likely ended long ago. The power of Xingchen sect's saintess truly was terrifying beyond measure. Noticing Xingchen's sigh, Hua Li's lips curved into a subtle, smug smile. She lifted her chin proudly. Being Yun Li's follower was her greatest source of pride, and seeing Xingchen so visibly unsettled by her master's strength only deepened her sense of satisfaction. Xingchen, Hua Li said, her smile fading as she adopted a more serious expression. The saintess has already spoken to me about you. It seems there is indeed some connection between the 2 of you, and she does have a slight fondness for you. However, let me make one thing clear. Don't harbor any inappropriate desires toward her, and don't use her name to flaunt yourself outside. The gap between you 2 is insurmountable. This bond is not something you can afford to bear. It might even lead to your destruction. A trace of irritation flickered in Xingchen's heart. This Hua Li dared to lecture him? As if her only merit wasn't being lucky enough to be born with a higher starting point than his. Rest assured, Miss Hua Li, he replied in a steady tone. I have a girlfriend already. Even if the saintess were to pursue me, I wouldn't accept her. Hua Li was momentarily stunned by his response. Somehow, his assurance sounded incredibly grating. What did he mean by, even if the saintess were to pursue? Was he implying he had the right to choose? She let out a cold snort. Your tongue is sharp, I'll give you that. I've said what I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. An hour later, the 2 arrived at the office where the registration of new disciples for the outer sect was handled. Hua Li knocked lightly on the door, and moments later, an elderly man with a thin frame and a head full of white hair opened it. When he saw Hua Li, his face lit up with a warm smile. After all, Hua Li wasn't just an inner disciple of equal standing to him, she was also the saintess follower, a status that commanded respect. Miss Hua Li, what brings you here? The elder asked kindly. Hua Li replied softly, Elder Lin, this is my friend. I'd like to trouble you to grant him a spot as an outer sect disciple. Would you do me this favor? Elder Lin pondered briefly before replying. Although the recruitment ceremony for this year has already concluded, considering it's you making the request, am willing to make an exception. Xingchen was secretly taken aback. So this was what it felt like to have connections. It was surprisingly effortless. Elder Lin turned to Xingchen, his tone becoming noticeably more formal. Xingchen, correct? Lin Meng, the elder in charge of recruiting and managing outer sect disciples. If you have any issues in the future, you can come to me. Now tell me, what is your current cultivation level? I need to record it. 8-star Grand Martial Master. Xingchen replied calmly. The moment those words left his mouth, both Lin Meng and Hua Li froze. An 8-star Grand Martial Master? In Xingchen sect, that was laughably weak. After all, the minimum requirement for outer sect disciples was the martial spirit realm. Lin Meng frowned deeply. This complicates things. The sect's rules clearly state that outer sect disciples must meet the martial spirit threshold. I can't violate the regulations lightly. No problem, I understand, Hua Li said, nodding. If it's too much trouble, let's forget it. The moment she heard 8-star Grand Martial Master, her opinion of Xingchen plummeted. Someone this weak dared to associate with the saintess and even boasted about catching up to her? Ridiculous. It was better to send him away now. As for the saintess, she could easily fabricate an excuse and place the blame on Xingchen. After all, once he was gone, the narrative was hers to control. Xingchen's brow furrowed. Just like that? After all the effort Head spent getting here, was he really going to be denied even the most basic entry-level position? This was beyond frustrating. Hua Li's attitude was clearly dismissive, as if she couldn't wait to see him leave. It seemed relying on others was a dead end. Would have to depend on his own abilities. Wait, Elder Lin, Xingchen said firmly. While it's true that I'm only an 8-star Grand Martial Master, I hold another title that might interest you. Go on, Lin Meng said, his tone skeptical. I'm a 4th-tier alchemist. Both Lin Meng and Hua Li were visibly stunned. Alchemists were highly sought after in any organization, and Xingchen sect was no exception. While the sect certainly had 4th-tier alchemists and even higher-ranking ones, Xingchen's youth gave him a significant edge. If he advanced to the 5th or even 6th tier in the future, the sect would undoubtedly view him in a different light. Lin Meng nodded gravely. A 4th-tier alchemist's value far exceeds that of an ordinary martial spirit. Xingchen, you qualify for entry into the outer sect, but you'll need proof. Of course. They'll provide it right away, Xingchen said with a confident smile. He opened his system shop and spent 5,000 exchange points to acquire a high-grade Blackrock cauldron, a mystical alchemy tool. The greenstone cauldron head, previously obtained from Lin Qingzhu, was no longer sufficient for his needs. Summoning the black rock cauldron, Lu Xingchen ignited it using the violet crystal flame, a rare and powerful spiritual fire. He began demonstrating his alchemy skills on the spot. The moment the violet crystal flame appeared, Lin Meng and Huali were once again taken aback. With their extensive knowledge, they immediately recognized the flame as a rare treasure, capable of not only enhancing alchemy but also augmenting combat strength, a rare find even in Xingchen sect. One by one, spiritual herbs were added to the cauldron. Under Lu Xingchen's precise control, they transformed into medicinal liquids and fused together. From start to finish, the process took only half an hour, twice as fast as his previous record. This improvement was thanks not only to the violet crystal flame, but also to his formidable spiritual strength. Half an hour later, a perfectly formed fourth-tier rejuvenation pill emerged. Lu Xingchen handed the pill to Lin Meng. "Please inspect it, Elder Lin." Lin Meng examined it closely, his voice tinged with amazement. "This is the most flawless fourth-tier pill I've ever seen. I've evaluated countless pills in my time, but never one of such exceptional quality." Hearing such high praise, even Huali couldn't help but reassess Lu Xingchen. Though his cultivation level was indeed lacking, his alchemy skills were undeniably remarkable. Still, it wasn't enough to earn her full respect just yet. "Does this mean you can process my admission now, Elder Lin?" Lu Xingchen asked with a composed yet earnest smile. Lin Meng readily agreed and immediately processed the admission procedures for Lu Xingchen to join the sect. He handed Lu Xingchen a token engraved with basic information and a brand new disciple's uniform. The token displayed 7 points of spiritual energy, which piqued Lu Xingchen's curiosity. "Elder Lin Meng, what does this spiritual energy mean?" Lu Xingchen asked softly. Lin Meng patiently explained. "Our Xingchen sect possesses 2 sacred artifacts, the Spirit Gathering Tower and the Heaven Scorching Tower. The Spirit Gathering Tower absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid disciples in their cultivation. It has 5 levels. Outer sect disciples can access levels 1 through 3, while inner sect disciples can go to levels 3 through 5. Entering the tower consumes spiritual energy, which can be earned by completing sect missions or through trade.
The higher the level, the better the effects, but the consumption increases as well."
Lu Xingchen pondered to himself. "With the system I have, I can level up by defeating enemies. This Spirit Gathering Tower might bring me unexpected benefits." Lin Meng continued. "As for the Heaven Scorching Tower, while it's still far off for you, it's worth mentioning now. The tower has 30 levels, each guarded by a warrior formed from condensed spiritual energy. Defeating a guardian grants you a significant amount of spiritual points and a spiritual energy infusion." "Thank you for your guidance, Elder," Lu Xingchen said with a joyful heart. Gaining experience points from defeating enemies, combined with the spiritual energy infusion, made him even more eager to explore the opportunities within Xingchen sect. Lin Meng cautioned, however, even the guardian of the first level possesses the strength of a martial spirit. With your current cultivation as an 8-star great martial master, you're not quite ready. That remains to be seen, Lu Xingchen replied with a confident smile. "Go ahead and try if you're eager to get beaten up. The guardians won't take your life, at least," Lin Meng said with a wave of his hand. "That's all you need to know for now. Head to the outer sect disciples area and find yourself a place to stay." After sending away Huali, who had been disgruntled over the Saintis, Lu Xingchen arrived at the Spirit Gathering Tower. The elder guarding the tower was leisurely reclining in a rocking chair and briefly introduced the fee structure. 10 spiritual points per day for the first level, 50 for the second, and 150 for the third. Lu Xingchen did some quick mental calculations. With only 10 initial spiritual points, he could only afford to stay on the first level for one day. Still, he had to admit that the Spirit Gathering Tower was an effective system to motivate disciples to contribute to the sect. Entering the first level, he chose a quiet meditation room and sat cross-legged. Although he hadn't yet cultivated a specific technique, he decided to test the system's idle cultivation function. At the same time, he began using the burning spirit technique to temper his soul, enduring the searing pain it brought. After an hour, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have idled for 1 hour and gained 10 experience points." Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. It really works. Even though the experience gain on the first level is slow, if I can reach the third level, I could earn 3,600 experience points in a single day. This realization filled him with excitement for the future. He continued cultivating in the room. After 2 hours, he gained another 20 experience points and then fully focused on refining his soul's strength. The day passed quietly. As Lu Xingchen stepped out of the Spirit Gathering Tower, ready to head home for a well-deserved rest, he was surprised to find a large crowd of Xingchen sect's outer disciples gathered outside. They were pointing at the tower and discussing animatedly. 3 of the top 10 experts on the Earth ranking are here. This is no ordinary scene. Judging by this setup, they're waiting for someone. Who's so unlucky to have offended these big shots? Listening to the murmurs around him, Lu Xingchen remained unfazed, his only thought being to get home and rest. However, just as he was about to leave, a tall, muscular man with dark skin stepped in his way. Junior brother Lu Xingchen, Li Gue, ranked 7th on the Earth ranking. Could we have a word? The man forced a somewhat stiff smile. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat as his gaze shifted to the title above Li Gue's head, 7-star Grand Martial Master. Such strength was already at the pinnacle among outer disciples. In a calm but firm voice, Lu asked, "What might senior brother Li Gue need from me?" Li Gue smiled and explained that he'd heard from Elder Lin Meng that the sect had recently recruited a 4th-grade alchemist, so he came specifically to invite Lu Xingchen to join his faction, Ghost Gate. Noticing Lu's puzzled expression, Li Gue patiently began to explain the Earth ranking and Heaven ranking systems of the Tianyuan sect. To encourage disciples to improve, the sect established the Earth ranking for outer disciples and the Heaven ranking for inner disciples. Only the top 100 in strength can make it onto the rankings. Those on the list receive daily free spirit points as rewards. Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. So, senior brother Li Gue, being ranked 7th, how many spirit points do you earn daily? The top 3 receive 100 spirit points daily, ranks 4 to 10 get 50, ranks 11 to 50 earn 20, and ranks 51 to 100 receive 10, Li Gue elaborated. Rankings are determined through challenges. Lower-ranked disciples can challenge higher-ranked ones, and the winner takes the higher position. As Lu Xingchen pondered whether to join Ghost Gate, a cheerful laugh echoed through the air. A young man in white robes, holding a delicate white folding fan, approached gracefully. It was Lin Lang, ranked 6th on the Earth ranking. Soon after, another figure joined the scene, a slender, handsome man with sharp features, Li Mingfan, ranked 5th. The 3 experts now stood facing off, tension rising as they competed for the alchemist's allegiance. Li Gue growled angrily, "Li Mingfan, don't push it. I got here first." Li Mingfan merely chuckled lightly. "It's not up to you to decide." The 3 of them turned their gazes simultaneously toward Lu Xingchen and asked in unison, "Junior brother Lu, what do you think?" This scene immediately sparked a heated discussion among the outer sect disciples nearby. Some marveled at Lu Xingchen's incredible luck being courted by 3 top-tier experts ranked within the top 10 of the Earth list. Others pointed out that it wasn't merely luck, but rather a reflection of the esteemed status of alchemists on the Tianyuan Continent. After all, becoming a 4th-grade alchemist was far more challenging than breaking through to the martial spirit realm. Seeing Lu Xingchen hesitate, Li Mingfan quickly upped the ante. "Junior brother Lu, our fan sect is one of the most dominant forces in the outer sect. I've already reached the 8-star martial spirit level and am on the verge of breaking through to martial king. Once I enter the inner sect, I can pass the sect leader position to you." This promise caught Lu Xingchen slightly off guard, but it stirred no emotion within him. He was confident that he would enter the inner sect far earlier than Li Mingfan. To him, the power struggles of the outer sect were merely stepping stones. Sensing the shift, Lin Lang hastily made his case. "Junior brother Lu, don't listen to him. Li Mingfan will need at least 5 more years to enter the inner sect. My second uncle is Elder Lin Meng. With that connection, things will be much smoother for you in the future." Lu Xingchen was slightly surprised by this statement, but as a friend of Tsang Xian's sect's holy maiden, the backing of an outer sect elder held little appeal for him. Watching the other 2 pull out all the stops, Li Gue paused for a moment before presenting his own offer. "Junior brother Lu, I have no lofty promises to make, but I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. The pills you refine can be sold by our ghost sect, and all the spirit points earned will go directly to you. You won't be disturbed, nor will you need to participate in sect affairs, yet you'll still receive your salary." This proposal hit the mark for Lu Xingchen. A free distribution channel for his pills, steady income, and uninterrupted cultivation of battle aura, soul power, and alchemy techniques. It was an ideal arrangement. However, he did not accept immediately. Instead, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kind offers, senior brothers. This is an important decision, so please allow me some time to consider." Satisfied with this response, the 3 bid their farewells. The surrounding disciples erupted into chatter. Some were shocked by Lu Xingchen's audacity to decline even fan sect's generous offer, while others predicted that this matter would cause a significant stir within the outer sect. Unbothered by the whispers, Lu Xingchen returned to his quarters and enjoyed a good night's sleep. Cultivating the burning soul technique, while effective in enhancing soul power, was an arduous process, and he needed proper rest. The next morning, after tidying himself up, Lu Xingchen headed straight for the burning heaven tower. Situated next to the spirit gathering tower, this structure had long intrigued many disciples. Lu Xingchen was particularly curious about the tower's guardians and the spiritual energy infusion granted after clearing its challenges. After paying his respects to the elder guarding the tower, Lu Xingchen stepped into the first floor. It was a vast, independent space roughly the size of a football field. Pure spiritual energy rapidly coalesced into a spear-wielding guardian. Lu Xingchen was astonished. The grade of the Burning Heaven Tower must be above Earth grade if it could simultaneously create martial spirit guardians for over 100 disciples. Its power was truly remarkable. Observing the guardian's one-star martial spirit level displayed above its head, Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword and launched an attack. Though the guardian was formed of spiritual energy, its combat instincts were sharp, and its spear techniques were precise. Even without using his devouring heaven technique, Lu Xingchen struggled to gain the upper hand. Through this intense battle, Lu Xingchen gained a deeper understanding of spear techniques. With the aid of his numerous innate talents, he quickly identified a flaw in the guardian's movements and defeated it. A system notification followed. You have defeated a one-star martial spirit guardian and earned double experience points and exchange points 2,000 points in total. The guardian dissolved into a stream of pure spiritual energy, which surged into Lu Xingchen's body, enveloping him in a warm sensation. He was delighted. This method of gaining experience might just accelerate his breakthrough to Martial King, granting him entry into the inner sectan, perhaps even surpassing Yunli. In the empty room, a deep voice echoed, "Remain here, or proceed to the next level?" Lu Xingchen stood on the first floor of the burning sky tower, thoughtfully analyzing the design of this extraordinary structure. Although the enlightenment reward could only be obtained upon first defeating the guards, disciples still flocked to the tower in droves. The reason? The battles themselves were invaluable for honing combat skills. Even without the experience points, the challenge was worth it. This made him marvel at the ingenuity of Xingchen sect training exceptional warriors in batches with just one tower. "Let's move forward," Lu Xingchen murmured to himself. With the opportunity at hand, he wanted to push his limits. Ascending to the second floor, he was greeted by a guard formed of spiritual energy, wielding a long bladia 2-star martial spirit. Gripping his shadow sword tightly, Lu Xingchen engaged in battle, immediately sensing the marked increase in his opponent's strength. Not only was its combat energy elevated to that of a 2-star martial spirit, but its blade techniques were also more refined. However, armed with the low-tier Earth-level shadow sword art, the fight was manageable. Within 15 minutes, Lu Xingchen pierced the guard's chest with his sword. A system notification followed promptly. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a 2-star martial spirit. You have earned 2,000 experience points and exchange points." The rapid progress filled Lu Xingchen with satisfaction. Without hesitation, he advanced to the next floors, defeating the third and fourth guards effortlessly without resorting to his trump cards. His cultivation level rose to 9-star martial master. However, the fifth floor presented a far greater challenge. The 5-star martial spirit guard's strength was overwhelming, and the gap in their cultivation levels was significant. While the shadow sword's mobility allowed him to evade and maneuver, his attacks failed to inflict substantial damage. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lu Xingchen unleashed the purple crystal flame. This rare spiritual fire, born of heaven and earth, possessed both extreme heat and the ability to burn combat energy. With its power, he finally defeated the 5th floor guard and, with the enlightenment effect, advanced to 10-star martial master. He glanced at his system panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Cultivation, 10-star martial master. Experience points, 300, 0,15000. Exchange points, 31,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Power Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 50, Jade Fragment 50, Devour 50, Breaking Army 50. Profession, 4th Tier Alchemist 60, 0,001,000,000. 3rd Tier Spirit Array Master 6, 0,001,000,000. Mount, Nether Dragon 4th Tier. Advancing 2 minor cultivation levels in just one day affirmed that joining Xingchen sect had been the right decision. Adding to his excitement, his mount, Little Yu, had unknowingly advanced to the 4th tier, significantly boosting his combat power. Lu Xingchen decided not to continue the challenge. Both the Devouring Art and Jade Fragment were life-saving cards that he saw no need to reveal prematurely. As he exited the burning sky tower, the warm glow of the setting sun bathed his face, bringing a sense of comfort. He headed to the Outer Sect Tavern for a drink while gathering information about the 3 senior brothers. By eavesdropping on the conversations of other disciples, he gained a preliminary understanding of the trio and their factions, forming a plan in his mind. After finishing a pot of wine, he returned to his room for the night. The next morning, Lu Xingchen went straight to the 3rd floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower. The 150 spirit points he earned from clearing 5 levels were enough to sustain a full day of cultivation. He continued refining his soul power using the Burning Spirit Art. After an hour, the system notified him. "Congratulations, host. You have been idle for 1 hour and earned 150 experience points." This confirmed his hypothesis. The consumption of spirit points correlated directly with experience gain. Spending the entire day in the Spirit Gathering Tower, he accumulated 3,600 experience points and further strengthened his soul power. However, this was his limit, as his spirit points were now depleted. It was time to join a faction. Lu Xingchen made his way to the Ghost Gate headquarters and addressed the guards outside. Senior brothers, could you inform Brother Li Gue that the new disciple Lu Xingchen seeks an audience? The guards were stunned. You're Lu Xingchen? The fourth-tier alchemist, the boss said we must recruit at all costs. After confirming his identity, the guards promptly escorted him to meet Li Gue. In the reception hall, Li Gue had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Lu Xingchen, he stood up to greet him with enthusiasm. Junior brother Lu, you've finally arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xingchen got straight to the point. I will only be responsible for refining pills for Ghost Gate. I won't participate in any other matters. Is that acceptable, Brother Li Gue? Li Gue readily agreed, and even offered to introduce him to other high-ranking members. Lu Xingchen learned that the outer sect had 5 fourth-tier alchemists, each aligned with different factions: Ghost Gate, Mortal Gate, Lang Gate, and the strongest faction, Hua Gate, founded by Li Hua, ranked 4th on the Earth list. Lu Xingchen was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news. A person who could simultaneously achieve the rank of a 4th-grade alchemist and secure 4th place on the Earth rankings. Li Hua's accomplishments were undeniably astonishing. As he pondered this, Li Gue gave a firm nod, confirming the authenticity of the information. If the opportunity arises, I'd really like to meet Li Hua, Lu Xingchen remarked sincerely. Half an hour later, 3 figures gradually entered the meeting room. Li Gue introduced them to Lu Xingchen with a gentle tone. This is Zhang Jingwei, a 6-star martial spirit and ranked 10th on the Earth rankings. This is Li Jie, a 5-star martial spirit and ranked 15th. And lastly, Wang Dong, a 3-star martial spirit who is also a 4th-grade alchemist. Lu Xingchen felt a slight chill in his heart. He hadn't expected the Ghost Sect to have 2 experts ranked in the Earth rankings top 10. He respectfully cupped his hands and greeted them. It's an honor to meet you, senior brothers. Zhang Jinghui and Li Jie responded courteously, praising Lu Xingchen for reaching the rank of a 4th-grade alchemist at such a young age, predicting a bright future for him. However, Wang Dong's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, becoming a 4th-grade alchemist isn't that simple. Do you think everyone is another Li Hua? Li Gue, I oppose allowing him into the decision-making circle. His qualifications are far too shallow. His words left the room in silence, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Lu Xingchen immediately saw through Wang Dong's intentions. As the Ghost Sect's previously sole 4th-grade alchemist, Wang Dong clearly felt threatened by Lu Xingchen's arrival. In the Tianyuan Continent, strength has always been the measure of worth. When did qualifications ever matter? Lu Xingchen countered firmly. Senior brother Wang Dong, if you're unconvinced, why don't we settle this with a competition? Already simmering with resentment, Wang Dong agreed without hesitation. The two decided on a contest to refine pills, with a 2-hour time limit. The winner would be determined by the quality of the pills produced. The competition began, and both set up their cauldrons simultaneously. When Lu Xingchen summoned his purple crystal flame, the eyes of everyone in the room lit up. Both Li Gue and Zhang Jinghui recognized it as a spiritual flame far superior to Wang Dong's beast flame, adding an air of uncertainty to the outcome. An hour later, Lu Xingchen had already completed refining a 4th-grade rejuvenation pill and calmly waited for his opponent. Another hour passed before Wang Dong finally finished his work. Senior brother Wang Dong, you certainly have endurance, Lu Xingchen quipped with a hint of teasing. Wang Dong snorted coldly. Speed means nothing. It's the quality that counts. The two opened their cauldrons, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma into the air. Lu Xingchen handed his pill to Wang Dong. As fellow alchemists, I trust senior brother Wang Dong can discern the difference at a glance. Wang Dong examined the pill carefully for a long moment before finally admitting, albeit reluctantly, I lost. Lu Xingchen cupped his hands in greeting towards Wang Dong, a humble smile gracing his face. Wang Dong, with a serious expression, offered his evaluation. The quality of your pills is already top tier among 4th-grade pills. I dare say only Li Hua could rival you. Such high praise left Li Gue and his companions utterly astounded. A novice disciple with such exceptional alchemical skills? They secretly felt fortunate this time. They had truly struck gold. Senior brother Li, since we've met, why not discuss the specifics of the arrangement? Lu Xingchen got straight to the point. Li Gue nodded, signaling him to continue. I will refine 5 4th-grade pills for Gue men every day, and you will handle their sale. I won't interfere with the selling price, but I require 50 spirit points as compensation for each pill. Lu Xingchen stated his terms. After a brief moment of consideration, Li Gue readily agreed. No problem. The value of 4th-grade pills far exceeds 50 spirit points. Gue men will profit handsomely. Lu Xingchen retrieved 5 4th-grade rejuvenation pills from his storage ring and handed them to Li Gue. Here are today's pills. Can we settle the payment now? In such a hurry? Li Gue asked, slightly surprised. The starting point is already low. How else can I catch up to the senior brothers if I don't seize every moment to cultivate? Lu Xingchen replied with a smile. Li Gue, impressed by his drive, promptly transferred 250 spirit points to him. With the spirit points in hand, Xingchen took his leave and headed straight for the spirit gathering tower. He understood well that spirit points were only valuable when converted into strength. He chose the third floor, where he could both gain experience and cultivate the burning soul technique. He trained intensively, alternating between 2-hour sessions of forging his soul body in a fire furnace and 2 hours of rest, repeating this cycle relentlessly. After 10 days of high-intensity cultivation, he successfully broke through to the realm of 1-star martial spirit. Though he had yet to see progress in mastering the burning soul technique, he remained undeterred. After all, strengthening one's soul required consistent effort over time, and the fact that he could even practice such a rare technique was already a remarkable advantage. Following his breakthrough, Xingchen headed to Guimen's headquarters to deliver his pills. The 2 disciples guarding the entrance immediately greeted him with respect. Despite being a newcomer, his status as a 4th-grade alchemist and a core member had earned him the honorific title of Senior Brother Lu, even from the older disciples. "Is Senior Brother Li Gue here?" Xingchen inquired. Senior Brother Li Gue is currently dueling Lin Lang at the training arena," one of the disciples respectfully replied. This news piqued Xingchen's interest. He made his way to the arena and quickly located the duel naturally. It was at the center of the largest crowd. As he approached, the Guimen disciples parted to give him the best view of the fight. On the stage, Li Gue and Lin Lang stood in a tense standoff, their auras clashing. The audience buzzed with excitement, and even some disciples from allied factions had set up betting pools. Given Li Gue's past record of losing more often than winning against Lin Lang, the odds slightly favored Lin Lang, with a payout ratio of 1.5 to 1 for bets on Li Gue. "Li Gue, I've always been one step ahead of you, and that hasn't changed. The usage rights to the Amber Pavilion are destined to belong to my Lang Min," Lin Lang declared loudly. "Don't underestimate me. This time, I'm fully prepared. Not only will I claim 6th place on the Earth ranking, but I'll also secure the Amber Pavilion." Li Gue retorted with a cold snort. The referee elder announced the rules. Surrendering or being knocked out of the ring constitutes a loss. No lethal moves are allowed. "Understood? Understood," the 2 combatants replied in unison. As the duel began, Li Gue unleashed the aura of an 8-star martial spirit, eliciting gasps from the crowd. "Unbelievable! Senior Brother Li Gue has broken through again. An 8-star martial spirit? That's incredible. This time, he might really defeat Lin Lang." The Guimen disciples murmured excitedly among themselves, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this fierce showdown. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Li Gue, Lin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. On the arena, the imposing energy of 2 8-star martial spirits clashed in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble faintly. "You've broken through to the 8-star martial spirit level?" Lin Lang asked in a deep voice. Li Gue grinned confidently. "Lin Lang, this time, I will definitely defeat you. I had planned to surprise Li Mengfan, but it seems I have to reveal my strength here," Lin Lang replied with a cold snort, as his battle energy surged around him, showcasing his own 8-star martial spirit level. The crowd erupted in excitement, their discussions filling the air. "Unbelievable! Senior Brother Lin Lang has also reached the 8-star level." The 2 combatants each drew their weapons. Li Gue wielded a high-grade Shin'er longsword, while Lin Lang held a similarly ranked spear. The battle commenced in an instant, with their distinct fighting styles clashing on the arena. Li Gue fought with bold, sweeping strikes, each blow carrying enough force to seriously harm an opponent of the same level. Lin Lang, on the other hand, moved with the precision and speed of a dragon, his spear strikes swift and fluid. After exchanging 100 moves, both fighters bore injuries. Lin Lang's wounds were fewer but deeper, while Li Gue's body was covered in shallow cuts. Realizing the stalemate, Lin Lang proposed, "Li Gue, if we continue like this, we'll both suffer greatly. How about we end this with a single decisive move?" "Fine. I'll see it through to the end with you." For the final strike, Lin Lang gathered all his battle energy at the tip of his spear, sending a phantom green spear streaking through the air. Meanwhile, Li Gue unleashed a downward slash, his blade emitting a dazzling arc of light like a falling curtain of the heavens. The 2 attacks collided, creating a massive shockwave that sent both combatants flying. Lin Lang landed steadily at the edge of the arena, while Li Gue fell beyond its boundary. "Lin Lang is the winner. This challenge match is concluded," the elder announced. This duel was part of a best-of wager between the Gue clan and Lang clan over the usage rights to the Amber Pavilion. In the second match, Zhang Jingwei secured an effortless victory with his refined skills. The third match saw Li Jie claim a hard-fought win, while Wang Dong narrowly lost the fourth. The final match was critical. As Li Gue deliberated over who to send, Xingchen, a 1-star martial spirit, volunteered and proposed a bold wager. If he lost, he would refine pills for the Gue clan free of charge for an entire month. This offer left Li Gue torn. While the value of a fourth-grade alchemist's services for a month was undeniably tempting, the stakes of this wager were monumental, as it concerned the reputation of both clans. Should he let Lu Xingchen take the stage? Li Gui pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In that case, I'll trouble you, junior brother Lu. He thought to himself that since Lu Xingchen dared to make such bold claims, he must have something to rely on. Besides, with the sect's top combatants dwindling, letting him try wouldn't hurt. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly. Rest assured, senior brother Li, victory will be mine. Even better at showing off than Zheng Jingwei. Clearly just trying to steal the spotlight. Wang Dong snorted coldly. As Lu Xingchen stepped onto the arena, murmurs erupted among the crowd below. Who is this? I've never seen him before. I know. He's called Lu Xingchen, a new disciple who got into the outer sect through connections. He's just a fourth-grade alchemist. Back then, Li Gui, Lin Lang, and Li Mingfan were all fighting to recruit him. Being a fourth-grade alchemist is impressive, but stepping up at a time like this seems unwise. Exactly. A new disciple challenging a top expert from Lang sect? Pure delusion. Could he just be here to get beaten up? Facing the ridicule from the crowd, Lu Xingchen remained calm. He thought to himself, once the fight begins, they'll have no choice but to shut up. The opponent sent out by Lang's sect caused an uproar as soon as he appeared. It's Wang Hao, ranked 9th on the Earth list. He's even stronger than Zheng Jingwei. When did Wang Hao join Lang's sect? Must have been for this very wager. 3 months ago. He was already a 6-star martial spirit, a 9th-ranked Earth list expert against a new disciple. This fight will probably end in a single move. Lu Xingchen caught every word of the chatter but remained unfazed. He thought, the 9th rank on the Earth list is formidable, but how can I improve without challenging strong opponents? He cupped his hands toward Wang Hao. I am Lu Xingchen, a junior. Greetings to senior brother Wang Hao. Wang Hao replied in a deep voice, Lu Xingchen, I've heard from Lin Lang that you turned down his invitation, but that doesn't concern me. I only want to know what makes you think you're qualified to step onto this stage today. You'll find out soon enough, senior brother, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile as he unleashed his fighting spirit, revealing the aura of a 1-star martial spirit. The crowd erupted in disbelief. A 1-star martial spirit dares to step up? Even Wang Dong, a 3-star martial spirit, lost. What is he thinking? I'll bet 100 spirit coins he won't last a minute. I'll bet 200 he can't survive 3 moves. Wang Hao frowned. Lu Xingchen, even if you possess some divine ability, the gap between us is insurmountable. Why not concede now and avoid unnecessary suffering? There's no need to rush, senior brother Wang Hao. I promise you won't be disappointed, Lu Xingchen said as he drew his shadow sword and charged forward. Wang Hao, also an expert swordsman, immediately summoned his Cyan longsword to counter. Lu Xingchen was well aware that Wang Hao would underestimate him and hold back in his first move, so he resolved to go all out and seize the initiative. As expected, Wang Hao used only half his strength, reluctant to harm a 4th-grade alchemist. When their swords clashed, a tremendous force surged from the shadow sword, disarming Wang Hao and sending his sword flying. The crowd was stunned. A 6-star martial spirit's weapon was knocked away. Senior brother Wang Hao underestimated his opponent. This Lu Xingchen might actually have some skill. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingchen thrust his sword toward Wang Hao's shoulder. Wang Hao had no choice but to block with his left arm, which was immediately slashed open, blood flowing freely and the wound so deep that bone was visible. He quickly summoned his bonded spirit sword back to his hand, barely managing to fend off Lu Xingchen's relentless attacks. Lu Xingchen pressed his advantage, his sword strike swift and unyielding, forcing Wang Hao to retreat repeatedly. Only after channeling all his fighting spirit into his sword did Wang Hao manage to stabilize the situation, pushing Lu Xingchen back with a powerful strike. Junior brother Lu, I underestimated you, Wang Hao admitted, his tone tinged with astonishment. Thank you for the compliment, but the gap in our cultivation levels cannot be easily bridged. Even with one hand, I can still defeat you. Lu Xingchen didn't respond. Instead, he summoned the violet crystal flame, which enveloped his shadow sword in an eerie purple blaze. Wang Hao's expression shifted in alarm. This flame is far more powerful than Wang Dong's beast fire. The two clashed intensely on the arena, exchanging over 100 moves without a clear winner. Wang Hao grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that Lu Xingchen's violet crystal flame had the ability to burn away fighting spirit. Each time their energies collided, most of his infused fighting spirit was consumed by the flames. The power of this purple fire was truly terrifying. Wang Hao underestimated Lu Xingchen's strength. The purple crystal flame alone had limited power, but when combined with his devour ability, its force multiplied exponentially. At this moment, Wang Hao could only utilize 30 to 40% of his full strength, which was exactly why Lu Xingchen had the confidence to challenge someone above his level. During the battle, Lu Xingchen relied on his innate talent and ambush tactics to completely suppress Wang Hao. Despite being ranked 9th on the Earth rankings and a 6-star martial spirit, Wang Hao was being overpowered by a mere 1-star martial spirit. This infuriated him. With a sudden thrust of his sword, he created distance and roared, "Windbreaker slash." Instantly, a greenish-blue wind blade materialized above him, emanating an unstoppable, destructive force. Lu Xingchen smirked. "This is the moment I've been waiting for." Without hesitation, he unleashed Azure Dragon Slash, his blade forming the figure of a massive azure dragon. Their attacks didn't collide but instead bypassed each other, heading straight for their respective targets. Just as Wang Hao raised his sword to block, Lu Xingchen discreetly tossed a black scabbard near Wang Hao's feet. The Azure Dragon Slash struck Wang Hao with immense force, causing his sword to fly from his grip and sending him hurtling backward. Though he managed to twist his body midair and stop himself at the edge of the platform, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen had already appeared near the scabbard, perfectly evading the Windbreaker Slash. Without giving Wang Hao a chance to recover, Lu Xingchen struck with a palm attack. Wang Hao, caught off guard, was sent flying off the platform. The crowd erupted in shock and disbelief. The disciples couldn't comprehend how the newly admitted Lu Xingchen had managed to defeat Wang Hao, the 9th-ranked fighter on the Earth rankings. A cacophony of debates broke out. Some accused Lu Xingchen of using underhanded tactics, while others cheered for his ingenuity and skill. Wang Hao, suppressing his injuries, returned to the platform and humbly asked Lu Xingchen to explain his winning strategy. Lu Xingchen revealed that his shadow sword's scabbard could split into 3 parts, allowing him to teleport to any scabbard's location while holding his sword. "This secret would have been discovered sooner or later," he said calmly, "so I see no harm in sharing it now." Wang Hao accepted his defeat graciously and apologized to Lin Lang. Although Lin Lang reassured Wang Hao, his gaze toward Lu Xingchen darkened. This newcomer, who had chosen the weakest faction, not only rejected Lin Lang's offer, but also helped his rival achieve victory. For Lin Lang, this was a rare and humiliating setback. That evening, Li Gue hosted a banquet at the newly won Amber Pavilion to celebrate with the Ghost Sect members. As the star of the event, Lu Xingchen was showered with attention and praise. Meanwhile, atop the inner sect's sacred Maiden Peak, Yunli, idly playing with flowers, was about to hear this shocking news from Huali. Hearing this, Yunli's eyes lit up with excitement. She smiled and urged, "Spill it, spill it." Finally, some juicy gossip. Huali said softly, "It's about Lu Xingchen, the one who came to you before to pull some strings. He defeated Wang Hao, a 6-star martial spirit, with his 1-star martial spirit cultivation in the outer sect, and climbed to 9th place on the Earth ranking." Upon hearing this, Yunli frowned slightly. Only 9th? He probably didn't go all out. Huali was taken aback. She had expected Yunli to be astonished by such an impressive feat after all. Climbing to 9th place on the Earth ranking within just a month of entering the sect was a rare achievement in Xingchen sect's history. In disbelief, she asked, "Saintess, what did you say? Not going all out? Aren't you overestimating Lu Xingchen just a bit?" Yunli chuckled lightly. "I've fought alongside him for a long time. I know his strength well. This is far from his limit. In my opinion, Lu Xingchen has the potential to become the 5th war god of humanity." Huali was shaken to her core. A war god? Since the human emperor unified the 9 provinces a century ago, only 4 war gods have emerged, each an unparalleled genius. How could someone as weak as Lu Xingchen possibly become a war god? Were the first 4 war gods not once mere nobodies who rose to dominate their eras single-handedly? If they could do it, why not Lu Xingchen? The odds are too slim unless he truly possesses unrivaled strength. Huali shook her head repeatedly. Then just wait and see. Being 9th on the Earth ranking is merely the beginning for him. He will create many more legends in the future. Huali asked solemnly. The saintess seems to favor Lu Xingchen greatly. What about senior brother Lin Yuan? How should he feel about this? My relationship with Lin Yuan is nothing more than that of fellow disciples. Nothing more, nothing less. He will eventually see his own heart clearly and find his true love, Yunli replied calmly. Huali sighed softly and turned to leave. Since their establishment, the Ghost Sect and Lang Sect had been in open and covert conflict. This time, Lu Xingchen played a crucial role in helping the Ghost Sect win a wager. Members of the Ghost Sect admired him greatly and took turns toasting him until he was thoroughly drunk. Li Gue personally escorted him back to his room. He slept until noon the next day, only waking when sunlight hit his face. After using his martial energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol, Lu Xingchen immediately headed to the Spirit Gathering Tower to cultivate. Yun Li's martial emperor cultivation loomed over him like a mountain, leaving him breathless. Catching up to her would require relentless effort. As for defeating Wang Hao, he hardly gave it a second thought. What truly troubled him was the experience points required to advance. Moving from 1-star martial spirit to 2-star required a staggering 20,000 points. With each major breakthrough, the experience point requirement multiplied tenfold. At this rate, how could he ever catch up to Yunli? After a full day of cultivation in the Spirit Gathering Tower, gaining 3,600 experience points and tempering his soul power, Xingchen was preparing to return to his room for rest. However, he noticed a ghost sect disciple, one of those who had toasted him the previous night, waiting at his door. Junior brother. Is something the matter? Senior brother Liu, there's been an urgent development.
The sect master instructed me to wait here and bring you to the ghost sect headquarters immediately upon seeing you.
What's going on exactly? I'm not sure, but it seems to be related to the pills you refined. Xingchen paused, puzzled. Given the system's guarantee, his pills shouldn't have any issues. Still, he decided to head to the headquarters to investigate. Half an hour later, he arrived at Amber Pavilion, which served as the ghost sect's headquarters. The guards at the gate greeted him respectfully, and one of them went to notify Li Guo of his arrival. 15 minutes later, Xingchen met Li Guo in the conference room. Without preamble, he asked, Senior brother Li Guo, what happened to make you so anxious? Li Guo replied gravely, it's a bit tricky. I wanted to sell the pills you refined at the Outer Sect Elders auction house, but Hua Sect, led by Li Hua, is also supplying pills at the same time. The auction house has limited capacity and asked us to resolve the matter between ourselves. That's irresponsible of them, pushing the problem onto us, Xingchen said, exasperated. Exactly. But the Outer Sect Elders are not people we, as ordinary disciples, can afford to offend. For now, we have no choice but to comply, Li Guo said with a bitter smile. The Hua Sect will definitely make things difficult for us, won't they? Li Guo nodded. Quite difficult. The pills from Hua Sect are personally refined by their leader, Li Hua. He proposed a competition to determine the auction house's supplier. Xingchen frowned. He had intended to focus solely on cultivation, but trouble seemed to find him wherever he went. Fine, I'll accept the challenge. Li Guo breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hua, known for his dual mastery of martial arts and alchemy, ranked 4th on the Earth ranking and was regarded as the Outer Sect's top alchemist. Li Guo had assumed Xingchen would decline. To his surprise, Xingchen agreed without hesitation. Though Li Guo knew little about alchemy, he recalled Wang Dong's praise for Xingchen's skills, which gave him some confidence. Li Hua's reputation precedes him. There's no shame in losing to him. Just give it your best, Li Guo said, patting Xingchen on the shoulder. Xingchen smiled faintly. Don't worry, senior brother Li Guo. I will win. Send someone to summon Li Hua. I'm curious to see what this so-called dual-talented genius is capable of. An hour later, the core members of both sects gathered at the Outer Sect's central square, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Xingchen finally laid eyes on the legendary Li Hua's slender figure dressed in elegant white robes, exuding an air of refinement, with a folding fan in hand. Junior Xingchen greets senior brother Li Hua. Xingchen cupped his hands in salute. Li Hua lightly waved his fan. Xingchen, is it? I've heard of your feat defeating Wang Hao, a 6-star martial spirit, with your 1-star cultivation. But let me tell you, I am ranked 4th on the Earth ranking. That Wang Hao, in my eyes, is nothing more than an ant. Xingchen furrowed his brow slightly. Despite Li Hua's aggressive demeanor, he remained calm. As the 4th ranked on the Earth list, Li Hua certainly had reason to be proud. But Xingchen responded calmly, how do you know I've given it my all? This unexpected response left Li Hua stunned for a moment. He hadn't anticipated that Xingchen's arrogance would surpass his own. Since you're so confident, why not add a wager? He proposed. What do you want to bet? Xingchen raised an eyebrow. If you lose, you're forbidden from selling pills in the Tianyuan sect ever again, Li Hua declared with a ruthless condition. Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. Li Hua was clearly attempting to cut off his livelihood. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. Fine, but if you lose, you'll become my follower and carry out my orders unconditionally. Do you dare accept? Li Hua lightly fanned himself with his folding fan. Ambitious, aren't you? But I will win. Win first, then talk big. What are the rules of the competition? Xingchen asked. No time limit. Each of us will refine a single pill of the highest quality, and the winner will be determined by its value. We'll have an Outer Sect 5th rank alchemist elder as the judge, Li Hua explained, then turned to a middle-aged man standing behind him. Elder Guliang, please bear witness to this contest. Guliang stepped forward, his voice resonant. I am Guliang, an Outer Sect elder and a 5th rank alchemist. Though I am acquainted with Li Hua, I will ensure fairness and impartiality. Now, let the competition begin. Xingchen thought to himself, even if Guliang wanted to show favoritism, it wouldn't be easy. The Tianyuan sect had more than one 5th rank alchemist, and they could always call for another judge if needed. Not to mention, he hadn't yet utilized his connection with Yunli. He took out his black rock cauldron but didn't rush to start. The stakes were too high to take any chances. Since the competition was based on the pill's value, both alchemy skills and the quality of the recipe were critical. With the purple crystal flame and his soul at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, he was confident he could outmatch Li Hua in quality. Opening his system interface, Xingchen quickly settled on the Nourishing Spirit Pill. This fourth-rank pill could enhance cultivation aptitude and accelerate progress in the martial spirit stage, making it one of the most valuable pills within its rank. Though extremely challenging to refine and requiring rare ingredients, he was confident in his success. The Nourishing Spirit Pill was priced at 10,000 exchange points in the system shop, double the cost of a typical fourth-rank Spirit Ascension pill, a testament to its exceptional value. Without hesitation, Xingchen exchanged for the recipe and spent another 3,000 points to purchase the necessary materials. Both began refining simultaneously. Xingchen summoned his purple crystal flame, while Li Hua ignited a sky-blue flame. Guoliang observed their spiritual fires with quiet envy, marveling at the talent of these gifted disciples. The onlooking disciples murmured among themselves. Some placed their bets on Li Hua's strength, while others reminded the crowd of Xingchen's impressive victory over Wang Hao. An hour later, Li Hua finished first. Xingchen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was startled by Li Hua's speed, which further confirmed the latter's exceptional alchemy skills. Half an hour later, Xingchen also completed his refinement. Guoliang's voice rang out solemnly. Since both of you are finished, open your cauldrons together. Xingchen gently opened the pill cauldron, revealing a translucent, pink pill that immediately caught everyone's attention. Following him, Li Hua unveiled his own cauldron, revealing a vibrant green pill. Guoliang stared at the two pills, his brows furrowing. Why don't you both explain the pills you've refined? I can't even recognize them. Li Hua's heart trembled slightly. He had refined a fourth-grade Spirit Ascension pill, capable of helping a martial spirit cultivator advance a minor realm. Though it could only be consumed once, its value was extraordinary. He wasn't surprised that Guoliang couldn't identify his pill, but the fact that even Xingchen's pill was unrecognizable made him wary. I've refined the fourth-grade Spirit Ascension pill. Li Hua spoke up first. It allows martial spirit cultivators to advance a minor realm, but it can only be used once in a lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into whispers. A fourth-grade Spirit Ascension pill. The outer sect disciples murmured among themselves. That's exactly what we martial spirit cultivators need. The crowd marveled at Li Hua's skill, but he remained solemn, his gaze fixed on the pill in Xingchen's hand. Xingchen, it's your turn, Guoliang said with a serious tone. This is a spirit-nourishing pill, Xingchen said calmly. It enhances the user's cultivation aptitude and accelerates progress in the martial spirit realm. The audience fell into stunned silence, only to burst into even louder exclamations moments later. Both pills were immensely valuable for cultivation, and even after carefully examining them, Guoliang could only declare the match a draw. Xingchen, however, was unwilling to settle. He knew that the value of the spirit-nourishing pill in his system store was double that of the fourth-grade Spirit Ascension pill. He said in a low voice, Senior Brother Li Hua, while the fourth-grade Spirit Ascension pill delivers immediate results, it damages the foundation of cultivation, leaving one's energy unstable. In contrast, the spirit-nourishing pill has no side effects and even refines one's energy. Under the crowd's intense gaze, Li Hua remained silent for a long time before reluctantly admitting, Junior Brother Liu is right. This wager is yours to win. Li Hua then formally declared himself Xingchen's follower and stated his willingness to disband the Hua sect. However, Xingchen generously allowed him to retain control of the Hua sect, on the condition that it ally with the Go sect. Back in his room, Xingchen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gaining the allegiance of a top-tier alchemist and the fourth-ranked expert on the Earth list was a tremendous victory. Still, he remained cautious, recognizing Li Hua's remarkable talent in refining a fourth-grade Spirit Ascension pill that was nearly on par with the system's pills. Without the system's assistance, the outcome of their competition might have been very different. Thinking of the potential experts within the inner sect, Xingchen reminded himself to stay vigilant. After a brief rest, he set off for the Spirit Gathering Tower to continue his cultivation. After 10 days of cultivation, Xingchen successfully advanced to the 2-star martial spirit realm. On this particular day, he headed out as usual to deliver medicinal pills to Li Gui. Just as he was about to leave, Li Gui called out to him. Senior Brother Li, is there something you need? Xingchen asked, puzzled. Li Gui smiled. Indeed, there is something I need your help with, Junior Brother Liu. I've taken on a disciple mission that requires a team of 5, but am still one person short. Xingchen frowned slightly. His priority at the moment was to improve his cultivation level, and taking part in a mission would undoubtedly be a distraction. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Li, I'd prefer to focus on my training. The spiritual points I earn from refining pills are already sufficient for my needs. I figured you might say that, Li Gui replied with a grin. But there's something you might not know. Outer sect disciples are required to complete at least 3 disciple missions every year. Failing to do so will result in expulsion from Tianyuan sect. Instead of going alone, wouldn't it be more efficient to team up with familiar faces? That rule doesn't apply to me, Lu Xingchen said firmly. I'm confident it'll enter the inner sect within a year. Li Gui was taken aback. Junior brother Lu, you have great ambition. In the past century, only 2 people in the entire Xingchen sect have managed that: our current holy son, Lin Yuan, and holy maiden, Yun Li. As expected of the holy son of Xingchen sect. Truly exceptional strength, Lu Xingchen remarked with admiration. Li Gui sighed. We're far from their level. But junior brother Lu, if you aim to join the inner sect within a year, participating in this mission might actually help. There are 3 requirements to enter the inner sect: completing 5 disciple missions, breaking through to the martial king realm, and passing the inner sect elders assessment. All 3 are mandatory. Lu Xingchen was slightly at a loss. He hadn't expected entering the inner sect to entail so many tasks. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right, they'll join you on this mission. Senior brother Li, excellent. Li Gui beamed. Besides you and me, the others on the team are Zhang Jinghui, Li Jie, and Wang Dong. They're all members of the Ghost Gate. The 5 of them gathered at the mission hall, accepted the task, and rode out toward Nanjia City. Their mission was to capture a serial killer who had been wreaking havoc in Nanjia City. The perpetrator targeted women, breaking into their homes late at night to assault and murder them. 13 lives had already been lost. Despite the city lord's efforts, the killer remained at large, causing widespread panic. The city gates had been sealed, and a request for assistance had been sent to Xingchen sect. However, since the victims were ordinary people, the sect's higher-ups didn't prioritize the matter, assigning it instead to the outer sect disciples. On the way, Lu Xingchen finally voiced a question that had been bothering him. Senior brother Li Gui, do you know anything about the so-called chosen of heaven? An inner sect senior sister once told me that those words shouldn't be mentioned lightly. The chosen of heaven? Li Gui chuckled. That's well known across the Tianyuan Continent. It's no secret. To explain it, though, they'll need to tell you about the 3 sovereigns of ancient times. He went on to recount the legendary deeds of the heavenly sovereign, who established the cultivation system for humanity, the earthly sovereign, who repelled the demon race, and the human sovereign, who unified the 9 provinces. The heavenly sovereign was said to possess unparalleled power, allegedly surpassing the martial emperor realm. Before his death, he poured his life strength into the laws of the Tianyuan Continent, creating the heavenly sovereign seal. This seal would choose individuals of great destiny among humanity, aiding their growth. Such individuals were known as the chosen of heaven. How many chosen of heaven are there among humanity now? Lu Xingchen asked. I wouldn't know, Li Gui replied, shaking his head. I've never met one myself, only heard about them in stories. That's all right. Perhaps we'll have the chance to meet one someday, Lu Xingchen said. Li Gui gave a wry smile. Junior brother Lu, you might have that chance. As for me, I know my own limits. Hearing the tales of the chosen of heaven, Lu Xingchen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and curiosity about these legendary figures. The group of 5 continued their journey toward Nanjia City. The city of Nanjia was not far from the Tianyuan Mountains, and the 5 Wu Ling experts arrived at their destination within a day. At this moment, Nanjia City was heavily guarded, with its gates tightly shut and numerous soldiers patrolling the walls. Li Gui directly presented the Xingchen sect token to the gate guards and explained their purpose. The guards, showing great respect, immediately allowed them entry and escorted the 5 to the city lord's residence. An hour later, City Lord Wan Dazhuang, accompanied by the city's high-ranking officials, received them in the meeting room. Lu Xingchen took a moment to observe Wan Dazhuang, silently assessing him. A 5-star Wu Ling strong, but not a threat. You've traveled a long way. How about having dinner first and discussing the case tomorrow? Wan Dazhuang suggested with a smile. There's no need for pleasantries. Saving lives is urgent, Li Gui interrupted, shaking his head. Please get straight to the point, City Lord. Wan Dazhuang's expression turned serious, and his respect for the group deepened. He then began to explain the case in detail. The serial killer targets young women aged 18 to 21, using extremely cruel methods. He hangs his victims upside down from the ceiling and slits their wrists, leaving them to bleed to death. This person undoubtedly possesses advanced stealth techniques. Despite enforcing a curfew and increasing patrols, we have yet to catch him. After reviewing the victims' profiles, Wang Dong couldn't help but remark, this killer has quite the eye, only targets stunning beauties. Exactly, which is why every young woman in the city is living in fear, Wan Dazhuang said with a bitter smile. Do you have any strategies? As the group fell into contemplation, Lu Xingchen spoke up. I have a special powder that, once it comes into contact with someone, allows us to track their location using spirit stones. Wan Dazhuang's eyes lit up. Brilliant. With the city gates sealed, if the killer gets even a speck of that powder on him, he'll have no way to escape. Do we have enough powder for all the young women in the city? Wang Dong questioned. Even if we do, it would be difficult for ordinary women to get close enough to sprinkle it on him. After a thorough discussion, the group decided on a plan. 2/3 of the targeted young women would be relocated to the city lord's residence for protection, while the remaining third would act as bait, accompanied by skilled guards from the city lord's mansion. Lu Xingchen used 5,000 exchange points to purchase a large quantity of the special tracking powder and distributed it to all the warriors participating in the operation. Lu Xingchen was assigned to protect a particular household. This family consisted of only a young woman named Li Yu and her elderly grandmother, who relied on each other for support. When he arrived at Li Yu's home and knocked on the door, a delicate and beautiful face appeared behind it. "Miss Li Yu, I am Lu Xingchen, sent by the city lord to protect you," he said warmly, showing his token. Li Yu quickly bowed. "Thank you, Lord Lu." Through their conversation, Lu Xingchen learned that Li Yu's parents were serving in the military, her brother was away training, and she was left to care for her grandmother alone, living off the monthly military stipend sent by her parents. Looking at this kind and considerate young woman, Lu Xingchen felt a surge of anger. Those 13 young victims were likely just as wonderful as Li Yu, yet they had met such a cruel fate. This monster could not be forgiven. After the conversation, Li Yu went to prepare dinner, while Lu Xingchen sat cross-legged on the living room floor, cultivating the burning soul technique. An hour later, he completed a full cycle of cultivation, just in time for Li Yu to serve a steaming dinner, 4 dishes and a soup, perfectly balanced between meat and vegetables. Seeing the hearty meal, Lu Xingchen felt a warmth in his heart. With Li Yu's modest income, such a meal must have cost nearly half a month's food budget. It was clear how much she cared about him. Determined, he silently vowed to bring the murderer to justice. After dinner, Li Yu and the elderly grandmother retired to their rooms to rest, while Lu Xingchen remained seated in the living room, keeping watch. Although the likelihood of the killer targeting Li Yu was slim, he wanted to be fully prepared. As night fell, moonlight draped over Lu Xingchen like a silken veil. Suddenly, the door to Li Yu's room opened silently. Lu Xingchen's brow furrowed. Seemed the serial killer even knew how to pick locks. If fate had brought him here, tonight would be his downfall. A shadowy figure slipped into the room, letting out a sinister chuckle. But the moment he spotted Lu Xingchen sitting cross-legged on the floor, his laughter abruptly stopped. "Who are you?" "The one who will take your life." Lu Xingchen sprang up, striking out with a stone-shattering palm. The intruder hastily blocked the attack, but was forced back several steps. Seizing the momentum, he turned and bolted toward the door. Clearly, he wasn't a fool. Realizing he had walked into a trap, his priority was to escape, especially with the city lord's patrol experts roaming outside. The brief clash also caused Lu Xingchen to take 3 steps back. Though he missed the chance to pursue, he managed to scatter Miao Pearl powder on the intruder. By the time he rushed outside, the man had already vanished into the night. Frustrated, Lu Xingchen struck the wall. This killer was too decisive, leaving no room for a follow-up attack. Hearing the commotion, the city lord's patrolling experts quickly surrounded him, saluting respectfully. "Lord Lu, what happened?" "I encountered the killer, but he escaped. Keep patrolling and ensure he doesn't double back. Tomorrow, they'll report to the city lord." "Understood." Returning to Li Yu's home, Lu Xingchen found her awake and stepping out of her room, alarmed by the noise. "Lord Lu, what's going on?" "The serial killer came for you. I managed to drive him away," Lu Xingchen replied calmly. Li Yu's face turned pale. "What? He really came for me?" "Lord Lu, thank you for saving my life. It's my duty. That killer won't stay arrogant for long. By tomorrow morning, I'll make sure he's dealt with. I believe in you, Lord Lu." At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the living room, Lu Xingchen had already returned to the city lord's residence. In the council hall, 5 disciples of the Xingchen sect and the senior officials of Nanjia City were gathered. Wan Dazhuang spoke first. "Young Lu, I've received reports that you encountered the serial killer last night. Were you successful? What's his strength like?" Lu Xingchen nodded. "I managed to scatter Miao Pearl powder on him, but he's highly alert. We only exchanged 1 move. Based on my initial assessment, his strength is comparable to Wang Hao, whom I defeated before, placing him at the 6-star Wu Ling level. However, I can't be certain if he was holding back." Wan Dazhuang smiled. "Good. My biggest headache has been not being able to track him. Your Miao Pearl powder is incredibly helpful. As for a 6-star Wu Ling, we need not fear him too much. We have plenty of experts here." Lu Xingchen retrieved 50 black stones from his storage ring and placed them on the table. "These are Miao Pearl stones. They can sense the presence of Miao Pearl powder. When near the powder, they emit light. The closer the proximity, the brighter the glow." Wan Dazhuang nodded firmly. "Excellent. They'll send people to search the entire city immediately. Disciples of Xingchen sect, please remain on standby here at the city lord's residence. Once we locate the killer, assist us in taking him down." "Understood." Li Gue responded gravely. By midday, under the blazing sun, a city lord's expert brought good news. "City lord, we've found the killer. He's at a tea house in the eastern part of the city." Wan Dazhuang was overjoyed and quickly led Lu Xingchen and the others, disguised, to the tea house. Considering the high number of patrons, Fighting there could harm innocent people. He decided to evacuate the crowd first. Disguise yourselves as customers and discreetly persuade the civilians to leave. Wan Dazhuang instructed. 10 experts at the Grand Martial Master level entered the tea house and began coaxing the patrons to leave. Strangely, no matter how they tried, the customers remained unresponsive, continuing to sip their tea as if nothing had happened. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. Something's not right here. Indeed, in a corner of the tea house, a frail-looking middle-aged man set down his teacup and amplified his voice with martial energy. Wan Dazhuang, I'm curious, how did you and those Xingchen brats manage to find me? He revealed his 6-star Wu Ling aura, none other than the killer Lu Xingchen had encountered the night before. The group was stunned. The killer had seen through their plan. Wan Dazhuang stepped forward, his face cold. Surrender yourself, and it'll make your death quick. But if a single civilian is harmed, they'll tear you to pieces. The frail man suddenly smashed his teacup to the ground. Wan Dazhuang, it seems you don't understand the situation. Every civilian in this tea house is now my hostage. If you want them safe, you'd better watch your tone. As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. The 50 or so patrons in the tea house suddenly stopped what they were doing, stiffly standing up and forming a protective circle around him. Wan Dazhuang was shocked. What's going on? Are these people his accomplices? Lu Xingchen shook his head. None of them have set foot on the martial path, hardly qualified to be his accomplices. It's more likely he's controlling every civilian in this tea house. Hearing the exchange between the two, the frail man, Xingchen, revealed a sinister smile. Quick on your feet, aren't you, you little brat? So it was you who ruined my plans last night? Huh? He squinted as he scrutinized the person in front of him. The name's Xingchen. And you, kid, what's your name? Lu Xingchen's expression was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. Outer disciple of the Tianyuan sect, Lu Xingchen. The man who will end you. Who's going to end who is still up for debate. Xingchen sneered. Wan Dazhuang gave a stern order. All of you attack. Knock those civilians unconscious. Don't let them interfere. Understood. The 5 low-star martial spirits charged towards Xingchen, while Lu Xingchen and his 4 companions stood back, observing the situation. Rescuing the hostages was secondary. The real priority was capturing Xingchen. As 2 low-star martial spirits rushed into the crowd to subdue the civilians, a horrifying scene unfolded. 2 civilians suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and the massive shockwave blew the 2 martial spirits to pieces. The remaining 3 martial spirits were stunned and quickly retreated. Xingchen, what are you doing? Wan Dazhuang roared in fury. Xingchen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, my heart-devouring goo has fully matured. These civilians are my walking bombs. If I want, I can create even more. Despicable. Why, thank you for the compliment. Xingchen shouted, his voice laced with menace. Now, clear the path for me, or I'll detonate more civilians. Wan Dazhuang was momentarily at a loss and turned to Li Guo for advice. Li Guo, my friend, what should we do? In the silence that followed, Lu Xingchen spoke in a low voice. Let him go. My Miao Pearl powder will last for 10 days. He won't get far. Wan Dazhuang nodded slightly and then shouted. Open the city gates. Let him leave. Xingchen left the city with over 50 hostages in tow, while Lu Xingchen and his group followed closely behind. Outside the city, Xingchen suddenly halted and turned to face Lu Xingchen. Escaping like a coward leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So, you're Lu Xingchen, huh? Ruining my plans last night nearly caused my failure. I can't let you off that easily. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Got a blade? Stab yourself with it. If I'm not satisfied with your effort, I'll kill a few hostages just for fun. Everyone was horrified by his words. Wan Dazhuang bellowed in anger. Xingchen, don't push us too far. If you push us to the limit, you won't leave here alive. Li Guo frowned deeply. Junior brother Lu, don't listen to him. At worst, we lose the hostages. We won't face any punishment for that. Lu Xingchen shook his head. It's not time for a desperate gamble yet. Senior brother Li Guo, I can handle this. With that, he unsheathed his shadow sword and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own abdomen. Blood spurted out as he quickly channeled his energy to seal the wound, though his face turned as pale as paper. Xingchen's eyes lit up with excitement as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, interesting, very interesting. Now, crawl over here. I want to take my time playing with you. Lu Xingchen staggered toward Xingchen. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Xingchen's penchant for humiliating others meant he would allow him to get close. Though the odds weren't in his favor, it was worth the risk. If he could get close enough, he was confident he could take Xingchen down in one move. Even if he failed, the price of this injury wasn't unbearable, especially with the revival pill in hand. Xingchen eyed Lu Xingchen with disdain. He could sense that the latter was merely a 1-star martial spirit, now injured and self-harmed, posing no real threat. As Lu Xingchen neared, Xingchen kicked him to the ground. In that split second, Lu Xingchen unleashed his frightening soul roar. A black skull materialized from his chest and lunged straight at Yi Chen. I knew you wouldn't behave. A one-star martial spirit dares to. Yi Chen's words were cut off as he was struck by the attack. He spat blood and collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The civilians under his control immediately fell limp. Lu Xingchen exhaled deeply, pulling out a revival pill and swallowing it. The wound on his abdomen began to heal rapidly. He understood the bizarre nature of Yi Chen's heart-devouring git could detonate civilians with a single thought. He couldn't risk using his heaven-sundering seal. If it failed to kill Yi Chen instantly, the hostages' lives would be in danger. Thus, he chose the frightening soul roar. The soul power of ordinary martial spirits was typically at the mid-stage mortal realm, with later-stage ones being rare. As an alchemist supported by the burning soul art, Lu Xingchen's soul power had already reached the peak of the mortal realm, making the frightening soul roar more than sufficient to deal with Yi Chen. Li Gue, Wan Dazhuang, and the others sprang into action. Wan Dazhuang immediately crippled Yi Chen's limbs and bound him tightly. Li Gue patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder with concern. Junior brother Lu, are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Xingchen replied, shaking his head. The wound avoided any vital areas. With the revival pill, he'll recover in half a day. Li Gue finally relaxed. That's good, that's good. Junior brother Lu, you really went above and beyond this time. It's no big deal, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile. I couldn't very well reason with a psychopath, could I? The important thing is that we caught him. Back at the city lord's mansion, Wan Dazhuang beamed. Thank you all for helping me capture this serial killer. The disciples of the Xingchen sect truly live up to their reputation. Especially you, Lu Xingchen. It was your plan to capture Yi Chen, and you were the one who took him down. They'll make sure to highlight your contributions in my report to the sect. Lu Xingchen smiled lightly. Thank you, City Lord Wan. If there's nothing else, well, return to the sect now. Wan Dazhuang hesitated for a moment. I was hoping to host a banquet to thank you all. How about staying for a drink before you leave? Lu Xingchen gently shook his head, his expression resolute as he said, No need. My time is precious, and I must return to the sect to cultivate as soon as possible. Wan Dazhuang respected his decision and quickly stamped the task report with the city lord's seal before handing it to Li Gue. My young friends, thank you all for your assistance this time. On their horseback journey back to Xingchen sect, Wang Dong couldn't contain his curiosity. Lu Xingchen, that move you used against Yi Chen was incredible. He's a 6-star martial spirit, yet he lost his combat ability without a scratch on him. The other three remained silent, but listened attentively. Soul attack, Lu Xingchen replied calmly. I'm an alchemist too and know a bit about soul realms, but I'm only at the mid-mortal stage. Could it be that you've already reached the late mortal stage? Wang Dong asked in astonishment. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wang Dong became even more excited. No wonder you outshine Li Hua in alchemy. You've already reached such a high level. Upon returning to Xingchen sect, Lu Xingchen immediately headed to the spirit gathering tower. Before parting, he said to Li Gue, Senior brother Li Gue, if there are any suitable disciple tasks in the future, please make sure to include me. I need to complete the 5 tasks required to enter the inner sect as soon as possible. Junior brother Lu, your strength is remarkable. We owe the success of this mission to you. I'll notify you right away if any tasks come up. Li Gue agreed wholeheartedly. 20 days later, Lu Xingchen advanced to a 3-star martial spirit, with his soul power steadily growing. Another 10 days passed, and when he delivered some pills to Li Gue smiled and informed him of a new task. This one's a juicy mission, Li Gue explained. There's a secret realm in the Tianyuan mountain range called the Tianyuan Medicine Garden, filled with rare spiritual herbs. Our sect, along with 2 other 7th-grade sects in Liyun Kingdom, has agreed to open it once a year. Only those below the Martial King level can enter to collect herbs. The mission is to gather 3 specified spiritual herbs to complete the task, and any additional harvests are yours to keep. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. While the mission seemed lucrative, competing with other factions would undoubtedly be dangerous. Li Gue acknowledged this. Our relationship with Liyun Kingdom is decent, but we frequently clash with Xuanlong sect and Yinyang sect. Conflict is likely once inside. Why hesitate? We'll return with our hands full. Lu Xingchen accepted without hesitation. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have received a task. Return with full hands. Task requirement. Collect 3 specified spiritual herbs in the Tianyuan Medicine Garden. Reward, 5,000 experience points, 5,000 exchange points. Lu Xingchen checked his status panel and noted that he still needed to accumulate more to break through to the Martial King level. The 5 of them arrived at the entrance of the Tianyuan Medicine Garden, where Xuanlong sect's 9-star martial spirit Wang Long and Yinyang sect's 8-star martial spirit Li Yang were already waiting. Wang Long immediately taunted Li Gue. You've improved, huh? Last time, you were the weakest, and now you're leading the group. Save your breath. This time, we won't leave empty-handed. Li Gue retorted coldly. Li Yang stepped in to mediate. The Tianyuan medicine garden is vast. Let's all focus on profiting peacefully. Just then, a crisp female voice echoed from the distance. Let me join the fun. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. A lively young girl, dressed in a long green dress and sporting twin ponytails, approached the group. Xingchen looked confused, clearly not recognizing her. However, the other 14 people immediately bowed and greeted her in unison. Greetings, Your Highness. Only then did Xingchen realize she was Yun Duo, the little princess of the Liyun Kingdom. The ruler of Liyun Kingdom, Yun Shan, had few offspring and only 2 daughters, Yun Yun and Yun Duo. The youthful girl before him, still in the midst of growing up, was the 16-year-old princess Yun Duo. What shocked Xingchen even more was the 4 bold characters floating above Yun Duo's head. 7-star martial spirit. Although her cultivation level was the lowest among the 4 captains, reaching such a level at the age of 16 was astonishing. Still, Xingchen did not feel inferior. After all, as the princess of Liyun Kingdom, Yun Duo had access to countless rare resources and precious elixirs from a young age. Her rapid progress was only natural. He secretly reassured himself that, with the help of the system, surpassing Yun Duo was only a matter of time. Staying in the palace all the time to cultivate is just too boring, Yun Duo said in a sweet voice. I fought hard to get the chance to come to the Tianyuan herb garden. Li Gue, Wang Long, Li Yang, you 3 better not disappoint me. Xingchen couldn't help but feel startled. This little princess was overly confident. She was already provoking the group before even entering the herb garden. Was it arrogance, or did she have some hidden trump card? Li Gue hesitated for a moment before responding in a deep voice. Rest assured, Your Highness, we won't let you down. 15 minutes later, the spiritual array at the entrance of the Tianyuan herb garden dissipated, revealing a grand gate. Yun Duo smiled and said, now that the herb garden is open, let's rely on our own abilities. With that, she led the experts from Liyun Kingdom into the garden, and the other 3 factions followed closely behind. As they stepped into the herb garden, a vast forest unfolded before their eyes, its canopy blocking out the sun. Grass reached up to their ankles, and the air was filled with the fragrance of unknown wildflowers. The 4 factions instinctively dispersed, each searching for spiritual herbs. Since everyone had their own affiliations and backgrounds, needless conflict was unnecessary as long as there was no direct clash of interests. Senior brother Li Gue, the Tianyuan herb garden is so vast. Are we supposed to search every inch of it? Xingchen asked. Li Gue chuckled. You're overthinking it, junior brother Lu. This isn't the first time disciples of the Xingchen sect have ventured here. Our predecessors left behind a map that marks the locations of the 3 spiritual herbs we need. We'll collect these first, and then search for others to fill our bags. However, the map is a year old, so the herbs' locations might have changed. Having a map is better than nothing. Where's our first stop? After examining the map, Li Gue replied, let's head to Angel Lake first. It's the closest and has the 9 monarch fruit that the sect needs. Half an hour later, the 5 arrived at Angel Lake. The water was calm, and the surroundings were filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. On a small island in the center of the lake stood a plant exuding a faint fragrance, with a single golden fruit hanging from its branches. That must be the 9 monarch fruit. Should we swim across? Li Gue asked. Xingchen raised a hand to stop him. Wait, treasures like this often have guardian beasts. I suspect there's a protector hidden beneath the lake. Good point. So, what should we do? I have a flying martial skill and can use the shadow sword for quick movement. Even if a powerful beast appears, I can escape. Let me lure it out, and then we can work together to take it down. Li Gue nodded repeatedly. Impressive, junior brother Lu. With you in the team, our combat strength has increased significantly. We'll leave it to you. Xingchen left the scabbard of his shadow sword on the shore, activated his azure cloud wings, and flew toward the 9 monarch fruit. Just as he reached the center of the lake, a massive column of water, 3 meters thick, shot up from below, slamming toward him. Xingchen immediately used the shadow sword to teleport back to the shore. As the water column fell, a gigantic turtle emerged from the lake. A turtle-type beast with exceptionally strong defense. Our numerical advantage might not be enough, Li Gue said with a frown. Xingchen glanced at the turtle and saw 4th tier, 5 stars, displayed above its head. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's only a 4th tier, 5-star beast. We can handle it. Even if we can't break through its defense, it won't be able to catch us. The 5 of them launched a coordinated attack. The turtle roared, and a shield of greenish-blue energy enveloped its body. Their attacks landed on the shield, creating ripples but failing to penetrate. Meanwhile, 5 columns of water, each 3 meters thick, rose from the lake and crashed toward the group. Xingchen used his ghost shadow steps to dodge the water column, only to find it curving to follow him. The beast's attack has tracking capabilities. Be careful, he shouted. Realizing he couldn't avoid it, he gripped his shadow sword and unleashed a green dragon slash. A massive green dragon shot from his blade, shattering the water column into a downpour that soaked his clothes. Wiping the water from his forehead, Lu Xingchen smirked. Just as he had guessed, the turtle's defense was formidable, but its offensive power was only average for a 4th tier, 5-star beast, not enough to pose a real threat to him. The others also managed to deal with their attacks, though the weaker Wang Dong was sent flying and rolled several times before scrambling to his feet. Wang Dong glared at Lu Xingchen, shock evident in his eyes. Just a month ago, during his fight with Wang Hao, Lu Xingchen had been a mere 1-star martial spirit. Now, he was already at 3 stars. This rate of improvement was unbelievable, and the gap between them, even as fellow 3 stars, was staggering. Lu Xingchen remained unscathed, while Wang Dong was in such a sorry state. Was this even fair? Junior brother Lu, have you improved again? Li Gui asked in surprise. Just lucky. Lu Xingchen replied with a light laugh. But that's not important. Let's focus on dealing with this beast first. Li Gui stared intently at the turtle-like beast before him, his voice heavy with frustration. I've given it my all, yet I still can't break through its defenses. Could it be that our journey to Tianyuan Medicine Garden will end at the very first challenge? Lu Xingchen's eyes were sharp as he closely observed the beast's movements. Senior brother Li, your attacks have already weakened its defenses. I have a powerful technique that could finish the job. If we work together, we can break through. You aim your strongest strike at its head. Li Gui nodded firmly, raising his long blade as a greenish-blue aura began to condense around it. Green edge slash. He roared as the blade's energy surged downward, aiming directly for the beast's head. At the same time, Lu Xingchen drew out his falling sunset bow and knocked a Qingyun arrow, purchased from the system store at the cost of 100 exchange points. The arrow, capable of adding 100 points to his basic attack damage, glimmered faintly. Employing the twisting string archery technique, he twisted the bowstring 10 times feet, only a high-grade mystical weapon like the falling sunset bow could withstand. Lu Xingchen then activated the Tianyuan art, infusing the Qinglong slash technique into the arrow. He took aim at the beast's right eye. The arrow now imbued with the silent yet devastating power of the twisting string arrow and silent arrow techniques. The turtle-like beast focused all its attention on fending off Li Gui's green edge slash. Its demonic energy shield rippled violently under the assault, but held firm. In the brief moment it let its guard down, Lu Xingchen's Qingyun arrow struck. The arrow shattered the shield, pierced its right eye, and unleashed the Qinglong slash, obliterating the beast's brain. Without even a chance to cry out, the beast fell lifelessly into the lake. The system notification chimed in Lu Xingchen's mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 4th tier, 5-star demonic beast. You've earned 5,000 experience points and exchange points. The scene fell into silence. The other 4 companions stared at Lu Xingchen in stunned disbelief. Wang Dong's voice trembled as he broke the silence. It's over. Just like that. Li Gui's gaze toward Lu Xingchen was a mix of awe and apprehension. Lu Xingchen, your strength is incredible. I thought scaring it off would be enough, but you went ahead and killed it outright. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. It was just luck, he said modestly, but his nonchalant attitude only deepened the group's astonishment. To him, slaying such a powerful beast seemed almost trivial. Without wasting time, he flew to the small island and retrieved the jujing fruit, storing it in his spatial ring. He then turned to ask about their next objective. Li Gui explained that they still needed the Tianqing herb and Yunyu fruit, located at Qian Peak and Donglai Peak, respectively. However, he added that they had clashed with the Xuanlong sect at Qian Peak last year and had been forced to retreat. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen's brow furrowed. So the Xuanlong sect already knows about the Tianqing herb's location. If we go to Qian Peak, we're bound to run into them. Li Gui admitted that he was no match for Xuanlong sect's leader, Wang Long, and suggested they prioritize finding the Yunyu fruit instead. But Lu Xingchen was resolute. Senior brother Li, we can't give up on the Tianqing herb. You may not be able to defeat Wang Long, but I can. I need to complete all 5 tasks as soon as possible. Leave Wang Long to me. Faced with the group's skepticism, Lu Xingchen reminded them of his past accomplishments. Back then, no one believed I could defeat Wang Hao, but I did. Just now, no one thought I could kill that turtle-like beast, yet I succeeded. Why can't you trust me one more time? I promise I'll take down Wang Long. With Wang Dong, Zhang Jinghui, and Li Jie voicing their support, Li Gui finally relented. Haha, I've been holding back my frustration for too long. Since everyone's on board, let's face the Xuanlong sect heathen. Junior brother Lu, we'll take down Wang Long together. If you can shoot another arrow like that, victory will be ours. Lu Xingchen nodded. Then let's move quickly. I'm worried they might get to the Tianqing herb before we do. Li Gui spoke in a deep voice. All right, let's move out immediately. After half a day of trekking, the group of 5 finally arrived at the base of Qian Peak. However, The scene before them made Lu Xingchen's heart sink. A gathering of disciples from the Xianlong sect was expected, but the presence of Yinyang sect disciples disrupted their original plans. Li Gui strode forward, fixing his gaze on Wang Long. What's the meaning of this? Why is the Yinyang sect here? Wang Long let out a sigh. We had no choice. We intended to head straight for the celestial green grass, but we encountered a formidable guardian beast. How strong? Even you can't handle it? Li Gui frowned deeply. Rank 4, 10 stars, Wang Long replied. At this revelation, everyone present gasped. In martial cultivation, progress is like rowing upstream, and the greater the gap in levels, the wider the disparity in strength. Even though Wang Long was only one minor level below, he was no match for such a beast. Wang Long continued, it's a tiger-type demon beast, which we've named the Crimson Flame Tiger King. What's more troubling is that it has brought its entire clan 5 rank 4 4-star Crimson Flame Tigers, along with countless rank 3 3-star ones. With such a lineup, the Xianlong sect couldn't handle it alone. So we sought the assistance of the Yinyang sect. Knowing that you wouldn't give up on the celestial green grass, we waited here. If the 3 factions join forces, we might have a chance to win through sheer numbers. The celestial green grass is just one plant. Even if we succeed, how will it be divided? Li Gui questioned with a furrowed brow. Li Yang spoke up. The celestial green grass isn't our sect's primary objective. Wang Long and I have an agreement, our assistance in exchange for a single spirit herb we need. Li Gui nodded in understanding and turned to Wang Long. And you? The celestial green grass is part of our mission, but it's not urgent. Let's decide on the distribution after we defeat the Crimson Flame Tiger King. How about that? Fair enough. Let's climb, Li Gui declared. The 15 high-star martial practitioners began their ascent. Halfway up the mountain, they were blocked by hundreds of rank 3 Crimson Flame Tigers. The group wasted no time and launched a direct assault. Within just 5 minutes, the rank 3 beasts had suffered heavy casualties. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the peak. The remaining rank 3 tigers retreated, and the Crimson Flame Tiger King approached, flanked by 5 rank 4 Crimson Flame Tigers. Humans, why have you trespassed on my territory and slaughtered my kin? The Tiger King bellowed. Wang Long stepped forward. Crimson Flame Tiger King, we're only here for the celestial green grass. If you back down willingly, we won't trouble you further. Impossible. I've guarded it for half a year, and now that it's about to mature, how could I give it up? The Tiger King retorted. In that case, well, let strength decide. Wang Long brandished his spear and initiated the attack. However, with a single blow, Wang Long was forced back more than 10 steps, while the Tiger King remained completely unmoved. Li Gui, Li Yang, assist me, Wang Long called out. Li Gui leaned over and whispered to Lu Xingchen, junior brother, we'll still need to face Wang Long after defeating the Tiger King. Conserve your strength. Lu Xingchen gave a knowing nod. Li Gui drew his blade and charged forward, with Li Yang close behind. The others engaged the rank 4 Crimson Flame Tigers. Standing amidst the chaos, Lu Xingchen unleashed the rapid-fire archery technique taught by Yunli, each arrow finding its mark. Under his suppressive fire, the 5 rank 4 Crimson Flame Tigers struggled to retaliate and were all slain within 15 minutes. Lu Xingchen seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blows, earning himself a hefty 20,000 experience points. However, the battle between the 3 leaders and the Tiger King was far from optimistic. Holding back their full strength and being outmatched in cultivation levels, they were gradually overwhelmed and sustained injuries. Li Gui was struck by a powerful charge, coughing up blood on the spot. Wang Dong, seeing this, rushed to his side. Senior brother Li Gui, let me help you. With that, he conjured a fireball and hurled it at the Tiger King. The Tiger King sneered disdainfully, swiping its tail to unleash a fiery blade. Wang Dong hastily raised a shield, but it shattered instantly. His arms were slashed, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood. Stay back. This Crimson Flame Tiger King is beyond your capabilities, Li Gui shouted. Lu Xingchen dashed to Wang Dong's side, handing him a grade 4 rejuvenation pill. You were too reckless. Rest and recover. He then moved behind the Tiger King, setting up 3 shadow blade arrows. Drawing his bowstring tight, he let loose his twisting arrow technique, aiming directly for the Tiger King's eyes. The Tiger King, sensing danger, swiftly reinforced its energy shield. Yet Lu Xingchen's arrow packed immense power, piercing through the shield. The Tiger King was forced to shut its eyes and retaliated with a fiery blade attack. The azure cloud arrow failed to penetrate the Tiger King's eyelid, and the fiery blade hurtled toward Lu Xingchen at breakneck speed. Lu Xingchen activated his shadow sword displacement skill, instantly teleporting to the right side of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, skillfully avoiding its fiery blade. This maneuver drew gasps of amazement from the disciples of the other 2 sects. This guy's attack power is insane. He actually broke through the Crimson Flame Tiger King's defense. Although the Tiger King's main focus was on the three captains, even its partial defense was formidable. What was even more perplexing was that Xingchen was merely at the 3-star martial spirit level. Yet the power he unleashed rivaled that of a 6 or 7-star martial spirit. His unpredictable teleportation ability left everyone baffled. After dodging the attack, Xingchen wasted no time firing a second arrow. Just as the Tiger King was about to open its eyes, it was forced to shut them again to avoid the arrow, retaliating with a fiery blade in Xingchen's direction. Once again, he used his teleportation skill to evade the attack effortlessly and fired a third arrow. Moving swiftly and unpredictably, he continued to restrict the Tiger King's vision entirely. Meanwhile, Li Gui and the other two captains seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. Wang Long and Li Yang's ultimate moves shattered the Tiger King's demonic energy shield, and Li Gui's green edge tore open its abdomen. Xingchen felt a twinge of urgency. This was a 4-star, tier beast. If Li Gui landed the killing blow, he would lose out on the experience points. The Crimson Flame Tiger King writhed on the ground in agony, letting out mournful cries. Xingchen exhaled in relief and seized the moment to fire another twisting arrow aimed straight at its eye. Distracted by its abdominal injury, the Tiger King was unable to defend in time, and its eye and head were pierced through on the spot. A system notification immediately chimed. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 4-star, tier beast. You have earned 10,000 experience points and exchange points. Congratulations on advancing to 4-star martial spirit and obtaining 44 additional exchange points. Xingchen eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Xingchen. Level, 4-star martial spirit. Experience, 300. 050000. Exchange points, 56220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Power Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 50, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50, Conqueror 50. Professions, 4th Grade Alchemist 8000 010 0000, 4th Grade Spirit Array Master 1600 010 0000. Mount, Nether Dragon 4th tier. I'm one step closer to Yunli, Xingchen thought to himself. Wang Long and Li Yang stared at Xingchen in astonishment. They had initially only paid attention to Li Gui, but now they realized this archer was equally formidable. Not only did his attack power reach the level of a 7-star martial spirit, but his archery skills were also extraordinary. Wang Long was certain that while Xingchen might not yet be his match, he could easily hold his ground for an hour. With Xingchen's addition, the previously weakest Xingchen sect had unexpectedly become the strongest of the three factions. Wang Long stepped forward and extended his hand. May I ask for your name, friend? Outer disciple of Xingchen sect, Xingchen, he replied, putting away his falling sunset bow and shaking hands lightly. Xingchen? A new recruit, perhaps? You could say that. To have such strength as a newcomer, Brother Liu, your future in Qingzhou is limitless. Qingzhou is too small for my ambitions. This bold statement left everyone stunned. Qingzhou, too small? Even the dominant Xingchen sect in the eastern region of Qingzhou wouldn't dare make such a claim. Enough with the chatter. Let's grab the heavenly green grass, Wang Long said, changing the subject. With the Crimson Flame Tiger King slain, the remaining 3rd-tier Crimson Flame Tigers scattered, leaving Crimson Flame Peak unusually quiet. The group reached the peak and entered the Tiger King's lair, where they found the fragrant, emerald green heavenly green grass. There's only one stalk of heavenly green grass. How should we divide it? Li Gui asked. We owe this victory to Xingchen. Why not let him have it? Wang Long suggested. Li Gui frowned slightly. Everything had gone too smoothly, making him suspicious. Nevertheless, he nodded and said, if that's the case, Brother Liu, you may take it. As Xingchen approached within 3 steps of the heavenly green grass, Wang Long suddenly attacked, releasing a burst of energy in a sharp arc. Already on guard, Xingchen quickly used his Shadow Sword skill to teleport back to Li Gui's side. Your teleportation skill must have its limits. The fact that you dodged so quickly means you were already wary, Wang Long remarked. I never expected to get the heavenly green grass so easily, Xingchen replied with a calm smile. Do you intend to provoke a war with Xingchen sect? Li Gui shouted angrily. You don't represent the entire Xingchen sect. While I can't kill you, taking your belongings is fair game. Even if the sect finds out, they'll only blame you for being weak. The power gap isn't big enough for either side to win decisively in a deathmatch. Are you looking to let the Xinjiang sect reap the benefits? Li Gui retorted. At that moment, Li Yang stepped forward. Haha, Wang Long might not be able to take you down alone, but what about with my help? The disciples of the Xinjiang sect and Seeking Dragon Gate quickly surrounded the Xingchen sect group. Li Gui's heart sank. You planned this all along? Of course, Wang Long said with a smirk. Didn't I tell you back at the Tianyuan Herb Garden? This time, you'll leave empty-handed again. If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage rings now and spare yourself some pain. Li Gui stood in front of the disciples of Xingchen sect, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Long across from him. You think you can scare the disciples of Xingchen sect into retreating without a fight? Impossible. Wang Long shook his head slightly, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I knew you wouldn't surrender so easily. In that case, I'll make you regret it. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lu Xingchen stepped forward and stood in front of Li Gui. Senior brother Li, let me handle Wang Long. Wang Long was momentarily stunned before bursting into a mocking laugh. You? A mere 3-star martial spirit? Wait, how did you suddenly reach 4 stars? No matter, even so, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Lu Xingchen said nothing, only giving a calm smile. In the next moment, he began channeling the heaven-devouring technique, his aura surging rapidly. In just 3 breaths, his cultivation level soared to 8-star martial spirit, leaving everyone stunned. A secret technique to raise your level? Wang Long frowned deeply. So that's your trump card. My strength speaks for itself, Lu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Wang Long scoffed. Even if you've temporarily reached 8-star martial spirit, you're still no match for me. Besides, how long can your secret technique last? Without further words, Lu Xingchen summoned his Earthshade puppet and Nether Dragon, both at the 2-star martial spirit level. A massive, dark purple dragon materialized out of thin air, its shimmering violet scales reflecting a chilling light under the sun. A 4th-tier, 5-star dragon beast? Wang Long's voice betrayed his disbelief. The Dragon Clan is known for its pride. How could it possibly submit to someone like you? A mere 4-star martial spirit. Lu Xingchen offered no explanation. Instead, he looked up at the Nether Dragon and said, Shall you? Hold them off and protect the Xingchen sect disciples. Once I finish with Wang Long, I'll come assist you. The Nether Dragon nodded in agreement. Lu Xingchen then unsheathed his shadow sword and charged directly at Wang Long. Despite his shock at the dragon's appearance, Wang Long remained composed and swiftly retrieved a spear from his storage ring to meet the attack. The battle erupted in multiple directions simultaneously. Li Gui clashed fiercely with Li Yang, while the disciples of Yinyang sect and Xuanlong Gate battled against the Nether Dragon, Zhang Jinghui, and Li Jie. Meanwhile, the injured Wang Dong could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. As the fight progressed, Wang Long grew increasingly alarmed. Initially, he had dismissed Lu Xingchen as a mere archer with mediocre sword skills. But reality hit hard. Lu Xingchen's swordsmanship was far superior, dominating him in close combat. To make matters worse, every time Wang Long's energy clashed with Lu Xingchen's, a large portion of it inexplicably dissipated. In just a dozen moves, Wang Long found himself with 3 fresh wounds. Staring at Lu Xingchen in disbelief, he demanded, How are you this powerful? Lu Xingchen stood tall, his voice full of confidence. Crossing 5 minor levels is nothing. I've won battles against opponents in higher realms than mine. Wang Long, being a so-called genius, is merely the minimum standard to face me. The story continues with equally thrilling developments, including Wang Long's eventual defeat and his reluctant surrender of his storage ring. The narrative preserves all original details while enhancing the pacing and intensity for an immersive experience. Li Yang and Li Gui simultaneously stepped back, assuming a standoff position atop Qian Peak. Li Yang's face darkened as he turned to Wang Long, shouting angrily, You couldn't even handle a mere 4-star martial spirit. What use are you? A flicker of anger crossed Wang Long's face. Easy for you to say. If you're so capable, why don't you try? Lu Xingchen's strength far surpasses mine. I lost this fight fair and square. Retreat. With that, he hoisted the 4 unconscious disciples of the Xuanlong sect onto his shoulders and swiftly departed Qian Peak. Li Yang turned to Lu Xingchen, his eyes full of wariness. Your strength is indeed impressive. This sky-green grass rightfully belongs to you. Leaving won't be that easy, Lu Xingchen replied calmly. Hand over your storage ring. Li Yang's eyes narrowed. Lu Xingchen, don't push things too far. Our Yinyang sect isn't afraid of your Xingchen sect. Don't let personal grudges jeopardize the relationship between our section. When you ambushed us, did you spare a thought for the relationship between our sects? Lu Xingchen sneered. You have 2 choices. Hand over the storage ring willingly, or I'll take it by force. Li Yang's heart sank. The storage ring contained important items, and he was extremely reluctant to part with it. But with Wang Long already defeated, he knew he stood no chance. After a moment's hesitation, he removed the ring and threw it to Lu Xingchen. The mountains don't move, but the rivers meet again. I'll remember this day. Lu Xingchen ignored the veiled threat and turned to Li Gui. Senior brother, are you all right? Li Gui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. Junior brother Lu, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed you could defeat Wang Long. You've been holding back all this time. With your strength, you could easily rank in the top 3 of the Earth rankings. It was just luck. Lu Xingchen handed Li Gui a grade 4 rejuvenation pill. Take this to heal your injuries. We still need one more spiritual herb, and there might be more battles ahead. Li Gui accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it, remarking, alchemists are truly generous handing out grade 4 pills like they're nothing. By the way, the sky green grass should be harvested now. Lu Xingchen approached the sky green grass, waved his shadow sword, and stored the herb in his ring. He then handed a rejuvenation pill each to Li Jie and Zheng Jingwei. Half a day later, after resting and recovering, the group prepared to move. Li Gui stood up and declared, brothers, this mission has gone exceptionally well. Now, we just need the final herb, the fiery sun fruit. Next destination, Fiery Sun Mountain. An hour later, the 5 of them arrived at Fiery Sun Mountain, where raging flames blanketed the terrain and waves of searing heat assaulted them. Why is it so hot? What's going on? Wang Dong asked, puzzled. Li Gui explained, this is the unique spirit fire of Fiery Sun Mountain. It burns ordinary plants while nurturing spiritual herbs. The fiery sun fruit grows at the source of this spirit fire, atop the mountain. Prepare to climb and use your battle energy to shield yourself from the heat. Conserve your battle energy, Lu Xingchen said, raising his hand. A surge of amethyst flame erupted, forming a protective barrier around the group. I'll handle it. Strange, I can't feel the heat at all, Wang Dong said in amazement. Doesn't this drain your energy? The amethyst flame is of higher quality than the spirit fire here. Isolating the heat is effortless and barely consumes any energy. As they ascended, Lu Xingchen grew wary. They hadn't encountered a single fire elemental beast along the way. Could the fiery sun fruit really be unguarded? Midway up the mountain, they came across the corpse of a bird-type beast. Its aura was no weaker than that of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, but its beast core had already been removed. Looks like we're late, Li Gui said solemnly. Lu Xingchen nodded. The Xuanlong sect and Yin Yang sect just fought us. There's no way they could have gotten here so quickly. It must have been the princess who got here first. Sure enough, at the mountaintop cave, they found Princess Yun Duo holding the fiery sun fruit. Brother Li Gui, what a coincidence. Yun Duo greeted them with a smile. Unfortunately, you're too late. We defeated the guardian beast to claim this. Then I'll have to ask the princess to part with it, Li Gui said bluntly. Yun Duo's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? I'm the princess of the Li Yun kingdom. In the Tianyuan Continent, strength reigns supreme. If we take the fiery sun fruit from you, not only will our Xingchen sect not punish us, but we'll be handsomely rewarded. Li Gui's gaze swept over the 4 injured experts behind Yun Duo. You've already expended much energy defeating the guardian beast. Can you still withstand an attack from us at full strength? Yun Duo hesitated briefly before softening her tone. I'm not unwilling to hand over the fiery sun fruit, but I have one condition. Li Gui, sensing a possible trap, still asked, what is it? Let's make a wager, Yun Duo proposed. If you can withstand my full strength attack and remain standing, the fiery sun fruit is yours. If not, you let us leave. Agreed? Li Gui fell into deep thought. Li Gui stood frozen, an intense internal conflict raging within him. Yun Duo's wager had thrown him into a dilemma in one hand. The corpse of the bird guardian beast was undeniable proof that Yun Duo had something extraordinary up her sleeve. On the other hand, as a martial artist of a higher realm than Yun Duo, he found it hard to believe that a mere 7-star martial spirit could knock him down with a single blow. Fine, I'll take your bet. In the end, Li Gui's pride won out. He couldn't bear the shame of retreating in front of everyone. Yun Duo's face lit up with a radiant smile. Great, great. Here I come. Brother Li Gui, make sure you hold your ground. She clasped her hands together, and a vibrant, multicolored flower materialized in front of her, shooting straight toward Li Gui. Not daring to underestimate her, Li Gui quickly drew his long blade from his storage ring and conjured a shield of battle energy to protect himself. Yet the colorful flower seemed almost ethereal as it bypassed both defenses and struck him squarely. Ugh! Li Gui spat out blood as his knees buckled, collapsing to the ground. What the? Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Xingchen, what just happened? Why didn't brother Li Gui's defenses work? Soul attack, Lu Xingchen replied in a calm, measured tone. Her soul power has already reached the late mortal realm. Wang Dong was stunned. What? Late mortal realm? She's only 16. I don't even know where to begin cultivating soul power. It took Li Gui a full 5 minutes to shakily rise to his feet. Your Highness truly possesses extraordinary talent. I assume that the guardian beast on the mountainside also fell by your hand? Yun Duo tilted her chin slightly, a trace of pride flashing in her eyes. Though she wasn't an alchemist, her innate soul strength was exceptional, and she had been fortunate enough to learn specialized soul techniques and martial skills from the royal treasury. Her power was comparable to a 10-star martial spirit. Brother Li Gui, can we go now? Yun Duo asked sweetly. Just as Li Gui hesitated, Lu Xingchen stepped forward. Brother Li Gui might let you leave, but what if I say no? Lu Xingchen? Yun Duo sneered at him. A mere 4-star martial spirit dares to speak up? You're nothing but cannon fodder in Xingshuan sect. Lu Xingchen remained composed. How about another wager? If I can withstand your attack without falling, the fiery fruit will be ours. If I collapse, you can leave freely. Yun Duo's expression darkened with fury. Fine. Let me show you the strength of Liyun Kingdom. She turned to the others. Do any of you want to join in? The remaining 3 quickly shook their heads, with Wang Dong speaking on their behalf. We don't have the strength. If you defeat Lu Xingchen, the fiery fruit is yours. Yun Duo once again unleashed her multicolored flower technique, while Lu Xingchen summoned a shield of amethyst flames to defend himself. The appearance of such high-grade spiritual fire startled Yun Duo, but her confidence remained unwavering after all. A late mortal realm soul attack was not something mere flames could resist. The multicolored flower collided with the flame shield. Its power slightly diminished but not entirely neutralized. It struck Lu Xingchen's soul directly, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained standing. The sight left the experts from Liyun Kingdom utterly shocked. Yun Duo was incredulous. Impossible. Unless your soul power is also at the late mortal realm, there's no way you could withstand that. You're absolutely right, Lu Xingchen said with a faint smile. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Yun Duo reluctantly tossed the fiery fruit to him. She had no choice but to admit defeat. Her companions were already severely injured from battling the flame bird, and she couldn't afford further risks. Lu Xingchen, I won't forget this. Yun Duo spat venomously before turning to leave with her group. Lu Xingchen caught the fiery fruit, utterly unfazed by her threats. He knew that with his rapid growth, their next encounter would only end in an even easier victory. As Yun Duo and her team disappeared, Wang Dong gave Lu Xingchen a thumbs up. Brother Xingchen, you're incredible. The change in how he addressed Lu Xingchen reflected the newfound respect he had for him. Li Gui patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder, gratitude gleaming in his eyes. Junior brother Lu, we owe this to you. Without you, the blazing flame fruit would have slipped through our fingers. Lu Xingchen gave a faint smile. Just a stroke of luck, senior brother Li. So, where to next? The Tianyuan herb garden only stays open for 5 days, and today marks the 3rd, Li Gui said gravely. We've already collected the 3 spiritual herbs the sect requires. Anything we gather from now on is ours to keep. I suggest we explore uncharted areas to expand the map. It'll make things easier for junior disciples taking on this task next year. Lu Xingchen nodded. No time to waste. Let's move. The 5 of them pressed deeper into the herb garden. After 2 hours of trekking, they arrived at a verdant mountain teeming with life. The occasional roars of beasts echoed through the air. Where beasts gather, treasures are sure to follow, Li Gui said, his eyes sharp with anticipation. Brothers, shall we fight our way in and take a look? Of course, Lu Xingchen said with a grin. Let's go. The 5 martial spirits surged forward with overwhelming momentum. Ordinary 3rd and 4th tier beasts scattered in fear as they ascended the mountain with ease. At the summit, however, they were met with an imposing sight: a massive black dragon coiled atop the peak. Lu Xingchen's sharp gaze immediately discerned its rank. Tier 4, 10 stars. Dragons, known as the monarchs of beasts, were far stronger than others of the same rank. This black dragon, at Tier 4, 10 stars, possessed power that might rival a martial king. The dragon rose into the air, letting out a thunderous roar. Humans, leave my domain. Its voice was laden with authority, yet it showed no eagerness to engage. Despite its confidence, it was wary of Li Gui, whose cultivation had reached martial spirit 8 stars. A potential threat. Junior brother Lu, maybe we should retreat, Li Gui suggested nervously. This creature isn't one to trifle with. It feels even stronger than your nether dragon. Of course it's strong, Lu Xingchen replied calmly. Tier 4, 10 stars is no joke. My nether dragon has superior bloodline potential, but its rank is lower. But how can you just tell its rank? It hasn't even unleashed its beastly aura. This is Tier 4, 10 stars. We can't take it on, Li Gui exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. We can. Trust me. He stepped forward, his voice steady and commanding. Friend, I have no desire to fight you. Leave this place and hand over the spiritual herb you're guarding, and I'll let you go in peace. The black dragon's eyes burned with fury. This morphing herb has been under my protection for years, and now that it's finally mature, you think I'll just hand it over? Insolent humans, you have no right to bargain with me. Leave or face death. With that, it unleashed a stream of black dragon fire. Prepared for the attack, Lu Xingchen activated his shadow blade technique to evade. Seeing their junior brother take action, Li Gui had no choice but to join the fray. Brothers, together. Take it down, he shouted. The 4 martial spirits charged in unison. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen stayed at the rear, focusing his energy to unleash his soul-shattering roar and jade shatter techniques. He sacrificed half his battle energy to amplify his attack power fivefold. A spectral skull, the size of a human head, materialized and shot toward the black dragon. Sensing imminent danger, the dragon spewed more flames to intercept, but the spectral skull passed through unscathed. Panicked, the dragon raised its claws to shield itself, but it was futile. Xingchen's soul-shattering roar struck its soul directly, and not even a Tier 4, 10-star dragon could withstand the amplified spiritual attack. The black dragon let out a blood-curdling cry as it crashed to the ground, blood streaming from its orifices. The scene left the group momentarily stunned, forgetting to deal the finishing blow. Xingchen, you're incredible, Li Gui exclaimed, his gaze fixed on him. You crippled the black dragon with a single move. That kind of power is on par with a martial king. How on earth did you do it? Exactly, Wang Dong chimed in, written all over his face. Even someone with advanced soul power shouldn't be capable of this. Brother Xingchen, what other secrets are you hiding? Xingchen chuckled. It's my trump card can't reveal too much. For now, focus on finishing the job. Let's end this quickly. The others nodded, snapping out of their daze, and charged at the black dragon. Despite its grievous injuries, the creature's physical resilience allowed it to endure their combined assault for a full quarter of an hour before finally succumbing. Xingchen delivered the final blow, earning 10,000 experience points and a wealth of exchange points. He immediately opened his status panel. Host, Xingchen. Rank, Martial Spirit, 4 stars. Experience points, 13,00050,000. Exchange points, 66,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Power Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 50, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50, Warbreaker 50. Professions, 4th grade Alchemist, 80,000,100,000. 4th grade Spirit Array Master, 16,000,100,000. Mount, Nether Dragon, Tier 4. Still a long way to go, Xingchen thought with a sigh. The road ahead is arduous. Now that the battle's over, let's claim our spoils, Li Gui said with a grin. But the dragon mentioned this is a morphing herb. It allows beasts below Tier 5 to take human form. It's useless for us humans. Did you forget, senior brother? My nether dragon could use it, Xingchen replied with a smile. Right? Li Gui said, realization dawning. In that case, the morphing herb is yours. Xingchen nodded in gratitude and entered the dragon's lair. Carefully plucking the precious herb, he handed it to his nether dragon through his mount space. After consuming the transformation herb, the nether dragon appeared before everyone. The once imposing dragon form vanished, replaced by a slender, refined young man dressed in a flowing purple robe. The youth had a lean figure, delicate features, and carried an air of maturity that seemed far beyond his years. Xingchen looked at the transformed Xiaoyu in amazement and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. Xiaoyu, you look so handsome. Xiaoyu shook his head slightly and replied in a calm tone. Come on, I'm still considered a juvenile among the dragon clan. I haven't even fully matured yet. Now that you've taken human form, you don't have to stay confined in the mount space anymore. You can travel across the Tianyuan Continent with me, Xingchen suggested enthusiastically. Forget it, Xiaoyu shook his head again. I'm not interested in making friends. I just want to focus on cultivating. Xingchen, you're unbelievable. A 4th tier, 10-star dragon like me couldn't even withstand a single move from you. I need to speed up my cultivation, or I'll never be able to keep up with you. With that, he shot Xingchen a glance before turning and retreating back into the mount space. Li Gui stared at Xingchen in disbelief. That handsome guy just now's your nether dragon? Yeah, why? Is there a problem? Of course, there's a problem. Li Gui nodded emphatically. The transformation herb shapes a beast's human form based on its age. For a nether dragon to have such a young human appearance yet possess 4th tier, 5-star cultivation, that's a big deal. In the dragon clan, that kind of talent means he holds a very high status. Junior brother Lu, you've hit the jackpot. Isn't it normal for my companions to have such status? Xingchen replied with a light laugh. Li Gui gave him a thumbs up. Well, you've certainly got a knack for it. Senior brotherly, let's not waste time. Let's continue searching for the other spirit herbs. Over the next 2 days, the group found 3 more spirit herbs. Xingchen collected them all and compensated his teammates with spirit points earned from refining the herbs. As an alchemist, these rare spirit herbs were invaluable to him. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Xingchen placed the 3rd herb into its container, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the group of 5 found themselves back at the entrance of the Tianyuan herb garden. The disciples of the Xuanlong sect had already left, leaving only the experts from Liu Nation and the disciples of the Yinyang sect. They cast unfriendly glances at Xingchen but didn't dare make a move, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Back at the Zhongshuan sect, The group submitted their mission and each received a reward of 500 spirit points. Lu Xingchen immediately entered the spirit gathering tower to cultivate. Within just over 10 days, his cultivation level advanced to 5-star martial spirit. More importantly, his soul power broke through to the great perfection of the mortal realm, surpassing fellow 4th-grade alchemist Wang Dong and even the exceptionally gifted Yun Duo. The increase in soul power not only enhanced the strength of his soul-based attacks, but also improved his control over his energy and his ability to sense his surroundings. The same level of battle energy in his hands could unleash greater power, and he could more easily identify an opponent's weaknesses. One day, as usual, Lu Xingchen went to deliver pills to Li Guo. Accepting the revitalization pill, Li Guo stared at him in shock. Junior brother Lu, it's only been a few days and you've gotten stronger again? Senior brother Li, you're quite perceptive. I have made some progress, but isn't that normal? Coming from you, it's not surprising at all. Li Guo nodded. By the way, there's a new mission. Are you interested? Lu Xingchen's eyes lit up. Let's hear it. It's related to Liyun Nation again, Li Guo explained. To the south of Liyun Nation lies Tianyuan City, which borders the Tiando Forest. Every year around this time, the beasts in the forest launch a beast tide to attack Tianyuan City. The city lord has requested assistance from Yun Shan, the ruler of Liyun Nation, who has in turn passed the matter to the Xingchen sect. Fighting beasts? Sounds dangerous. Lu Xingchen frowned. It's not too dangerous, Li Guo said with a smile. Although the Tiando Forest has 3 5-star beasts, they never participate in the beast tide. Moreover, the city lord of Tianyuan City is a martial king, so with him holding the line, we'll be fine. The issue is just the sheer number of beasts, which is why they need reinforcements. Alright, we'll take the mission. Are we using the same lineup as before? Yes, it'll be the 5 of us from the Ghost Gate. Everyone's strong and works well together. Let's replace Wang Dong, Lu Xingchen suggested. That guy's too unreliable. He didn't contribute much during the last 2 missions. If we're fighting beasts, we need someone stronger. Who do you have in mind? Who'd be willing to join us? Li Hua. He's already my follower, so he shouldn't have any issue joining us for a mission. Li Guo immediately perked up. That's fantastic. Li Hua is ranked 4th on the Earth list and is stronger than me. With his help, this mission will be much easier. Exactly. We'll go find Li Hua. You gather Zheng Jingwei and Li Jie, and we'll meet at the mission hall. The two went their separate ways, heading in different directions. Lu Xingchen made his way to the Hua Gate headquarters, where the disciples guarding the entrance greeted him respectfully. Ever since Li Hua lost the duel to Lu Xingchen and became his follower, the entire Hua Gate had effectively fallen under Lu Xingchen's control. Greetings, senior brother Lu. Lu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Take me to see Li Hua. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen met Li Hua in the conference hall of the Hua sect headquarters. As always, Li Hua was dressed in white, holding a feather fan, exuding a refined and scholarly demeanor. Greetings, master. Li Hua bowed deeply the moment he entered the room. Lu Xingchen quickly stepped forward to help him up. There's no need for such formalities, brotherly. Although we share a master-servant bond, there's no need to be so rigid. Just call me by my name. Li Hua paused for a moment, his expression becoming more serious. Understood, brother Lu. May I ask what you need from me? If it's within my power, I will do everything I can to assist. There is indeed something I need your help with, Lu Xingchen said. I've taken on the task of defending Tianyuan City against a beast tide, but am short of one person. Would you be willing to join me? Of course. Li Hua replied firmly. Battling against demonic beasts is fraught with danger. If anything were to happen to you, wouldn't that mean I failed as your follower? Even if you hadn't asked, I would have gone upon hearing about this. The two of them then headed to the mission hall, where Li Guo and the others were already waiting. Upon seeing Li Hua, Li Guo teased, well, if it isn't brother Li Hua, the renowned and illustrious, now under the thumb of brother Lu, Li Guo. Li Hua's tone turned icy. If you continue to speak insolently, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson, even if it means violating sect rules. Li Guo instinctively took a few steps back, his heart tightening. After all, Li Hua's reputation as the 4th ranked in the Earth rankings was no exaggeration. But you're not entirely at a loss, Li Guo added with a smirk. Being brother Lu's follower, your future accomplishments are bound to surpass mine. Li Hua was increasingly puzzled. He had only lost to Lu Xingchen in alchemy. In terms of combat, he was confident he could defeat him in an instant. Why was Li Guo making it sound like he had gained an enormous advantage? Enough idle talk, Lu Xingchen interrupted. It's time for us to set out. He'll be leading this mission. Any objections? Everyone expressed their agreement. Even the typically arrogant Li Guo raised no complaints. This scene only deepened Li Hua's curiosity about Lu Xingchen. A day later, the group of 5 arrived at Tianyuan City and met the city lord, Shirlei. In the city lord's mansion, Lu Xingchen got straight to the point and inquired about the beast tide. Shirlei sighed bitterly. explaining that the beast tide had been raging for 3 days, causing heavy casualties in the city. To make matters worse, the city's defensive array had been damaged and urgently required the aid of a fourth-grade array master to repair it. Let me handle it, Lu Xingchen volunteered. His words left everyone in the room stunned. Only then did Li Hua and the others realize that in addition to being a 5-star martial spirit and a fourth-grade alchemist, Lu Xingchen was also skilled in the art of arrays. Half an hour later, the group ascended the city walls to join the other 3 array masters. An elderly 5th-grade array master, who appeared to be in his 50s, scrutinized the young Lu Xingchen with skepticism. Young friend Lu, are you sure you're up to the task? Behind him, a 4th-grade array master scoffed outright. Impossible. If he can really set up a 4th-grade array, they'll eat this city wall. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands together, his expression focused and intense. Streams of spiritual seals flowed from his palms, weaving together in midair. Within just 5 minutes, a flame array had formed, hovering beside him. This 4th-grade spiritual array could absorb the energy of heaven and earth, condense it into fireballs, and launch powerful attacks capable of rivaling a martial spirit-level expert. This can't be possible, exclaimed a 4th-grade spiritual array master, his eyes wide in disbelief. Even with my years of experience in this field, it would take me at least a quarter of an hour to construct this flame array. Brother, still planning to chew on the city walls? Lu Xingchen quipped with a light chuckle. The man flushed with embarrassment and quickly cupped his hands in apology. Lu Xiaoyu, I spoke out of turn. With your skills, you are more than qualified to join this operation. Let's leave the city walls intact to fend off the beasts. A 5th-grade spiritual array master spoke solemnly. Then let's begin. The experts of the Tianyuan sect have intricately linked 3 5th-grade spiritual arrays with dozens of 4th-grade arrays, forming this massive array. To repair it, we must quickly mend the smaller arrays in sequence, which will consume an enormous amount of soul energy. Understood. Let's get started. Lu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Shirley gave a stern warning. The beast tide has raged for 3 days, and the demonic beasts could attack again at any moment. Members of the Tianyuan sect, ensure the city walls are well protected. Leave it to us. Li Gui responded with a firm nod. Lu Xingchen and 2 other 4th-grade spiritual array masters followed the 5th-grade master along the city walls, working to repair the damaged array. Just as Lu Xingchen began mending the 5th array, the beast tide struck. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts roared out of the Tiando forest, charging toward the defensive line. Although the defenders of Tianhua City numbered only a little over 1,000, they were all powerful warriors of the martial master level or higher. Watching Li Gui and the others fighting valiantly outside the city walls, Lu Xingchen felt his hands itch with anticipation. After all, these beasts were walking treasure troves of experience. Lu Xiaoyu, focus, the 5th-grade master shouted. Only by repairing the grand array can Tianhua City stand its ground. Got it. Lu Xingchen withdrew his gaze and concentrated on repairing the array. Outside the walls, the battle raged on fiercely, with the defenders suffering casualties. Fortunately, under Shirley's leadership as a martial king-level warrior, the death toll remained relatively low. By the time Lu Xingchen reached the 10th array, Wang Cheng, who had previously mocked him, collapsed to his knees, completely drained of soul energy. Li Feng, we can't hold on any longer. Wang Cheng groaned in pain. Li Feng was about to lose his temper when Lu Xingchen interjected. They'll take over Wang Cheng's part. Keep going. Are you sure? Even I can't manage 2 tasks at once. Let me try. We can't let the soldiers sacrifice themselves in vain. With his soul energy at the peak of the mortal realm, Lu Xingchen had the confidence to handle it. An hour later, all the arrays were fully repaired. The massive spiritual array roared back to life, enveloping the entire city wall in a radiant glow of 7 colors. Soldiers, we've done it! Shirley shouted triumphantly. If we repel this wave of beasts, the pressure on us will lessen significantly. While the other spiritual array masters were utterly exhausted, Lu Xingchen pulled out his Luo Xiaobao and dashed toward the front lines. Lu Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Li Feng called out in alarm. Going to slay some enemies, Lu Xingchen replied casually. Hearing this, Li Feng was struck speechless with shock. As a latest-stage mortal realm cultivator, he was already utterly exhausted after completing the repair task. Yet Lu Xingchen not only handled the workload of 2 people on his own, but did so with ease. This elite disciple of the Tianyuan sect was truly formidable. Lu Xingchen stood at the rear of the crowd, holding the Luo Xiaobao. With every arrow he released, a demonic beast would fall. System notifications sounded one after another. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 4th-tier 1-star demonic beast, earning 1,000 experience points and exchange points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 4th-tier 3-star demonic beast, earning 3,000 experience points and exchange points. With his cultivation at the 5-star martial spirit level, He could easily kill low-tier 4th-grade demonic beasts with a single strike. Combined with his rapid-fire archery technique, he managed to slay over a dozen 4th-tier beasts in just half an hour, accumulating a total of 30,000 experience points. Only when his battle energy was completely depleted did he retreat to the backline and consume a 4th-grade Qi restoration pill to recover his strength. From the rear, Lu Xingchen noticed a shocking wound on Li Gui's back. "Senior brother Li Gui, are you alright?" he asked with concern. "There were too many demonic beasts. I let my guard down and got ambushed by a 4th-tier 8-star beast. Fortunately, the 4th-grade rejuvenation pill you gave me is helping me heal quickly," Li Gui replied, shaking his head. "By the way, did you finish repairing the giant spirit array? Why are you here on the front lines?" "Of course, we completed it." Wang Cheng abandoned the task halfway, but luckily, my soul power was strong enough to finish the job. Li Gui gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive." 2 hours later, once Lu Xingchen's energy was fully restored, he prepared to return to the battlefield, only to find that the demonic beast had already retreated into the Tianyuan forest. Though slightly disappointed, he chose to say no more. With the beast tide subsiding, City Lord Shi Lei ordered the troops to withdraw. The soldiers worked to relocate the defensive structures to the city walls, completing the task by moonrise. Shi Lei hosted a banquet to reward everyone for their efforts, and Lu Xingchen, along with his group, was invited to join. "Li Feng, thanks to your help, Tianyuan City was saved. With this giant spirit array in place, the demonic beasts will no longer pose a threat to our city," Shi Lei said, raising his glass in a toast. "The one you should thank is Lu Xingchen. Without his extraordinary efforts, we wouldn't have been able to repair the array," Li Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Shi Lei was astonished by this revelation. After hearing the full story, he turned to Lu Xingchen with a gaze full of admiration and bowed deeply. "Young friend Lu, you're a true hero. You've saved tens of thousands of lives in Tianyuan City." "I don't deserve such praise," Lu Xingchen quickly said, helping him up. "City Lord Shi, you've been defending Tianyuan City for many years. You are the real hero." The city was filled with joy, and the people reveled in their hard-won victory. The wine Shi Lei provided was moderate in amount, enough to create a light buzz, but not excessive, as they needed to remain prepared for another wave of attacks the next day. Meanwhile, deep within the Tianyuan forest, 3 burly men and a captivating woman stood at the entrance of a cave. These 4 were demonic beast kings, all at the 5th tier and capable of taking human form. "Qingling, we've been attacking the city for 4 days, and we're so close to succeeding. Why did you call us back?" one of the men asked with a frown. "Patience, Xingchen. Our master has awakened," Qingling replied with a seductive smile. The 3 men were overjoyed upon hearing this. At that moment, a powerful aura of spiritual fire emanated from the cave, and an authoritative voice echoed around them. "She speaks the truth." A silver claw emerged, followed by the majestic form of a silver-white dragon. The demonic beasts immediately bowed in respect. Xingchen exclaimed with excitement, "Boss is back. This time, we'll definitely take down Tianyuan City." The silver dragon spoke coldly. "These humans treat the Tianyuan forest like their backyard, slaughtering demonic beasts at will to harvest their cores for alchemy. It's time they paid the price. Follow me." With that, she transformed into the form of a young woman. At the break of dawn, the blaring of alarms roused the still sleeping soldiers. Another wave of the beast tide had arrived. Lu Xingchen and his companions ascended the city walls, their expressions turning grim at the sight before them. Over 10,000 demonic beasts, all above the 3rd tier, with more than 100 at the 4th tier. "It seems they brought out their entire force," Lu Xingchen said in a low voice. Shi Lei's face paled. "Good thing the spirit array is repaired. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. But what worries me most is that such a massive mobilization must be led by a 5th-tier beast king. If all 5 kings from Tianyuan Forest act together, we're in serious trouble." Lu Xingchen nodded. "It's not entirely bad news. This giant spirit array is powerful enough to kill 5th-tier beasts. As long as not too many beast kings show up, we can make sure they won't leave here alive. With their forces severely weakened, Tianyuan Forest will be hesitant to strike again for a long time, giving you some peace. Let's hope for the best," Shi Lei said with a bitter smile. The battle for the city was about to begin. Within the giant spirit array, over 100 4th-grade arrays activated simultaneously, swiftly reaping the lives of the attacking demonic beasts. For the moment, the beasts outside the city walls were unable to advance even a step forward. Above the battlefield, 5 figures tore through the sky, heading swiftly toward the walls of Tianyuan City. Lu Xingchen's sharp gaze swept over them, and he immediately recognized the 5 as transformed demonic beasts. Shi Lei's expression turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. 5 demon kings appearing simultaneously. This is bad. Lu Xiaoyu, if the city falls, retreat at once and deliver the news to Liyun Kingdom and Xingchen sect. You are all elite disciples of the sect, with boundless futures. You should not perish here. Lu Xingchen's heart trembled. But City Lord Shi, what about you? Me? Shirley gave a bitter smile. As the City Lord, I will live and die with Tianyuan City. A cold, commanding female voice suddenly rang out. The leading figure, a young woman in white, shouted sharply, Shirley, get out here. Shirley immediately unfurled his battle chi wings and rose into the air. He fixed his gaze on the white-clad woman and said solemnly, draped in white, exuding the majesty of a dragon. You must be Bai Ling, the silver dragon, ruler of Tiando Forest? Bai Ling nodded slightly. Shirley, I remember when we first met, you were just a brash youngster. Now you've become a martial king. Withdraw your people from Tiando City, and I might spare your life. Impossible. Shirley rejected her outright. I am the lord of Tiando City, and I swear to defend it to the death. Foolish mortal. Bai Ling waved her delicate hand, and a massive dragon claw formed from demonic energy came crashing down on Shirley. He hastily summoned his battle chi to block, but the force of the attack sent him flying, slamming heavily into the city wall. Lu Xingchen frowned deeply. Bai Ling's strength was indeed terrifying 5-star 5th tier, with pure dragon bloodline. Even Shirley, a martial king of the same rank, was completely outmatched. Bai Ling smirked disdainfully. To take one of my attacks and still stand, I'll admit, you have some skill. Before her words had fully landed, she had already leaped onto the city wall, ignoring the martial spirit experts around her, and launched another strike at Shirley. At this critical moment, a sudden burst of green light enveloped Bai Ling, trapping her. The unexpected development left both the human and demonic sides stunned. Boss! Roared Xingchen, preparing to charge forward to rescue her. Bai Ling stopped him with a sharp command. Stay back. This is a 5th-grade spirit array designed to restrict the movements of demonic beasts. If you step in, you'll only throw your life away. Don't worry, it can't harm me. Attack. Destroy Tiando City. At her order, the 4 remaining demon kings surged forward, scaling the city walls and preparing to unleash chaos. Shirley called out loudly, Li Feng, I need to focus on maintaining the array to keep Bai Ling trapped. I can't spare any attention for the others. Take the disciples of Xingchen sect and retreat. Li Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking quietly. Disciples of Xingchen sect, follow me to break through. The 4 disciples turned to their leader, Lu Xingchen. With a piercing gaze, Lu Xingchen declared, Retreat? Why should we retreat? It's they who should be fleeing. Disciples of Xingchen sect, prepare for battle. Defend Tiando City. Li Hua clapped his hands in approval. Well said, Lu Xingchen, truly worthy of being my master. In that case, I'll join you for a bloody fight today. Breaking pulse technique. With that, Li Hua began forming seals and channeling his energy, his battle chi turning blood red and staining his white robes. His aura surged, breaking through from an 8-star martial spirit to a 1-star martial king, and he charged straight at the Tiger King. The Tiger King, a 5th-tier 1-star beast, met him with a powerful strike. Foolish human, let me see how much strength your forced breakthrough truly holds. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out someone had mastered a technique to temporarily boost their cultivation. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. If Li Hua possessed such a method, why was he only ranked 4th on the Earth list? Was it because he rarely used it? Or were the top 3 even stronger? If he survived this battle, he would have to find out. Li Feng, inspired by the courage around him, laughed heartily. Huh. If the young disciples of Xingchen sect are so valiant, how can I, as an elder, fall behind? With that, he summoned a 5th-grade spirit array and engaged the 4-star Green Falcon Demon King. Magnificent! Roared Xingchen with excitement. I didn't expect you despicable humans to have such camaraderie. Who dares to fight me? If no one steps up, these ordinary soldiers will suffer. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen activated his Devouring Heaven technique, his aura skyrocketing from a 5-star martial spirit to 9-star. Drawing his shadow sword, he pointed it at Xingchen and Lang Zhu. The 2 of you come at me together. The bold declaration shocked not only the 2 demon kings, but also the defenders of Tianyuan City. Li Hua had used a secret technique to challenge a single demon king, and yet Lu Xingchen, merely a 5-star martial spirit, dared to take on 2? Are you mocking me? Xingchen sneered, unleashing his demonic energy to reveal his 5th-tier 3-star strength. Beside him, Lang Zhu displayed his 5th-tier 1-star power. Lu Xingchen remained calm. A 5th-tier demon core is an excellent material for alchemy. Enraged, Xingchen struck out with a massive paw. Lu Xingchen, using his wind stride boots and ghost shadow steps, evaded the attack and countered with a swift slash aimed at Xingchen's chest. The demon king barely managed to block, but the shadow sword left a faint mark on his arm. This exchange left Xingchen deeply alarmed. The boy's battle chi was as strong as that of a 3-star martial king. If not for his beastly resilience, that strike could have been fatal. How could a mere 5-star martial spirit possess such terrifying power? Meanwhile, Lang Jun ignored Lu Xingchen entirely, leaping toward the martial spirit experts on the wall, intent on eliminating Tianyuan City's elite fighters. Lu Xingchen swiftly activated Shadow Sword's teleportation skill, his figure flickering as he appeared right in front of the Wolf King. The Shadow Sword traced a graceful arc through the air, infused with immense battle energy as it slashed downward. Sensing the overwhelming force, the Wolf King's pupils contracted sharply. In a hurried attempt to defend himself, he raised both hands to block, but the sharp blade still left a deep, bone-revealing wound on his right hand. The Wolf King stumbled back several steps, retreating to the side of the Bear King with a grave expression. "Bear King," he said solemnly, "this kid is unusual. Even though he's only at the 5-star martial spirit level, his battle energy rivals that of a martial king. What's even stranger is the purple flames on his sword, preventing my wounds from healing." The Bear King nodded heavily. "He's definitely troublesome. We need to end this quickly." Both demon kings revealed their sharp claws simultaneously and lunged at Lu Xingchen. However, Lu Xingchen showed no fear, gripping the Shadow Sword tightly as he engaged them heated. The sight left the defenders of Skyfire City in awe. They murmured among themselves, "He's taking on 2 5th-tier demon beasts with just a martial spirit's body. Lu Xingchen is incredible." Exactly. And these aren't just any beasts, theory 5th-tier, 3-star demon beasts. Humans are already at a disadvantage against beasts of the same level. Inspired by his bravery, the defenders' morale soared. If Lu Xingchen can fight with such courage, how can we give up? Brothers, fight for Skyfire City. On the city walls, Lu Xingchen utilized his azure cloud wings to maneuver deftly in the air. Combining his phantom step with Shadow Sword's teleportation skill, he made it impossible for the 2 demon kings to get close. Each strike of his sword left wounds on their bodies, rendering their brute strength useless. The 2 demons were utterly frustrated. 5 minutes later, the Wolf King was covered in wounds, blood continuously seeping from over a dozen cuts. Though the Bear King remained uninjured, his stamina was rapidly depleting. Enraged, the Bear King roared, "You despicable human! All you do is dodge. You dare face us, heathen?" Lu Xingchen smirked coldly. "Speed is my specialty. If you can't even touch the hem of my clothes, you're nothing but trash." Infuriated, the 2 demons transformed into their true forms. A massive bear and a black wolf materialized on the city walls. Though the wolf was only half the size of the bear, its presence was equally menacing. Witnessing this transformation, the Azure Spirit Sparrow, locked in battle with Li Feng in the distance, was taken aback. Why are they resorting to their trump card so soon? Is Lu Xingchen really that difficult to deal with? Even in their true forms, with a significant boost to all their attributes, the 2 demon kings still couldn't match Lu Xingchen's speed. On the contrary, their larger forms made them even more vulnerable to his attacks. As the battle dragged on, their injuries became increasingly severe. Meanwhile, Li Hua was suppressing the Tiger King with his Sea Heart Flame, forcing it to reveal its true form. Li Feng, however, was struggling against the Azure Spirit Sparrow, barely holding his ground with the help of a 5th-grade spiritual array. The wounds on the Wolf King, exacerbated by the effects of the Amethyst Flame, continued to bleed profusely. Letting out a pitiful wail, he cried, "Bear King, help me! I can't hold on much longer." The Bear King gritted his teeth and unleashed his innate skill, Dark Gold Claw. A massive, dark golden bear claw formed in the sky, covering half the city wall and enveloping both himself and the Wolf King. This was a desperate, self-sacrificial move. Sensing the deadly threat, Lu Xingchen immediately activated his trump card, Heaven-Shattering Seal. A white, battle energy-infused palm materialized above him, consuming half of his energy to deliver 5 times the damage. When the 2 forces clashed, the concentrated power of the Heaven-Shattering Seal shattered the Dark Gold Claw, its remaining energy surging skyward. The Bear King was utterly shocked. He had never expected a 5-star martial spirit to withstand his full-strength attack. The residual force of the shattered Dark Gold Claw slammed into the 2 demon kings. The Bear King coughed up blood from his injuries, while the Wolf King, severely wounded, plummeted from the city walls. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingchen teleported to the Wolf King's side and delivered a fatal strike. As blood sprayed into the air, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host! You have slain a 5th-tier, 1-star demon beast. You have earned 15,000 experience points and 15,000 exchange points." Lu Xingchen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This grueling battle had finally borne fruit. As he gazed at the lifeless body of Lang Jun, Xiong Jun's fur bristled, and his voice trembled. You killed Lang Jun?" Pulling the Shadow Sword from Lang Jun's body, its blade still dripping with fresh blood, Lu Xingchen turned his cold gaze toward Xiong Jun. "If you don't want to share Lang Jun's fate, take your beasts and leave Tianyuan City." Xingchen froze for a moment before erupting in fury. Foolish arrogance. That last move of yours must have drained all your strength. I'll avenge Lang Jun right here and now. I may be running low, Lu Xingchen said calmly, but it's more than enough to deal with you. Let's see about that. Xingchen roared, slashing out with his claws. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands together, unleashing the soul-shattering roar. A pitch-black skull materialized above him, piercing through Xingchen's claw strike and slamming into him with devastating force. Xingchen let out a wretched scream as his right claw lost all strength, and he plummeted onto the city wall. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lu Xingchen flashed forward like lightning. His shadow sword struck true, piercing through Xingchen's eye and destroying his brain. A system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying a Tier 5, 3-star beast. You have earned 30,000 experience points and exchange points. Congratulations, host, on advancing to a 6-star martial spirit. You have gained 36 talent points. Lu Xingchen glanced at his attribute panel and noticed that he was now one step closer to the Martial King realm. Just then, a mournful cry rang out nearby. The Tiger King had fallen onto the city wall as well. Li Hua had risked his life to kill the Tiger King, but he had paid a steep price. A ghastly wound stretched across his abdomen, leaving him gravely injured. Lu Xingchen rushed over to check on him. After swallowing a grade 4 rejuvenation pill, Li Hua weakly said, "I won't die, but am in no condition to keep fighting." Following a brief exchange, Lu Xingchen learned a shocking truth. Even with the use of the pulse-breaking technique, Li Hua had been unable to defeat Jiang Yi, who ranked 3rd on the Earth list. The thought of facing Long Chun and Li Fei, who ranked even higher, seemed even more daunting. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to ask more questions, his attention shifted to Li Feng's battle. After taking a Qi restoration pill, Lu Xingchen immediately flew toward Li Feng's location. Sensing the tide of the battle turning, the Azure Spirit Sparrow reverted to its true form and fled, leaving behind a chilling warning. Lu Xingchen, I won't forget the grudge between you and the Skyfight Forest. We'll settle this sooner or later. As Li Feng dismantled the spirit array and prepared to celebrate, Lu Xingchen interrupted with a cautionary tone. Don't celebrate just yet. There's still one formidable opponent left to deal with. Li Feng ascended the city wall with a grave expression, stepping up beside Shirlei, who was facing off against Bai Ling. At that moment, Li Hua arrived as well, marking the gathering of Tianyuan City's strongest defenders. Shirlei, having witnessed Lu Xingchen's astonishing feat of slaying 2 demon kings in succession, was inwardly shaken. Bai Ling, the outcome is clear. Continuing this fight is meaningless. Take the beasts of Tianyuan Forest and leave, Shirlei said in a low, steady voice. Bai Ling let out a soft sigh of admiration. Impressive. As expected of disciples from the Xingchen sect. What are your names? Lu Xingchen, outer disciple of Xingchen sect. Li Hua, outer disciple of Xingchen sect. Truly remarkable individuals, Bai Ling admitted. Losing to you doesn't feel unjustified. Disengage the spirit formation, and I will lead the beasts away. She nodded faintly. Shirlei exhaled deeply, deactivating the binding spirit formation, though he remained vigilant, prepared for any possible treachery. Bai Ling cast a long, meaningful glance at Lu Xingchen before leaping into the air and transforming into a massive, silver-white dragon. Letting out an earth-shaking roar, she signaled the frenzied horde of beasts attacking Tianyuan City to retreat like a receding tide. In moments, the beasts vanished into the distance, with Bai Ling following closely behind. A wave of cheers erupted from the city walls. We've won. Finally, we've won. The guards shouted with joy, many committing Lu Xingchen's name to memory, deeply grateful for the assistance of the 5 disciples from Xingchen sect. After accepting Shirlei's hospitality, Lu Xingchen and his group departed for Xingchen sect with their mission report in hand. Upon returning, Lu Xingchen immediately headed to the burning sky tower to test his strength. He effortlessly advanced through the 5th layer to the 10th. However, when he faced the 11th layer's Guardiana, Martial King level opponent struggled slightly without utilizing his Devouring Heaven technique. After an entire day of relentless challenges, he finally managed to pass the trial by relying on his perfected mortal level soul power to discern the Guardian's combat patterns. This battle deepened his understanding of Shadow Sword and Shadow Sword arts, significantly enhancing his overall strength. As for the spirit points he earned, they seemed trivial to him as an alchemist. After a day of rest, Lu Xingchen sought out Li Gue to deliver the requested pills. At the Ghost Gate headquarters, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother Li Gue, got any new missions?" Li Gue nodded emphatically. "Of course. There's an easy task that's pure profit in spirit points. Interested? Let's hear it." The eldest princess of Liyun Kingdom, Yun Yun, is about to celebrate her 18th birthday. Given the close ties between Xingchen sect and Liyun Kingdom, the sect has decided to send Saintess Yunli along with 2 inner and outer disciples to attend the banquet. Participants must rank in the top 10 of either the Earth list or the Heaven list. For the outer disciples, that's you, me, and Li Hua. Simply attending will earn you spirit points, and you'll have the chance to meet the princess, a rare opportunity indeed. Lu Xingchen's interest was piqued. Remembering Yunli, whom he hadn't seen for some time, he agreed to the task. The two headed to the mission hall to meet up with Li Hua. After waiting briefly, Yunli appeared, accompanied by Huali and a handsome young man. Li Hua and Li Gui immediately bowed, while Lu Xingchen gave a slight nod. Yunli's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. She waved her hand. No need for formalities. Since everyone's here, let's set off. The group made their way to the mountain gate, where Yunli summoned their transport, a massive, emerald green wind spirit bird, as large as a house and boasting a cultivation level of 5-star tier. This journey is not only to strengthen relations between the sect and Liyun Kingdom, but also to showcase the sect's grandeur, Yunli explained. The 6 travelers stood in 3 tiers on the bird's back. Yunli stood alone at the front, Huali and the handsome young man occupied the middle, while the 3 outer disciples took the rear. As Lu Xingchen and Li Hua engaged in a discussion about alchemy, Yunli suddenly spoke up. Lu Xingchen, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Her words drew curious and somewhat surprised glances from the other 4. The news that Yunli wanted a private conversation with Lu Xingchen caused quite a stir among the crowd. Everyone understood clearly that as the holy maiden of the Xingchen sect and a martial emperor powerhouse, Yunli's status and strength far surpassed Lu Xingchen, who was merely at the martial spirit level. With a composed smile, Lu Xingchen walked confidently towards Yunli. Behind him, Li Gui and Li Hua couldn't help but whisper to each other. Junior brother Lu is incredible. He actually knows the holy maiden. Could it be that she was drawn to his looks? It's very possible, Li Gui speculated excitedly. Li Hua chimed in. If he has the holy maiden as a connection, junior brother Lu's standing in the Xingchen sect will skyrocket. Being his followers is truly our good fortune. Not far away, a handsome man furrowed his brow and turned to Huali, speaking in a low voice. This Lu Xingchen, is he the friend the holy maiden met during her training outside the sect? Huali nodded in confirmation. I've already warned him to keep his distance from the holy maiden, but he completely ignored my words. No matter, the man said coldly. He's just a minor nuisance. There's no need for the holy son to intervene. I can deal with him easily myself. Huali agreed, her discontent with Lu Xingchen evident. Yunli lightly patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder, her tone filled with surprise. A 6-star martial spirit. Your progress is astonishing. Lu Xingchen offered a wry smile. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I remember when you were just a 1-star grand martial master, yet you dared to take on a martial spirit's full-force attack. Now that you're a 6-star martial spirit, defeating a martial king should be no problem, right? Yunli said earnestly. At best, I can handle a low-star martial king, Lu Xingchen replied humbly. Do you really have that much confidence in me? Of course. Yunli nodded firmly. We're comrades who fought side by side. Your determination and strategy far surpass those so-called geniuses of the Xingchen sect. Your success is only a matter of time. Lu Xingchen clasped his hands in gratitude, but Yunli waved it off with a smile. Why so formal? Tell me, what interesting things have you experienced recently? After a full day of flight, the wind spirit bird landed just outside the gates of the Liyun Kingdom's imperial city. As the heart of the nation, the imperial city was heavily guarded, with numerous martial spirits stationed there and even a martial emperor overseeing its defense. The martial emperor immediately noticed the extraordinary nature of the wind spirit bird and approached personally to greet them. Seeing the youthful faces of Yunli and her companions, he was taken aback. Bowing slightly, he introduced himself. I am Li Shuangfan, an elder serving the Liyun Kingdom and the guardian of this city. May I ask where you young friends are from and what brings you here? Yunli stepped forward, presenting her holy maiden token. I am Yunli, the holy maiden of the Xingchen sect. I've brought my sect disciples to attend the birthday banquet of the Grand Princess. Please, elderly, lead the way. Li Shuangfan was visibly startled. The name of the holy maiden of the Xingchen sect was well known to him. Achieving the martial emperor realm in her early 20s, she was regarded as a peerless genius across the entire Qingzhou region. Though he himself was a martial emperor, his advanced age and lower status paled in comparison to Yunli. This is the first part of the rewritten content. Please let me know if you'd like me to continue with the rest. The two spent an entire day in the room, engaging in deep conversation. During the guidance session, Yunli was astonished to discover that Lu Xingchen not only fully grasped the essence of her archery techniques, but had even surpassed her in certain aspects. This remarkable learning speed further elevated Yunli's evaluation of him. As night fell, Yunli finally stood to take her leave. Before departing, she retrieved a scroll from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Xingchen. What's this? Lu Xingchen asked, puzzled. Yunli smiled faintly. When I delivered the congratulatory gift to Yunshan earlier today, I noticed how your eyes lit up. This is a mid-tier Earth-grade martial skill, 1000 gene slash. I prepared it especially for you. You really are quite the generous benefactor, Lu Xingchen exclaimed, accepting the scroll without hesitation. For someone in urgent need of martial skills like him, this gift couldn't have come at a better time. Thank you. I, Lu Xingchen, will remember this kindness and repay it tenfold in the future. I'll hold you to that, Yunli replied with a smile as she left. After Yunli departed, Lu Xingchen opened the system interface to review his attribute panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Realm, 6-star martial spirit. Experience points, 13,00070,000. Exchange points, 106,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Power Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 50, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50, Break Army 50. Professions, 4th grade Alchemist 80, 000100000. 4th grade Array Master 16, 000100000. Mount, Nether Dragon 4th tier. Looking at the substantial number of accumulated exchange points, Lu Xingchen decided to make an investment. He spent 50,000 points in the system shop to purchase the mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon, Dawn Bow, and another 50,000 points to acquire the movement technique, Ethereal Steps. The Dawn Bow far outclassed his current Falling Sunset Bow in both quality and power, while Ethereal Steps would significantly enhance his agility. After battling the 2 Demon Kings, he had come to deeply understand the importance of speed. With Ethereal Steps paired with the Shadow Sword's displacement skill, he was confident that no one below the Martial King realm could get close to him. At dawn the next day, a maid arrived to summon him for the birthday banquet. Lu Xingchen, along with 5 others, made their way to the Grand Hall of the Royal Palace, where they found the experts from the Xuanlong sect and the Yinyang sect already waiting. Although neither sect had sent their holy sons, each was led by elders at the Martial Emperor realm, showing great respect to the Li Yun kingdom. The representatives of the 3 major sects were seated in the most prominent positions, followed by the civil and military officials of the kingdom. An hour later, the legendary Princess Yun Yun finally made her entrance. She was dressed in a flowing blue gown, her tall and graceful figure complemented by her stunning beauty. Her every gesture exuded an enchanting charm, yet it was tempered by the innate dignity of royalty. This striking contrast left Lu Xingchen momentarily entranced, silently marveling at her captivating presence. Noticing his distraction, Yunli waved her hand in front of his face, displeased. Have you seen enough? Lu Xingchen quickly averted his gaze. I've seen enough. The princess is indeed breathtaking. Then tell me who's more beautiful, her or me? Yunli's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Lu Xingchen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately responded. You both have your own unique styles. Each of you is a great beauty in your own right. Now that's more like it, Yunli replied, finally satisfied. The banquet continued, with the civil and military officials taking turns to offer their congratulations. Representatives from the 3 major sects also presented their blessings in turn. The martial emperor from the Yinyang sect was the first to deliver his well wishes. Then came the Xuanlong sect, which sent a young and refined Xiaoyi to offer congratulations. He even composed an impromptu poem, with striking brows and radiant eyes, a presence that soars to the skies, grace and brilliance, unmatched in kind, a beauty that leaves the world behind. The hall erupted in applause, with the crowd praising the young martial king for his literary talent. Even Yun Yun showed a hint of approval and thanked him graciously. However, Xiaoyi suddenly shifted his tone, speaking with veiled provocation. I wonder if the Zhongshuan sect has a better blessing to offer? This blatant challenge immediately incensed Yunli, who slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Xiaoyi, are you looking to test the strength of the Zhongshuan sect saintess? The martial emperor from the Xuanlong sect quickly stepped in to mediate. Xiaoyi merely wished to exchange words through poetry. If the Zhongshuan sect has no poem to respond with, it's no matter. This remark sparked murmurs among the officials in the hall, some criticizing Yunli for her lack of composure. Despite her formidable martial prowess, Yunli found herself flustered by the growing criticism, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Xingchen gently patted Yunli on the shoulder and said warmly, Miss Yunli, don't worry, let me handle this. His words seemed to carry a magical charm, instantly putting Yunli at ease. She had absolute faith in Lu Xingchen. Though she didn't know how he planned to respond, she firmly believed he would resolve the situation. Yunli gave him a knowing smile and sat down calmly. Standing tall, Lu Xingchen spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Since the friends of Xuanlong sect have shown such sincerity, how could our Zhongshuan sect fall behind? I, too, have a poem to offer. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall buzzed with excitement. Interesting. It seems it's not just Xiaoyi who's skilled in poetry. This Lu Xingchen from Zhongshuan sect is stepping up as well, the crowd murmured. It's clearly a contest between the 2 sects to see who comes out on top. Xiaoyi's brows furrowed. He had intended to embarrass Xingchen sect, but to his surprise, they had someone equally capable. If he failed to outshine Xingchen, it would bring disgrace to the entire Xianlong sect. Under the watchful and expectant gaze of everyone, Xingchen remained composed and recited slowly. In the north, there is a beauty, peerless and unmatched. One glance topples a city, another glance topples a nation. Yet who cares for cities and nations? A beauty like this is rare indeed. As his voice faded, the hall fell into a moment of silence before erupting in thunderous applause. What a masterpiece! Xingchen is truly remarkable. The crowd was full of praise. Without directly describing appearance, he captured the essence of beauty and grace, far surpassing Xiaoyi. Even Yun, the eldest princess, was deeply moved. Though accustomed to flattery, such exquisite praise stirred her heart. She gracefully bowed to Xingchen and said softly, "Thank you, young Master Lu, for your gift of poetry." Xingchen waved modestly. "There's no need for formalities, Your Highness. Poetry is merely an expression of the heart. I must also thank Brother Xiaoyi for inspiring me." This comment made Xiaoye's face flush with anger, but he had no choice but to sit back down, seething. Xingchen returned to his seat with a smile, and Yunli immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Xingchen, you're amazing. I never knew you had such talent for poetry." Xingchen chuckled. "I have plenty of secrets. You'll discover them in time." Sensing the hint of playfulness in his tone, Yunli's cheeks turned slightly red. She whispered, "You've already written a poem for Yunyun. When will you write one for me?" Without missing a beat, Xingchen recited. "Clouds think of her dress, flowers imagine her face. The spring breeze brushes the railing, and dewdrops sparkle with grace. If not seen atop Jade Mountain's peak, then surely under the moon at heaven's gate." Yunli gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had assumed Xingchen had given his all earlier, but now he effortlessly delivered another brilliant composition. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Xiaoyi stood up again and bowed toward Yunshan, the king. "Your Majesty, as the banquet is drawing to a close, I have one final request. I hope your Majesty will grant it." Though Yunshan felt somewhat displeased, he considered the reputation of Xianlong sect and asked, "What is it that you wish for, young man?" Xiaoye's lips curled into a faint smile. "Xingchen sect and Xianlong sect are both 7th grade sects, and I've always been curious about the disciples of Xingchen. Since we're gathered here tonight, I propose a friendly sparring match. Would your Majesty and the friends from Xingchen sect grant this request?" Sensing an opportunity for the Liyun kingdom to benefit as an observer, Yunshan decided to go along with it. A friendly sparring match among the young is always a good idea. The question is, will the disciples of Xingchen sect accept the challenge? Yunli immediately stood up. "Why wouldn't we? Xianlong sect, bring it on. If any one of you can injure even a single finger of mine, I'll resign as the saintess." Her bold declaration left everyone in awe, though they knew her strength was unparalleled. Her words were no idle boast. Even Xiaoyi hesitated to accept the challenge directly. Instead, he countered, "Miss Yunli, as the esteemed saintess, it would be improper for you to fight ordinary disciples of our sect. It would only be fitting for you to spar with our saint, who unfortunately isn't present today. Pitting yourself against us would surely be unfair." Yunli frowned, recognizing his sly attempt to provoke her, but she couldn't refute him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyi continued, "As long as Miss Yunli refrains from participating, the other skilled disciples of Xingchen sect are welcome to step forward for a match." Yunli pondered for a moment before responding with determination in her eyes. "All right, how do you want to compete?" Xiaoyi smirked confidently as she agreed. "The Xingchen sect has 6 disciples here, while our Xianlong gate has 3. How about this? Each side sends 3 disciples to battle, best of 3 rounds. The losing side must present a mid-year spiritual artifact to the Grand Princess as a token of respect. What do you say, Saintess Yunli?" Huali urgently tugged at Yunli's sleeve, whispering a warning, "Saintess, you mustn't. We'll be at a disadvantage." However, Yunli ignored her and boldly declared, "Very well. Xingchen sect accepts this wager." The 3 disciples of Xianlong Gate were visibly thrilled. Both sects were 7th-rank sects and had always been rivals. While Xiaoyi wasn't confident in defeating Yunli herself, she was brimming with certainty when it came to the average disciples. More importantly, she already knew that Xingchen sect had only brought 2 inner disciples and 3 outer disciples along with Yunli. Since Yunli couldn't participate, even if the 2 inner disciples were sent out, the 3rd spot would inevitably fall to an outer disciple whose strength was limited to the martial spirit realm. This was exactly what Huali was worried about. "Saintess, you're being too reckless. All 3 of Xianlong Gate's participants are elites. My chances with Yichun are uncertain. If it drags to the 3rd round, sending an outer disciple means almost guaranteed defeat." Yunli chuckled lightly. "I've already considered this. I have faith in Xingchen. If he steps in, he'll secure a win." Hua Li and Yi Chun frowned at her words. Saintess, you're out of your mind, Hua Li exclaimed. Lu Xingchen is only ranked 9th on the Earth rankings. He couldn't even defeat Li Hua or Li Gue, let alone Xuanlong Gate's Martial King experts. Your information is outdated, Yunli replied with a calm smile. Lu Xingchen's current strength far surpasses the 9th rank on the Earth rankings. Hua Li scoffed. Even if he's improved, he's still just an outer disciple. How strong could he possibly be? You'll see his strength soon enough, Yunli said confidently. Yi Chun will go first, Hua Li second. If either of you falters, Lu Xingchen will step in to turn the tide. Lu Xingchen listened silently to their debate, shaking his head inwardly. Yunli's trust in him was unexpected, but Hua Li and Yi Chen's disdain didn't bother him. Strength, after all, speaks louder than words. At that moment, Xuanlong Gate's first participant stepped forward. Xuanlong Gate, Li Mo, 7-star Martial King. Ready for your challenge? Yi Chen immediately responded. Zhongshuan Sect, ranked 8th on the Heaven rankings, 7-star Martial King. Let's begin. Li Shuangfan, a consecrated elder of the Li Yun Kingdom, stood between them to serve as the referee. The hall erupted with murmurs of amazement to 7-star Martial Kings, both under 30 years old, facing off. Such talent was awe-inspiring. In the Li Yun Kingdom, this level of power was enough to govern an entire city, a testament to the strength of 7th-rank sects. Seated on the dragon throne, Yun Shan was equally astonished. He silently resolved to tread carefully when dealing with these two sects in the future. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Chen and Li Mo launched into battle. Yi Chen wielded a pitch-black long sword, while Li Mo brandished a formidable-looking long blade. The two clashed fiercely within the grand hall, exchanging 100 blows with no clear victor. The crowd was electrified by the spectacle, as both weapons were mid-tier spiritual artifacts, and their skills were evenly matched. After another 100 moves, both combatants withdrew momentarily. Li Mo praised, Yi Chen, your swordsmanship is exceptional. You're not bad yourself, Yi Chen replied with a nod. Let's settle this with one decisive move. Both fighters unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Above Li Mo's head, a blood-red energy blade took shape, while Yi Chen conjured a black energy sword. The two forces collided, generating a shockwave so powerful that Li Shuangfan quickly erected a barrier to shield the officials and onlookers. After half a minute of deadlock, cracks began to appear in Li Mo's energy blade, and it shattered with a resounding crash. The remnants of Yi Chen's energy sword struck him directly. Although Li Mo quickly activated his battle energy defense, most of his power had been concentrated on his battle energy blade. The hastily formed energy shield was exceptionally fragile. It shattered instantly, and the immense impact sent him flying. He spewed a mouthful of blood midair before crashing heavily into one of the great hall's stone pillars. Struggling to stand, he soon realized his entire body was drained of strength. The first match goes to Zhongshuan Sect. Li Shuangfan's announcement echoed through the great hall. The hall was immediately filled with murmurs of discussion. Spectators marveled at the thrilling duel and acknowledged the strength of both warriors. Without the protective energy barrier set up by Elder Li, the residual shockwaves alone would have caused significant harm to the onlookers. Xiao Yi quickly stepped forward to support Li Mo. Senior brother Li Mo, are you alright? It took a while before Li Mo regained his senses. Leaning on Xiao Yi for support, he slowly returned to the seats of Sunlong Sect. In terms of battle energy strength and combat experience, I'm no weaker than Yi Chen. But when it comes to martial techniques, I fell short. I used a low-tier Earth-rank technique, but he had mastered a mid-tier one. Xiao Yi patted Li Mo on the shoulder. Senior brother, don't blame yourself. This outcome was within expectations. We'll surely turn the tide in the next 2 matches. Let's hope so, Li Mo said with a bitter smile. If we lose to Zhongshuan Sect after initiating this wager ourselves, we'll truly become a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Yi Chen returned to Zhongshuan Sect seating area. Despite his victory, his expression remained somber. Yunli asked gently, Junior brother Yi Chen, why aren't you happy after winning? It was an unearned victory, Yi Chen replied solemnly. Li Mo and I are evenly matched in strength. My win was entirely due to the mid-tier Earth-rank technique taught by the Holy Sun. There's nothing to be proud of. The second match began shortly after. Hua Li and Li Jie stepped forward to represent their respective sections. Both were at the 6-star Martial King level. One wielded a sword, the other a spear, and their fierce clash unfolded in the center of the great hall. Lu Xingchen, with his peak mortal realm soul power, keenly observed the situation. Although the two fighters were evenly matched in energy, Li Jie's spear techniques clearly outclassed Hua Li's swordsmanship, gradually giving her the upper hand. This doesn't look good. Hua Li is likely to lose, Lu Xingchen murmured. Yunli glanced at him approvingly. Impressive. Despite being a martial spirit, you can see through a martial king battle. Hua Li is indeed at a disadvantage. On the battlefield, Hua Li also realized her predicament and decided to follow Yi Chen's example by relying on martial techniques to secure victory. She retreated to gather her strength, forming a massive white battle energy sword above her head, which she then slashed toward Li Jie. Not to be outdone, Li Jie also condensed a battle energy spear to counter the attack. However, just as the two forces were about to collide, her energy spear abruptly shifted trajectory. Instead of clashing with the energy sword, it bypassed it entirely and aimed straight for Huali herself. The unexpected strike caught Huali off guard. Though she hastily formed an energy shield, it only held for 3 seconds before shattering. The energy spear struck her chest, sending her flying into a stone pillar. Li Jie, having used a risky blow-for-blow tactic, was also blasted away, crashing into another pillar. The shocking scene left the entire hall in an uproar. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Li Shuangfan gazed at the two fallen contestants on the ground. Though shocked, he maintained his professionalism and began counting aloud. You have 10 seconds. If no one stands up, this match will be declared a draw. 10, 9, 8. When he reached 3, Li Jie struggled to her feet, leaning against a pillar for support, while Huali remained motionless. Li Shuangfan immediately announced, "The second round goes to Zunlongman." Thunderous applause erupted in the grand hall. Lu Xingchen nodded slightly, silently acknowledging that Li Jie indeed had some skill, and Huali's defeat was not unjust. Watching from the side, Yi Chun leaped forward to carry Huali back to the Xingshuan sect seating area. Huali, suppressing the urge to cough up blood, spoke weakly. "I'm sorry, Saintess. I failed and brought shame upon you." Yunli gently shook her head. "It's all right. You did your best." They had the advantage of planning ahead, and there was little you could do. Besides, we still have one final round. As she spoke, she took out a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill and fed it to Huali. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. "Saintess, please choose the participant for the 3rd round carefully. Lu Xingchen is only ranked 9th on the Earth list. The gap between him and a martial king is far too great. It would be better to send Li Hua, ranked 4th, instead." Before Yunli could respond, Li Hua spoke up decisively. "Junior brother Lu's strength far surpasses mine. I am merely his follower. Sending him to fight is the best choice." Yi Chun was taken aback, thinking to himself, the 4th-ranked Earth list contender following the 9th? Such an absurd combination is unheard of. But since Li Hua had already declined, he could only sigh and say gravely, "Very well then. Junior brother Lu, you will represent us. Do your best to hold out for as long as you can. Don't bring shame to the Xingshuan sect." Lu Xingchen smiled calmly. "I will do my utmost." With that, he stepped into the arena. On the opposing side stood Xiao Yi, a longtime rival of the Xingshuan sect. The two introduced themselves. Zunlongman, 5-star martial king, Xiao Yi, ready to spar. Xingshuan sect, 9th on the Earth list, 6-star martial spirit, Lu Xingchen, ready to spar. The crowd erupted in shock. Whispers filled the hall. How could a martial spirit possibly compete against a martial king, with a gap of 9 minor levels between them? Xiao Yi smirked disdainfully. "Lu Xingchen, how many moves do you think you can last against me?" Lu Xingchen replied calmly, "1 move is enough." "Oh." Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. "What I mean," Lu Xingchen clarified, "is that defeating you will only take 1 move." "Arrogant fool." Xiao Yi laughed angrily. "Fine, I'll stand here and let you have 1 free strike." The match began. Lu Xingchen unsheathed his shadow sword and activated the devouring heaven technique, his aura rapidly surging. Within 3 breaths, his power rose from a 6-star martial spirit to a 10-star martial spirit. Xiao Yi, noticing the sudden increase in power, felt a twinge of unease but remained confident. Gripping his sword with both hands, Lu Xingchen raised it high. Combining the 1000-weight slash with the Jade Shatter technique, he concentrated an astonishing amount of sword energy along the blade. Realizing the danger, Xiao Yi hastily summoned a protective shield of battle energy. Lu Xingchen sacrificed half of his own energy to amplify his attack power 5-fold, unleashing a dazzling white sword slash. The sword slash collided with Xiao Yi's shield, holding in a tense stalemate before the shield shattered with a deafening crack. The sword energy struck Xiao Yi directly, sending him flying into the palace walls. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. His eyes filled with disbelief before he coughed up more blood and lost consciousness. For 10 seconds, the hall was completely silent. Then, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Even the usually composed Emperor Yunshan stood up in excitement, his gaze fixed firmly on Lu Xingchen. A martial spirit defeating a martial king across such a vast power gap. This was a feat that everyone present would remember for the rest of their lives. This young man is truly defying the heavens. Li Shuangfan swallowed hard before loudly declaring Xingshuan sect's victory in the 3rd match. Liu Mo immediately rushed onto the stage to carry the injured Xiao Yi off. As he passed, he cast a wary glance at Lu Xingchen, whose expression remained calm. With a faint smile, Lu Xingchen returned to the Tianyuan sect seating area. Lu Xingchen, well done. You've brought glory to our Tianyuan sect. Yunli patted Lu Xingchen's shoulder, her eyes brimming with excitement. Although she had faith in his victory, winning in a single move was beyond her expectations. Credit goes to your 1000 gene slash, Lu Xingchen said with a light chuckle, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. A mid-level Earth-grade martial technique alone couldn't achieve such a leap in combat, Yunli said seriously. This was more about your own skill. Huali and Yichen exchanged glances, utterly astonished by Lu Xingchen's performance. Huali stepped forward and cupped her hands in apology. Junior brother Lu, I underestimated you before. I now sincerely apologize. In the Tianyuan Continent, where geniuses abound, she had always valued strength above all. Yet even she couldn't defeat Xiaoyi in one move. Lu Xingchen's strength had earned her respect. It was just luck, Lu Xingchen said with a dismissive wave. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister Huali. Yichen also cupped his hands, praising Lu Xingchen's talent and strength while apologizing for his earlier remarks. Lu Xingchen merely waved it off, saying no more. Li Hua, am I seeing this right? Li Gue clapped Li Hua's shoulder in disbelief. Junior brother Lu defeated a martial king, crossing 9 minor realms. It's unbelievable, but it's the truth. Li Hua replied proudly. Li Gue sighed in amazement. I feel like becoming junior brother Lu's follower. That depends on fate, Li Hua said with a laugh. Do you think just anyone can follow him? After the match, Yunli stepped forward to claim the wager from the leading elder of the Xuanlong sect. The elder let out a bitter laugh as he handed over a sky-blue cold shadow shield to Li Shuangfan as tribute. As night fell, everyone dispersed to rest. Lu Xingchen was cultivating his burning spirit technique in his room when he heard a knock at the door. Opening it, he found the maid of Princess Yun standing outside, informing him that the princess had requested his presence. Upon arriving at Yun's chambers, Lu Xingchen was surprised to find the space far from the ostentatious luxury he had expected. Instead, the room exuded a scholarly atmosphere, refined and elegant. Dressed in a blue gown, Yun was as graceful as ever. Once the attendants withdrew, Yun spoke directly, Young Master Lu, I wish to make you my consort. Lu Xingchen froze in shock. Yun explained that her interest lay in his potential, how he had gone from blocked meridians to defeating a martial king within a year. Such talent rivaled that of Saintess Yunli. She needed someone of his caliber to secure her future claim to the throne. I cannot accept, Lu Xingchen responded bluntly. First, I already have a fiancée. Second, I will not betray Yunli or the Tianyuan sect, who have shown me kindness. Third, my ambition lies in the vast stars and seas. A small kingdom like Liyun is of no interest to me. Yun frowned deeply, unable to believe that the generous terms she offered were so insignificant in Lu Xingchen's eyes. Yun spoke in a low voice, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. I can't tell if you're confident or just arrogant. Since young Master Lu has no intention of joining forces with me, then let this cold shadow shield serve as my gift to you. She gently brushed her right hand over her storage ring, and a cold shadow shield materialized in front of Lu Xingchen. This was a treasure gifted to her by the elders of the Seeking Dragon sect. Lu Xingchen did not refuse. Having more allies meant more opportunities, and while he did not wish to be bound by Yun, there was no need to make an enemy of her either. Moreover, this cold shadow shield would be of great benefit to him. He cupped his hands slightly and smiled. A treasure of the earth grade may mean little to the esteemed princess, but to me, it is an invaluable aid. In that case, I shall accept it. Deals may fall through, but friendships remain. If the princess ever needs my assistance in the future, please feel free to ask. Yun waved her hand dismissively. Let's leave it at that. You've already been away for too long. I trust you'll keep today's conversation strictly confidential. Lu Xingchen nodded. Of course. I take my leave now. After carefully storing the cold shadow shield, he left the princess's palace. On his way back to his room, he couldn't help but marvel at Yun's cunning tactics. To think she would use such extreme measures to draw him to her side. No matter, having more allies was always advantageous. The Seeking Dragon sect would never have imagined that the treasure they gifted Yun would ultimately fall into his hands. Once back in his quarters, Lu Xingchen resumed cultivating his soul power with the burning soul technique, continuing late into the night before resting. The next day, the ruler of Yunshan personally escorted the group out of the city. On the Wind Spirit Bird, the group maintained the same positions as when they had arrived. Yunli playfully patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder. Lu Xingchen, I went to your room last night to ask for some archery tips, but you weren't there. Be honest, where did you go? Were you sneaking off for some fun? Lu Xingchen quickly waved his hands. What kind of person do you take me for? I already have a Dao partner. I was just curious and wandered around the capital since it was my first time here. He wasn't lying, but he had promised Yun to keep their meeting a secret and couldn't break his word. Yunli nodded. All right, I'll believe you this time. She then asked, your strength surpasses most of the inner disciples. When do you plan to enter the inner sect? Once you're there, we can see each other every day. Lu Xingchen smiled wryly. I'd love to, but there's a strict requirement for entering the inner sect. You must reach the martial king realm. I'm still far from that. Yunli said softly, if you don't mind relying on me, I can pull some strings for you and get you into the inner sect with just a martial spirit cultivation. With your strength, you'd pass the assessment for sure. Lu Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. That might not be a bad idea. There's still over a month until the assessment. We'll see when the time comes. Yunli chuckled. It's up to you. The decision is yours. After returning to the Xingchen sect, Lu Xingchen parted ways with Yunli and continued cultivating in the spirit gathering tower. However, advancing from a 6-star martial spirit to a 7-star required 70,000 experience points, while the spirit gathering tower only provided 3,600 points per day. This slow progress was frustrating. Perhaps it was time to seriously consider Yunli's suggestion. Only by entering the inner sect and cultivating on the second, or even first floor of the spirit gathering tower could he significantly accelerate his growth. Meanwhile, atop the Saint's Peak of the inner sect of Xingchen, a white-clad man exuding a commanding aura was leisurely sipping tea. This was Lin Yuan, the saint of the Xingchen sect. Yichen hurried over. Greetings, saint. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. What has you in such a rush? Yichen reported, Saint, during the recent trip to the Yunshan kingdom, Lu Xingchen was among the group. He appeared to be quite close to Saintess Yunli, and they seemed to get along very well. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. Yunli has always refused to become my Dao partner. It seems this man is the reason. Lu Xingchen, you shouldn't have involved yourself with Yunli Yichun. Take care of him for me. Do it cleanly. I don't want my reputation tarnished. Yichen replied solemnly, Saint, I'm afraid I can't deal with him. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're a 7-star martial king, and he's just an outer sect disciple. He shouldn't be able to withstand even a single move from you. Why hesitate? Yichen explained, Saint, don't be deceived by his apparent cultivation level. He has a secret technique that allows him to temporarily elevate his strength. At the princess's banquet, he defeated a 5-star martial king in a single move, while only at the 6-star martial spirit stage. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Defeating an opponent in one strike? Impressive. No wonder Yunli has taken a liking to him. But no matter what is a 5-star martial king to me, I'll find someone else to handle him. You don't need to get involved. Understood. Yichen bowed and left. Over the next 20 days, Lu Xingchen continued cultivating in the spirit gathering tower, eventually advancing to 7-star martial spirit. More importantly, he diligently honed his soul power and alchemy skills during his downtime, finally reaching the level of a 5th-grade alchemist. This qualified him to participate in the inner sect assessment without having to owe Yunli a favor. However, he still needed to complete one final task to be eligible. He left the spirit gathering tower to consult Li Gui about this, but when that yielded no results, he headed to the mission hall. Upon entering, he ran into Li Hua, who had recently advanced to 9-star martial spirit. Li Hua greeted him warmly. Lu Shidi, here to pick up a task? Lu Xingchen nodded. Yes, I need one more task to qualify for the inner sect assessment. Li Hua smiled. Perfect timing. I was just about to invite you to join my team. Lu Xingchen's interest was piqued. Tell me about the mission first. Li Hua explained. It's simple, we need to escort a treasure from the Seeking Dragon sect back to the Xingchen sect. The round trip will take only 4 days, so it won't interfere with your assessment. Li Hua's words made Lu Xingchen's eyes light up. Weren't you interested in the top 3 of the Earth ranking? Here's your chance to get close to them. Lu Xingchen was slightly taken aback. The top 3 experts of the Earth ranking are participating in this mission? Li Hua nodded and explained. Zhang Yi, who ranks 3rd on the Earth ranking, is an acquaintance of mine. She invited me to join this mission, so I thought of bringing you along. Then there's no way I'm missing this mission. Lu Xingchen said with a light laugh. Only you and the top 3 of the Earth ranking are eligible to participate in the inner sect assessment this time. Li Hua reminded him. You're both rivals and allies. Getting to know them better might not be a bad idea. But be careful, theory all incredibly strong, just like you. The two walked into the mission hall and met Zhang Yi in one of the rooms. She was dressed in a green long dress, her figure graceful, with her hair tied into 2 braids. Senior sister Zhang Yi, I've brought Lu Xingchen along. You two should get to know each other. Li Hua introduced. Lu Xingchen sized up Zhang Yi, noting that she was a 10-star martial spirit, just 1 step away from becoming a martial king. No wonder she ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. However, he had a vague sense that Zhang Yi was not simple. She seemed capable of posing a threat to him. Junior Lu Xingchen greets senior sister Zhang Yi. Lu Xingchen said with a polite bow. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. So, you're the famous Lu Xingchen. Not bad in appearance, but your strength seems lacking. Li Hua says you defeated a martial king. Is that true? Lu Xingchen was startled. He could discern Zhang's level through his system, but how could she perceive his realm? He hadn't even activated his battle energy. This woman was indeed extraordinary. Just a stroke of luck, Lu Xingchen replied with a faint smile. Oh, so it's true. Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Interesting. Lu Xingchen, you're very interesting. I'm looking forward to working with you. After accepting the mission, the three set out for Xiuanlong Gate. As they left the sect, Lu Xingchen suggested, it takes 4 days on horseback, and time is tight. Why not ride a dragon instead? A dragon? Where would you get a dragon? Zhang Yi asked, puzzled. Lu Xingchen summoned his nether dragon, and the massive purple-black creature revealed its true form. Li Hua, already familiar with it, remained unfazed. But Zhang Yi was utterly shocked. What on earth a dragon beast? 4th tier 7-star. Lu Xingchen, you actually managed to tame a dragon beast. We're equals, partners, Lu Xingchen corrected her. The three flew on the dragon for a day and a night, arriving at Liang City. Exhausted, the nether dragon, whom Lu Xingchen called Little Yu, requested to rest. Feeling concerned, Lu Xingchen said, you should have told me sooner if you were tired. Little Yu explained that it was trying to enhance its realm and return to its mount space to recover. Seeing this, Zhang Yi proposed trading a mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon for the nether dragon. Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. Little Yu is my life-and-death companion, not a commodity. Senior sister Zhang Yi, if you bring this up again, we'll have to part ways. Zhang Yi quickly apologized, saying she was only joking. The three continued through Liang Forest and soon arrived at Xiuanlong Gate. After waiting for an hour in the guest hall, Outer Sect Elder Su Feng appeared and handed them a mid-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon, the Resonance Bell. This weapon emitted sound waves that could attack the souls of enemies. Though it wasn't as powerful as the soul-shattering roar, its durability made it a treasure among Earth-grade spiritual weapons. After receiving the Misty Bell, Zhang Yi led Lu Xingchen and Li Hua swiftly out of the Xiuanlong sect. The streets of Liang City were bustling with people. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Lu Xingchen asked, Senior Sister Zhang Yi, the Misty Bell is so valuable. Why would the Xiuanlong sect willingly give it away? The Zhongshuan sect must have paid a higher price. Zhang Yi replied calmly. As for the specifics, I have no idea. Just as Lu Xingchen was about to nod, his brows furrowed. Through his system's perception, he detected 3 experts disguised as street vendors up ahead. One was a 5-star martial king, and the other 2 were 3-star martial kings. There are 3 martial kings ahead, Lu Xingchen whispered to his companions, and it seems they're after the Misty Bell. Be prepared for a fight. Zhang Yi gave a slight nod. I noticed them too. Their disguises are too deliberate. Wait, how did you guys figure that out? Li Hua asked, looking puzzled. As the distance between the 2 groups narrowed to 10 meters, the 5-star martial king suddenly made a move. A sharp burst of energy shot straight at Zhang Yi, prepared for the attack. Zhang Yi gracefully dodged and countered with her sword. A mere martial spirit dares to resist? The 5-star martial king sneered. Take them down. The 2 3-star martial kings moved in unison, causing the civilians on the street to scatter in panic. Sensing the danger, Zhang Yi said firmly, they're too strong. Split up and run. Why run? Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. The outcome is far from decided. Lu Xingchen, that's a 5-star martial king, comparable to the strongest inner disciples. We're just outer disciples, how do we stand a chance? I'll handle the 5-star martial king, Lu Xingchen said confidently. You two take care of the 3-star ones. Before anyone could respond, Lu Xingchen activated the Devouring Sky technique. His aura surged dramatically as his cultivation level soared from a 7-star martial spirit to a 1-star martial king. The sudden transformation left everyone stunned. How powerful! Zhang Yi murmured to herself. No way. Junior brother Lu has improved again. Li Hua exclaimed. Just a month ago, he could only boost himself to a 10-star martial spirit. Now he's directly broken through to martial king. Gripping his shadow sword tightly, Lu Xingchen charged at the 5-star martial king without hesitation. Zhang Yi clenched her teeth and chose to trust him, moving to engage one of the 3-star martial kings. Li Hua, using his breaking pulse technique, elevated his strength to a 2-star martial king and summoned his sea heart flame to confront the other 3-star martial king. The intel was wrong. The enemy leader exclaimed in shock. Weren't they supposed to be just outer disciples? How do they all have martial king level strength? So what? One of the 3-star martial kings scoffed. They're only using secret techniques to temporarily boost their power. Taking them down won't be difficult. Well said, the leader nodded. Once we retrieve the Misty Bell, I'll be sure to recommend you for commendation. Hearing the words retrieve, Lu Xingchen's expression darkened. Could these people be from the Xiuanlong sect? Did they plan to kill and reclaim the treasure after giving it away? The battle erupted instantly. Lu Xingchen faced off against the 5-star martial king Hedon, his strike so powerful that he forced the opponent back 3 steps while remaining unshaken himself. The five-star martial king was visibly stunned by this display of strength. The fight intensified. Li Hua, leveraging the dual advantages of his breaking pulse technique and sea heart flame, managed to suppress one of the three-star martial kings. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, used her exceptional agility and keen perception to evade every attack from the other three-star martial king, leaving him unable to even graze her. As Lu Xingchen clashed with the five-star martial king, he kept an eye on his companions. Li Hua's performance pleasantly surprised him. Being a 9-star martial spirit, yet able to suppress a 3-star martial king, was a significant improvement. Jiang Yi's actions, however, intrigued him. Despite being ranked 3rd on the Earth list, she seemed to be holding back. Within 3 minutes, Lu Xingchen and the 5-star martial king exchanged over 100 blows. He had already inflicted 3 wounds on his opponent, but the battle's outcome remained uncertain. On the battlefield, Wu Wang, who was fighting against Li Hua, was gravely injured. Blood continuously seeped from over a dozen wounds on his body, wounds that refused to heal due to the interference of high Xingchen flame. His face was pale as he trembled, calling out desperately to his leader, "Boss, help me. I can't hold on much longer." The leading 5-star Wu Wang shouted in shock, "Hold on just a little longer. Their secret technique's time limit is about to run out." At this critical moment, Jiang Yi pulled out the Tianyuan bell and activated it. The souls of the 3 assassins were immediately shaken, causing their combat power to plummet. The 5-star Wu Wang exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. You've only had the Tianyuan bell for less than half a day. How could you possibly know how to use it?" Lu Xingchen cast a surprised and wary glance at Jiang Yi. She responded coldly, "Just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. They're too tough. Retreat," the leader shouted before turning to flee, exposing his back to Lu Xingchen. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingchen unleashed his 1000-gene slash without hesitation. The white Douqi blade roared forward, slicing the unsuspecting 5-star Wu Wang in half at the waist. A system notification promptly echoed. "Congratulations to the host for killing a 5-star Wu Wang. You have earned 50,000 experience points and exchange points. Talent obtained. Bladebreaker. Effect. 1 Douqi penetration." Overjoyed, Lu Xingchen immediately opened his attribute panel and upgraded the Bladebreaker talent to its maximum level, granting him a 50 Douqi penetration ability. Meanwhile, Li Hua successfully defeated his opponent as well, leaving only the final Wu Wang fleeing the battlefield. Lu Xingchen pulled out the Dawn Bow, activated the Tianyuan art, and fired a silent arrow. The arrow pierced through the escaping Wu Wang's chest. The system notification rang once more, announcing his promotion to an 8-star wielding and awarding him 38 talent points. This astounding scene left Jiang Yi and Li Hua utterly speechless. Upon inspecting the body of the 5-star Wu Wang, they were shocked to discover that he was actually an elder from the Xuanlong sect, tasked with delivering the Tianyuan bell. Just as the 3 were preparing to leave, an angry shout rang out. A figure emerged, a man clad in red, wearing a blood-colored mask. He was an 8-star Wu Wang and declared that someone had paid a hefty price for Lu Xingchen's head. Swinging his blade, he launched a fierce attack. Lu Xingchen hastily raised his shield to block, but the impact sent him flying backward, coughing up blood. Jiang Yi urgently activated the Tianyuan bell to assist and shouted, "Lu Xingchen, hold on. Experts from Liang City will arrive to help soon." Lu Xingchen hurriedly swallowed a bottle of invincible elixir. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, a surge of warmth spread rapidly throughout his body. He knew that the arrival of reinforcements from Liang City was uncertain, and if he took a few more hits, death was inevitable. Just as the elixir began to take effect, the red-clad man's blade struck again. The sharp edge, carrying a murderous intent, was deflected the instant it met Lu Xingchen's defense. The man in red frowned deeply and asked in a low voice, "Boy, what exactly did you take just now? How could you possibly block my attack, crossing the gap of 10 minor realms?" Lu Xingchen did not respond. Instead, he concentrated on gathering energy for his soul-shattering roar while simultaneously preparing his Jade Shatter technique. He was acutely aware of the vast gap in their realms. The invincible elixir would only last for 30 seconds and could be used just once a day. Once its effect wore off, his death was certain. Facing such a powerful assassin, his only advantage lay in his soul strength. Even an 8-star martial king, unless they were an alchemist, typically had soul strength that remained at the late mortal realm. However, through refining pills and practicing the soul-burning art, Lu Xingchen had pushed his soul strength to the peak of the mortal realm. A desperate gamble might just grant him a sliver of hope. The red-clad man struck 3 times in quick succession, yet he still couldn't break through Lu Xingchen's defense. Irritated, he sneered coldly, "The gap in our realms is insurmountable. No matter what you've taken, you can't remain invincible forever. Let's see how long you can hold out." Before he had even finished speaking, his 4th strike was already descending. At that moment, Lu Xingchen's soul-shattering roar was ready. A skull-shaped phantom, about the size of a human head, materialized above him and shot toward the red-clad man. The assassin scoffed disdainfully. You dare fight back? Who gave you the courage? He swung his blade to intercept it, but the phantom passed straight through his weapon, slamming heavily into his body. As Lu Xingchen had anticipated, the red-clad man's soul strength was only at the late mortal realm. Faced with an attack 5 times more powerful due to Lu Xingchen's peak mortal realm soul strength, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees, temporarily losing control of his body. At the same time, Zhang Yi's attack landed as well. Her soul strength had also reached the peak of the mortal realm, and she wielded an earth-tier soul attack technique. A crimson flower phantom struck the red-clad man, causing him to spew more blood as scarlet threads seeped from his 7 orifices. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword and launched a flurry of strikes. However, the red-clad man, retaining a shred of clarity, managed to activate his protective energy in time, rendering Lu Xingchen's attacks ineffective. Lu Xingchen dared not use his Jade Shatter technique again as energy reserves were nearly depleted, and a failed attempt would spell his doom. He understood clearly that survival couldn't rely on others' intervention. Working together, Jiang Yi and Li Hua joined the assault, but even with 2 soul attacks and the interference of the resonance spell, they couldn't penetrate the red-clad man's defenses. The terrifying strength of an 8-star martial king was undeniable. 3 minutes later, the red-clad man regained his mobility and slowly stood up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he growled. No wonder you've caught the attention of that esteemed figure. You're indeed skilled. But this level of attack you won't be able to use it a second time. Lu Xingchen, prepare to die. Lu Xingchen felt a pang of tension but remained composed. The red-clad man was severely injured, his strength reduced to only 2 or 3/10 of his full power. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen's cultivation had risen to the 8-star martial spirit level, and with the power of the devouring technique, the outcome was far from certain. Just then, the sound of rushing wind came from the distance. The red-clad man frowned, realizing he had delayed too long. Reinforcements from Liang City had arrived. In his current state, capture was a genuine possibility. With a burst of energy, he forced Lu Xingchen and the others back, summoned his energy wings, and took off. Before leaving, he spat out a threat. Lu Xingchen, I'll remember this grudge. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Lu Xingchen shrugged indifferently, unfazed by the threat. With his rapid growth, the outcome of their next encounter was unpredictable. Still, he silently committed the name Wang Jie to memory, vowing to investigate who had hired such a powerful assassin. Whoever was behind it must be an even more formidable figure. 20 seconds later, the city lord of Liang City arrived with over 10 martial spirit experts. Upon learning the trio's identities, he offered to escort them back to the Tianyuan sect to guard against a potential counterattack. Lu Xingchen gladly accepted the offer of free protection. Back at the Tianyuan sect, the 3 headed to the mission hall to deliver their completed task. Zhang Yi smiled at Lu Xingchen and said, I didn't believe Li Hua before, but now I see it's true. You can hold your own against a martial king, possess a peak mortal realm soul, and are even a 4th-rank alchemist. Calling you a prodigy is no exaggeration. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. Not 4th rank, 5th rank. Both Li Hua and Jiang Yi were stunned. Jiang Yi covered her mouth, incredulous. You're a 5th rank alchemist? Lu Xingchen explained. I just advanced recently. That's also why I'm eligible to participate in the inner sect examination. Jiang Yi's expression turned serious. Joining the outer sect for less than a year and already qualifying for the inner sect examination, only 2 holy sons of the Tianyuan sect have achieved this in the past century. Lu Xingchen, you're truly extraordinary. This year's inner sect examination will include the top 3 from the Earth rankings. I'm sure Long Chun and Li Fei are also interested in you. We'll be rivals and allies then. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Lu Xingchen nodded. You won't be disappointed. After Jiang Yi departed, Li Hua patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder with a laugh. Junior brother Lu. Once you join the inner sect, they'll have to start calling you senior brother Lu. Lu Xingchen replied. No need to rush, senior brother Li Hua. You're already a 9-star martial spirit. I'm sure you'll pass the inner sect examination next year. As for this year, it'll just go ahead first. Li Hua laughed heartily. All right, a year from now, we'll meet in the inner sect. He extended his hand. Lu Xingchen clapped his hand in return. A year from now, we'll meet in the inner sect. Over the next 5 days, Lu Xingchen focused entirely on cultivating within the Spirit Gathering Tower. Advancing from an 8-star martial spirit to a 9-star martial spirit required 50,000 experience points. Although the cultivation effectiveness on the 3rd floor of the tower was starting to wane, he remained steadfast and diligent. On the 5th day, he arrived at the inner sect assembly hall, where he finally met the long-anticipated 2nd-rank Li Fei and the top-ranked Long Chun on the Earth rankings. Li Fei was burly, with well-defined muscles and a stern, rugged face, exuding an air of seriousness. In stark contrast, Long Chan was slender and only reached Lu Xingchen's chin in height. The two standing side by side presented a striking difference. Jiang Yi stood quietly nearby. All three displayed the cultivation level of one-star martial king above their heads, indicating that they had also made significant progress in the past 5 days. Greetings, senior brothers and sister. Lu Xingchen cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Jiang Yi gave a slight nod in response, while Li Fei got straight to the point. You must be Lu Xingchen? Jiang Yi mentioned that you can defeat martial king level opponents and that your strength far surpasses hers. I'd like to spar with you. There will be a chance for that, Lu Xingchen replied with a faint smile. Long Chan quickly stepped forward to mediate. Li Fei, calm down. We're all fellow disciples here. Who knows, we might all enter the inner sect together, so we should focus on learning from each other. Li Fei snorted coldly and turned away. By the way, do you know what the inner sect assessment entails? Jiang Yi asked softly. When Lu Xingchen mentioned that he had been in the sect for less than a year, all three of them showed expressions of surprise. Even for prodigies capable of battling above their level, it had taken them 3 years in the outer sect to reach the martial king realm. Long Chun revealed that his elder brother in the inner sect, Long Yang, had mentioned that the assessment required prolonged combat and carried significant risks, making it difficult for ordinary martial kings to pass. However, the specific content of the test varied each year, and this year's details were still unknown. 15 minutes later, an elderly man in a green robe entered the assembly hall. Greetings, young friends. I am Li Ya, an inner sect elder, and I will be overseeing your assessment. Lu Xingchen noticed that the elder's cultivation level was displayed as, clearly marking him as a martial emperor. Li led the 4 of them through 5 different areas, using his elder's token to deactivate defensive formations along the way. After half an hour, they arrived at a vast lake. Handing out 4 tokens, he explained that this was the assessment site. The lake was home to water beasts formed from spiritual energy and the lake's essence, all of which were at a level above Martial King. Killing a Tinjiang water beast earned 5 points, while a Hundredjiang water beast earned 10 points. To pass, they needed to accumulate 100 points within a day. Additionally, slaying a 1000-jiang water beast would result in an instant pass and a special reward. When Liya mentioned that Lu Xingchen, not yet at the Martial King level, would be unable to form battle chi wings for flight, Lu Xingchen calmly stated that he had a flying mount. Upon receiving permission, he summoned his nether dragon. The massive creature, enveloped in violet flames, left everyone present stunned. Once the timer began, Long Chen and the others each unfurled their battle chi wings and dispersed toward the depths of the lake. Lu Xingchen, riding on Xiaoyu, encountered his first water beast after 15 minutes. When faced with a water column attack equivalent to the full-strength strike of a 1-star martial king, he easily neutralized it using his cold shadow shield infused with battle chi. Even as the water beast unleashed 3 consecutive attacks of the same potency, Lu Xingchen remained completely unharmed. Lu Xingchen unsheathed the shadow sword, unleashing a sharp slash of sword energy that cut straight to the bottom of the lake. The water split instantly, surging into massive waves. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a wolf-shaped water beast formed entirely of pure water emerged from the depths. The water beast opened its enormous maw and spewed a powerful jet of water. Calm and composed, Lu Xingchen countered with his Azure Dragon Slash, splitting the water jet in 2. Realizing its ranged attacks were ineffective, the beast quickly shifted tactics, lunging at Lu Xingchen with lightning speed. Its razor-sharp water claws gleamed with an icy glint. Prepared for such an assault, Lu Xingchen activated the Shadow Sword's displacement skill, teleporting behind the water beast in an instant. With another mighty Azure Dragon Slash, he struck a devastating blow. The beast, caught off guard, was gravely injured and its energy quickly waned. From that moment on, the battle became a one-sided display of Lu Xingchen's skill. Effortlessly maneuvering around the water beast with the perfect synergy of the Shadow Sword and his ethereal footwork, he maintained complete control. 3 minutes later, his 10th Azure Dragon Slash landed with precision, shattering the water beast into a misty explosion of droplets. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have defeated a Tier 5, 1-star water beast. You've earned 10,000 experience points and exchange points. Delighted, Lu Xingchen calculated the rewards from the kill. To fulfill Elder Li Ya's requirement of 100 points, he would need to defeat at least 10 water beasts. The experience points alone were enough for him to level up twice, potentially advancing to the Martial King realm. After consuming a Grade 4 Chi recovery pill, Lu Xingchen resumed his hunt. The next opponent he encountered was a colossal 100-foot water beast with the power of a Tier 5, 3-star creature. Facing such a formidable foe, he decisively unleashed his 1000-weight slash, narrowly securing victory. Through these battles, Lu Xingchen identified a pattern. 10-foot water beasts range between Tier 5, 1-star and 2-star. 100-foot water beasts between 3-star and 4-star. And 1000-foot water beasts likely surpass Tier 5, 5-star. Although challenging, they were not insurmountable. Over the course of half a day, Lu Xingchen, mounted on his companion, the nether dragon Xiaoyu, traversed the lake and successfully defeated 14 water beasts. This was equivalent to overcoming a dozen low-tier martial kings in succession. His cultivation level also advanced to 10-star martial spirit. Checking his status panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Cultivation level, 10-star martial spirit. Experience points, 100, 000150000. Exchange points, 356,220. Talents, Eagle Eye level 50 and 7 additional talents. Profession, Grade 5 Alchemist 8, 00010000000. Grade 4 Formation Master 36, 000100000. Mount, Nether Dragon Tier 4. At that moment, Zhang Yi flew over in search of Lu Xingchen. Sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from him, she was stunned. Lu Xingchen, you've advanced to 10-star martial spirit? 2 minor breakthroughs in half a day, how is that even possible? Humbly, Lu Xingchen attributed it to luck, and then inquired about Zhang Yi's progress. She explained, somewhat helplessly, that her soul attacks were ineffective against the water beasts, as they lacked souls, and she had only managed to collect 50 points so far. Lu Xingchen offered to help, suggesting that Zhang Yi focus on gathering water beast essences to exchange for points. Overjoyed, Zhang Yi shared important news. Li Fei had discovered a 1,000-foot water beast, with power comparable to a Tier 5, 5-star demon beast. He and Long Chun were currently locked in a fierce battle with it. Half an hour later, Lu Xingchen arrived at the battleground with Zhang Yi. Before them, a towering, dragon-like 1,000-foot water beast loomed, blotting out the sky. Li Fei, having activated a secret technique that caused his body to enlarge and radiate golden light, was fiercely enduring the beast's relentless barrage of water jets. The water pillars unleashed by the colossal beast were far more powerful than the wolf-shaped water creature Lu Xingchen had faced earlier. Yet, Li Fei stood his ground, relying on his formidable physical strength to endure the onslaught without even flinching. Behind him, Long Chun wielded a crimson longsword, its blade radiating an intense glow. His strikes were relentless, sending arcs of energy slicing into the massive 1,000-foot water beast, each impact erupting into a cascade of water droplets. Despite the beast's aura visibly weakening, it was still far from defeat. The scene filled Lu Xingchen with a mix of awe and alarm. Li Fei, with only the strength of a 1-star martial king, displayed defensive capabilities rivaling a 5-star martial king. And Long Chun was even more extraordinary. The precision and speed of his swordsmanship surpassed Lu Xingchen's own mastery of the shadow sword technique. Upon noticing Lu Xingchen's arrival, both Li Fei and Long Chun broke into relieved smiles. Li Fei kept the mighty water beast occupied while Long Chun retreated to Lu Xingchen's side, his voice filled with admiration. Lu Xingchen, you've grown stronger again. Just lucky, Lu Xingchen replied with a modest smile before turning serious. Can you two handle this 1,000-foot water beast? Long Chen's expression grew grim. The gap in power is too great. My attacks aren't enough to deal significant damage. See that water orb at the center of its body? That's the source of its strength. If we can shatter it, the beast will collapse. The three quickly devised a strategy. Lu Xingchen would deliver the decisive blow. Though Long Chun warned that breaking the orb would be incredibly challenging, Lu Xingchen insisted on taking the responsibility himself. The battle reignited in an instant. Long Chun roared, scarlet flame slash, as a massive energy blade formed above him, its fiery brilliance nearly cleaving the water beast in two. However, the beast rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy of the lake to heal its wounds, its colossal form regenerating before their eyes. At that critical moment, Lu Xingchen, astride his loyal companion Xiaoyu, charged toward the water orb. From a distance, Zhang Yi called out in alarm, her voice laced with concern, warning him of the dangers of being trapped inside the beast. But Lu Xingchen remained resolute, unleashing his 1,000-strike slash. Even with the enhancement of the purple crystal flame, the vast power disparity between his 10-star martial spirit level and the beast's strength left only a faint crack on the orb. The situation grew increasingly dire. Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen activated Jade Shatter, sacrificing half his energy to multiply his attack power 5-fold. A brilliant white sword aura descended with devastating force. This time, the water orb shattered with a resounding crack. The 1,000-foot water beast let out a mournful wail as its immense body disintegrated, collapsing into countless droplets that rained into the lake. A system notification echoed in Lu Xingchen's mind. Not only had he earned a wealth of experience points and exchange tokens, but he had also ascended to the rank of a 1-star martial king. Excitement surged through him as he reviewed his updated stats, reveling in the newfound surge of strength. Both Long Chen and Li Fei were left stunned by Lu Xingchen's incredible feat. Long Chun spoke with genuine admiration. Junior brother Lu, The power of your strike far surpassed my scarlet flame slash. You deserve the top spot on the Earth rankings. Lu Xingchen humbly replied. Senior brother Long, you flatter me. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled in my experience. Besides, rankings matter less to me now as an inner disciple. Li Fei, ever the battle enthusiast, couldn't contain his excitement. He clapped Lu Xingchen on the shoulder and declared his desire for a sparring match, eager to see if Lu Xingchen's ultimate strike could penetrate his diamond barrier. Lu Xingchen was inwardly taken aback, realizing just how fervently Li Fei pursued combat. Lu Xingchen gave an awkward smile and said, there will be opportunities. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. Just then, a massive column of water, 5 meters wide, erupted from the surface of the lake. The 4 people who had been talking were caught off guard and were struck by the water column simultaneously. Except for Li Fei, who had a powerful physical body, the other 3 suffered severe injuries and fell into the lake. With a deafening roar, another colossal aquatic beast, stretching 1,000 meters in length, burst out from beneath the water. Relying on his formidable physical strength, Li Fei was the first to rise from the lake and immediately launched an attack on the giant water beast, buying time for the others to recover. Xiao Yu, whose cultivation level was only at the 4th tier and 8 stars, was struck by the water column on half of its body, bleeding profusely. Lu Xingchen activated his Do Qi wings to ascend from the water. Without hesitation, he retrieved 3 rejuvenation pills and fed them to Xiao Yu before sending it back into his mount space. Xiao Yu, are you all right? Lu Xingchen asked gravely. I won't die. We dragons have strong vitality. With your rejuvenation pills, I'll recover in a day. Focus on the enemy in front of you. Don't worry about me, Xiao Yu replied. All right. Lu Xingchen gripped his shadow sword tightly, rage surging within him. For those who dared harm Xiao Yu, he had only one response: utter annihilation. Long Chun and Jiang Yi also emerged from the water, blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, this 1,000-meter aquatic beast is surprisingly intelligent, attacking us when we were least prepared. Lu Shidi, I've suffered severe injuries. If I use Crimson Flame Slash again, it won't be as powerful as before. No need, senior brother Long. I can handle it alone, Lu Xingchen replied, his words leaving Long Chen astonished. However, Jiang Yi, who was aware of Lu Xingchen's secret technique, showed a look of anticipation. Lu Xingchen slowly approached the massive aquatic beast, activating the Devouring Heaven technique. His aura intensified with each step forward. With every meter he advanced, his cultivation level rose by 1 tier. By the time he reached Li Fei's side, he had already ascended to the realm of a 5-star martial king. This dramatic transformation left Long Chun utterly dumbfounded. Sensing the threat, the second 1,000-meter aquatic beast shifted its focus from Li Fei to Lu Xingchen, spewing a 3-meter-wide column of water from its mouth. Lu Xingchen raised his shadow sword high and unleashed the 1,000-gene slash. A massive white Do Qi blade descended from the sky, slicing the water column in 2 and simultaneously obliterating the aquatic beast along with the water core inside it. The sheer power of this strike left everyone present in awe. Even Li Fei, who prided himself on his defense, couldn't help but shudder, realized that if this strike had been aimed at him, he would likely have been cleaved in 2. That's a secret technique to temporarily boost strength, isn't it? Lu Shidi, you're truly a prodigy, Long Chun exclaimed in admiration. Just luck. This technique only lasts for half an hour, Lu Xingchen replied, his anger subsiding as he forced a faint smile. Afterward, Long Chun explained the meaning of the title War God to Lu Xingchen in detail. It was one of the highest honors among humanity. In the 4 great wars between the human and demon races, a war god had appeared each time. These individuals possessed the unique ability to grow stronger during battle and achieved power comparable to martial saints before the age of 30. Tragically, each of these war gods ultimately perished at the demon barrier pass, becoming one with the fortress walls. So, being a war god is basically a high-risk profession, huh? Lu Xingchen remarked with a bitter smile. To die defending the people of humanity is a noble sacrifice. I take pride in them and aspire to follow in their footsteps, Long Chun declared solemnly. Lu Xingchen shook his head with a wry smile. Not for me. I have no desire to be great. I just want to live a simple, peaceful life with my friends. It seems the title of war god isn't meant for me. Long Chun wore a faint smile, his tone casual as he remarked, who can say what the future holds? Lu Xingchen shook his head slightly, a modest expression on his face. A title like war god is far beyond my reach. For now, I'd rather focus on the present. His gaze swept over the 3 fellow disciples standing nearby, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Senior brothers and sister, I've noticed that each of us has unique strengths. Senior brother Long Chun, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Senior brother Li Fei, your defensive abilities are extraordinary. And senior sister Jiang Yi, your spiritual power is remarkable. I have an idea. Why don't we share and exchange our cultivation techniques? This way, we could all enhance our combat skills and earn more respect within the inner sect. Longchen shook his head slightly, his voice steady as he explained, "It's an interesting thought, but not entirely practical. While techniques can be shared, their effectiveness often depends on one's specific constitution. Take your unique ability to grow stronger during battle. For example, that's something no one else can replicate." Lu Xingchen nodded in agreement, but then raised his head, a determined look in his eyes. "I understand the limitations, but I still want to give it a try. I'm willing to trade my technique for enhancing martial arts if the three of you would be willing to share your strengths with me." His words caused a ripple of surprise among the group. The technique he mentioned was one they had all coveted for some time. With it, they could potentially elevate themselves to the 5-star martial king level, allowing them to compete with the more seasoned inner sect disciples. Li Fei was the first to respond, his deep voice breaking the silence. "All right, I'm willing to teach you the Vajra barrier technique. Junior brother." Longchen followed suit, his tone calm but resolute. "I can teach you swordsmanship, though I can't promise you'll master it." Lu Xingchen's face lit up with gratitude as he cupped his hands in thanks toward the two. "Thank you, senior brothers." Jiang Yi, however, hesitated. Her head slightly bowed as she spoke with a trace of regret. "My strength lies in spiritual power, but during the mission to escort the Misty Bell, I noticed that your soul power has already reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. I doubt there's anything I could teach you." Lu Xingchen chuckled softly, his voice reassuring. "It's all right. Given our camaraderie, I wouldn't hesitate to share the devouring heaven art with you as well." Jiang Yi's eyes brightened at his words, a smile breaking across her face. "In that case, I'll gratefully accept." Without delay, Lu Xingchen used his soul power to create 3 copies of the devouring heaven art scroll and handed them to the others. They quickly stored the scrolls in their storage rings, their expressions a mix of excitement and gratitude. Shortly after, Elder Li arrived, her presence commanding attention. She carried with her the rewards for their recent mission and the authority to assign them their personal cultivation abodes within the inner sect. The group stood respectfully as she addressed them, her sharp gaze appraising each of them in turn. "Well done on your mission," she began, her tone firm but approving. "You've earned your place among the inner sect. Here are your rewards." She handed each of them a jade token, inscribed with their names, and a unique mark signifying their rank. Lu Xingchen examined his token, feeling a surge of pride and determination. When it came time to select their cultivation caves, he chose one located on a peak renowned for its dense spiritual energy place that would undoubtedly aid his growth. As the others finalized their choices, Lu Xingchen stepped outside, eager to put his newly acquired treasure, the purple cloud wings, to the test. With a flicker of energy, the translucent wings unfurled behind him, shimmering like a mirage. He pushed off the ground, and in an instant, he was soaring through the skies, the landscape below blurring into streaks of color. The speed was astonishing, far beyond what he had anticipated. A grin spread across his face as he maneuvered effortlessly, testing the wings' agility and power. With these, they'll have a significant advantage in both combat and exploration, he thought, exhilaration coursing through him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Lu Xingchen descended back to the mountain peak, his heart brimming with anticipation for the challenges ahead. "Would you like me to continue refining or expanding any specific sections?" Lu Xingchen felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The effects of the purple cloud wings far exceeded his expectations, filling him with newfound confidence. After putting away the purple cloud wings, he headed straight for the Spirit Gathering Tower, eager to explore the true benefits of the 5th floor. The cultivation chambers on the 5th floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower were astonishingly luxurious, far surpassing those on the 3rd floor. Each disciple had their own private cultivation space, yet the entire floor was empty at that moment. This was not without reason. Daily costs of 1,000 spirit points were an enormous expense for most inner disciples. Moreover, only a rare few could fully absorb such dense spiritual energy. For the average disciple, the 3rd and 4th floors were already sufficient. But for Lu Xingchen, these limitations were meaningless. The system granted him experience points unbound by physical restrictions, allowing him to freely choose any cultivation floor. Sitting cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, he began channeling the soul refining technique to temper his soul. An hour later, the system's cold notification rang out. "Congratulations, host, for being idle for 1 hour. You have gained 1,000 experience points." This reward thrilled Lu Xingchen. The correlation between experience points and spirit point consumption was indeed proportional, and the efficiency of the 5th floor was astounding. Every effort he had made to earn this privilege was undoubtedly worth it. Thus, he spent an entire day cultivating in the Spirit Gathering Tower. Meanwhile, a secret meeting was taking place on the inner sect's Sacred Sun Peak. Yichen reported to Lin Yuan with a troubled expression. "Sacred Sun?" Lu Xingchen not only passed the inner sect examination, but also teamed up with 3 others to slay 2 colossal water beasts. earning additional rewards. Lin Yuan set down his teacup and spoke calmly. This boy does have some skill. No wonder he's caught Yin Li's attention.
That my men failed to deal with him is somewhat unexpected.
Yi Qin's concern deepened. Sacred son, his progress is too rapid. I fear he may pose a threat to you in the future. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. There's no need to worry. Though he's improving in my eyes, he's nothing more than an ant. Wang Jie's failure has already alerted him, so I'll hold off for now. When the time is right, I'll personally take care of him. Hearing this, Yi Chun was overjoyed. As expected of the sacred son always in control. A full day of cultivation earned Lu Xingchen 24,000 experience points, an impressive amount. However, advancing from a 1-star martial king to a 2-star martial king required 200,000 experience points. The seemingly bottomless figure made even him sigh. Still, the benefits brought by the system far outweighed its drawbacks, and he could only accept this reality. After resting for half a day, Lu Xingchen opened the system shop. As a 5th-grade alchemist, he urgently needed pill recipes to sustain the enormous expenses of cultivating on the 5th floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower. The shop offered a wide variety of items, but most required a corresponding cultivation level to purchase. Understanding his priorities, he immediately spent 200,000 exchange points to acquire the recipes for 5th-grade rejuvenation pills and energy recovery pills. He also used 200,000 spirit points to purchase dragon strength pills, which could temporarily enhance his physical strength. In an instant, 400,000 points were gone, but he felt no regret. Combat power was the true measure of wealth. For the next 3 days, Lu Xingchen secluded himself to refine pills. With the system's professional attributes and his soul at the peak of the mortal realm, he successfully crafted 5th-grade pills on his first attempt. Soon, he had prepared 25 pills of various types. Afterward, he made his way to Jiang Yi's residence. Although the inner sect had only 100 or so disciples, it lacked the mature sales channels of the outer sect. He needed Jiang Yi's assistance. 3 minutes after knocking, Jiang Yi opened the door. Seeing it was Lu Xingchen, she beamed with delight. Upon learning that he wanted her help to sell pills, she readily agreed without hesitation and even refused a share of the profits. You gave me the swallowing heaven technique as a gift. I haven't even repaid that kindness yet. This is nothing, Jiang Yi said softly. Lu Xingchen felt a warmth in his heart. Jiang Yi's willingness to sacrifice her cultivation time and mission progress to help him was a gesture of friendship that more than compensated for the swallowing heaven technique. He immediately handed over 20 pills to her. Looking at the pills on the table, Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel envious. Alchemists are truly remarkable. I only keep a few pills for emergencies, but for you to casually produce dozens at once is unheard of. Lu Xingchen chuckled. While alchemists do make good money, the cost of training is astronomical. Senior sister Jiang, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, accepting the pill and storing it in her storage ring. After Lu Xingchen expressed his gratitude to her, he turned and headed into the Tianyuan mountain range. Inside his storage ring still lay Su Feng's corpse. He was only 1/5 rank demon core away from crafting a D-Sha puppet of the martial king realm. Although demon cores were available for purchase in the intersect market, Lu Xingchen was confident in his abilities. Why waste spirit stones unnecessarily? Swallowing a concealment pill, Lu Xingchen ventured deeper into the mountain range. On the peak of one mountain, he found his Targeta 5th rank, 5-star snake-type demon beast that had taken the form of a rugged man. The demon beast immediately grew alert upon sensing Lu Xingchen's presence. How had this seemingly ordinary human, devoid of any battle energy, managed to bypass the beasts below and reach this place? Was he just a mere mortal, or was his strength far beyond its own? Human, leave my territory, the snake demon roared. Lu Xingchen revealed the aura of a 1-star martial king and smiled. I come seeking a favor. The snake demon relaxed slightly. A mere 1-star martial king was nothing to fear. What do you want? I need to borrow your demon core. The snake demon's expression darkened with rage, and it struck out at Lu Xingchen with a powerful palm. Undeterred, Lu Xingchen activated the devouring heaven technique, his aura surging instantly to that of a 5-star martial king. He met the attack Hedon with his shattering stone palm. As their palms collided, the snake demon stumbled back, while Lu Xingchen remained unmoved. Despicable human! The snake demon snarled through gritted teeth. Even if you're a 5-star martial king, you can't defeat me. The battle erupted in full force. The snake demon summoned a long sword, while Lu Xingchen wielded his shadow blade. During their clash, the snake demon noticed its demonic energy dissipating upon contact with the shadow blade. Its speed advantage was also nullified by Lu Xingchen's unpredictable footwork. After 3 minutes of fierce combat, the snake demon, covered in wounds, was forced to reveal its true form, a colossal black serpent stretching over 30 meters. Despite its enhanced defense in this form, it was no match for Lu Xingchen's blade-breaking talent, compounded by the purple crystal flame that prevented its wounds from healing, causing blood to continuously seep out. Ali, help me! The snake demon cried out for aid. A streak of demonic energy shot toward Lu Xingchen from behind, but he swiftly evaded using the Shadow Blade's displacement ability. The newcomer was a fox-type demon beast, also at the 5th rank, 5-star level. Leave now, or my husband and I will end your life together, the fox demon warned. Even the two of you together won't stop me. Lu Xingchen sneered, pressing his attack. The fox demon's strikes repeatedly missed as Lu Xingchen's movements remained elusive. Desperate, the fox demon shielded the injured snake demon and fed it a spiritual fruit mint for breaking through to the 6th rank. The snake demon's wounds healed instantly, but it was devastated by the sacrifice of its companion. Determined, the two demons decided to unleash their ultimate combined technique. Transforming into human forms, they interlocked their fingers, and an overwhelming wave of demonic energy began to spread. Sensing danger, Lu Xingchen immediately attempted to interrupt their technique with his sword, but his attack was deflected by a milky white demonic energy barrier. The barrier rippled slightly but held firm, leaving Lu Xingchen unable to break through. Lu Xingchen furrowed his brows, staring intently at the two beasts before him. The blade breaker ability he had just unleashed failed to penetrate their defenses, making him increasingly cautious. Taking a few steps back to create distance, Lu Xingchen immediately activated the 1,000-pound slash while simultaneously releasing the Jade Shatter ability. Yet, the sheer strength of the beast's defensive stances alone was overwhelming. He dared not imagine how terrifying their offensive power might be. After weighing his options, he decided to reveal his trump card, a brilliant white energy blade, sharp and radiant, materialized above his head. The two beasts could feel the astonishing pressure emanating from the blade and were visibly shaken. Is this truly the power of a 5-star martial king? They exchanged a glance, realizing retreat was no longer an option. We have no choice but to give it everything we've got. Pooling all their energy into a combined attack, the beast couple created an enormous energy handprint above them. Half a minute later, both sides struck simultaneously. Lu Xingchen's 1,000-pound slash descended with immense force, while the energy handprint surged toward him hidden. The resulting clash unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy. After a tense 10-second stalemate, the white energy blade gained the upper hand, slicing the energy handprint in two and continuing toward the two beasts. In a desperate moment, the fox demon pushed the serpent demon aside, using her own body to block the fatal strike. The blade slashed through half of her body, and she collapsed to the ground. Why would you do something so foolish, my love? The serpent demon cried out in anguish. Struggling to speak, the fox demon whispered, Ajia, run. As long as you survive, there's hope. Avenge me in the future, or even advance to the 6th rank. It all depends on you now. With those final words, she closed her eyes for the last time. A system notification chimed. Lu Xingchen gained 50,000 experience points and exchange points. However, his heart was filled with a deep sense of shock. The profound bond between the beast couple moved him deeply. I only need a single 5th rank demon core. Out of respect for your devotion to each other, you may leave, Lu Xingchen said to the serpent demon. No, the serpent demon replied firmly. The fact that I can't defeat you is my own weakness, but I cannot abandon my wife and flee alone. Human, kill me. With that, he closed his eyes, ready to accept his fate. Letting out a soft sigh, Lu Xingchen swung his sword, ending the serpent demon's life. Another system notification granted him 50,000 experience points and exchange points. He then retrieved 2 demon cores and discovered a spirit fruit on the fox demon's body. Digging a large pit, he buried the beast couple together. Returning to his mount spatial space, Lu Xingchen handed the spirit fruit to Xiao Yu. Do you recognize this fruit? The serpent demon healed instantly after consuming it. It should be beneficial for you. I don't recognize it, but it feels incredibly powerful, Xiao Yu replied. If I consume it, it might help me break through to the 5th rank. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. That's fantastic. Focus on your cultivation, it'll take care of everything else. Back at the Tianyuan sect, Lu Xingchen used Su Feng's corpse, the serpent demon's demon core, and other materials to craft an Earthshade puppet at the 5-star martial king level. The process took him half a day. Intrigued by Li Fei's formidable defensive abilities and his diamond barrier technique, Lu Xingchen later visited Li Fei's abode. Li Fei welcomed him warmly, brewing tea and explaining the intricacies of the diamond barrier. This high-level Earth-grade martial skill used the burning of energy and blood essence to form a defense, theoretically capable of withstanding any attack. But it consumes a huge amount of blood essence. How do you sustain it for so long? Lu Xingchen asked curiously. Li Fei revealed his secrete possessed the immaculate body, a unique constitution that automatically purifies impurities in medicinal herbs. Every time he consumed an elixir, it significantly enhanced his blood essence, making it far superior to that of others at the same level. That's practically a cheat physique for pill consumption. Lu Xingchen exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, as long as I have money, I can keep getting stronger, Li Fei chuckled. But please keep this secret for me, or I might become a target. Xingchen nodded in agreement. Of course, you have my word. Li Fei spoke slowly. I can teach you the Diamond Fortress technique, but finding a way to acquire a large amount of vital energy is beyond my capabilities. Xingchen nodded slightly. He hadn't planned on mastering all of senior brother Li Fei's trump cards in one go. Learning the Diamond Fortress alone was already a great gain. As for the issue of vital energy, he intended to find a solution gradually. Li Fei retrieved an ancient scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Xingchen. The moment Xingchen touched the scroll, all the knowledge about the Diamond Fortress technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This high-level earth-tier martial technique was instantly comprehended. Thank you, senior brother Li Fei. I will study it diligently, Xingchen said respectfully, bowing. It's just mutual assistance. No need for thanks, Li Fei replied with a casual wave of his hand. After leaving Li Fei's cave, Xingchen began pondering how to utilize the Diamond Fortress. Vital energy essentially represented life force, and using it to exchange for powerful defensive capabilities seemed worthwhile, especially in critical moments where it could turn the tide of battle. Since the invincible potion required a Onadi cooldown, the importance of the Diamond Fortress became even more apparent during that gap. However, his vital energy wasn't as abundant as Li Fei's, so he couldn't use the technique continuously and could only keep it as a trump card. Having sorted out his thoughts, Xingchen made his way to Longchen's cave. After some polite small talk, the two entered the cave to discuss swordsmanship. Senior brother Longchen, that strike you used against the 1,000-foot water beast was truly stunning. To nearly slay a 5-star, 5th-rank water beast with the cultivation of a 1-star martial kinglet was extraordinary. May I seek your guidance in swordsmanship? Longchen nodded and said, I can offer you two options. I can teach you the high-level earth-tier Scarlet Flame Sword art, or I can help you improve your foundational swordsmanship. The former is straightforward, while the latter requires significant time and effort. Of course, I'll choose the latter. Xingchen replied without hesitation. Rather than a single high-level earth-tier technique, I'd prefer to strengthen my swordsmanship foundation, resisting the allure of an earth-tier technique. Lu, you truly are exceptional, Longchen said with a note of admiration. Let me share my insights on swordsmanship. I was born with a natural affinity for the sword, making it easier for me to grasp its essence. After studying dozens of earth-tier sword techniques, I integrated them with my own style to create the Scarlet Flame Sword art. Xingchen was astonished. A disciple of the Tianyuan sect, not even 30 years old, had managed to create a high-level earth-tier martial technique. The Tianyuan Continent was truly filled with extraordinary talents. Within the Tianyuan sect alone, he had already encountered 3 prodigies: Zhang Yi, Li Fei, and Longchen. How many more brilliant youths might he meet in the central regions of Qingzhou or even Zhongzhou? Incredible! No wonder you're ranked first on the Earth rankings, Xingchen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The Earth rankings are in the past. It's time to aim for the Heaven rankings now, Longchen said with a smile. Lu, since you also use a sword, where did you learn your sword technique? What is its tier? My shadow sword art was passed down from a senior predecessor. It's a low-level earth-tier technique, Xingchen replied. I can guide you in dissecting and refining your earth-tier sword technique, aiming to elevate the shadow sword art to a mid-level earth-tier technique, Longchen offered. Xingchen was overjoyed. This wasn't just about gaining a mid-level earth-tier technique. It was an opportunity to deepen his overall understanding of swordsmanship. Longchen cautioned, however, my success is largely due to my natural affinity for the sword. Without this gift, refining the shadow sword art will be quite challenging. No matter how difficult it is, I want to learn. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Xingchen declared resolutely. Since you have such determination, I will teach you everything I know, Longchen said. I also need time to train in the Spirit Gathering Tower, so come find me every other day to discuss swordsmanship. As long as you don't give up, I will teach you until you succeed. Xingchen bowed deeply in gratitude. Both of them were new inner sect disciples, facing pressure from senior disciples. This was the time to focus on intense cultivation. For Longchen to dedicate half his time to guiding him was no small favor. Actually, teaching you also allows me to view the Scarlet Flame Sword art from a fresh perspective, which benefits me as well, Longchen said with a light laugh. That's a separate matter. Senior brother Longchen, your kindness will not be forgotten, Xingchen replied earnestly. You're quite formal. Well then, let's begin, Longchen said. Longchen's teaching method was straightforward. Study, practice, dissect, and summarize. He shared dozens of earth-tier sword techniques he had collected with Xingchen, who only offered a high-level profound tier swallowing heaven art in return. With the aid of his system, Xingchen's learning speed was remarkable. He could instantly master a technique upon touching the scroll, allowing him to focus solely on dissecting and summarizing. His rapid progress even surprised Longchen, despite his natural affinity for the sword. Thus, Xingchen alternated between cultivating in the Spirit Gathering Tower and learning swordsmanship from Long Chen. After a month, he not only advanced to a 2-star martial king but also mastered Long Chen's swordsmanship insights, successfully elevating the shadow sword art and shadow blade to mid-level earth tier techniques. To refine the shadow sword art into a mid-level earth tier technique in just 1 month, Lu, you're truly a genius in the way of the sword. Compared to you, my natural affinity for the sword feels like a joke. Long Chen marveled. Lu Xingchen bowed respectfully. Senior brother Long Chen, you're being too modest. I merely followed the path you paved, so my progress was quicker. When it comes to swordsmanship talent, you are far superior to me. Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he said, you're giving me quite a bit of respect here. All right, I've taught you everything I know about swordsmanship. What you need now is time to build on it. I believe it won't be long before you can elevate the shadow sword technique to the earth tier, advanced leveler, even beyond. Lu Xingchen nodded respectfully. Thank you, senior brother Long Chen. I will dedicate myself to mastering the sword. After bidding farewell to Long Chen, Lu Xingchen headed straight to the Burning Heaven Tower. Advancing from a 2-star martial king to a 3-star martial king required 300,000 experience points, and the 5th floor of the Spirit Gathering Tower could no longer meet his needs. Defeating the guardians of the Burning Heaven Tower would grant double experience points, which was precisely why he was there. The last time he came, he had only been at the martial spirit level but managed to reach the 11th floor and defeat a 1-star martial king guardian. Now, with his strength significantly enhanced, climbing the tower would be a walk in the park. On the 12th floor, faced with a 2-star martial king guardian, Lu Xingchen struck with a powerful 1,000-pound slash, defeating the guardian in an instant. The system promptly notified him. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 2-star martial king. You have gained 20,000 experience points and 20,000 exchange points. Then came another notification. Congratulations to the host for earning an additional 20,000 experience points. Delighted, Lu Xingchen thought to himself, getting 40,000 experience points from a single 2-star martial king is quite the deal. He continued upward, easily defeating the 3-star martial king guardian on the 13th floor and advancing through the tower until he reached the 15th floor. As his experience points accumulated, his cultivation level rose from 2-star martial king to 3-star martial king. However, when he reached the 16th floor, he encountered unprecedented resistance. The guardian on this floor was at the level of a 6-star martial king. Even with numerous buffs enhancing his abilities, the gap in cultivation was still dauntingly large. The shadow sword, now upgraded to earth tier intermediate, could manifest 4 sword sheaths, allowing simultaneous movement in 4 directions. With the shadow sword technique and the ethereal steps, Lu Xingchen managed to hold his ground against the guardian. The guardian couldn't land a hit on him, but he also struggled to penetrate the guardian's defenses. For an entire day, Lu Xingchen challenged the 16th floor guardian 5 times. With each level he ascended, the guardians not only grew stronger in cultivation but also gained more combat experience. Although he couldn't defeat the guardian, the battles deepened his understanding of the swordsmanship Long Chen had taught him. After his 5th failed attempt, Lu Xingchen decided to leave the Burning Heaven Tower. Just as he stepped outside, the voice of the Nether Dragon rang in his ears. Lu Xingchen, I've broken through. Xiaoyu, you've advanced to the 5th tier? That's fantastic. With your help, my path to enlightenment will be much smoother, Lu Xingchen exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoyu replied in a deep tone. It's all thanks to the spirit fruit you gave me. It not only helped me break through but also significantly strengthened my physical power. Although I'm currently at 5th tier 1-star, I can easily take on 5th tier 5-star beasts of my kind. That's incredible. I was planning to hunt 5th tier beasts to obtain demon cores for crafting earth fiend puppets, but it turns out the biggest gain was that spirit fruit, Lu Xingchen said with a grin. Traveling with you has been a blessing. My cultivation speed has skyrocketed, and I've had plenty of spirit fruits to enjoy. Life has been pretty good, Xiaoyu said with a hint of amusement. Advancing to the 5th tier in such a short time was something I never dared to dream of. Even my kin cultivating in dragon veins can't evolve this quickly. Serving you as my master has truly been the greatest fortune of my life, Lu Xingchen teased. This is just the beginning. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury and who knows, maybe even find a nice little female dragon to keep you company. Don't get carried away, Xiaoyu replied seriously. I'm a dragon of integrity and won't fall for just anyone. I'll continue my cultivation. Call me if you need anything. With that, Xiaoyu fell silent. Lu Xingchen opened his attribute panel to check his latest stats. Host, Lu Xingchen. Cultivation level, 3-star martial king. Experience points, 50,000,400,000. Exchange points, 206,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Strong Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade Mastery 50, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50, Starbreaker 50, Blade Destroyer 50. Professions, 5th grade Alchemist 108, 0001, 000, 000, 4th grade Spirit Array Master 36, 000100000. Mount, Nether Dragon, 5th tier. Not bad, making steady progress. Lu Xingchen thought to himself. Leaving the burning heaven tower, Lu Xingchen headed to Jiang Yi's residence to deliver some pills, only to find her absent. This was unusual, as she had always been punctual in their meetings over the past month. Feeling uneasy, he turned toward Li Fei's cave. The four of them lived on the same mountainside for mutual support. 3 minutes later, Lu Xingchen found Li Fei sitting at the entrance of his cave, looking grim. Junior brother Lu, I've been waiting for you, Li Fei said. Something happened to Jiang Yi. She asked me to wait here for you. This is serious, and only you can resolve it. What happened? Lu Xingchen asked, his tone heavy with concern. Let's talk as we walk, Li Fei said, leading Lu Xingchen toward the Myriad Medicine Hall. Along the way, he explained, while selling pills on your behalf, Jiang Yi encountered an inner disciple who tried to force her to sell at a lower price. When she refused, he became enraged, overturned her stall, and injured her. She's currently resting at the Myriad Medicine Hall. Who is this person? Lu Xingchen asked, his voice tinged with anger. Yichun, Li Fei replied gravely. I've looked into him as 7-star martial king and ranked 8th on the heaven list. More importantly, he's a follower of the Holy Sun, Lin Yuan. Junior brother Lu, I know you're righteous and won't tolerate injustice, but you must tread carefully. We're new to the inner sect, while Yichun is well established. His strength and connections far surpass ours. Even if you can defeat him, you won't be able to stand against the Holy Sun backing him. If Lin Yuan holds a grudge, life in the Xingchen sect will become impossible for us. Lu Xingchen let out a cold laugh, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Yichun, huh? An old acquaintance. It doesn't matter if he's just a follower of the Holy Sun, or the Holy Sun himself. I won't let him off so easily. Li Fei sighed softly, a trace of helplessness on his face. I can't talk you out of this. Just make sure you think it through. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Myriad Medicine Hall. Inside the room, Jiang Yi lay weakly on the bed, her face pale as paper. Blood stained the corners of her mouth, and her right arm was wrapped in thick bandages. Lu Xingchen quickly took out a 5th grade rejuvenation pill, but Jiang Yi waved her hand slightly. No need, junior brother Lu. I've already taken one. How's the injury? Lu Xingchen asked in a low voice. Thanks to the pill, my internal injuries are recovering well. But my right arm was broken. It'll take at least a month to fully heal. Jiang Yi's tone carried a trace of frustration. All right, senior sister Jiang, take good care of yourself. I'll make sure justice is served for you. Lu Xingchen turned to leave. Jiang Yi quickly reached out with her left hand to stop him. Junior brother Lu, what are you planning to do? If he broke your right arm, we'll make sure he experiences the same pain. Don't act rashly. Yichun is not only powerful but also carries the status of a follower of the Holy Sun. We can't afford to provoke him. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. He's not the only one with connections. The title of the Holy Sun's follower doesn't intimidate me. At that moment, Long Chan stepped forward. I'll go with you. My elder brother, Long Yang, ranks 6th on the heavenly rankings. Even the Holy Sun has to show him some respect. The two headed straight to Yichun's residence, arriving at the base of the 16th peak. Lu Xingchen channeled his battle energy, his voice echoing like thunder. Yichun, get out here. His voice reverberated through the mountain, drawing the attention of dozens of inner disciples. A chorus of murmurs arose. Who's this guy? Acting so arrogant? Yichun is ranked 8th on the heavenly rankings. I heard he's here to avenge Jiang Yi. What a foolhardy move. After a quarter of an hour, Yichun descended from the peak, his battle energy wings spread wide. A mocking smile played on his lips. Lu Xingchen, long time no see. You're here to avenge that little girl, aren't you? Since you already know, let's settle this on the sparring grounds. It's time you learned that new disciples aren't so easily bullied. Yichun smirked. A plain fight sounds dull. Let's add a wager. If you lose, you're forbidden from selling pills within the sect. Lu Xingchen's brow furrowed. The terms were insidious. Without income from selling pills, he wouldn't have enough spiritual points to access the spirit gathering tower for cultivation. But he was confident. A little over a month ago, at the Crown Princess birthday banquet, he had gauged Yichun's strength as a 7-star martial king. Now, having advanced from a 6-star martial spirit to a 3-star martial king himself, he was more than capable of handling Yichun. All right, I accept. But if you lose, he'll break your right arm to avenge Jiang Yi. The two moved to the sparring grounds under the watchful eyes of the crowd, inviting a martial emperor elder to serve as referee. The audience buzzed with discussions, most favoring Yichun. Yichun sneered. Lu Xingchen, I admit you're talented, but you're too arrogant. If you could calm down and focus on cultivation for a few years, you might truly surpass me. Spare me the lecture. Let's see if you can still talk so smugly when you're on the ground. Begin, the referee declared. Lu Xingchen stepped forward sharply, unleashing the full power of a 3-star martial king. Yi Chen's expression shifted in shock. How could Lu Xingchen have advanced from a 6-star martial spirit to a 3-star martial king in just over a month? What worried him even more was Lu Xingchen's secret technique, which could temporarily boost his cultivation level. This fight was going to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. The wager was set, and Yi Chen had no way to back out. He could only face Lu Xingchen in a duel. On the raised platform, Lu Xingchen took a single step forward, activating the swallowing heaven technique. His aura surged like a tidal wave, and in the span of 3 breaths, his cultivation skyrocketed from a 3-star martial king to a 7-star martial king. The inner sect disciples watching below gasped in astonishment at the overwhelming energy radiating from Lu Xingchen. What? Lu Xingchen is actually a 7-star martial king? But he's only been in Tianyuan sect for less than a year, someone exclaimed. Another disciple speculated. It must be some kind of secret technique to temporarily boost his cultivation. His true level is still at 3-star martial king. Even though his current realm matches Yi Chen's, the strength of his boosted energy can't compare to real cultivation. Plus, such techniques are time-limited. He's no match for Yi Chen. On the stage, however, Yi Chen was filled with unease. He had witnessed Lu Xingchen's ability to fight beyond his level before and knew there was a real possibility of being defeated. Yet with the Holy Sun's orders to provoke Lu Xingchen, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight. Lu Xingchen, let me see how much you've improved, Yi Chen said in a deep voice. You'll see soon enough. Thousand Gene slash. Lu Xingchen's disdain for Yi Chen was palpable. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move. Above his head, a dazzling white energy blade began to form, its brilliance growing sharper by the second. Sensing the immense energy contained within the blade, Yi Chen's heart sank. He dared not interrupt Lu Xingchen's charge recklessly. If he failed to break through his opponent's defense, the blade would surely cleave him in two. Left with no choice, Yi Chen began gathering his own energy, forming a black energy blade above his head. 3 minutes passed before both fighters struck simultaneously. The energy blades collided with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that toppled the inner sect disciples below. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate until the white blade shattered the black one and shot straight toward Yi Chen. He hastily raised his sword to block, but the overwhelming force sent him flying. His sword slipped from his grasp as he coughed up blood midair before crashing heavily to the ground. The match is decided. The audience was stunned. One move to end it, and Lu Xingchen won? That technique is incredible. I wouldn't stand a chance against it either. In less than a year, he's gone from ruling the outer sect to defeating the inner sect's 8th-ranked fighter. His talent is on par with the Holy Sun's. Lu Xingchen, now wielding the purple cloud wings, descended to where Yi Chen lay incapacitated. Fear flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he stammered. Lu Xingchen, what are you planning? Fulfilling the wager, of course. Lu Xingchen sneered and stomped down, breaking Yi Chen's right arm with a sickening crack that echoed through the training grounds. How dare you? I'm a follower of the Holy Sun. If you treat me like this, aren't you afraid of being expelled from Tianyuan sect? Yi Chen howled in agony. I'm merely honoring the terms of our wager. No disrespect to the Holy Sun intended. If he has a problem, he's welcome to come find me. With that, Lu Xingchen turned and left the arena, his composure unshaken. As Lu Xingchen's figure disappeared from view, the disciples below erupted in chatter. He's got guts, they'll give him that. Breaking an arm like that doesn't he fear the Holy Sun's wrath? Sure, Yi Chen was the bully here, but Lu Xingchen's actions are tantamount to slapping the Holy Sun in the face. This won't end well. Things have definitely gotten interesting since Lu Xingchen joined. Tianyuan sect's never been this lively. Back at the medicine hall, Lu Xingchen approached Jiang Yi and smiled. Senior Sister Jiang, I've avenged you by breaking Yi Chen's right arm. Jiang Yi and Li Fei were both shocked. You actually won? That was the 8th-ranked 7-star martial king. Fighting opponents above my level isn't that rare for me. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. But the gap between your cultivation levels is too wide. Jiang Yi exclaimed anxiously. You should leave Tianyuan sect immediately. The Holy Sun won't let this slide. Don't worry. Yi Chen has his backers, but so do I. Lu Xingchen's expression was confident. I know the Holy Maiden. His words left Jiang Yi and the others utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was carried to the Holy Sun Peak for treatment. Once the attendants had been dismissed, he knelt before Lin Yuan to confess. I'm sorry, Holy Sun. I failed and brought dishonor to your name. Lin Yuan sipped his tea calmly. It was expected. Anyone the Holy Maiden favors won't be ordinary. I only had you provoke him to create an opening for me to act. Now, I'll make my move and eliminate him with full force. An hour later, Lu Xingchen was in his cave dwelling, using the black rock cauldron to refine a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed across the mountain. Lu Xingchen, get out here. Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. He didn't need to guess it was Lin Yuan, coming for revenge. Quick to act, he thought. Setting aside the black rock cauldron, Lu Xingchen exited his dwelling and descended to the base of the mountain, where, for the first time, he came face to face with the legendary Holy Sun, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood tall in pristine white robes, his handsome features exuding an air of authority. A palpable pressure surrounded him, the unmistakable aura of a martial emperor. As Lu Xingchen raised his gaze, he saw the title five-star martial emperor glowing above Lin Yuan's head. Such strength was indeed intimidating, but Lu Xingchen felt no fear. He recalled his early days at the Tianyuan sect, when he was merely an 8-star great martial master, unable to discern anyone's cultivation level. Yet, in less than a year, he had ascended to the realm of martial king and could now even perceive the cultivation of a saint. His rapid progress was nothing short of astonishing. Greetings, saint. Lu Xingchen cupped his hands respectfully. Lin Yuan looked down at him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. So, you're Lu Xingchen? Your appearance is passable, but your strength is far too lacking. Break your own arms or I'll do it for you. Lu Xingchen's brow furrowed. Lin Yuan's domineering attitude and unreasonable demand to cripple his arms were infuriating. Saint, shouldn't there be reason in your actions? It was Yichun who violated sect rules and injured others in the marketplace. I merely stood up for Jiang Yi and sought justice. I know, Lin Yuan replied indifferently. I'll deal with Yichun later. But he is my follower, and by harming him, you've insulted me. There must be consequences, and if I refuse? Lu Xingchen challenged. Then I'll handle it myself. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his intent clear. At that moment, a crisp, melodious voice rang out across the sky, cutting through the tension. Lin Yuan, stop this at once. Lin Yuan halted his steps and retreated 3 paces. From the distance, Yunli, with wings spread wide, flew toward them and landed gracefully between the two. Lu Xingchen breathed a quiet sigh of relief. His boldness in confronting Lin Yuan stemmed from his reliance on Yunli's support. The surrounding inner disciples erupted into murmurs of astonishment. It's Saintess Yunli. Both saints showing up for a new disciple? Lu Xingchen must have some serious connections. With the Saintess backing him, no wonder he's so confident. Junior sister Yunli, it's been a while. Lin Yuan greeted with a smile. Yunli gave a slight bow. Senior brother Lin Yuan. Lu Xingchen is a close friend of mine. I hope you can let this matter go for my sake. I'm afraid that won't do, Lin Yuan said, shaking his head. If I can't even handle someone like Lu Xingchen, how can I command respect in the future? I've looked into the matter, and it was clearly Yichun who was in the wrong. If you shield him like this, it's your reputation that will suffer. Yunli countered sharply. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Junior sister, your words are as sharp as ever. How about this? We make a wager. If he can withstand 1 strike from me, they'll drop the matter. If he can't, he'll be expelled from the Xingchen sect. Yunli frowned. Senior brother, this is unreasonable. You're a 5-star martial emperor, while he's only a 3-star martial king. The gap in strength is immense. How could he possibly endure your attack? This is my greatest concession, Lin Yuan replied firmly. I won't use any martial techniques and will limit my strength to 30%. What do you say? Yunli fell silent, contemplating the proposal. Even at 30% power, Lin Yuan's strength could easily crush an ordinary martial king. However, Lu Xingchen's abilities far exceeded those of his peers. Perhaps he had a chance. Lu Xingchen, what do you think? Yunli asked. If that's the case, I accept, Lu Xingchen replied with a calm smile. Lin Yuan smirked inwardly. He had orchestrated Yichun's provocation precisely to secure this opportunity to confront Lu Xingchen personally. When the time came, he had no intention of holding back to 30%. Instead, he planned to unleash a strike powerful enough to either cripple Lu Xingchen or end his life. Good. Junior brother Lu, prepare your battle aura defense. Let me know when you're ready. Can I use elixirs? Lu Xingchen asked. No, Lin Yuan said decisively. Only your own strength. I won't give you any loopholes to exploit. Lu Xingchen shrugged and activated both his devouring sky technique and Vajra barrier. A golden radiance enveloped him as his defenses surged to their peak. Saint, please proceed. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed in surprise. His keen perception immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Vajra barrier. Initially intending to use 50% of his strength, he decided to escalate it to 70%. With a sudden step forward, Lin Yuan struck with his palm. Lu Xingchen responded in kind, pouring all his remaining blood energy and over half of his battle aura into fortifying the Vajra barrier. The golden light around him flared brilliantly. This was the unparalleled power of the Vajra barrier. As long as sufficient blood energy and battle aura were supplied, its defensive capabilities could be endlessly amplified. Though Lin Yuan had promised to use only 30% of his strength, Lu Xingchen dared not take any risks. If Lin Yuan increased his power unexpectedly, being unprepared could prove fatal. Thus, he pushed his defenses to their absolute limit. The two palms collided. Lin Yuan stood firm, unmoving, while Lu Xingchen was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth midair. Lu Xingchen landed steadily after a backflip, but his face was as pale as paper. He cursed inwardly, "You son of a..." That strike was far from the 30% strength Lin Yuan claimed. He had to exhaust all his energy to activate the Vajra barrier, draining every ounce of his blood essence just to barely block it. If it had been an ordinary 3-star martial king, they would have been killed on the spot. Yunli immediately unfurled her battle aura wings and flew to Lu Xingchen's side, shielding him behind her. She glared at Lin Yuan furiously. "You've gone too far. Don't think I didn't notice you used 70% of your strength just now." Lin Yuan frowned as he observed that Lu Xingchen was unharmed. He had already overestimated Lu Xingchen's abilities, but he hadn't expected that 70% of his strength enough to kill a low-star martial emperor would fail to seriously injure a 3-star martial king. "My apologies, junior brother Lu," Lin Yuan quickly explained. "I lost control for a moment. After breaking through to a new level, I'm still struggling to fully control my power." "Easy for you to say." Lu Xingchen sneered coldly. "If I didn't have a trump card, I'd be a corpse by now." Yunli was seething with anger. "Lin Yuan, Lu Xingchen is one of my closest friends, and you dared to try and kill him. You owe me an explanation today." Lin Yuan let out a wry smile and reluctantly took out a scroll of martial techniques. "I'm willing to offer this mid-tier Earth-level martial technique as compensation to junior brother Lu." Without hesitation, Lu Xingchen accepted. "Fine, hand over the martial technique, and I'll let this matter slide for now." He knew full well that Lin Yuan, as the holy son of the Xingchen sect, was stronger than Yunli. Even if Lin Yuan truly killed him, the sect's higher-ups wouldn't hold him accountable. Gaining a mid-tier Earth-level martial technique was already Yunli's doing. But this debt, Lu Xingchen silently vowed, was far from settled. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief and tossed the scroll to Lu Xingchen. As soon as Lu Xingchen caught it, he immediately absorbed its information, Heaven-Crushing Palm, a mid-tier Earth-level technique that condenses battle aura into palm strikes to attack enemies. A decent but not extraordinary technique. Since that's settled, let's call it a day. With that, Lin Yuan spread his battle aura wings and flew away. Yunli turned to the crowd that had gathered. "What are you all staring at? Get lost." As the holy maiden issued her command, the onlookers quickly dispersed, though their chatter lingered in the air. Lu Xingchen blocked the Holy Sun strike as a 3-star martial king? That's unbelievable. He broke Yi Chen's arm, walked away unscathed, and even got a martial technique out of it. This guy's going places. He's only been in the inner sect for a little over a month and already ranks 8th on the heavenly rankings. He might actually become the 3rd Holy Sun. Yunli patted Lu Xingchen on the shoulder. "You okay? Don't worry, I'm not dying." Lu Xingchen chuckled. "How did you block Lin Yuan's strike?" "He's a 5-star martial emperor, and even low-star martial emperors can't withstand 70% of his strength." Lu Xingchen confided in his close friend. "I recently acquired a secret technique that converts blood essence into defensive power. Those few seconds drained all my blood essence. If he had used even 10% more power, I would have been dead." The two continued talking, and Yunli revealed her history with Lin Yuan. Apparently, Lin Yuan had confessed his feelings to her, but she rejected him, leaving their relationship strained. From this, Lu Xingchen deduced that Lin Yuan might be targeting him out of jealousy. Still, Lu Xingchen knew deep down that the situation was far more complicated. The assassination attempt during the Yin Yun Bell escort mission and Yi Chen's provocation all seemed to have ties to Lin Yuan. However, for Yun Li's sake, he chose not to expose it, at least. Not yet. Yun Li nodded slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of concern. She turned to Lu Xingchen and asked softly, "You mentioned earlier that you exhausted all your vital energy to block Lin Yuan's attack. How is your condition now?" Lu Xingchen responded with a serious expression. "I won't die, but it'll take at least half a month to regain my combat strength. The damage to my vital energy can only be healed through gradual recovery." Yunli retrieved 2 spiritual herbs from her storage ring and handed them to Lu Xingchen. She warned, "These are for restoring your vital energy. Remember to take them slowly, or your body might not handle it. And try to avoid using such self-harming secret techniques in the future." Lu Xingchen accepted the herbs with a bitter smile. It was a desperate measure. "Without the secret technique, I might not have survived. Take care of yourself. I need to return and continue my cultivation," Yunli said as she turned to leave, only to be stopped by Lu Xingchen. "Yunli, I have a question. You and Lin Yuan are both saints. Who is stronger?" Yunli chuckled lightly. "That depends on the distance. I use a bow, and he uses a sword. Our fighting styles are different. At 1,000 meters, I can use my range advantage to wear him down, but in close combat, he has the upper hand. In real battles, though, the outcome is unpredictable. I've fought him several times, and I've lost more than I've won." After Yunli spread her wings of battle energy and flew away, Long Chun finally dared to approach, his face full of excitement. Lu Xingchen, you're incredible. You actually blocked Lin Yuan's strike. That golden glow on you earlier, was that Li Fei's Vajra barrier? Lu Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement, though his body was already swaying. Without the Vajra barrier, I'd be dead. But the side effects are severe. Quick, give me a hand. Long Chen hurriedly supported him, marveling, only someone like Li Fei, with his pure body, can recover easily with a few spiritual herbs. For the rest of us, using the Vajra barrier is incredibly taxing. With Long Chen's help, Lu Xingchen returned to his cave dwelling to rest. He remained bedridden for an entire day, only managing to regain some mobility after taking the spiritual herbs Yunli had given him. For the next half-month, he couldn't cultivate and had to focus entirely on recuperating. This experience left Lu Xingchen deeply shaken. Lin Yuan had only used 70% of his strength, yet it almost cost him his life and delayed his cultivation. The Tianyuan Continent was indeed filled with powerful individuals. Even with the system's assistance, he couldn't afford to be careless. Naturally, since Lin Yuan had shown intent to kill him, Lu Xingchen wouldn't let the matter slide either. Half a month later, Lu Xingchen finally returned to peak condition. While he was refining pills in his room, a knock came at the door. Opening it, he saw Jiang Yi, her face glowing with health. Senior sister Jiang Yi, have you fully recovered? I recovered 3 days ago, thanks to the saintess herself coming to the Myriad Medicines Hall to set my bones and leaving some spiritual herbs, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen felt a warmth in his heart. Yunli had shown him great kindness, even extending care to his friends. He resolved not to let her down. Jiang Yi's expression turned serious. Do you remember the assassin who ambushed us before? There's news about him now. Since we're both at the Martial King level, it's time to settle the score. It turned out that Wang Jie, the assassin, had not only attacked them but also killed 3 inner disciples. The Xingchen sect had been tracking him for a while and recently found some leads. The mission hall had issued a bounty, but it required 2 top-10 experts from the heavenly ranking to team up. Jiang Yi had already enlisted Long Chen's older brother, Long Yang, and now came to invite Lu Xingchen to join them. The two arrived at the mission hall, where Li Fei and Long Chun were already waiting. All 3 had advanced to 2-star martial kings, a testament to their impressive talent. Long Yang, who bore a strong resemblance to Long Chun and exuded the same sharp aura, was already an 8-star martial king. Long Yang candidly admitted that he had secretly watched Lu Xingchen defeat Yi Chen in a single move and praised his strength as comparable to Yunli and Lin Yuan. He even offered to let Lu Xingchen take the position of team leader. Lu Xingchen unhesitatingly accepted the position of team leader. Faced with the life-and-death battle against Wang Jie, he preferred to take control of his own destiny rather than rely on others. Led by an inner sect elder, the 5 of them entered the mission hall and finally learned of Wang Jie's whereabouts. Haifeng Domain. This desolate land, situated between Xiuanlong Gate and Xingchen sect, had become a haven for fugitives due to its lack of governance. Assassins, human traffickers, and practitioners of dark arts roamed freely. So Wang Jie has been hiding in Haifeng Domain. No wonder the sect hasn't been able to find him, Lu Xingchen sighed softly. Long Yang's expression turned serious. Haifeng Domain is a chaotic place, filled with all kinds of people, including martial kings. We must proceed with caution. What's there to worry about? Jiang Yi chuckled. With Lu Xingchen, who has the potential of a war god, leading us, navigating Haifeng Domain should be a piece of cake. Lu Xingchen shook his head with a wry smile before summoning his nether dragon. Aside from Jiang Yi, the other 3 were stunned at the sight of Xiaoyu, a 5th-rank dragon beast. The 5 of them rode on Xiaoyu and reached the western border of the Xingchen sect in just half a day. As soon as they stepped into Haifeng Domain, they attracted the covetous gazes of several black-clad figures. These people openly discussed whether to rob this seemingly wealthy group of disciples from the Xingchen sect. Before they even passed through the gates of Haifeng Domain, a group of martial kings surrounded them. Their leader, a 5-star martial king, glared menacingly and demanded they hand over their storage rings. Lu Xingchen gestured for Long Yang to take action. With a single step forward, Long Yang unleashed the aura of an 8-star martial king, sending the leader flying with one palm strike. Lu Xingchen followed up with a single arrow, piercing the man's chest and earning himself 50,000 experience points and exchange points. Witnessing this, the rest of the attackers dropped their weapons and fled in terror. At that moment, Han Feng, the vice-sect master of the Hejiao sect, appeared. Lu Xingchen quickly noticed that this 8-star martial king had been observing them in the shadows while they were surrounded. Only after confirming their strength did he step forward to greet them. This entire encounter reinforced a simple truth. In any place, strength is the ultimate language of power. Lu Xingchen gave a slight nod, signaling Han Feng to lead the way to meet the sect leader and discuss the plan to eliminate Wang Jie. Han Feng was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the decision-maker among the five to be this seemingly youthful and inexperienced 3-star martial king, Lu Xingchen, rather than the more formidable 8-star martial king, Long Yang. 2 hours later, the group arrived at an estate located in the heart of the Black Wind territory. The estate was grand and imposing, with even the guards being experts at the martial spirit level. In the guest hall, Lu Xingchen met Jiang Heng, the sect leader of the Black Horn sect, and his deputy, Han Shui. Jiang Heng was a powerful 10-star martial king, just a step away from becoming a martial emperor, while Han Shui, a captivating and charming woman, had reached the level of a 9-star martial king herself. After some brief formalities, Lu Xingchen got straight to the point. Sect leader Jiang, we are here solely to deal with Wang Jie and have no interest in other matters concerning the Black Wind territory. Since you summoned us, why not directly share your plan for handling Wang Jie? Jiang Heng chuckled and replied, in 3 days, we will join forces with the Black Dragon sect to launch a full-scale attack on the Black Emperor sect's headquarters. All you need to do is focus on taking down Wang Jie. Leave the rest to us. Lu Xingchen frowned slightly. An all-out war? Even if victorious, your sect will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. That's why I've already formed an alliance with the Black Dragon sect. Jiang Heng responded confidently. Lu Xingchen quietly admired Jiang Heng's strategic prowess. Not only was he leveraging the strength of the Tianyuan sect, but he had also secured the support of the Black Dragon sect. With a serious expression, Lu Xingchen said, very well, we will focus on Wang Jie. Once the task is done, we'll leave immediately. As they stepped out of the meeting room, a system notification sounded in Lu Xingchen's mind. Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission. Eliminate Wang Jie. Reward, 100,000 experience points, and the Devouring Heaven technique will be upgraded to Earth Tier low level. Lu Xingchen was overjoyed. Over the next 3 days, he dedicated himself to refining pills, preparing an ample supply of revival pills, energy recovery pills, and dragon strength pills to ensure they were well prepared for the impending battle. On the 4th morning, the battle began. Lu Xingchen distributed the pills to his companions, reminding them to prioritize their safety. Jiang Yi praised his generosity, but Lu Xingchen merely smiled, explaining that as an alchemist, his costs were relatively low. Of course, he didn't mention the advantages provided by the system. An hour later, above the headquarters of the Black Emperor sect, Lu Xingchen finally encountered Li Qian, Sun Yang, and Wang Jie. Wang Jie waved at him with a smile and said, Lu Xingchen, long time no see. Lu Xingchen frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on Wang Jie. You knew I was coming? Wang Jie smirked coldly. Why else do you think my message reached Tianyuan sect? You lured me here on purpose, intending to kill me in the Black Wind domain. Lu Xingchen instantly grasped his opponent's plan. Finally figured it out, have you? Wang Jie said smugly. With Black Horn sect and Black Dragon sect backing me, I have nothing to fear. At that moment, Mu Jie, the sect master of Black Dragon sect, suddenly attacked, aiming a powerful palm strike at Lu Xingchen's chest. However, Lu Xingchen was prepared. It was his habit to set up shadow swords before a battle. His mid-air earth-level shadow sword technique allowed him to conjure 4 scabbards, which were now positioned in 4 different locations. Sensing the danger, he immediately activated his teleportation skill, flashing to a corner of Black Sovereign sect's headquarters. What an elusive movement technique, Mu Jie muttered, frowning. I can't believe my sneak attack failed. No matter, Wang Jie said in a low voice. It's no surprise that this kid has a few tricks up his sleeve, but in the Black Wind domain, he has no reinforcements. We have all the time in the world to toy with him. Jiang Heng, the sect master of Black Horn sect, erupted in anger. Mu Jie, what is the meaning of this? I invited Lu Xingchen here as an ally, and you dare attack him? Mu Jie sneered. Jiang Heng, when did you become so naive? I've already allied with Black Sovereign sect. Today, I'll see to it that Black Horn sect is annihilated. Mu Jie, you traitor! Jiang Heng exclaimed, his face pale with shock. Everything I've done is for the future of Black Dragon sect, Mu Jie said disdainfully. Let's just say Wang Jie offered me more than you ever could. As they argued, Lu Xingchen reappeared on the battlefield, his purple cloud wings unfurling as he flew back. The other 4 from his group Long Yang, and the others immediately formed up behind him. Meanwhile, the experts of Black Dragon sect and Black Sovereign sect had already encircled them, cutting off any escape for Lu Xingchen and the members of Black Horn sect. Young friend Lu, this is my fault for being careless, Jiang Heng said bitterly. We'll cover your escape. Go to Tianyuan sect for reinforcements and avenge us. Escape? Why would I run? Lu Xingchen shook his head. The battle has only just begun. What do you mean, young friend? Jiang Heng asked in surprise. They have twice as many experts as we do. Sect Master Jiang, don't underestimate Tianyuan sect, Lu Xingchen said firmly. You just need to hold off the Black Dragon sect. Leave Black Sovereign sect to us. As for Wang Jie, I'll personally send him to hell. Are you sure about this? Jiang Heng asked worriedly. Li Qian is a 10-star martial king, and Vice Sect Master Sun Yang is a 9-star martial king. Not to mention Wang Jia. Leave it to us. Lu Xingchen replied confidently. Long Chen, Li Fei, Jiang Yi, the three of you will handle Black Sovereign Sect's sect master. Understood. The three responded in unison. Li Chen scoffed. 3 2-star martial kings dare to challenge me? Do you think the gap in power is meaningless? Old man, don't get too cocky, Li Fei chuckled. Back at Xingchen sect, we're all top disciples. Fighting those stronger than us is second nature. And it's time for junior brother Lu's devouring heaven technique to shine. Before he finished speaking, the three of them activated the devouring heaven technique simultaneously. Their auras surged, and within moments, their cultivation levels skyrocketed from 2-star martial kings to 6-star martial kings. Li Chen's expression grew serious. A secret technique to temporarily boost strength? Too bad you're too young and lack the foundation. Even with the boost, you can't match me. Old man, take this. Long Chen roared. Crimson flame slash. A fiery blade of energy shot toward Li Chen. Caught off guard, he hastily summoned a protective shield, but it shattered under the attack, sending him flying 100 meters before he managed to stop himself. The scene left everyone stunned, especially the members of Blackhorn sect. Witnessing a 2-star martial king repel a 10-star martial king reignited their dwindling hope. Wang Jie's face darkened. He had assassinated 3 disciples from Xingchen sect before and knew that ordinary disciples couldn't possess such power. This time, he had clearly run into a formidable foe. What was supposed to be a foolproof plan now teetered on the brink of collapse. But with the battle underway, he had no choice but to press on. Li Chen returned to the battlefield, glancing at the palm-sized wound on his right hand before looking up solemnly. Long Chen, you must be one of the top talents in Xingchen sect. I won't underestimate you again. From now on, I'll fight with everything I've got. You'd better. Long Chen replied with a nod. Black Sovereign Palm. Li Chen roared, raising his right hand. Above him, a massive black energy imprint began to take shape. An Earth-level martial technique? Long Chen exclaimed. As expected of Black Sovereign Sect's sect master, such power is terrifying. Let me handle this, Li Fei said resolutely. I want to see how strong an old 10-star martial king really is. With that, he activated his diamond barrier to shield Long Chen. Li Chen's palm strike descended, and the enormous black energy imprint slammed down with overwhelming force. Li Fei's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Li Chen. His entire body was enveloped in a golden battle aura shield, reinforced by the indestructible golden wall ability. Li Chen's most powerful strike landed heavily on the shield, producing a deafening crash that echoed throughout the battlefield. The tremendous impact sent Li Fei flying, but Long Chen caught him just in time. To everyone's astonishment, Li Fei's battle aura shield remained completely intact. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. My God! A 2-star martial king can withstand the full-force attack of a 10-star martial king. No wonder Lu Xingchen is so confident they really do have this kind of strength. One focuses on offense, the other on defense. Their teamwork is flawless. The morale of the Blackhorn sect surged as its members shouted in unison. If outsiders fight so desperately for us, we can't back down either. Fight our way out. Long Yang glanced at his younger brother and nodded silently. Though Li Fei's cultivation level was below his talent far surpassed it. Even his swordsmanship had been guided by his brother. These companions, each with their unique strengths, were truly invaluable allies. Li Chen's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Impressive. As expected from the prodigies of the Xingchen sect. Let's have a proper fight then. Long Chen pointed his sword at him. As you wish. The three immediately launched into a fierce skirmish. Li Fei focused on defense, Long Chen led the offensive, and Jiang Yi used her spiritual power, at the peak of the mortal realm, to disrupt Li Chen, preventing him from fighting at full capacity. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. The martial artists of the Black Wind region were all in shock. A 2-star martial king challenging a 10-star martial king? What once seemed impossible was now unfolding before their very eyes. Meanwhile, other battles had already erupted. Jiang Heng faced the traitor Mu Jia. Han Shui and Han Feng squared off against the Black Dragon sect's vice leader, and Long Yang chose to confront the stronger Sun Yang. Junior brother Lu, Long Yang said, leave Sun Yang to me. You settle your grudge with Wang Jia. Senior brother, he's a whole level above you, Lu Xingchen replied with concern. Long Yang chuckled. I may not be as monstrous as you all, but as the 6th rank on the heavenly rankings, challenging someone above my level is hardly an issue. Hearing this, Sun Yang's face twisted with rage. Arrogant. Today, I'll show you the true gap between our levels. Finally, Lu Xingchen and Wang Jia locked eyes. Lu Xingchen's voice was icy. It's time to settle the blood debt from back then. Wang Jia frowned. Are you sure you really want to fight me? Without a word, Lu Xingchen unsheathed his shadow sword and activated the heaven-devouring art. His aura surged, and his cultivation jumped from 3-star to 7-star martial king. Wang Jie's expression darkened, clearly not expecting such a powerful secret technique. In just 3 minutes, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. Lu Xingchen's robes were still pristine, while Wang Jie was covered in wounds, including a deep gash on his shoulder that exposed the bone. "I surrender," Wang Jie finally cried out, unable to hold on any longer. "I surrender." Lu Xingchen stopped his assault and demanded, "Now, tell me who's behind all this." After a brief hesitation, Wang Jie revealed the truth. "It's Lin Yuan, the holy son of the Tianyuan sect. He promised me cultivation resources in exchange for eliminating his rivals. You were the 4th target. Please, spare me. I'll return to the sect with you and testify against Lin Yuan for murdering his fellow disciples." Wang Jie pleaded desperately. "Spare you? In your dreams." 1,000 blades slash. Lu Xingchen raised the shadow sword high, a dazzling white sword aura forming above him. This sight caused Wang Jie's expression to change instantly. "Lu Xingchen, are you insane? I've already surrendered." Wang Jie shouted in panic, but Lu Xingchen remained expressionless, continuing to charge his 1,000 slash. Left with no choice, Wang Jie raised his long blade horizontally in front of his chest, fully concentrating his battle energy to form a protective shield. Lu Xingchen let out a cold laugh as his sword descended. The white blade cut through the air, instantly shattering the shield and slicing Wang Jie's body in two, blood spraying everywhere. A system notification echoed. "Congratulations to the host for killing an 8-star martial king. You've earned 80,000 experience points and exchange points. Mission Revenge completed, earning 100,000 experience points." The Devouring Heaven technique has advanced to Earth-level beginner rank. The battlefield fell silent, as everyone who witnessed the scene was struck with disbelief. A mere 3-star martial king had just annihilated the vice sect leader of the Black Emperor sect in an instant. The strength of the disciples from Tianyuan sect was truly terrifying. After dealing with Wang Jie, Lu Xingchen immediately retrieved his Dawn Bao to assist Long Chun and the other two. While they had managed to suppress Li Chun, the 10-star martial king, killing him was proving to be a significant challenge, especially with the time limit on the Devouring Heaven technique approaching. Lu Xingchen employed the rapid arrow technique to pin down Li Chun, creating an opportunity for Long Chun. Within 3 minutes, Long Chun severed one of Li Chun's arms. The moment was ripe. Lu Xingchen drew the demon-breaking arrow, spinning the bowstring 20 times with the twisting string technique, and infused it with the sky pivot technique and the force of the heaven-shattering palm. Demon-breaking arrow boosts normal attack damage by 500 points. He aimed at Li Chun's chest and released the shot as Long Chun unleashed his blazing flame slash. Caught off guard, Li Chun chose to block the slash with his long blade while summoning a battle energy shield to intercept the arrow. This decision sealed his doom. The demon-breaking arrow easily pierced through the shield and struck his chest. In the next instant, a massive battle energy imprint, condensed by the sky pivot technique, descended from above, obliterating him completely. "Congratulations to the host for killing a 10-star martial king. You've earned 100,000 experience points and exchange points. Advanced to 4-star martial king, earning 44 talent points." Lu Xingchen glanced at his status panel, satisfied with his progress. Meanwhile, Long Yang had successfully pushed back Sun Yang, another vice sect leader of the Black Emperor sect. Gravely injured and seeing that his sect leader was dead, Sun Yang fled the battlefield without hesitation. Long Yang approached Lu Xingchen, offering sincere praise for his unexpectedly outstanding strength. Lu Xingchen responded humbly before turning his gaze toward Mu Jie, who was still entangled in a fight with Jiang Heng. "Mu Jie, prepare to die," Lu Xingchen declared. Mu Jie was startled and quickly distanced himself from Jiang Heng. Realizing that Li Chen was dead, he immediately begged for mercy, offering all of the Black Emperor sect's wealth in exchange for his life. Just as Lu Xingchen was contemplating his next move, a voice called out from afar, "Young friend Lu, could you do me, Wang Chong, a favor? Let's not continue this fight." Lu Xingchen turned to look. Another 10-star martial king had arrived. Lu Xingchen stared intently at the newcomer before him and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man, dressed in a long black robe, bowed respectfully. "I am Wang Chong, the sect master of the Black Flame sect. Greetings, young friend Lu." As he spoke, a flicker of reverence flashed in his eyes. From the very beginning of the Three Sects War, Wang Chong had been observing from the shadows. His initial plan was to wait until the Black Emperor sect wiped out the Black Horn sect, then seize a share of the spoils. However, the situation was completely overturned by 5 young members of the Tianyuan sect. Li Chen and Wang Jie were dead, Sun Yang had fled, and the Black Emperor sect had become a scattered mess. Wang Chong knew that if he didn't intervene to stop the battle in time, once Lu Xingchen eradicated the Black Dragon sect as well, the Black Wind domain would fall under the complete dominance of the Black Horn sect. Such a scenario would spell trouble for his Black Flame sect. "May I ask, Sect Master Wang, Lu Xingchen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you here to assist the Black Dragon sect, or Jiangheng?" Wang Chong quickly shook his head. "I am here for the sake of the Black Wind domain stability. This place has always been a lawless land, and it is only through the balance maintained by the four major sects that any order exists. The fall of the Black Emperor sect is something we can bear, but if the Black Dragon sect is destroyed as well, chaos will surely engulf the Black Wind domain." "And what does that have to do with me?" Lu Xingchen replied coldly. "I'm not from the Black Wind domain. We'll soon return to the Xingchen sect. Even if this place becomes a living hell, it has nothing to do with us." Wang Chang's face darkened, and he thought to himself that Lu Xingchen was truly ruthless. For a moment, he couldn't tell who was righteous and who was evil. "How about this?" Wang Chong proposed solemnly. "We will offer all the assets of the Black Emperor sect to you, young friend Lu, as a reward for sparing us further bloodshed." Lu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Fine, but I have no interest in managing those assets. Convert everything into gold coins." Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief. "That can be arranged, but it will take some time to gather the coins. The Black Emperor sect's assets are worth approximately 200,000 gold coins. How about the three sects each contribute 80,000 coins to you, young friend Lu?" Lu Xingchen accepted the proposal. Although the actual value of the Black Emperor sect's assets far exceeded 200,000 gold coins, to him, this was merely an unexpected bonus. As long as he got some money, it was enough. After securing the agreement of Jiangheng and Mujia, Wang Chong promised to gather the gold coins within 5 days. Lu Xingchen warned coldly, "If the coins aren't ready in 5 days, don't blame me for turning hostile." With that, Lu Xingchen collected Li Qin's corpse and led his team back to the Black Horn sect to rest. He immediately began crafting an Earth Fiend puppet using the demon core he had previously obtained. After a full day, he successfully created a puppet with power equivalent to a 10-star martial king, significantly enhancing his combat strength. Over the next 2 days, Lu Xingchen focused on cultivating the Burning Soul technique. With his soul power at the peak of the mortal realm, he could now easily withstand the tempering of the furnace. However, this also meant he needed to seek out higher-grade soul techniques. If he couldn't find any, he still had the option of turning to the system's marketplace for assistance. On the morning of the 4th day, Jiang Hong brought news that the Black Flame sect was hosting an auction to liquidate the Black Emperor sect's assets. Lu Xingchen readily agreed to attend, hoping to find something valuable at the event. Jiang Hong chuckled and said, "No rush. The auction will take place tonight. He'll personally inform you and your companions when the time comes." As night fell, Jiang Hong led 5 individuals to the largest auction house in the Black Wind Domain's center, the Black Flame Auction Hall. Guided by Wang Chong, they took seats in the front row, right next to the senior members of the Black Dragon sect and the Black Horn sect. Although the auction had yet to begin, the atmosphere in the hall was already brimming with excitement. The crowd buzzed with conversation. "The Black Flame sect is holding another auction. They always have treasures at this time of year. Of course, rare items that can't be sold elsewhere always find their way to the Black Wind domain." Who are those 5 unfamiliar faces, sitting alongside the elites of the Black Horn and Black Dragon sects? You don't know? They're disciples of the Xingchen sect. Not only did they hunt down Wang Jia, but they also destroyed the Black Emperor sect. What? Even the Black Emperor sect, led by a 10-star martial king, was wiped out? In front of the Xingchen sect, a 10-star martial king is nothing? Lu Xingchen, with his formidable soul power, absorbed every word of the chatter but merely smiled faintly. Long Yang turned to Jiang Hong and asked in a low voice, "Sect Master Jiang, as a prominent figure in the Black Wind domain, do you have any deeper insights about this auction?" Jiang Hong immediately understood the question. The Black Flame sect's auctions are always the highest caliber in the Black Wind domain. From what I've heard, this time there may be Earth-grade martial techniques and 6th-grade pills on offer. Hearing this, Long Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Earth-grade martial techniques and 6th-grade pills. Even in the Xingchen sect, those are rare treasures. Now I'm excited. Jiang Hong offered a word of caution. However, most items in the Black Wind domain come with dubious origins. Use them wisely. Long Yang laughed boldly. Once it's in my hands, does it matter where it came from? 15 minutes later, a graceful woman dressed in strikingly elegant attire ascended the auction stage. Lu Xingchen immediately discerned that she was a 5-star martial king and couldn't help but admire the Black Flame sect's deep resources. Having such a powerful individual serve as an auctioneer was no small feat. "Welcome, fellow cultivators. I am Coco, the head auctioneer," she announced, her voice amplified with battle energy. "Let's skip the formalities and get straight to business." With a wave of her hand, 2 attendants carried out 10 intricately designed boxes filled with pills. The hall erupted in excitement, and even the 4 representatives from the Xingchen sect showed eagerness. Coco introduced the items with a confident smile. "These are top-tier 5th-grade rejuvenation pills newly acquired by our Black Flame sect. As you all know, Rejuvenation pills accelerate recovery from injuries and can be a game changer in critical moments. Each set contains 2 pills, with a starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. Bids must increase by no less than 1,000 gold coins. The crowd immediately burst into a frenzy. 5th grade pills, and 10 of them at once. Has the Black Flame sect recruited a 5th grade alchemist? Rejuvenation pills are incredibly useful. I have to win a set. Jiang Yi glanced at Lu Xingchen and teased, Junior brother Lu, could these be your handiwork? You're the only one I know who can produce pills of such exceptional quality. Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. Senior sister Jiang, you're quite sharp. I sold a few pills to fund some purchases I might make at this auction. A few? You casually brought out 10 top-tier 5th grade rejuvenation pills? That's extravagant. Junior brother Lu, are you married? Should I consider you? Apologies, senior sister. I already have a Dao partner. What a pity. Whoever married you, a 5th grade alchemist, must be living a life of luxury and ease. Lu Xingchen smiled. If any of you, senior brothers or sisters, need pills, I can sell them to you at cost. Jiang Hong, overhearing this, was astonished. Young friend Lu, are you a 5th grade alchemist? I recently advanced to this level. Lu Xingchen replied humbly. Not only is your martial talent extraordinary, but you also excel in alchemy. Truly a once-in-a-generation genius. If you remain unharmed, your future achievements on the Tianyuan Continent will be remarkable. Jiang Hong exclaimed. Lu Xingchen responded with a modest smile. Sect Master Jiang flatters me. The Tianyuan Continent is full of prodigies. My abilities are hardly worth mentioning. Eventually, the 10 rejuvenation pills were auctioned off for a staggering 10,000 gold coins, each double the price Lu Xingchen originally sold them for. Jiang Hong and Mu Jie, the sect master of the Black Dragon sect, each secured 2 pills, while the remaining 6 were purchased by other forces within the Black Wind domain. The second item at the auction was a Qi recovery pill refined by Lu Xingchen, and its introduction immediately sparked a frenzy. This pill, capable of significantly accelerating the recovery of battle energy, often played a decisive role in combat. Many bidders, already drained of their wealth from pursuing the rejuvenation pill, could only look on with longing as the precious 5th grade Qi recovery pill slipped through their fingers. Ultimately, Jiang Hong and Mu Jie stepped forward once again, claiming the pill for themselves. Excitement surged through the room with the unveiling of the third Itima scroll, containing the Earth-level lower-tier martial technique, Yin Yang Palm. Unlike consumable pills, martial techniques offered lifelong benefits. A scroll of such caliber was a rare treasure, even within the entire Xingchen sect. With a starting price of 30,000 gold coins, the Yin Yang Palm was ultimately purchased by a masked man for 50,000 gold coins. During the intense bidding, Jiang Hong raised the price twice but failed to secure the item. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen and his 4 companions remained silent. For Lu Xingchen, who had already mastered Earth-level mid-tier techniques, this lower-tier technique held little allure. The others, finding no items capable of significantly enhancing their abilities, chose to bide their time. The subsequent auction items consisted mostly of profound-level artifacts and 4th grade pills. While valuable, they failed to capture the interest of the group of 5. This was to be expected. Even at Black Flame Auction House, the largest in the Black Wind domain, not every item could be a once-in-a-lifetime treasure. The auction's initial highlights had already done well to ignite the crowd's enthusiasm. An hour later, the auctioneer, Kiki, suddenly spoke in a voice that seemed especially captivating. Up next, we present the 3 ultimate treasures of this event, the crown jewels of our auction. Even Sect Master Wang Chang himself felt the sting of parting with these items. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare your wallets. At her signal, a maid stepped onto the stage, holding a scroll in her hands. Allow me to introduce one of the grand finales of this auction, Kiki announced with a bright, melodious tone. The Earth-level mid-tier martial technique, the Xingchen sword art. As the king of weapons, the sword holds a special place in the martial world. This technique offers a complete swordsmanship system and can greatly elevate the combat strength of any sword practitioner. To all sword-wielding friends here today, this is an opportunity not to be missed. The starting price is 50,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 5,000. Let the bidding begin. The room erupted in a frenzy. An Earth-level mid-tier technique? How could such a treasure appear in the Black Wind domain? Doubts emerged among the crowd. If it's such a rare gem, why hasn't the Black Flame sect kept it for themselves? Could its origins be questionable? But the allure of the technique was undeniable, and many were eager to take their chances. Who cares? A technique like this is worth the risk. Within moments, the price soared to 70,000 gold coins. Then, Long Chun raised his paddle and called out, 80,000 gold coins. Lu Xingchen quickly stopped him. Senior brother Long Chun, this item might have hidden dangers. If Wang Chang didn't keep it for himself and instead put it up for auction, its origins could be dubious. Using it might invite trouble or worse, a deadly pursuit. Long Chun smiled calmly. Don't worry, I have no intention of using it directly. I want to study its sword techniques and incorporate them into my Crimson Flame sword art. My goal is to refine it into a heaven-level technique. Xingchen was taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding. Given Long Chen's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, creating a heaven-level technique wasn't an impossible dream. If that's your plan, senior brother, then go ahead. Jiang Heng soon raised the bid to 85,000 gold coins, determined to secure the technique as a fellow swordsman. The bidding war between the two escalated rapidly, and in the end, Long Chen claimed the Qinggang sword art for an astounding 100,000 gold coins, demonstrating his formidable financial resources. It was a jaw-dropping display of boldness and wealth, especially considering that Long Chen already possessed over a dozen earth-level sword techniques, yet was still willing to spend such a fortune purely for research purposes. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Are all disciples of the Tianyuan sect this wealthy? I heard Long Chen isn't even their strongest member. Their leader, Xingchen, hasn't made a move yet. As the Qinggang sword art found its new owner, another scroll was brought to the stage. Keek's voice softened, drawing everyone's attention. Next, we present another of this auction's ultimate treasures, the soul refining technique. The moment the words refinement soul technique echoed through the auction hall, Xingchen's heart skipped a beat. This was a martial skill capable of enhancing soul power, a treasure beyond measure for him. Standing on the auction stage, Kiki began her clear introduction. Within the cultivation system of the human race, aside from the mainstream martial arts, there are auxiliary professions such as alchemists, formation masters, and blacksmiths. The common trait among these professions is their high demand for soul power. While a warrior's soul power does grow gradually with the advancement of their do-chi cultivation, this low-tier earth-grade refinement soul technique can significantly accelerate the process. As such, its value far surpasses that of an average mid-tier earth-grade martial skill. The starting bid is 50,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 5,000. Unexpectedly, the auction hall fell into a dead silence. No one raised a paddle to bid. Slowly, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Soul power isn't something so easily cultivated. Without talent, buying this would be a waste. Better to focus on do-chi cultivation. This kind of niche technique is only suitable for alchemists. The cultivation process is too excruciating, and the effort just doesn't justify the returns. Jiang Heng turned to Xingchen and asked, Lu Xiaoyu, as an alchemist, aren't you interested in this refinement soul technique? Xingchen replied calmly, I already possess a superior soul technique. This one is too low grade. His words left Jiang Heng inwardly startled, causing him to contemplate further. Finally, someone broke the silence with a bid. 55,000. Just as Kiki was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Yi's voice resounded across the room. 60,000 gold coins? All eyes immediately shifted to the disciple of the Tianyuan sect. Discussions erupted against some, marveling at the sect's wealth, while others sneered at Jiang Yi's apparent lack of judgment. Xingchen asked softly, Senior Sister Jiang Yi, with your soul power already at the peak of the mortal realm, what use do you have for this low-tier technique? Jiang Yi explained, I'm stuck at the bottleneck of breaking into the spirit realm and want to try different cultivation methods. In the end, the refinement soul technique was sold to Jiang Yi for 60,000 gold coins. Next, Kiki presented the final auction item, a yellow pill. Xingchen immediately straightened up, his powerful soul sensing the astonishing energy contained within the pill. Kiki introduced it with great care. This is the highlight of tonight's auction's 6th grade pill, the Extreme Break Pill. Not only does it greatly enhance the user's maximum vitality and physical strength, granting the ability to fight beyond their level, but it also possesses the unique breakthrough characteristic. If the user suffers severe injuries, the latent medicinal power will automatically activate, rapidly healing wounds and improving cultivation aptitude. This embodies the profound concept of breaking to rebuild. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 10,000. Xingchen was inwardly astonished. This extreme break pill combined the effects of a heavenly fruit and a soul rejuvenation pill. Such a rare and precious item, it was something he was determined to acquire at all costs. The auction hall was filled with tension. Xingchen was the first to raise his paddle. 110,000 gold coins. His bold move left Jiang Heng momentarily stunned. As the leader of the disciples from Tianyuan sect, Xingchen's intervention was a clear indication of his formidable presence. The bidding for the breaking limit pill quickly escalated, reaching 150,000 gold coins in just a minute. Mu Jie, the sect master of the Black Dragon sect, raised his paddle and declared, 160,000 gold coins. The room fell silent. After all, only leaders of such prominent factions could afford such a hefty sum. Just as Mu Jie began to revel in his apparent victory, Jiang Heng suddenly raised his paddle. 170,000 gold coins. Mu Jie's expression darkened. Having battled this old rival for over a decade, he knew Jiang Heng's tenacious nature never gave up easily. 180,000 gold coins. 190,000 gold coins. The two sect leaders went back and forth, their rivalry fueling the heated bidding war. The audience buzzed with excitement, speculating on how high the price would go. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Xingchen suddenly raised his paddle again. 200,000 gold coins. The crowd erupted in shock. The young leader of the Tianyuan sect disciples had raised the bid by a staggering 10,000 gold coins in a single move, as if money were of no concern. Jia reluctantly put down his paddle, having reached his limit. Zhang Hong, however, gritted his teeth and pressed on. 210,000 gold coins. Xingchen smirked. 250,000 gold coins. His audacious bid, increasing by 40,000 at once, left everyone in disbelief. But this move was no accident. Had meticulously prepared for this moment. Through the storage ring he had seized earlier and the proceeds from selling pills, he had amassed 200,000 gold coins. Additionally, his recent sale of pills to the Black Flame sect that morning had given him the financial edge he needed. In fact, he had deliberately sold those pills to drain potential competitors' funds on the mid-year 5-grade rejuvenation pills. Zhang Hong let out a bitter laugh and admitted defeat. The auction concluded with Xingchen emerging victorious. Afterward, the five of them went backstage to pay the gold coins and collect the auctioned items before returning to their lodging. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Chong, the sect master of the Black Flame sect, emerged from the shadows. A subordinate chuckled beside him. Sect master, we've made a clean profit of at least 300,000 gold coins this time. Those fools snapped up all the top items. Wang Chong sneered. This is the Black Wind domain. Whatever they've swallowed will eventually be spat back out. Back in their room, Xingchen wasted no time and consumed the breaking limit pill. The pill dissolved into a warm liquid, and a powerful surge of energy began to transform his body. For an entire day, he sweated profusely, his clothes soaking through and drying repeatedly. When the pill's effects were fully absorbed, his blood and energy reserves had doubled, significantly enhancing his defense, speed, and attack power. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhang Hong came knocking on the door. Young Liu, the gold coins are ready. We're just waiting for the transaction. Xingchen followed Zhang Hong to the meeting hall, but the moment they entered, he sensed something was amiss. Outside the council hall, more than 20 disciples at the level of 5-star Martial King or higher were patrolling back and forth. They deliberately suppressed their aura, but through Xingchen's system perspective, their cultivation levels were as clear as day. His heart sank. The three old masters were finally making their move against him. It wasn't unexpected. To the Black Wind territory, he was a wealthy outsider who had snatched away 3 of their most prized auction items. Before stepping into the council hall, Xingchen quickly dispersed the 4 shadow sword scabbards in different directions, quietly signaling his companions to prepare for battle. The 4 members of Tianyuan sect, being sharp and experienced, immediately understood. Inside the hall, the 3 sect masters and 6 vice sect masters had been waiting for some time. Zhang Hong, the master of the Black Horn sect, Jia, the master of the Black Dragon sect, and Wang Chong, the master of the Black Flame sect. All of them were at the level of 10-star Martial King. Among the 6 vice sect masters, 3 were 9-star Martial Kings, and the other 3 were 8-star Martial Kings. Xingchen frowned slightly. Nearly all the top experts of the Black Wind territory had gathered here. The pressure of 5 inner disciples from the Tianyuan sect facing the entire Black Wind territory was immense, but Xingchen felt no fear. Over the past few days, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, far surpassing the level he had when he first arrived in the Black Wind territory. 3 sect masters, have you gathered the 180,000 gold coins? Xingchen asked with a calm smile. The gold coins are in my storage ring. Come and take them, Wang Chong replied softly. Xingchen nodded and stepped forward, reaching out to take it. Just as their hands were about to touch, Wang Chong suddenly tossed the ring into the air and launched a palm strike. Prepared for this, Xingchen immediately activated his shadow sword displacement skill, teleporting to the southeast corner of the hall in an instant. What an elusive movement technique! Wang Chong raised an eyebrow. Xingchen, you anticipated that I would attack you? It wasn't hard to guess, Xingchen replied with a faint smile. Your martial talent and intelligence are indeed impressive, Wang Chong remarked. If not for an untimely death, you could have secured a prominent place on the Tianyuan Continent. Unfortunately, today is the day you meet your end. You intend to kill me? If we're going to act, we must act decisively. Since we've already made our move, we can't let you leave alive. Otherwise, the Tianyuan sect will surely retaliate. Your decisiveness is admirable, Xingchen sneered. But unfortunately, we're enemies. And the greatest respect I can show my enemies is to utterly annihilate them. What do you mean? Wang Chong froze for a moment. You're not planning to run away? Are you actually thinking of killing us instead? Why not? Xingchen chuckled lightly. I think you've misunderstood who the real prey is. Arrogant. Wang Chong sneered. You are just a 3-star martial king, while each of us here has a cultivation level far above yours. Who said him only a 3-star martial king? Lu Xingchen unleashed his energy, revealing the aura of a 4-star martial king. Then, channeling the devouring heaven art, his power surged rapidly, reaching the level of a 9-star martial king within 3 breaths. Everyone in the hall was stunned, including Long Yang and the others, who looked at Lu Xingchen in disbelief. Impossible! Wang Chang exclaimed. In just 5 days, how could you have grown so much stronger? You were only a 7-star martial king when you fought Wang Jie. Drawing his shadow sword, Lu Xingchen pointed it at Wang Chang. 3 old men, come at me together. A mere 4-star martial king daring to challenge 10-star martial kings. Wang Chang laughed angrily. Ridiculous. I alone am enough to take you down. Before he finished speaking, Wang Chang leaped forward, striking at Lu Xingchen with his palm. Lu Xingchen didn't dare underestimate the attack and immediately countered with his crushing stone palm. With his current strength, yellow-rank martial techniques were as easy to execute as basic attacks. Their palms collided, sending shockwaves through the hall and overturning tables and chairs. Wang Chang staggered back over 10 steps before regaining his footing, while Lu Xingchen stood firm, unmoving. This is impossible. Wang Chang stared at his hand in disbelief. You're just a 4-star martial king. How can you be this strong? Is it so surprising? Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. Not only can I fight across levels, but I can also challenge those far above my rank. You'd better attack together, or there'll be no chance left. Lu Xingchen's taunts were deliberate, meant to draw their focus to him and ease the burden on Long Yang and the others. With his shadow swords and ethereal movement technique, he was confident he could toy with these 3 10-star martial kings. Fellow sect masters, lend me a hand. Wang Chang's face flushed with anger. Let's eliminate this monster first. Zhang Hong and Mu Jie stepped forward in response. Junior brother Lu, do you need help? Long Yang asked worriedly. No need. Just take care of yourselves. Lu Xingchen replied as he summoned 2 Earthshade puppets and Xiaoyu. One was the puppet of Wu Wang Sufeng, a 5-star martial king, and the other was the puppet of Wu Wang Li Qian, a 10-star martial king. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had advanced to 5-star, 5th rank. That's Li Qian, the Black Emperor sect master? The 3 sect masters recognized Li Qian's face and were shocked. He's clearly dead. That's a puppet. Lu Xingchen, you actually turned Li Qian's corpse into a puppet? That's outrageous. Do you have no regard for the reputation of the Black Wind territory? Lu Xingchen's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Don't worry. Soon, you'll all be turned into puppets as well. This remark utterly enraged Wang Chang. With a furious roar, he drew the long blade from his waist and slashed at Lu Xingchen from midair. Lu Xingchen, unfazed, raised his shadow sword to meet the strike heat. The battle erupted instantly. After consuming the breaking limit pill, Lu Xingchen's physical strength had reached an entirely new level. Combined with his numerous innate abilities, his combat power surpassed that of Wang Chang. A mere 4-star martial king was able to take on 3 10-star martial kings simultaneously, fighting them to a standstill, a fact that left Wang Chang and his 2 allies utterly shocked. Lu Xingchen's movements were unpredictable and elusive, vanishing and reappearing in an instant, making it impossible for the trio to lock onto him. In contrast, Lu Xingchen continuously inflicted wounds on his opponents. 3 minutes passed, and after hundreds of exchanges, Lu Xingchen remained unscathed, while Wang Chang and the others were covered in over a dozen wounds. Under the effects of the purple crystal flame, these injuries refused to heal and continued to bleed. This guy is insane. Mu Jie cursed angrily. If this keeps up, we're all going to die at his hands. Wang Chang forced himself to remain calm. Hold on. His secret technique must have a time limit. Once it's over, he'll be at our mercy. Zhang Hong gave a bitter smile. But can we last that long? Meanwhile, the situation on the other battlefield was equally dire. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and despite the assistance of 2 Earthshade puppets and Xiaoyu, Long Chen and the others were struggling. Jiang Yi, in particular, was in a precarious state. Though her soul power was remarkable, her physical body was the weakest. She was already injured and barely holding on, relying on a 5th-grade rejuvenation pill from Lu Xingchen. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen tossed the Frost Shadow Shield to Jiang Yi. Senior sister Jiang Yi, hang in there. I'll be there to help you soon. Jiang Yi caught the Frost Shadow Shield and immediately activated it. An icy blue energy shield enveloped her, allowing her to barely fend off the enemy's attacks. Another minute passed, and Lu Xingchen used the Shadow Sword's teleportation ability to land a deep, bone-revealing wound on Wang Chang's chest. Wang Chang's face turned pale as he shouted, "Comrades, use that move!" The trio quickly adjusted their formation. Mu Jie moved to the front, while Zhang Hong and Wang Chang positioned themselves behind him, placing their hands on Mu Jie's back. Their combined energy surged, forming a massive black energy dragon above Mu Jie's head. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen immediately activated Thousand Strike Slash, a white energy blade growing larger and more menacing above him. Black Dragon Palm. Mu Jie roared, and the black dragon charged forward with a deafening roar. Lu Xingchen snorted coldly, his energy blade slicing downward to meet the attack. The two forces collided, the resulting shockwave blasting the roof tiles into the air, letting sunlight pour in. The white blade cut through the black dragon like a hot knife through butter, splitting it in two and slamming heavily into the trio. Blood spurted from their mouths as they were sent flying, crashing into a wall. Mu Jie died on the spot, while Jiang Heng and Wang Chong, though still alive, were rendered powerless. Lu Xingchen showed no mercy, activating his violet cloud wings and charging straight at Wang Chong. Lu Xingchen, spare me! Wang Chong cried out desperately. I swear the Black Flame sect will serve you loyally, no matter the cost. Lu Xingchen smirked. Do you mean it? Before the words had fully left his lips, the shadow sword had already pierced through Wang Chang's chest. He then turned to Jiang Heng, who stumbled backward in panic. Lu, my friend, remember, I provided you with intelligence on Wang Jie. Spare my life. If you had the intent to kill and plunder, you should have been prepared to be killed in return, Lu Xingchen replied coldly, delivering a fatal slash to Jiang Heng's throat. With the three sect leaders dead, the remaining experts of the Black Wind domain scattered in terror. The sect master is dead? How is that possible? If even the 10-star Martial King sect master is dead, what are we still fighting for? Run. Nearly 30 high-star Martial Kings fled in all directions. Junior brother Lu, should we pursue them? Long Yang asked grimly. Of course. Leave no one alive. Lu Xingchen sheathed his shadow sword and drew his dawn bow, loosing an arrow that instantly killed a fleeing 5-star Martial King. Under Lu Xingchen's command, the group of 4 quickly dispersed, pursuing the fleeing experts from the Black Wind domain. Terrified by the scene before them, these experts were utterly panic-stricken, more focused on escaping than fighting back. Yet, nearly half of them ended up perishing on the battlefield. Through this chase, Lu Xingchen's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the realm of a 5-star Martial King. The system notification sounded, prompting him to check his attribute panel. Host, Lu Xingchen. Realm, 5-star Martial King. Experience points, 200, 000600000. Exchange points, 926,220. Talents, Eagle Eye 50, Heavy Strike 50, Berserk 50, Blade 50, Jade Shatter 50, Devour 50, Break Army 50, Break Blade 50. Profession, 5th Grade Alchemist 508, 0001000000. 4th Grade Array Master 66, 0001000000. Mount, Nether Dragon 5th rank. The remaining Black Wind domain experts took the opportunity to flee. With the time limit on Long Chun and the others devouring Heaven technique expiring, they ceased their pursuit and returned to Lu Xingchen's side. Lu Xingchen, you're incredible, Long Chun exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. Taking on 3 10-star Martial Kings alone, and killing them all, your strength could easily rank in the top 3 of the heavenly rankings. Lu Xingchen smiled faintly. It was just luck. Defeating the top 3 on the heavenly rankings is no easy feat after all. I'm not the only one capable of fighting above my level. Their strength must far surpass that of ordinary Martial Kings. Long Yang spoke in a serious tone. We've nearly wiped out the Black Wind domain's top forces. It won't be long before chaos breaks out there. Let it be, Lu Xingchen chuckled. It's none of our business. We're not from the Black Wind domain. All right, brothers, gather the spoils of war. The others' eyes lit up, and they immediately began collecting the scattered storage rings. The 3 sect masters had betrayed their morals for these rings, so naturally, the group wanted their share. These were rightful spoils of war, and they felt no guilt about taking them. Lu Xingchen, meanwhile, collected the rings and bodies of the 3 sect masters, as they were his personal trophies. Half an hour later, the group finished tidying up and rode away on Little Nether, leaving the Black Wind domain behind. Their departure would inevitably plunge this land into prolonged turmoil, with the power dynamics of the 4 major sects undergoing a complete reshuffle. After returning to the Zhongshuan sect, Lu Xingchen handed in the mission and retired to his cave dwelling to rest. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he opened the system store and located the item he had been eyeing for a long time, the Earth-tier martial skill, Divine Mill Technique. This high-level Earth-tier cultivation method allowed one to form a divine mill in their sea of consciousness to temper their soul power. It was priced at 500,000 exchange points. He had long desired this technique, but had held off on purchasing it for 2 reasons. First, his soul power had been insufficient, and reckless cultivation might have backfired. Second, the price was steep. Now that his soul could withstand the burning effect of the soul refining technique, and his exchange points were sufficient, he could finally afford it. exchange for the divine mill technique. At his command, a jade scroll appeared in his storage ring. Retrieving it, he touched the scroll and instantly grasped all the essentials of cultivation. Eager to begin, he activated the technique. In his sea of consciousness, a massive stone mill materialized, rotating slowly. His soul form appeared minuscule before it, like an ant. Though apprehensive, he knew there was no turning back once he started. He directed his soul form to enter the base of the mill, bracing for the grinding agony. Within just 10 seconds, his soul form was crushed, only to reform under the power of the divine mill technique. The pain made him gasp, and he finally understood why so few cultivated their soul power. Yet, he could clearly feel his soul strength improving, the results undeniably significant. For the sake of catching up to Yunli and finding Wanqing, he resolved to endure any amount of suffering. After resting for an hour, he resumed his training. The second attempt also lasted only 10 seconds, with the mill completing just a single degree of rotation. According to the technique's records, one full rotation under the mill marked mastery. He still had a long way to go. Later, Xingchen went to the first level of the Spirit Gathering Tower, where he trained his soul power while farming experience points. Though he could only gain 24,000 experience points per day, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Alliance of Justice in central Zhengzhou, a young woman named Lin Wanqing sat cross-legged on a prayer mat in a luxurious room. Dressed in a sky-blue gown, she appeared gentle and delicate, yet her aura was 100 times stronger than when they had parted. A flame-like mark adorned her forehead, creating a striking contrast with her soft demeanor. "Uncle Ning, when can I leave seclusion?" she asked softly, her brows slightly furrowed. The scholarly middle-aged man before her smiled. "Miss Wanqing, you are far too important to humanity. Unless you possess sufficient strength to protect yourself, I cannot rest easy letting you leave. Thanks to Uncle Ning's guidance, I've already broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Isn't that enough?" Her voice rose slightly, tinged with frustration. Ning Jifeng gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Of course not. If those ancient elders of the demon clan, who've lived for centuries, find out about your existence, they might all awaken. When that happens, I may not be able to protect you." Lin Wanqing's face darkened, her voice tinged with defiance. "But, Uncle Ning, you promised me. You're so eager to Levites for that little boyfriend of yours, isn't it?" Ning Jifeng's tone softened as he spoke. "Don't worry. I asked Gu Feng to perform a divination. You'll see each other again soon." Caught off guard, Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She nodded lightly, saying nothing more. Time passed swiftly, and a month flew by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xingchen remained devoted to his training within the Spirit Gathering Tower. He not only accrued valuable experience, but also used the soul grinding technique to temper his spiritual strength. The abundant spiritual energy on the tower's first floor worked wonders. In just 1 month of focused effort, Xingchen's cultivation advanced to the level of a 6-star martial king. Yet, even with such progress, he still felt the pace was far too slow. At the same time, his soul power improved significantly, allowing him to endure a quarter turn of the grinding stone. Capitalizing on this growth, he elevated his spiritual array mastery, achieving the rank of a 5th-grade array master. In just a single month, Xingchen's strength surged to unprecedented heights, transforming him into a force to be reckoned with. After taking a few days to rest, Xingchen ventured into the intersect marketplace. Using the spiritual points he'd earned from selling elixirs, he purchased 3 5th-grade monster cores. These he used to refine the corpses of 3 former sect leaders from the Black Wind domain into Earth Fiend puppets at the 10-star Martial King level. With this, the leaders of all 4 major sects in the Black Wind domain now served as his puppets. If news of this ever got out, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. One day, as Xingchen was reclining on his bed for a brief nap, a sudden knock echoed from outside his cave dwelling. When he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Yunli's strikingly beautiful face. His gaze instinctively shifted to the energy fluctuations around her, and his heart skipped a beat within just over a month. Yunli had advanced from a 4-star martial emperor to a 5-star martial emperor. The higher the realm, the harder it was to break through. Her leap in the martial emperor realm carried far more weight than his own progress in the martial king realm. Such talent was truly awe-inspiring. "Miss Yunli, what brings you here?" Xingchen kept his composure despite his astonishment, offering her a calm smile. Yunli raised an eyebrow. "Xingchen, it's been over a month, and it seems your strength has grown again? You keep improving, so naturally. I have to work harder to keep up," Xingchen replied smoothly, subtly dispelling her suspicions with a touch of humor. Yunli nodded, her expression turning serious. "I have a task for you. It's highly lucrative, but comes with significant risks. I don't trust anyone else for this, so I came to find you." The mention of highly lucrative made Xingchen's eyes gleam with interest. "I'm all ears. Tell me more. Would you like me to continue refining and rephrasing the rest of the story?" Hearing those words, Huali was startled. Before her stretched a dense horde of demonic beasts, their numbers extending beyond the horizon. A conservative estimate placed their count in the thousands. No need to kill them all. We just need to break through, Lu Xingchen said calmly. Huali, Longyang, conserve your energy. Miss Yunli and I will clear the way for you. Huali frowned deeply. Lu Xingchen, your secret technique for boosting your strength must have a time limit. Isn't it a waste to use it in a place like this? Longyang gently tugged Huali's shoulder and chuckled. Junior brother Lu's strength isn't reliant on that secret technique. Trust him. The attitude of this 8th-star martial king, ranked 6th on the heavenly rankings, left Huali even more surprised. All right then. Yunli responded softly, her voice gentle yet excited. I've been cooped up on the sacred Maiden Peak for days, bored out of my mind. Finally, a chance to fight. Lu Xingchen, same routine as always, Yuri on the front to draw their attention, and I'll provide the firepower from behind. Got it. Lu Xingchen drew his shadow sword without hesitation and charged straight into the horde of beasts. The display of his 6-star martial king strength left the others astonished. After all, he had only joined the Xingchen sect less than a year ago. To have risen from a great martial master to his current astonishing level in such a short time was nothing short of miraculous. What was even more shocking was that even without using his secret technique, Lu Xingchen exhibited overwhelming combat prowess. 4th-tier beasts couldn't even approach him, 5th-tier beasts fell with a single strike, and only 5th-tier beasts with 5 stars or higher could barely withstand one blow from him. Yunli followed closely behind, wielding her blue-violet longbow with deadly precision. Her strength surpassed even Lu Xingchen's. Despite using a rapid-fire technique that sacrificed attack power for speed, each arrow still claimed a target. Even 5th-tier beasts couldn't withstand a single shot from her. Lu Xingchen was inwardly alarmed. This sacred maiden's strength far exceeded his expectations. Even if he used the heaven-devouring art to elevate himself to martial emperor, he doubted he could defeat her. At close range, he might hold his ground briefly, but at long range, she could kite him to death with ease. Any pride he had felt from his rapid progress vanished, replaced by a deep sense of urgency. The two worked seamlessly together, advancing steadily toward the mountain's summit. Even as waves of beasts surged around them, none could breach their defenses. Yunli's arrows claimed 90 of the kills, with Lu Xingchen handling only a small fraction. Yet, by the time they reached the mountainside, he had successfully broken through to the 7-star martial king level. The subtle shift in his aura during the battle did not escape the notice of the others. Huali was increasingly astounded, while Yunli and Longyang, though mentally prepared, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yunli couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Could he be the 5th battle god? At that moment, a massive green serpent suddenly attacked, its tail whipping through the air with devastating force. Its strike sent a dozen 5th-tier beasts flying. Lu Xingchen's heart tightened as he hastily activated his Shadow Sword's teleportation ability, moving 10 meters away to evade the deadly blow. A 6th-tier, 1-star beast. This serpent was a 6th-tier beast. Having missed its target, the serpent let out a piercing roar and turned its attention to Yunli. Though Lu Xingchen knew she likely had protective artifacts, he refused to shirk his responsibility. He teleported in front of her again, summoning his Frost Shadow Shield. Simultaneously, he activated the Diamond Barrier, sacrificing a quarter of his vitality to gain a formidable defense. The Frost Shadow Shield gleamed with golden light as it absorbed the serpent's strike. Although Lu Xingchen was forced back 3 steps, he remained unharmed. Yunli, meanwhile, had been preparing a powerful attack since the serpent's initial strike. Utilizing her twisting bowstring technique in conjunction with the Tianyuan art, she imbued her arrow with martial energy. As the serpent momentarily froze, her blue-violet arrow shot forward, piercing its body effortlessly. The serpent let out a final wail before collapsing, its body convulsing as the Tianyuan art triggered an explosion of blue-violet lightning from within. In an instant, it was reduced to a bloody mist. Lu Xingchen stared in stunned silence, chilled to the core. 1 arrow to kill a 6th-tier beast. Yunli, you're terrifying. Quick on his feet, he retrieved the beast's core from the bloody rain and stored it in his spatial ring. After that, no significant threats emerged, and the 4 of them easily reached the summit. A large stone gate stood before them, and within a 100-meter radius, no beasts lingered. Representatives from 3 other factions had already gathered there, waiting. Finally in the safety zone, Lu Xingchen exhaled and praised. Miss Yunli, you're incredible. Taking down a 6th-tier beast with a single arrow, that's just insane. Yunli chuckled softly. Oh, that's just standard for me. So, Lu Xingchen, you'd better keep working hard. If you can't even beat me, how do you plan to compete for the title of Battle God? The Battle God title's not for me, but I'll do my best to catch up to you, Lu Xingchen replied with a wry smile, shifting his attention to the other factions. From the Liyun Kingdom, the familiar figure of Princess Yunyun stood out. At only 18, She was already a 7-star martial king, matching Lu Xingchen's apparent strength. Even more astonishing were the 3 youths accompanying her, all of whom were martial emperors, 2 at 1 star and 1 at 2 stars. Though their individual strength couldn't rival Yunli's, they had numbers on their side. The Yinyang sect had dispatched a 3-star martial emperor and 3 high-star martial kings, while the dragon-seeking sect boasted a 4-star martial emperor. These martial emperors were undoubtedly the top talents of their respective factions, their status on par with Yunli's. But Lu Xingchen had faith in Yunli. With her ability to take down a 6th-tier beast in one shot, she was bound to dominate the field. As Lu Xingchen and his group arrived, the representatives of the 3 factions immediately stepped forward to greet them. Li De, the holy son of the Yinyang sect, was the first to speak. "Greetings, Miss Yunli," he said. Following closely were Wan Chun, the holy son of the Xuanlong sect, and Yun Yun, the princess of Liyun Kingdom, who also extended their greetings to Yunli. With a modest smile, Yun Yun said, "Although I am the captain of the Liyun Kingdom team, my 3 teammates are all stronger than I am." Hearing this, Yunli chuckled softly. "I've heard that the royal city of Liyun Kingdom boasts 4 illustrious martial families, each filled with martial arts elites. May I ask which families the 3 of you belong to?" The trio stepped forward in unison and introduced themselves one by one. Li Hang of the Li family in Liyun Kingdom, Wang Lu of the Wang family in Liyun Kingdom, Lin Lin of the Lin family in Liyun Kingdom. Among them, Li Hang and Wang Lu were both 1-star martial emperors, while Lin Lin had even reached the level of a 2-star martial emperor. "Is the representative of the Wan family not here?" Yunli asked. Yun Yun explained with a smile. "Wan Hanwan, that guy, is in seclusion again. Who knows when he'll come out?" Lin Lin added, "To be honest, Wan Hanwan is actually the strongest among us. Unfortunately, he's so low-key and focused solely on cultivation that he rarely shows himself." This comment startled Lu Xingchen. For someone as powerful as Lin Lin, a 2-star martial emperor, to hold Wan Hanwan in such high regard, just how formidable could this mysterious figure be? Seeing that everyone had gathered, Yunli suggested entering the martial sect's sanctuary. However, Yun Yun revealed a small problem. The sanctuary was surrounded by a grade 7 spirit array. Despite its damaged state, it was still far from easy to break. Yunli wasn't surprised. It's normal to have a spirit array protecting the sanctuary. Since I'm here, let's give it another try. If it still doesn't work, we'll have to trouble the sect master. The 6 martial emperor experts Yunli, Li De, Wan Chun, Li Hang, Wang Lu, and Lin Lin stood side by side and launched a coordinated attack on the stone door. Despite the immense display of power, the array on the door merely rippled, refusing to break. Lu Xingchen keenly noticed that none of them, including Yunli, were using their full strength. Their attacks lacked the intensity they had displayed earlier when dealing with the massive green serpent. When Yunli reprimanded the group for not being serious, Wan Chun immediately retorted, escalating the tension. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Lu Xingchen stepped in to defuse the conflict. "My name is Lu Xingchen, a newly promoted inner disciple of Xingshuan sect," he said calmly. "I might be able to help you break this protective array." Although Wan Chun dismissed Lu Xingchen's credentials with disdain, Yun Yun's mediation persuaded the group to give this self-proclaimed grade 5 spirit array master a chance. Lu Xingchen approached the stone door and began using spirit seals to probe the array. After a quarter of an hour of careful observation, he finally pinpointed its weak spots. "Yunli, Li De, Li Hang, Wang Lu, Lin Lin, position yourselves as I instruct and strike simultaneously. That should break the array." The 3 martial emperor experts from Liyun Kingdom immediately moved into position, ready to act as directed. Li De nodded firmly and stepped forward, his expression resolute. Yunli's trust in Lu Xingchen was unwavering, so she naturally said nothing more. Off to the side, Wan Chun, feeling ignored, wore a sullen expression but had no choice but to swallow his frustration given the circumstances. Under Lu Xingchen's command, the 5 of them simultaneously attacked the weak point of the spirit array. Cracks began to appear, and with a thunderous sound, the protective array finally shattered. Joy lit up everyone's faces as they marveled at Lu Xingchen's abilities. Breaking a 7th-tier spirit array as a 5th-tier spirit array master was nothing short of extraordinary. Yunli clapped Lu Xingchen on the shoulder with a laugh. "Kid, not only are you advancing in martial arts at lightning speed, but you're also skilled in alchemy and spirit arrays. Just how many secrets are you hiding?" Lu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "Time will tell. You'll have plenty of chances to find out in the future." Then, turning to the stone door, his expression grew serious. "I've only created a small breach in the array. It'll repair itself soon, so we need to move quickly." Yunli nodded and reminded everyone, "The martial sovereign's cave is full of both opportunities and dangers. Stay alert." With that, he pushed the door open and entered first. Lu Xingchen followed closely behind, with the others scrambling to keep up. The moment they stepped into the cave, a flash of white light engulfed them, and Lu Xingchen felt his body lifted into the air. With his martial king-level strength, such a minor disturbance was hardly a challenge. He deftly flipped midair and landed steadily. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was alone. None of the others were in sight. Frowning slightly, Lu Xingchen remained calm. It was evident that the cave's owner had set up a teleportation array to scatter intruders into different locations, similar to the setup in the Tianyuan mystic realm. Though this separation added unpredictability, he knew he could only adapt as the situation unfolded. An hour later, Lu Xingchen came across a building that appeared to be a library. His spirits lifted martial techniques left behind by a martial sovereign would be priceless treasures. However, as he approached, he noticed two others already outside the building. One was Yun, the princess who once sought to make him her consort, and the other was Li Hang, a prodigy from the Li family of Liyun Kingdom's royal capital and a one-star martial emperor. At the moment, Li Hang looked disheveled, with blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered a rough encounter. Upon seeing Lu Xingchen, Yun gave a gentle smile. Lu Xingchen, it's been a while. Li Hang was taken aback. Your Highness, you know him? Lu Xingchen, slightly embarrassed, cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Your Highness. Did you run into trouble here? Li Hang explained that the library was guarded by 5 puppets, each at the peak of the martial king realm. Through a special formation, they could combine their strength, boosting one puppet to the 2-star martial emperor level, while reducing the others to the 8th-star martial king. Caught off guard, he had taken a heavy blow from the 2-star martial emperor puppet. After a moment of thought, Lu Xingchen offered a suggestion. You lure them away. Once the formation activates, I'll handle the puppets whose strength has been lowered. Though Li Hang was skeptical of Lu Xingchen's abilities, Yun's insistence persuaded him to give it a try. He stepped back into the puppet's defensive range, while Lu Xingchen readied himself in the rear, drawing his dawn bow with a focused gaze. As soon as Li Hang entered, the 5 puppets converged, their bodies glowing with silver light as the formation activated. The leading puppet's aura surged dramatically, instantly reaching the level of a 2-star martial emperor. With a powerful punch, it launched an attack at Li Hang. Facing this fierce assault, Li Hang, who had achieved the martial emperor realm before the age of 30, showed no fear and countered with a punch of his own. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed. The martial emperor puppet staggered back a step, while Li Hang was forced back 3 steps, clearly at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lu Xingchen was fully focused on executing his twisting string archery technique. He twisted the bowstring 20 times and simultaneously activated the Tianyuan art, channeling the power of the 1000-gene slash into his arrow. Li Hang exchanged 3 more punches with the martial emperor puppet, but his situation grew increasingly precarious. Lu Xingchen, are you even trying? He roared in frustration. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a sharp sonic boom pierced the air. Lu Xingchen's arrow shot forth like a comet, piercing straight through one of the puppet's chests. Though the puppet felt no pain and could still fight, the activation of the Tianyuan art unleashed a silvery white blade from the arrow, slicing the puppet cleanly in half. With one puppet destroyed, the formation was weakened, and the martial emperor puppet's strength immediately dropped from 2-star to 1-star. Li Hang's burden lightened considerably. Staring at the bisected puppet, he exclaimed in awe, Damn, that's insane. Lu Xingchen, you're something else. 10 seconds later, Lu Xingchen released a second arrow, and another puppet was instantly severed. With 2 puppets gone, the formation collapsed entirely, and the remaining 3 puppet strength fell back to the 10-star martial king level. For a 1-star martial emperor like Li Hang, defeating them was child's play. In no time, he dismantled them completely. As Lu Xingchen put away his dawn bow and approached, Li Hang clapped him on the shoulder, praising, Lu Xingchen, you've got skills. Those 2 arrows of yours pack the power of a 10-star martial king. At this rate, you might surpass me one day. Lu Xingchen responded with a faint smile, showing no interest in surpassing Li Hang. Nearby, Yun watched Lu Xingchen with admiration in her eyes, silently thinking, this is the man I've chosen, so extraordinary. Lu Xingchen, one day, he'll win your heart. All right, now that the puppets are dealt with, we can discuss how to split the spoils, Lu Xingchen said. Li Hang's smile vanished instantly, and his tone turned cold. Split? Why should I share with you? I'll let you off the hook for helping out, but you'd better leave right now. Otherwise, I might just take something from you instead. You plan to burn bridges after crossing them? Lu Xingchen frowned. So what if I do? Li Hang sneered. You may have talent, but that's for the future. Right now, you're not qualified to stand on equal footing with me. Either walk out of here on your own, or be carried out. Amused by his arrogance, Lu Xingchen laughed. It seems you don't understand the situation. The one who should be leaving is you. What? You actually dare to fight me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Hang was startled. The best hunters often appear as prey, Lu Xingchen said, his voice steady. Li Hang, even if you beg for mercy now, I won't let you off. He clasped his hands together, activating the heaven-shattering palm. A milky white chi imprint formed above his head, radiating immense power. Sensing the strength of the chi imprint, Li Hang's expression changed. What formidable chi! This is an earth-level martial technique. But don't think you're the only one with an earth-level technique. As he spoke, he raised his hands, summoning a chi bird above his head. Just as the tension between them reached its peak, Yun hurriedly stepped between them. Li Hang, what are you doing? Xingchen just helped us, and now you're trying to kill him? Princess Yun, this is how the Tianyuan Continent works. Strength is all that matters. Step aside. Once I deal with Xingchen, he'll split the martial techniques in the library with you, Li Hang said firmly. Yun grew even more anxious. Although Xingchen was exceptionally talented, he was still young and 4 minor realms below Li Hang. How could he possibly win this fight? Li Hang, as the princess, I command you to stop immediately. Yun, I address you as princess out of courtesy, not fear. The royal family is no stronger than the 4 great clans of the imperial city. Today, I will kill Xingchen, no matter what. Li Hang snorted. Hearing Yun's defense of him warmed Xingchen's heart, but he remained resolute. Princess, step aside. Don't worry, he's no match for me. Xingchen, your arrogance knows no bounds. Li Hang growled, growing increasingly enraged. Xingchen said nothing more and activated the Jade Shatter technique, sacrificing half of his chi to gain 5 times his attack power. He could have used the Devouring Heaven art to temporarily elevate himself to the Martial Emperor level and easily defeat Li Hang, but the Devouring Heaven art could only be used once per day. With the Martial Sect Ruins exploration just beginning and potentially stronger enemies ahead, he needed to save that trump card. In comparison, the Jade Shatter technique only consumed half of his chi, which could be restored within an hour using a replenishment pill. Seeing that her attempts to mediate were futile, Yun reluctantly stepped aside, silently hoping Xingchen would prevail. The moment Yun moved away, the 2 men struck simultaneously. The chi imprint and the chi bird collided violently in midair, creating shockwaves that knocked Yun off her feet. However, the 2 combatants stood firm. After 3 seconds of stalemate, Xingchen's chi imprint gained the upper hand, shattering Li Hang's chi bird and hurtling toward him. What the hell? I'm a martial emperor, and I lost a clash to a 7-star martial king. Li Hang was stunned. In desperation, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the incoming attack. Boom! The impact sent Li Hang flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood midair before crashing into the library wall and sliding to the ground, utterly defeated. His arms were mangled and powerless, and he stared at Xingchen with a mix of shock and terror. How is this possible? Xingchen unfurled his Douqi wings and swiftly flew to stand in front of Li Hang. As the shadow sword in his hand left its sheath, Yun rushed between them. Xingchen, please, spare him. Yun's voice trembled with desperation, her tone laced with sobs. With an expressionless face, Xingchen replied coldly, he tried to kill me, so I will kill him in return. It's only natural. Li Hang grew up with me. He has treated me like a true elder brother. Yun pleaded tearfully. I can't just stand by and watch him die before my eyes. For the sake of our past friendship, I beg you, spare his life. After a moment of silence, Xingchen sheathed his shadow sword and said in a frosty tone, Yun, from this moment on, we owe each other nothing. With that, he took the storage ring from Li Hang's hand and turned to walk into the library. Yun repeatedly expressed her gratitude, hastily picking up Li Hang and leaving, fearing Xingchen might change his mind. Stepping into the library, Xingchen frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. The place was thick with dust, clearly abandoned for years. Although there were numerous books, martial techniques were few and far between. After spending an hour searching, he managed to find only a formation diagram and a martial technique scroll. Spirit Guiding Array. This array can inscribe spiritual imprints into puppets, enhancing their collective power to elevate a single puppet's rank. A maximum of 5 puppets can be controlled, with the highest limit being the Martial Emperor realm. If the initial puppet is at the Martial King level, the array's grade is 5. If at the Martial Emperor level, the grade is 6. Mountain Crushing Seal. An advanced Earth-tier martial technique that condenses Douqi into a handprint capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Not much, but these are treasures nonetheless, Xingchen thought with delight. He happened to possess 5 Martial King-level puppets, and with the Spirit Guiding Array, it was equivalent to gaining a Martial Emperor-level ally. The Mountain Crushing Seal, being his only advanced Earth-tier martial technique, would significantly boost his combat strength. Without hesitation, he touched the formation diagram, allowing the information of the Spirit Guiding Array to flood into his mind. He then summoned his 5 puppets and spent half a day inscribing spiritual imprints. On his first attempt, he successfully activated the array, elevating the puppets to the 2-star Martial Emperor level. After storing the puppets, Xingchen ventured deeper into the library. An hour later, he arrived in front of a 3-story tower. The tower contained a total of 14 rooms. 4 on the first floor, 6 on the second, and 4 on the third. Clearly, the higher the floor, the greater the rewards. At the base of the tower, various factions had already gathered. Other than Li Hang and Yun Yun, everyone else was present. Upon seeing him arrive, Yunli smiled and said, Lu Xingchen, you're finally here. Did you find anything of value? I found a few things, though they pale in comparison to the resources of someone like you. Yunli, Lu Xingchen replied. Why is everyone gathered here? It requires the blood essence of 14 people to unlock the doors, Yunli explained. We've all been waiting for you. Wan Chen, the holy son of the Xuanlong sect, proposed. Now that everyone's here, how about this? The 4 rooms on the 3rd floor will go to the 4 major factions, and the rest will be up for grabs. What do you all think? That's not fair, Lu Xingchen interrupted bluntly. On the Tianyuan Continent, strength is what matters. I, too, will compete for a room on the 3rd floor. His words left everyone stunned. A mere 7-star martial king, daring to challenge martial emperors? Wan Chen sneered. Very well. If you can defeat any one of Uzmi, Yunli, Li Da, or Lin Lin, you can claim a room on the 3rd floor. Lu Xingchen's gaze landed on Lin Lin. Lin Lin, I challenge you. So you think him the weakest among us? Lin Lin sneered. I'm glad you understand. The crowd stepped back, creating space for the duel. Wasting no time, Lu Xingchen unleashed the mountain-crushing seal. A massive, earth-toned dochi handprint formed above him. An advanced earth-tier martial technique? Lin Lin exclaimed, his eyes widening. No wonder you're so confident. But no matter how strong the technique, it depends on the user. Talk after you win, Lu Xingchen replied calmly. Lin Lin stopped speaking and summoned a green dochi handprint. Though his technique was only an intermediate earth-tier martial skill, he was confident that his martial emperor-level cultivation would crush Lu Xingchen. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.